scam. Get your free quote right now at checkethos.com. That's checkethos.com. Not available in all states. Rates do vary.
Put the wheels in motion to visit CBP on Friday, May 16th at 6:45 when the Pirates are in town and all fans receive a Johnson Controls Zach Wheeler bobble figurine. Get tickets now at Phillies.com. Kids 14 and under will add a favorite to their rotation when they receive the Independence Blue Cross Aaron Nola replica jersey on Saturday, May 3rd at 6:05 when the Phils host the D-backs. Order tickets now at Phillies.com.
If you have been in a car accident in the past and have settled your case, I may have some good news. Some unethical lawyers have people known as runners who come directly to your hospital room or home and solicit your case. It's a disbarable offense. Anyone that would hire these scumbags needs to have their heads examined. I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. Now for the good news. If this happened to you, we will sue these lowlifes and fight to get all your fees back. And then look and see if these bottom feeders also malpracticed your case and sue them for that too. You have nothing to lose and everything to gain. Visit forthepeople.com for a free consultation or call Pound Law on your cell, pound 529. If someone does this to you, call the Bar Association and report them. Let's fight these bums. Morgan & Morgan, forthepeople.com. Injured? Dial Pound Law or visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
WIP hosts prepare for their shows in the Xfinity Mobile Lounge. Xfinity Mobile customers now get exclusive access to Wi-Fi speeds up to a gig in millions of locations nationwide.
I'm Jalen Hurst here from Window Nation. If you're a fan of saving money, listen up.
Don't miss your chance to take advantage of the Buy 4, Get 4 free sale and pay nothing until 2027. Now through April 30th, only from Window Nation. Schedule your free estimate now at 866-90NATION or visit windownation.com.
Don't pay more than you have to for new windows. Call 866-90NATION or visit windownation.com.
Yo, Philly, Landon Dickerson here. You showed up for us all season, and now we need your support again. Join me and the World Champs on Saturday, May 17th for the Eagles Autism Challenge presented by Lincoln Financial. I look forward to this event every year, and all I got to say is you won't want to miss it. Come bike, run, or walk with any of your favorite Eagles players. Let's work together to transform the lives of individuals affected by autism. Register today at eaglesautismchallenge.org. I'll see you there.
For Mother's Day this year, knock mom's fuzzy socks off with a digital photo frame by Aura that you have thoughtfully preloaded with lots of photos of you two. Name the best digital photo frame by Wirecutter. Aura frames come with unlimited storage, so you can share as many photos as you want right from your phone to mom's Aura frame. This is a no-brainer. It is so unique. It is so original. You cannot lose. Not only will she be grateful that it's not another sweater, she'll also love that an Aura frame means she gets to see more of you. And that's really all she wants, to feel close to you and know that you're thinking of her just as often as she thinks of you. Aura has a great deal for Mother's Day too. For a limited time, listeners can save on the perfect gift by visiting auraframes.com to get $35 off plus free shipping on their best-selling Carver matte frame. That's auraframes.com, promo code ROAM. Support the station by mentioning us at checkout. Terms and conditions do apply.
This is Boomer Esiason with an Odyssey Sports Minute. This will be the best sports stadium in the country, declared Commanders managing partner Josh Harris after reaching a $3 billion agreement to erect a dome edifice on the site of the decrepit RFK Stadium. One potential fly in the ointment as we sit here today, the deal calling for a $500 million city contribution needs 7 city council votes to proceed. I'm Boomer Esiason.
94 WIP HD1 Philadelphia, live from the Tasty Cake Studios. An Odyssey Sports Station. This is the WIP Morning Show with Joe DeCamara and John Ritchie on Sports Radio 94 WIP.
What's going on, everyone? Joe DeCamara and John Ritchie. It is 94 WIP. Great to be with you off and rolling on this Tuesday morning. Well, of course, we'll do a lot more on the draft today because it's only been a couple days, our second day to react to a lot of players in. Goedert not out. Now, is he in or is he going to be out? I don't know. We'll talk about that. We'll get into the Shedeur Sanders situation more. Of course, Eagles at the White House yesterday. Phillies start a new series up tonight. We got a lot to do. All of it with you on the phone lines at 215-592-9494. Richie Rich.
Hello, Joe.
Hello there, Johnny.
Farmington, Maine is the earmuff capital of the world.
Earmuff?
Earmuff.
Huh.
They were invented there. Earmuffs were invented in Farmington, Maine. Chester Greenwood. They actually celebrate a Chester Greenwood Day in Farmington, Maine.
Well, it's cold up there, so I guess that makes...
It's cold.
Yeah.
And he apparently had large, sensitive ears and was bothered by the cold while ice skating.
Listen, I applaud the guy's ingenuity.
This was a long time ago.
I would imagine. It's been cold for a long time.
This was 1873.
Yeah.
And then he eventually got the patent in 1877.
Good for him. Hopefully he made a lot of money.
Really is a great thing. I mean, he went out and just figured it out and
got
his earmuffs made.
It's like the Eagles. Got job done. Get the job done. You get honored at the White House. All right, guys, let's get to a lot today. So draft and more with the Eagles. There's so many directions to go. I'm curious what's top of mind for you at 215-592-9494. John, I think coming out of this draft, the single thing that hits me the most, I find most interesting, is what is going on with Dallas Goedert. Like what in the world? So
I'm glad that we're a better team with him on it. I do think that I expected us to be worse because he would be gone.
I thought he'd be gone.
He's not gone.
No, he's not. But here's what's so strange. Guys,
we had 10 picks and he's not gone. Not only is he not gone, we didn't take any tight ends during those 10 picks.
That's what's so strange. I mean, you go back a couple weeks ago at the owners' meetings, what Lurie said about Goddard, what Sirianni said about Goddard.
You mean the past tense that everyone was using when they talked about him?
That and he's on the team
appreciate
for now.
what he gave us.
Yeah. I mean, I got to tell you guys, I was starting to think about this before the show, and I'm pretty sure I'm right. Now, if I'm off, you tell me, but I don't in the roughly 25 years that they've been doing this thing since Andy Reid and Joe Banner in the early 2000s all the way through now, what we call sort of the modern era of Eagles football, this century. I don't remember any situation like it. None. Where a player's a good player, he's well-liked, there's a contract standoff that has gone through free agency in March, through the NFL draft in April. Obviously, within 2 days, we're going to be into May. There's a dispute, and there's no resolution. And to your point, John, the brass has talked about him in the past tense. They also reference he's on the team, quote, for now.
He's on the steps of the White House.
He's with them yesterday. It's just a strange situation. Now, look, I hold out hope that he's going to stay. Guys, I want this dude on the team. I'm a big Goddard fan. This guy is, okay, let me back it up. This football team is tough. Or tough team. Part of the defining elements of what made them a tough team was Dallas Goedert. He honest to God, he is one of the tougher Eagles, to me, I feel like I've ever seen. When I think tough Eagles, I think Wes Hopkins. I think Jaws. I think Trot. Tough. I think John Runyon. Tough guys. Dallas Goedert's in that. Dallas Goedert's tough, man. And on a team that likes to run the ball and I think is best running the ball a lot, both with the running back and the quarterback and the threat of the quarterback. And Jalen is phenomenal at it, both when he runs and the threat of him running and how that opens things up for Saquon. And by the way, how that also opens things up for the passing game. Like, we talk a lot about defense, setting the edge. You think about Brandon Graham, edge rusher. You got to set the edge, not lose containment, things of that nature. Football defensive principles. I think Dallas Goedert is the same thing on the other side of the ball in a way we never discuss. He sets the edge. He holds the edge for an offense that can go inside or outside based on the unique capabilities of Jalen Hurts. And, of course, he can catch the ball. And, of course, he's a leader guy. And, of course, he's a dude that's been in multiple Super Bowls with the Eagles and won a championship with them. And I believe he can still play. I want him on the team. I'm encouraged he's not gone. I am confused by the situation. And honest to God, I don't think in the 25 years or so that the Eagles have been doing this with this type of thing, the Reed, Roseman, Banner, Lurie, that whole thing. I don't remember any situation like it. I remember Deuce entering the final year of his contract, wanted a new deal. They didn't give it to him. They didn't start him. Carell Buckhalter was the starter that year. Deuce, B. West, and Carell obviously all played a lot. I just don't remember a situation like this. If you can think of one, let me know.
Deuce held out.
I know he did. And Goedert.
That whole camp.
I know. So that one, anyway, that's where I'm at on Goedert. I want to hear from you, 215-592-9494. Now, with that said, there's a ton of other elements with the team. You know, is the new safety going to start? What position is Campbell going to play? John, what's top of mind for you when you think Eagles right now, a couple days from this draft?
I'm fascinated by the rumor that the Cleveland Browns traded up in front of us to take Shedeur Sanders.
So the Eagles would have.
Yeah. After the draft, Howie was asked about that, and he was clearly not going to speak about
No, he wasn't.
another player after he just drafted 10 players. But it did, that rumor, man, what does that mean? Where would Shedeur have fit? Would Shedeur have made this team a better team? Yeah, I think that value makes, the guy, the first round talent, I mean, maybe that talent slips to a second round player, but not a fifth, not a sixth, not what, McCord, it's almost blasphemous talking about this because he's a local, prospect. And, I look at him, I look at Shedeur Sanders. I was expecting Shedeur Sanders was going to be gone in the first 10 picks of the draft.
Sure, of course.
And he stuck around for whatever reasons. But I am intrigued by the idea that we might have actually taken him, so much so that the former Howie disciple, Andrew Berry, or maybe you shouldn't say former Howie disciple, the Howie disciple, the former Eagles front office trained up here, Andrew Berry for the Cleveland Browns, who I'm certain knows more about the patterns, the ideas, the ideals, the approach. He is the one who decided to go up and get Shedeur. Would we be a better team? Yeah, I think we would be if he were on our team. I think he fits our offense in a similar way with the accuracy, with his it's not blow you away athleticism. He's more of a thrower, a guy who carves up a defense really with his mind first. Like, he was a good reader and understander of what a defense was trying to do coverage wise. The kid who grew up with his dad, a coverage player, one of the most famous coverers in the history of the NFL.
I think it makes a lot of sense that they would have been about to draft him from this standpoint in particular. Tanner McKee is not going to be here much longer. I mean, if I had to guess, he's here one more year because he's getting near the end of the deal, and I do think they're going to try to trade him before they just lose him. That's my gut feel. I think Tanner McKee can start in this league. I don't know that he's going to be a great quarterback, but I think he's going to start in this league. So I think the Eagles are going to trade him after next season.
You just traded for Dorian Thompson-Robinson.
I know. I understand.
You got Jalen, of course. Tanner
but then
McKee, you just drafted Kyle McCord.
That's my point. Because you drafted Kyle McCord, that tells me that the rumors that they would have drafted Shedeur Sanders are real.
I think so, too.
That he would have been the guy they would have been grooming to become Jalen's backup quarterback. Might have taken
and until I think he could have done a really good job at that.
He might have. I mean, it might have taken to 2026 until he's in the 2 chair.
But he's got that
listen.
luxury of time in our situation here, in his situation.
Yeah.
This really was a positive, and I do think that the way that this team's built and the leadership that we've got, they can survive distractions of the magnitude of even the possibility of Dion being a distraction as a dad who's a little overbearing.
Well,
I don't even think that would be the case necessarily.
Yeah,
I don't think the Dion problem is even a thing until we see it become a thing.
Well, here's one thing just for what it's worth, and it's about 15 years ago, but I think people will remember the Eagles 2 different times ran into what I'll say the fire of distraction. One was Michael Vick. Now, he turned out to become the starting quarterback of the team, but initially was a third-string QB. That was bizarre, but they ran into it and said, all right, we're taking this on. The other a couple of years ago, and people might forget this one, Tim Tebow was an Eagle. Like, there was a camper like, you know what? Tim Tebow, let's go. Now, it didn't work out. Did he make the team at all, James, or was he cut in camp?
I think he was cut in camp. I'm 99%.
I think so.
sure.
Were you cut in camp?
I'm pretty sure he was.
Yeah, I mean, he certainly didn't play in a regular season game. I don't think he made it even on a practice squad. I don't think he was the third stringer. But, I mean, it was a thing, and they took it on. Reed, do you think they would have drafted Shedeur Sanders?
I'm shocked by it. But outside of T.O., they handle circuses pretty well. I have to give them credit for that.
They're pretty good at that stuff.
It would have been really interesting because but Tanner McKee's a completely different quarterback.
No
from
question.
Jalen Hurts.
No question.
And so is Shedeur, I think.
So the thing about Tanner McKee is I don't think the Eagles are just going to lose him and not get value. That's just my gut feeling. I think there will be a point sometime in the next 12 months where and I still think it could be this offseason. Because, I mean, the Pittsburgh Steelers still don't really have a starting quarterback, right? Am I right about that? They still don't have a quarterback?
They do not.
Like, to me, if I'm Mike Tomlin, I'd much rather have Tanner McKee than nobody. But if I'm Howie Roseman, I would much rather trade Tanner McKee than lose him as a free agent in 2 years. I mean, what good does that do me? Look, there's an argument for holding on to Tanner McKee this year because Jalen could get hurt. And I think there's, pretty decent confidence if he had to go in there, he could hold his own. But it is a fascinating situation.
Dorian Thompson Robinson, you traded for.
Well, you traded for him.
I don't know that
he was
I don't
with
know
a draft
where
pick, though. I don't think he's I think he's the likeliest gone of the quarterbacks.
I agree. And if Shedeur Sanders had gotten here, I think Shedeur Sanders would have likely made the team and Dorian Thompson Robinson would not have. But look, I mean, we'll see. I mean, obviously Robinson and the prep kid
it is
McCord are going to have
interesting.
to
I mean, it
battle
makes it interesting.
Look, they probably would have drafted him.
Kyle McCord is the fact that we drafted him in the 6th round. Does that put him ahead of the guy that we traded for?
Yeah.
Because of what we traded for him or whatever we value him for. Now, we've had Dorian Thompson Robinson here for a little bit longer.
A couple months.
He's been, in the offseason program a little bit more. So,
well, look, there's a lot to weigh in on the Eagles, especially coming out of this draft. I mean, what position is Campbell? Can they shuttle him back and forth between an inside guy and an edge? Is that realistic? Is the new safety going to be the starter? There's a lot of ways to go here. Of course, at 215-592-9494. All right, your reaction to it all. Joe DeCamera, John Ritchie, what's top of mind for you with this football team coming out of the draft and where they're headed? Joe DeCamera, John Ritchie. It's 94 WIP.
The Phillies kick off a 3-game series against the Nationals tonight. Leading off starts at 6. Sponsored by Nissan. Nissan makes cars that thrill. Shop NissanUSA.com. The first pitch is at 6:45. Then stick around for the final out on your exclusive home for Phillies baseball.
And that ball is gone into the basket. Max Kepler.
Sports Radio 94 WIP.
Baseball fans love the long ball, and FanDuel, in partnership with Valley Forge Casino, is giving you even more reasons to love home runs every Tuesday during the MLB season. Because with Dinger Tuesdays, all FanDuel customers get a home run profit boost. That means when you bet on moonshots, you could take your winnings to new heights. So whether it's a big blast or an oppo boppo, FanDuel is your home for betting home runs. Visit FanDuel.com/GIGLIO and gear up to go yard all season long. That's FanDuel.com/GIGLIO to claim your Dinger Tuesday profit boost. Make every moment more with FanDuel, America's #1 official sports betting partner of Major League Baseball. FanDuel Sportsbook is the official partner of 94 WIP.
21 plus and present in Pennsylvania. Opt-in required. Bonus issued is now withdrawable profit boost token. Restrictions apply, including any token expiration and max wager amount. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
I'm Taylor Bisciotti with NFL Network Now on the Westwood One Radio Network. Saints quarterback Derek Carr confirmed he has a shoulder injury and an MRI to back it up. Carr emphasized the team knows about it. They've been in constant communication. There's nothing wrong, and they're moving forward. His comments came in the context of rebuffing supposed rumors that the injury was fabricated and added he's been dealing with people lying about him. The Saints selected quarterback Tyler Shuck in the second round of the 2025 NFL Draft. Meantime, the Super Bowl 59 winning Philadelphia Eagles visiting the White House today to celebrate their victory with President Trump. One player not in attendance was quarterback Jalen Hurts due to a scheduling conflict. And the Commanders are getting a new stadium in the nation's capital in 2030. The franchise and the District of Columbia government reached an agreement to build a new facility on the site of the old RFK Stadium. This has been NFL Network Now on the Westwood One Radio Network.
You could think you found your dream home online. The kitchen island looks perfect for your inner chef. The backyard, a paradise for your green thumb. And that extra room, hello walk-in closet. But here's the twist. The lot next door just got rezoned for years of construction. On this sound, yeah, you're going to be hearing a lot of that. Don't let your dream home turn into a nightmare. Work with the expertise and ethical training of a Realtor, here to guide and help protect you from the surprises you didn't see coming. Realtors are members of the National Association of Realtors, right by you.
This is the story of the one who, as a maintenance specialist for a historic high-rise, knows that vintage charm historically needs constant attention. Which is why when it's time to upgrade turn-of-the-century mechanicals, they turn to Grainger. With easy access to 1 million-plus products and the scale to deliver when and where you need them. The right tools and supplies are never far away. So the one can keep that vintage building running like new. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
If you're serious about what's under your hood, then you need the highest octane on the market. New 94 Octane, available exclusively at Sunoco. Nothing else will match it. Go to Sunoco.com to find a participating station near you.
Gain Super Flings are here to take your laundry to the next level.
Talking about Gain Super Flings. Super-sized laundry packs. These things are huge. Super fresh, super clean. Gain Super Flings.
Gain Super Flings laundry packs have 4 times the Oxy cleaning power and 3 times the Febreze freshness versus Gain Original Liquid.
Super fresh, super clean. Gain Super Flings.
Gain Super Flings for next level laundry.
This is the story of the one. As a maintenance specialist for university housing, he knows college students can major in wear and tear. Plus, housing so many students doesn't leave a lot of room to house all the supplies he needs. That's where Grainger comes in. With over 1 million industrial-grade products and fast, dependable delivery, Grainger carries the quality products he needs so he doesn't have to. From a new door hinge to a whole new faucet. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Today, a mix of sun and clouds and warmer, high 82.
Weather brought to you by Robert Half. Our recruiters' expertise and award-winning AI will find you the skilled candidates you want. At Robert Half, we know talent. Visit roberthalf.com/talent today.
The Peace Lily is so last year. Hey, has anyone worked with fiddlenecks?
Shelby's popular flower shop is in full bloom.
We just got a request for an arrangement that evokes air. Who's up for that challenge? No?
She needs to hire a floral designer to nip foliage faux pas in the bud.
I need Indeed.
Indeed you do. Our advanced matching helps find talented candidates so you can connect with them fast. Redeem your $75 credit at Indeed.com/credit. Terms and conditions apply.
This is the story of the one. As a maintenance specialist for university housing, he knows college students can major in wear and tear. Plus, housing so many students doesn't leave a lot of room to house all the supplies he needs. That's where Grainger comes in. With over 1 million industrial-grade products and fast, dependable delivery, Grainger carries the quality products he needs so he doesn't have to. From a new door hinge to a whole new faucet. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Greetings, Boomtown. Ever since this neighborhood switched to Xfinity Internet,
the Wi-Fi is booming!
Xfinity combines the power of internet and mobile with one all-in plan.
So we've all got lightning-fast, secure Wi-Fi speeds at home and on the go with Wi-Fi Power Boost from Xfinity Mobile.
You get the most reliable Wi-Fi with our best in-class equipment and unlimited data included. Plus, add an unlimited mobile line.
All for only $40 a month for 1 year. To celebrate this combo, we're mashing our shows together.
It's everything you need all in one plan. Plus, learn how to get a free 5G phone with a premium unlimited line. Now, sit back and relax with the smooth, relaxing sound
of face-melting acid metal!
Brilliant.
Visit Xfinity.com to learn more. Ends June 23rd with paperless billing and autopay stored bank account. Restrictions apply. Xfinity Internet gateway required. Texas fees extra. After 1 year rate increases to $110 a month. After 2 years regular rates apply. Actual Wi-Fi speeds vary. Most reliable Wi-Fi based on Open Signal Awards USA. Fixed broadband experience report August 2024.
94 WIP Sports Update.
Brought to you by Roto-Rooter. Eagles celebrated their Super Bowl victory at the White House on Monday following the draft, in which they went heavy on defense. First 5 on that side of the ball. One defensive player. Birds have a decision to make on this week. Jordan Davis. They have until Thursday to exercise his 5th-year option. Shedeur Sanders dominated the draft talk, sliding to the 5th round. WFAN's Boomer Esiason says several owners made it clear they did not want Sanders.
I know this after talking to 3 different personnel people in the NFL this weekend. They didn't even have him on their board. They took him off, and they took him off because the owner said take him off. I don't want that guy.
Reportedly, one of the owners might not have been Jeffrey Lurie. NFL Network reporting rumors had the Eagles interested in Shedeur Sanders. And the Phillies are back home after their road trip to open the series with the Nationals. 6:45 here on 94 WIP. When plumbing problems hit, call Roto-Rooter. Their team tackles clogs and leaks so you can stay in the game. Roto-Rooter, your MVP for plumbing solutions. Mostly sunny, high 82, currently 52. Join us for a special one-night-only event with Eagles legend Brandon Graham. Get your tickets to BG Live on 5-5 right now on 94WIP.com.
Sports Update on 94 WIP. This is the WIP Morning Show with Joe DeCamara and John Ritchie on Sports Radio 94 WIP.
All right, great to have you with us on this Tuesday morning. Joe DeCamara, John Ritchie. Phil's back at it later today after, of course, 2 or 3 in Chicago and the day off yesterday. Speaking of a day off, Mr. Seltzer and Miss Hughes, both back with the band back together. James, an adventure for you, right?
Yeah, day off is making it sound a lot more fun than it was.
Yeah, you were on a. So let me tell you, guys, whatever Seltzer's about to tell you, don't believe him. He was on a beach. He was on a beach drinking with his feet in the sand. Now, James, give us your.
Oh, is this so?
No,
yeah, give
it's
us
not so.
give us what you're claiming happened.
So I did have a great time. I went to shout out to Keith and Keaton. Went to an awesome wedding in Texas. It was an awesome time.
Yep.
But my trip home was less awesome. It took me like 16 plus hours door to door. So I left from Austin to Dallas. We missed our connection to Philly. Then they put me on a flight to Louisville. Then that one got canceled. I had to change it to a flight to Richmond.
Oh, man.
Richmond to Philly. My flight from Richmond to Philly gets delayed for like 3 hours. I ended up getting home at like 11:45, 11:30 at night. It was like.
So which day did you get?
I'm still cooked.
What day did you get
So
back?
That was Sunday. I got back super late Sunday. I just kind of
Gotcha.
slept yesterday, and I'm still kind of getting back in the swing.
Brutal, man.
But it was an awesome wedding, so super fun. But
All right.
yeah.
Now, what's
yeah.
the technical ruling with the company from an HR standpoint? Is that a vacation day? Is that
It's a good question.
what is that?
I have not gotten into the
John, you got a
particulars yet.
ruling on that? I mean, does he have to get tagged?
Hell of a vacation.
You guys are a lot more up on that stuff.
Rhea,
That-
you've
that
been here
sort
the
of
longest. What
ruling.
is that?
Yeah, you kind of ruined it for him because you just don't mention it and it never gets written down and then nobody talks about
All right,
it.
that's my fault.
Unfortunately, flip that, James.
There you go, right?
I'll tell you what, I'm turning that into the Twitter poll question of the day. Should Seltzer's travel disaster count as a vacation day within the company? Yes or no? I'm not kidding. I'm putting that in a Twitter poll. All right, Rhea, how are you? And how was the last couple of days?
Oh, amazing. Absolutely amazing. What was great about it is I was with my friends, because you know this from Thursday. They all fell asleep, and I got to stay up and watch the draft.
Good for
which
you,
I had
yeah.
a blast
Yep.
watching that, but had a blast while I was having a pina colada.
Nice.
Watching the draft.
What'd you think of the draft?
Here's what I thought. Clearly with the first 5 picks being defensive players, Vic Fangio's fingerprints all over this.
Yep.
The Jihad Campbell pick fascinates me on where they're going to use him.
Yep.
And how do you Makuba?
Makuba. I believe it's Makuba.
I love that pick.
I like the way that guy looks.
I mean, to me, that's a it's obviously a replacement
Yep.
for CJGJ, but they just say how tough he is. Now he's small. And the Ty Robinson one, that guy, you watch his film, he's
Mhm.
like scary
Mhm.
and fast.
Mhm.
And he's a pre-med student who wants to be a pediatrician. I find that fascinating. But his fingerprints are all over this. They did it. We were real upset with them losing all those players on defense. So I was thrilled they went all defense.
Yeah, they lost a lot. There's no question they lost a lot, but they gained 10 players. So, look, you can react on the draft. Obviously, there's a lot of ways to go there. 215 592-9494. And now in the aftermath, what's here and what's not. Goddard's here, but he might not be much longer. What do you make of that situation? All right, right to the phones. Coming up in 1 minute, we crank it up on the phone lines. Hey, let me tell you, of course, that Mother's Day is almost upon us. We love the moms. And whether you're shopping for your mom, your wife, your daughter, whomever it may be, Family and Company Jewelers, another spot that we love, is the place to go. Family and Company Jewelers. You know, no one comes close to their selection, their price, and, of course, their service. From Junior and I and the whole team, wonderful group of people, true experts of what they did. Family-owned business now for 85 years. You know, their showroom is something you got to see to believe. It's an extravaganza of jewelry. So get yourself there. It's awesome. Huge selection of gifts at every price point for this Mother's Day. Of course, you can also just check out their stuff online. I personally think it's more fun in the store, but you can start the process online, of course, at Family and Company Jewelers with familyandcompanyjewelers.com. Make sure you show her the love by getting her a gift, a mom, a gift that she will love, a gift from Family and Company Jewelers. They are, as always, South Jersey's diamond destination. All right, 215-592-9494. Your chance to weigh in on everything today. Let's get to James in Ardmore kicking us off. James, good morning.
Good morning, Joe, John, and Rita. Great show. Finally, a topic I think everybody's been interested in over the offseason, which is Dallas Goedert.
It's fascinating. It really is.
I think it's a great move to keep him. I don't think Dallas Goedert's the problem. I think Jalen Hurts is the problem because Jalen has his favorites, and I've seen Dallas been open several times, you know, standing in the middle of the field waiting for a bus. And then Hurts goes downfield to one of his favorites, and sometimes they catch it and sometimes they don't. So I think what they're going to have to do is they're going to have to get Jalen to incorporate Dallas a little bit more into the offense.
Well, here's what I'll say, James. So, you know, look, everyone listening probably knows I haven't been as high on Jalen as, for instance, John, James, and Rhea has. But I will say this. I really hope and frankly expect that he'll get better as he moves forward. He is still on the younger side. I think scanning the field has not been one of his greatest strengths. You know, getting to read 3 and 4 and such, which is, a lot of times is what a tight end is. Tight end's not normally going to be read 1 unless it's that flare pass where it's, you know, off the, you know, maybe the QB hands it to the running back, maybe he keeps it. Goddard, I think, is option 1 a lot of times on that play. But other than that play, he's not. But I'm hoping that Hurts is better through his progressions, which will help Goddard or any tight end in the coming years. And frankly, I would expect that Hurts will get better at that.
Yeah.
But it's hurt Goddard's numbers. I mean, I think we all know Goddard could have an extra 20, 25 catches a year if he was in a different offense.
He's a solid player.
He's a very good player.
He can become a Hall of Famer. He can.
Well, it's a little strong.
When he doesn't have the opportunity,
He doesn't have the opportunity. No, that's right. That's exactly right.
He can drag 2 or 3 players with him 2 or 3 yards to get the first down every time.
Well, I'll tell you what he's better at than any tight end I've ever seen the Eagles have. Any tight end I've seen him. And I've seen from Spagnuolo through Keith Jackson, through all the guys the last few years, Ertz and, Selleck. He is the best breaker of tackles I've ever seen an Eagles tight end have.
Well, he's the most balanced tight end that this team has had, and I don't know how long. I mean, going back to, he's a better blocker than Keith Jackson.
Look, I was on the young side.
I'm going way back. There's never
right.
been anyone this good in everything you can be good at as a tight end. Dallas Goedert is miraculously good, and we do not appreciate how great a player he is.
No, I think he's fantastic.
I believe, and I think all along, had he been on the field instead of injured on and off, and
right.
We're going back to his rookie year. His rookie year was the only year he ever spent every game on the field.
Wow.
That was, slated. I don't know if that means, re-sign him for an extended period of time. I know we got him under contract for this year, and that's an incredible he is an incredible weapon for this offense and an incredible, like you say, edge, controller of the edge,
holder of the edge, setter of the edge. It's
his ability to gain that edge. I mean, in terms of that quickness, that first step quickness, overtaking an edge. That first step. That's not easy. You got to be a stud. You got to be able to blast out of your stance in order to overtake some of these athletes that are, remember, coming off the edge. These guys are like 4-4 guys, 4-3 guys.
They're some of the best
sometimes.
athletes on the field.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
And you got to beat them with your first step. And so there's so many little things that only a freakish athlete should be able to put all these things together and be able to do all these job requirements. Just blocking, the idea of latching on to a, 285-pound defensive end in a 4-3 offense and driving him or sealing him, peeling the apple, trying to get your butt to the sideline and turning. That is so nearly impossible. Yet Dallas Goedert does it with relative ease and relative consistency that you don't see tight ends do. He is a gem, a total gem. We have him for 1 year. They don't want to pay him. His cap hit is $11.7 million bucks. It's got to get done. Something's got to get done. But at the same time, he's 30 this year.
That's right.
It is a slippery slope.
Yep.
You don't want to sign him too long because then you're hurting the team. You're doing what Howie has warned himself against doing, which is, favoring the guys who have helped you go and win world championships.
Fascinating standoff. And that's what it is. It's a standoff. They've been negotiating for months and they haven't come to terms. What do you make of it? Goddard, 215-592-9494. Coming up with Jeffrey Lurie said yesterday at the White House as the Eagles were honored. Lurie, what he said, also your chance to win a cool prize. That and more phone calls on all of these topics. Joe DeCamera and John Ritchie on 94 WIP.
May 5th is now BG Day.
Fly, Eagles, fly.
All day long, 94 WIP is honoring Brandon Graham with classic stories, special guests, and the best BG moments of all time.
Oh, was he walloped by Brandon Graham?
Live all day, May 5th.
I just want to thank everybody.
Then cap off the day with BG Live, a special one-time event with Brandon at the Colonial Theater in Phoenixville.
What up, Phillies?
Presented by Ashley Furniture. Feels good to be home. And sponsored by Mid-Penn Bank, supporting local communities since 1868. Hey, baseball fans, want to boost the odds on your next MLB same-game parlay? Take the field with the same-game parlay boost token from BetMGM, an official sports betting partner of Major League Baseball. We'll drop the token in your BetMGM account. No need to opt in. Just place a same-game parlay on any MLB game and apply the token. Make sure to bet up to the minimum stake, odds, and legs specified on the token. If your boosted SGP hits, you'll score a bigger payout. Claim your MLB same-game parlay boost token today. The action is always on deck at BetMGM. The players are ready for first pitch, so join the excitement all season long. Major League Baseball trademarks used with permission. BetMGM and GameSense remind you to play responsibly. See BetMGM.com for terms. 21 plus only. Pennsylvania only. Existing customer offers subject to eligibility requirements. Rewards vary and expire in 1 to 7 days. If you or somebody you know has a gambling problem, help is available. Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Dell Toyota continues to hit it out of the park. Buy with no money down and 0% financing every day at Dell Toyota.
Jack, sell them for less.
A great lawn is like a great sports team. It takes expertise and a little extra care to really stand out. That's where True Green comes in. They're the official lawn care treatment provider of the PGA Tour, so they know a thing or two about keeping grass looking like a fairway. Here's the best part. It's more affordable than you think. They'll even match any competitor's price. Plus, True Green backs it all up with a satisfaction guarantee. Not happy? They'll come back between visits to make it right. Don't wait. Head to TrueGreen.com today. Let the pros do the work while you sit back and enjoy the results.
Philadelphia proudly hosts the return of Major Championship Golf with the PGA Championship at Aronimink Golf Club in May of 2026. Be a part of history as the iconic Wanamaker Trophy is awarded in the city of brotherly love. Witness every thrilling moment as the world's best golfers compete to have their names among golf's elite champions. Register now at PGAchampionship.com/register and secure your chance to purchase tickets. That's PGAchampionship.com/register.
Right now, only at CJ's Tire. Take advantage of big everyday savings on tires and service, like up to $100 back on select Dynapro, Ion, and Ventus hand-cooked tires. CJ's Tire and Auto.
When it comes to Mother's Day gifts, pretty candles and mugs, she's seen them all. This year, rather than something pretty, give her something pretty amazing. A moment to relax and recharge at Hand & Stone. Right now, get $20 off a massage or facial gift card, or $40 off when you gift both. So no more mom gifts. Visit your local Hand & Stone or purchase at handandstone.com today. Offer valid at participating spas.
Okay, guys, so you've got hair. Glad Hair can help you keep it. You losing it? They can help you with that, too. The team at Glad Hair has been defending hairlines for over 30-plus years and have mastered the Glad Hair technique. If you want more than just a treatment, if you want one-on-one customized care, follow-up, check-ins, and ongoing maintenance treatments for optimal results, they've got you covered. It's the reason why they're Philadelphia's leading hair restoration destination. Call them at 610-980-4000 or visit GladHairMM.com.
Employee pricing just hatched at Robin Ford. 5% under factory invoice on a brand new Ford. Online at robinford.com.
Here's comedian Howie Mandel for hands-free Cozy Fit Skechers slip-ins.
Yeah, I'm holding a new Cozy Fit Skechers slip-in sneaker, and first of all, I barely know I'm holding it. It's that light. You see, Cozy Fit is a cool new sneaker where the upper is made of a soft quilted material. It's kind of like a little puffer jacket for your feet, except it looks like a super stylish sneaker.
Introducing new Cozy Fit Skechers slip-ins, the latest comfort creation from Skechers. You can find Cozy Fit Skechers slip-ins at a Skechers store, Skechers.com, or wherever stylish footwear is sold.
Catchy tune, right? But don't let the urge to sing along distract you from the truck drifting towards your lane, or that lane-splitting biker creeping up beside you. Fortunately, every Hyundai offers advanced safety features that can alert you to potential dangers around you. And Hyundai has over 130 IIHS Top Safety Awards since 2006. Because Hyundai is always working to ensure the road doesn't. IIHS Top Safety Awards include Top Safety Pick and Top Safety Pick Plus awards to Hyundai vehicles from 2006 to 2025.
This is the story of the one who, as a maintenance specialist for a historic high-rise, knows that vintage charm historically needs constant attention. Which is why when it's time to upgrade turn-of-the-century mechanicals, they turn to Grainger. With easy access to 1 million+ products and the scale to deliver when and where you need them. The right tools and supplies are never far away. So the one can keep that vintage building running like new. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
You ever try fixing your car and realize you're missing that one part? Yeah, been there. That's why eBay's my go-to. They've got millions of parts, guaranteed to fit. I'm talking brake pads for when yours have seen one too many miles of stop and go. Oil filters, because you don't mess around with your engine care. Even got this cold air intake on my watch list. I might just go for it. To keep the ride cool and your DIY streak hot. Find all the parts you need at prices you'll love. Guaranteed to fit every time. eBay. Things people love. Eligible items only. Exclusions apply.
Greetings, Boomtown. Ever since this neighborhood switched to Xfinity Internet,
The Wi-Fi is booming!
Xfinity combines the power of internet and mobile with one all-in plan.
So we've all got lightning-fast, secure Wi-Fi speeds at home and on the go with Wi-Fi Power Boost from Xfinity Mobile.
You get the most reliable Wi-Fi with our best in-class equipment and unlimited data included. Plus, add an unlimited mobile line.
All for only $40 a month for 1 year. To celebrate this combo, we're mashing our shows together.
It's everything you need all in one plan. Plus, learn how to get a free 5G phone with a premium unlimited line. Now, sit back and relax with the smooth, relaxing sound
of face-melting acid metal!
Brilliant.
Visit Xfinity.com to learn more. Ends June 23rd with paperless billing and autopay stored bank account. Restrictions apply. Xfinity Internet gateway required. Texas fees extra. After 1 year rate increases to $110 a month. After 2 years regular rates apply. Actual Wi-Fi speeds vary. Most reliable Wi-Fi based on Open Signal Awards USA. Fixed broadband experience report August 2024.
The pick is in.
The Philadelphia Eagles select Jahad Campbell.
Talk about it here. Sports Radio 94 WIP. 94 WIP Sports Update.
Brought to you by Window Nation. Eagles visited the White House celebrating, of course, the Super Bowl victory over the Chiefs after drafting 10 players, first 5 on the defensive side of the ball. As for the Eagles defense, they have until Thursday, May 1st, to exercise the 5th-year option on Jordan Davis, and no drafting of a tight end. Makes things pretty interesting on Dallas Goedert's future with the Birds. Phillies back home after a road trip that ended better than it started. 2 straight wins at the Cubs. They'll open a series with the Nationals, 6:45 p.m. live here on 94 WIP. Buy 4 windows, get 4 free, pay nothing until 2027. Now through April 30th. Schedule your free estimate, 866-90Nation, or visit windownation.com. Mostly sunny, high 82. It is currently 52. Join us for a special one-night-only event with Eagles legend Brandon Graham. Get your tickets to BG Live on 5-5 right now on 94WIP.com.
Sports Update on 94 WIP.
And of course, NAS are the letters that spell.
Great to be with you on this, what are we at here? A Tuesday. Go to Cameron, John Ritchie. So the Eagles have a couple days to make a decision. I know what my decision is. What I don't know is what the Eagles' decision will be. Let's find out what John thinks it should be. Twitter poll question of the day. And everyone can weigh in on this one at Sports Radio WIP on Twitter and certainly on the phone lines as well at 215-592-9494. Twitter poll is brought to us by Armin Chevrolet. Check out Armin's certified one-owner pre-owned pickup trucks and SUVs at arminchevy.com. That's arminchevy.com. Together, let's drive. Poll question, John, do you think the Eagles should pick up Jordan Davis's fifth-year option, which is for the 2026 season? So 25 is coming up, meaning that season. But then 2 seasons from now is Jordan Davis's fifth year in pro football, 2026, which the Eagles control if they want to exercise the option for $12.9 million. Or if you don't, he becomes a free agent after 2025. I would not pick up the option for $12.9 million, John. Would you?
No. And this is, I can't even believe we're talking about this. When you think about this from a practical perspective, my gosh, I want a defensive tackle who I'm going to pay for that fifth year, right. $13 million to be able to play more than 20 plays.
That's right.
I cannot believe we're sitting here talking about evaluating this when the reality of the situation is they don't trust him to be out there for more than 20, 25 plays. And that is consistent. And you know what? That's unfair. I say they don't trust him. That is unfair to say that. They don't put him out there more than 20, more than 25 plays. Yeah, I've never seen anything like it. And initially it was, he needs to work on his conditioning and stuff. Even when the conditioning is great, it seems, and he's able to give you a very consistent performance. It's not many plays.
Yeah, I wouldn't do it.
$13 million is way too much to pay for a guy that you have that you're going to have on the field for one down, and you're going to have to pull repeatedly, and the most running he's going to get is on and off the field.
Yeah, exactly.
Personnel grouping wise.
I'll say this. Everything you said, John, resonates with me, but I'll frame it a different way. I can't imagine paying Jordan Davis more money than I'm not willing to pay Dallas Goedert. That's what blows my mind. Like, they're talking about removing Dallas Goedert for a similar amount of money, but actually giving Jordan Davis more?
Right.
That don't work for me. That does not work for me at all. Right. All right, look, your chance to weigh in. The Jordan Davis thing, the Dallas Goedert thing, 215-592-9494. What stood out to you from the draft? Also, let's get to Jeffrey Lurie from yesterday, because, of course, the Eagles were honored at the White House yesterday. Everyone's remarks were pretty short. When they would get to the podium, they would, just get right to it and then move on. So Lurie's remarks were really no more than about 20 seconds. But let's listen to the Eagles owner. Second time, obviously, they've won a Super Bowl in his tenure. It was cool seeing I got to tell you, I'm a big fan of side-by-side freaking Lombardi trophies. First time I think we saw it was Brandon Graham at the podium, although we saw not the actual trophy, but at the parade, you could see I don't know if you call it a picture. What would you call it? A graphic, a big display of, an artist rendition of it, I guess you'd call it. But yesterday, both trophies, and I applaud the Eagles for embracing, we've won 2.
That's a flex.
It is a flex, right? Because I think a lot of teams would only take the more recent trophy. Yeah. And the Eagles are like, wait a minute, we've won 2. By the way, they're both relatively recently. Exactly. So we're taking them both. And I dug that. Let's listen to Jeffrey Lurie. His remarks were short, what he said yesterday at the White House.
Truly an honor to be here. I remember as a little boy, the championship teams that came to the White House, and I'd never dreamed we'd be able to, have a team and be as good as this. And this was a dominant team with incredible culture, everything we all believe in as the best human values: selflessness, humility, teamwork, talent, discipline, everything that we all strive for. This team incorporated. So thank you for the hospitality today, and go Birds.
There you go. Jeffrey Lurie yesterday. Double-barreled Super Bowl Lombardi trophies right next to him. Let's go to the phones. 215-592-9494. Talk to Harris right now in Havertown. Good morning, Harris.
How are you, Joe? How's it going?
Fantastic.
Good. Let's talk some Eagles. Joe, I think that you got to keep Davis, because though he's not out there so much, I think it gives you a lot in the run game, and I don't know about the depth we have behind him.
Does he give you $13 million?
Yeah, I mean, it's not my money, Joe.
No. But here's what it is. It's instead of someone else getting paid. Like Goddard's an example. I mean, we just saw guys like Milton Williams, Josh Sweat, and others have to, I'll say have to leave the team. You don't have to, but you get the general point. Leave the team. Darius Slay, leave the team, because there's only so much money. So in a salary cap world, if you're telling me $13 million to Jordan Davis, and that's $13 million that doesn't get to go to someone else.
But what if they're banking on him? See, I'm way more of a Fletcher fan than you are.
Yep. Getting better,
improving off of what he did this postseason.
Well, it's year 3. I mean,
but remember Fletcher Cox started off slow.
No, I don't agree with that.
Yeah, he did.
No,
they're telling us they're bringing him back, right?
No, they're not. They're not telling us that.
They didn't draft anybody.
Well,
they didn't draft anyone. They're telling
well, they
us.
also. But I'll say this: they also didn't draft a tight end. Dallas Goedert's certainly not going to be here 2 years from now. I mean, at least I don't think
the Colts starter. They bring in Bryant, and these are established guys, and the defense needs more help in the offense. The offense is fine.
Look, I think, but Harris, I'll say this: I think there's a diamond in the rough's a little strong, but maybe Ojomo is pretty good, and he plays more and he plays better. So
sure, but we rotate. We're rotational guys.
Of course.
That's best player on our team. Best player on our team, Jalen Carter.
Yeah.
Best player, and Barkley, right? Best player on defense, Jalen Carter. How do you not give him as much help as possible? Because if you don't have good guys that you can rely on there that we know of, then Carter's not going to be as good.
Well, listen, I mean, it's to be considered. I'm not saying it's a slam dunk easy call, but I would not bring him back. All right, Harris, what do you got? Seltzer says you want to comment on this me and Jack thing. What's on your mind?
Sure do. So I'm a frequent listener, but I have my job. I'm not, doing it all the time. My buddy, I was listening right now, told me about the contest, and I want to pitch myself to you really fast. I'm the Lower Merion High School coach for tennis.
Nice.
And 3-time state champion, and I'm a private coach as well. And I got to tell you, I've been doing it for years. Pretty big player myself. And Joe, I think you're great. I love less advice, and it will be an honor to teach you. I love teaching. It's a hobby. It's a passion. It's also my job, and I succeed with almost everyone. I like to say that if someone has coordination and athleticism, I can teach them. And I just love the opportunity to help you.
Well, I appreciate that.
I think it'd be great.
That's very kind. So here's my first comment. First off, we're certainly not going to call this me and Jack thing the contest, because that leads to a Seinfeld conversation from 30 years ago that me and
I remember it well.
That Fritz especially does not want to get into.
Oh, is that so?
I can't help you with that. Right. And I'm not going to be able to help with that one either, Joe.
What percentage of the audience got that? Like 35%?
Yeah, I think so.
Amazing. It's Seinfeld's birthday today.
There you go. But Harris, I appreciate the thought. What I'm going to do, my man, is put you on hold so Seltzer can get me your number, and I might take you up on it, because I think I'm decent at tennis, but I could use a little sharpening up, and it's very kind of you.
Joe, my specialty, seriously, my specialty is advanced beginner, intermediate adults. Give me a shot, because I would love to help.
Thanks, buddy.
And I want nothing out of it. I just would love to do it.
That's very kind of you.
So now we're setting aside the time for Joe to train.
Yes.
For each sport.
Yeah, to prepare.
But John, he's going to love it.
That's what athletes do.
Competing against
athletes prepare.
So this was supposed to be 5 events. We're just trying to get one of these up and on the board and chalked up.
Harris,
Can
good
we
man.
get them performing, Harris?
That's good. Harris on hold. I'm getting his info. I like that. I also like, of course, when we give away a cool prize, we're going to do that coming up in a minute. Give you a chance to win a cool prize today on the show.
You've heard me talk about my friends at PDQ POS and how their top-rated restaurant management system has helped thousands of companies in the restaurant, hospitality, bar, and casino businesses across the country. I've seen their operation, the people, the technology. It's so impressive when we do our show from their headquarters over there. If you're thinking of cutting your old point of sale, it's time to go all in and revolutionize your business with PDQ POS, the game changer in the world of POS solutions. Joe Flynn and his team at PDQ have been the industry leader for over 35 years for a reason. It's because they offer everything: mobile POS, self-service kiosks, enterprise reporting, contactless functionality, data and cybersecurity, and the best service and support in the industry. PDQ POS is the fastest, easiest, and most reliable POS available. Whether you have a single location restaurant or thousands of locations, they'll build a custom solution for your business. If you want the best, trust PDQ POS. Schedule your free demo and business consultation today at pdqpos.com. That's pdqpos.com.
All right, Jenna Cameron, John Ritchie. John, I believe you are an Elvis Costello fan. Is that accurate, sir?
I think he's amazing. I've always said the song Allison is one of the coolest songs that I think everyone who really likes to listen to the intricacies of like chords and the changes and all that, everyone wishes they wrote that song. That song is deep. That song is detailed.
It's a cool song.
And it's beautiful.
Cool
Beautiful.
song. So we're giving away Elvis Costello tickets today. It ain't the real Elvis, Presley, however you say his name. But it's been probably.
How do you say? Is it
well?
Prez
We don't
or
know.
Press?
We always go. Ria, give me a rolling. Presley or Presley? Because you hear
Elvis
both.
Presley. I say Presley.
Presley. And James, you say which?
Elvis Presley. Elvis Presley. Huh. I think I say Presley.
I think I say Presley.
No, I'm totally doubting myself now.
I think I'm a Prezzer.
I think I'm a Prezzer also.
Elvis Presley. Elvis Presley. Yeah, actually, I think I'm a Prezzer too now that I'm saying it out loud.
Definitely a Prezzer. I never go with the Presley. That sounds very fancy.
I'm a Presley. I think.
Are you? See, I'm Presley.
I don't know.
It's a real thing.
I really don't know. All right. Well, look, we don't have Elvis Presley or Presley tickets. We got Costello tickets. Elvis Costello and the Imposters with Charlie Sexton. September 19th at the Borgata in AC. For tickets to this, of course, Ticketmaster.com. Here's how you can win them today on the program. So Seltzer the other day, while he was away and
well, I was on a plane actually.
On a plane, and he was complaining about the plane ride and the other plane ride and the other plane ride,
many plane rides,
and the skip plane ride and the missed plane ride and the you overslept plane ride and all those things.
No oversleeping
and all those
all
those different things. He somehow found some time in the midst of his struggle to watch the Bad News Bears. Great movie.
What a movie.
What a
dude.
movie, right?
Like if you haven't watched in a while, watch the Bad News Bears. It's great.
It's phenomenal.
It really is.
So here's the deal. Kelly Leak, obviously, in the Bad News Bears is by far the best athlete.
Bet at 841, Joe. He says it. 841.
Okay, that's pretty freaking good. All right, we're going to ask you today, from all the movies and the shows and the books, with all the fictional athletes ever, who's actually the best fictional athlete? Now, let me be clear. We're not talking about character development. Like, I'll tell you right now, Rock ain't going to win this. Love Rock ain't going to win it. Like Teen Wolf, when he's Wolf Guy, better at basketball.
That was my answer. Scott Howard.
Better at basketball than Rocky was at boxing, obviously. All right, everyone put those thinking caps on for the best fictional athlete ever. Like, really dominated. And I'll say this. Something like Kelly Leak could win, even though he's not better than, for instance, a Major League Baseball player in a fictional sense. But he was dominant for his grouping. It was like 13-year-olds or something. And he's out there dominant. All right, dominant for their peers. Best. Who is it? John Ritchie, who is it?
I actually think I have the answer.
You going to say it or not?
I'm going to say it.
Wow, you don't want to hold it?
No one's really going to vote this one because no one was anywhere close to as into Smallville as I was.
That's true.
The show Smallville really was awesome. It's Superman in high school.
Yeah.
Superman played quarterback for the Smallville High School
but
team.
he was pretty good.
Kind of unfair.
Superman started as their quarterback for Smallville
unfair,
High
Joe.
his
That is
junior
unfair.
year.
That's actually unfair. There should be a
Led
rule against
them
this.
to the state championship and an undefeated season his senior year. He would always give just enough to give them the win, but he's Superman.
Do we need to say moving forward, James, no superheroes? I don't know if others played, but
yeah, I'm good with no superheroes.
all right, no superheroes. I'm just putting that out there right now. We're not taking superheroes. All the mere mortals. Seltzer, mere mortals.
Well,
Best
I was going
athlete.
to take Scott Howard, but he's off the board now, too. I guess Team Wolf would kind of count.
That's
I'll
an
just-
awesome one. You could do Scott Howard as a boxer.
I'll just give a shout out to
Scott Howard, Teen Wolf 2.
Amanda
Jason
Wurlitzer
Bateman.
from Bad News Bears 2. She's a hell of a pitcher.
Who is?
Amanda from that great
tremendous.
pitcher.
Tatum O'Neal, Amanda, what was
Amanda
her name?
Wurlitzer, which is
Wurlitzer.
hilarious.
Wurlitzer.
They call her Wurlitzer.
Yeah, absolutely. Rhea, a great fictional athlete.
Dottie Hinson.
Yeah, she is.
I just love her.
I do too.
Right up until the last play.
All right, big answers abound for a great fictional athlete. Who do you got? 215-592-9494. Not a fictional athlete, a Major League Baseball player, Ruben Amaro. He joins us coming up in studio next. We got a lot to discuss. Phil's Eagles with Ruben, that and more. Phone calls on all these topics, and give us the best fictional athlete ever. 215-592-9494. Who is it? You can win the Elvis Costello tickets today on 94 WIP.
Imagine a home that is consistently comfortable no matter the weather outside. With energy-efficient windows from Window Nation, that dream can become a reality. So say goodbye to those cold, drafty spots because Window Nation builds their windows with top-quality insulation and seals, making them some of the best insulated options available.
I feel a difference every day, and my mother stayed with us this last weekend. She says the whole house feels brighter. It looks cleaner, and it is cozier. And I agree with Gigi. I agree with my mom, and I can't wait to save a couple bucks on my heating and cooling bills as well. Don't just take my word for it. The Window Nation has a 96% customer satisfaction rating and over 20,000 five-star reviews. So you know you are in great hands.
You're not taking John's words for it, but we'll take Gigi's word for it.
Yes.
Get this. Right now, they've got a buy four, get four free sale. Plus, you could get 0 interest, 0 payments until 2027. And if you get windows for your whole home, they'll give you a free entry door.
This amazing sale ends April 30th, so don't delay. Schedule your fast free estimate today by calling 866-90-NATION or visiting windownation.com.
Breaking news coming in from Bet365, and it's no surprise. Same game parlay from Bet365 just keeps getting better.
Well, it's even easier to make a bet. Choose from the most popular markets like hits, run line, totals, and home runs. So many to choose from.
Download the app, start building your bet, and see why it's never ordinary at Bet365. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. 21 plus only. Must be physically located in Pennsylvania. T&Cs apply.
Want to stream all your favorite entertainment from the comfort of your couch? Switch to Fios TV Plus to watch the latest movies, binge your favorite shows, and game the night away with their fast, reliable, 100% fiber optic network. Enjoy 4K clarity and stream with a voice-activated remote. And when you get lightning fast Fios home internet, you can binge, game, and work in every room of your home. Plus, there are no annual contracts. And for a limited time, get a $200 Verizon gift card when you switch to most Fios TV and get a Samsung 43-inch class TV with Fios 1 gig or 2 gig internet plans. Pick the package that works for you and connect all your devices at once at the speed you need. Visit a Verizon store today to learn more. For Verizon gift card, must maintain most Fios TV plan in good standing for 65 days and then register gift card within 60 days or by 6/6/25, whichever is first. Samsung free TV offer valid through 4/30/25 while supplies last. Additional terms apply. See store for details.
As America's leading business lender, Bank of America is on your corner and in your corner, right here in Greater Philadelphia. With $215 billion in business loans and over 3,700 business specialists across the nation, we help businesses thrive so communities prosper. What would you like the power to do? Learn more at bankofamerica.com/local business. Bank of America, official bank of FIFA Club World Cup 2025. Copyright 2025 Bank of America Corporation, all rights reserved.
One of life's greatest mysteries has finally been solved.
Who let the door
It's Spruce, the new hard-working, worry-free weed and grass killer that's safe for use around people and pets. When used as directed, spray the leaves for visible results in just 1 hour and dead weeds in just 1 day. You spray, they play. Weeds die by the next day. Find Spruce wherever weed killers are sold.
DQ presents how to hit summer's sweet spot. The new DQ Summer Blizzard Treat menu is here. And as the official treat of MLB, we're swinging big with our fan favorite S'mores Blizzard Treat. Plus, new mixing bowl mashup with brownie batter and chocolate chip cookie dough. And even more in our stacked summer lineup. Hurry in today because nothing says summer like baseball and our new Summer Blizzard Treat menu. Right now at DQ. Happy tastes good. Participation may vary. Major League Baseball trademarks used with permission.
This is the story of the one who, as a maintenance specialist for a historic high-rise, knows that vintage charm historically needs constant attention. Which is why, when it's time to upgrade turn-of-the-century mechanicals, they turn to Grainger. With easy access to 1 million+ products and the scale to deliver when and where you need them. The right tools and supplies are never far away. So the one can keep that vintage building running like new. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Attention kingdom-seeking business professionals, entrepreneurs, and investors in Philadelphia. Are you ready to experience a life-changing event that will elevate your faith, finances, and future in 2025? Then you won't want to miss this. Join us for Life Search featuring Champions of Faith, Saturday, May 31st at the Wells Fargo Center for an extraordinary one-day event that will empower you to transform every area of your life through the power of faith. Be prepared to be inspired by an incredible lineup of champions, including National Football champions Saquon Barkley and Cooper DeJean, National Football champion head coach Nick Sirianni, Hall of Fame legend Brian Dawkins, best-selling author and coach John C. Maxwell, and more. These champions have experienced firsthand how faith transforms lives, and they'll join Life Search to share their powerful stories and insights on how to integrate faith into your business, finances, and every aspect of your journey. Seats are selling fast for this unforgettable event, so don't wait. Head to lifesurge.com now to secure your tickets before they're gone. Life Search featuring Champions of Faith, Saturday, May 31st at the Wells Fargo Center. Don't miss out. Your transformation begins here. Visit lifesurge.com today.
What's up, baseball fans? Go yard with BetMGM, the sportsbook born in Vegas. All season long, BetMGM is offering top odds on your favorite home run bets, fast and convenient ways to play same-game parlays, special boosts and tokens, and so much more. With BetMGM, you can be a part of every diving catch, every double play, every strikeout, and every home run from your favorite teams and players. And from the first pitch to the game-winning fireworks, there are more ways than ever to supercharge your excitement. Whether you want to combine multiple bets for the chance at a bigger payout or place a live bet as the game unfolds, BetMGM, the best place to bet the long ball, has all the home run betting options you could need. Download the BetMGM app, sign up, and get your piece of MLB action. BetMGM is an official partner of Major League Baseball. BetMGM and GameSense remind you to play responsibly. See BetMGM.com for terms. 21 years of age and older. Pennsylvania only. First bet offers for new customers only. All other promotions for existing customers. If you or someone you know has a gambling problem, help is available. Call 1-800-GAMBLER. Major League Baseball trademarks used with permission.
This is Boomer Esiason with an Odyssey Sports Minute, sponsored by Ego, Power Beyond Belief. Usually when Roger Goodell says he wants to do something for the fans, many of them instinctively roll their eyes and hide their wallets. But the commissioner's recent brainstorm to cut each drafting team's first-round time on the clock from 10 minutes to 7 minutes seems like such a commonsensical no-brainer. Goodell's owner bosses will hate it. I'm Boomer Esiason.
94 WIP HD1 Philadelphia. Live from the Tasty Cake Studios. Sports Radio 94 WIP. An Odyssey Sports Station. Stream the screams. Catch Phillies baseball with the Odyssey app on 94 WIP.
Elvis Costello tickets on the line today. Of course, this song was a hard one to talk over. Gonna have to go to my Jim Nantz voice. Tiger on 18. Tiger for the Masters. No one's ever had a better low voice. Not low, but not loud voice than Jim Nantz. Hello, friends.
whispery voice.
Yeah, it's pretty good.
Like, not a whisper, but he's kind of being like the courteous, soft voice.
Well, you know what's always cracked me up? I don't think
I'm not speaking too loudly because I don't want to distract anyone, but I am speaking with urgency.
Yeah. And I don't think he needs to.
What I'm saying.
He doesn't need to do that, but he does it because it fits the golf thing.
Yeah, the golf. What would you call that? The golf
culture.
Je ne sais quoi.
Milieu.
The golf.
Yeah, look at that.
Yeah. Oh, I just laughed like an old golfer, didn't I?
Look at that. All right, we
the
welcome
golf milieu
Yes.
taking over the studio now.
Good Richie. Richie's in a great. Ever since John got a girlfriend, he's in such a better mood.
it's a beautiful
He's
thing.
just in a better mood. We welcome Ruben Amaro. By the way, Ruben with us today.
Ruben Amaro Jr. in studio is brought to you by CJ's Tire and Auto, 18 convenient locations. We keep things moving. CJ'stire.com.
Ruben, we're going to talk.
CJTire.com.
We're going to talk draft and the Phillies and the whole deal.
Let's
but
go.
wouldn't you say John's been in a better mood the last 6 months with the girlfriend?
I see joy in his face.
Yeah.
And
Last
his
6 months,
demeanor.
I think
joy.
it's
Well, whatever.
It's nothing like
gotta be
when
less
Joy
than that.
visits.
Well, whatever.
feels like it's been a day.
There
Joe.
we go.
A day, hours.
Oh, look
I've
at
been
that.
dating
Look
Alicia.
Look at
hours.
do you see the smile on his face? If you
Yeah.
watch on YouTube, you could just like you can't hide it. Like
There's-
the
it's a
grin is
constant
just
newness. It's like he's got a glow.
Yeah.
He's glowing.
But that's the thing that the short-term memory loss thing, it really does. That glow is easy.
Wait, are you saying that's helping you?
I'm just kidding.
Oh,
I'm
okay.
just kidding.
What was that movie that
it was good.
they
50
kept-
first
I
dates.
love
50
that
first
movie.
date?
Yeah,
That
it was
one,
very
yeah.
I'm
funny.
50 first
That's how it's
dating
been
it.
for you here,
It's
Alicia.
not that bad. It's not bad at all, actually.
Wow.
Yeah, it is.
Good comeback.
How
Yeah.
about that? All right, Rube, the draft. What'd you make of Howie? I know Howie's your boy. Are you and Howie like friends?
You get beers,
Would
hang
you
out.
say you are
There was a
official
time.
friends?
There was a time when we spent a little bit more time together, but
Ooh.
not as much
Is he
now.
a good hang, Howie?
He is a great hang. He's a great conversationalist, good dude. He's a dude. He's a guy.
Yeah. Which you clearly are. One thing getting to know.
Rube's a dude.
Ruben Amaro is just a
I
fella.
don't know about that. but
He's a guy.
He's
I
a
like
pal.
Northeast born, man. Northeast Philly.
Who, you or Howie?
Me.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. That's the guy.
All right, what'd you make what'd you make of Howie in the draft? What hit you?
I mean, listen, I think that he did a great job, as he normally does. I mean, the proof is in the pudding when the guys get on the field and prove what they can do. I love the first two picks. I really did love the first two picks for a couple of different reasons. One, he dealt with some needs, and he got great quality people, like people who want to be here and to be champions. And I think that's a big element that he studies and that his people study. They want champions. And, the only way to be a championship team is to have championship type players and people in your organization. And it just seems like, especially with Jihad Campbell, I mean, I love this guy. I love this guy. I don't even know him. And, the fact that he's got Philly roots, that's a big
So
thing
I'm
too.
excited he's here. I will give you something interesting. So John McMullen, who does a really good job covering the Eagles, put out something yesterday on Twitter. And I know, John, you often push back on injury stuff, but, Campbell did fall to a large extent because of injuries. And here's something John McMullen said yesterday. This is an Albert Breer thing. So McMullen says, somewhat concerning note on Eagles first-round pick, Jihad Campbell from Albert Breer. So here's Albert Breer's quote, I'd say Howie's first-round pick this year, Alabama linebacker Jihad Campbell, is a little like 2 years ago with Jalen Carter. Now, you might say, well, that's a great thing. Of course, that'd be a great thing. But here's what he says. In both cases, there was a reason why the guy was available. With Carter, it was a checkered off-field history that Philly felt well qualified to manage. With Campbell, it's his shoulders and knees. Yes, plural on both counts. Shoulders and knees.
Oh, that's great.
And again, this is one where the Eagles are more equipped to take on the risk than others because they don't need the pick to hit. But just be aware, like
everybody needs to pick to hit, don't they?
Well, I think he's saying the Eagles are so good, even if they have a miss hit. It's like Adam Eaton.
Why aren't we here? Why are we just hearing about the? Why are we just here? I see what you did there.
That's the quick wit. Let me tell you something.
Wow.
That's quick witted right there.
Wow.
All right. All right.
I've been thinking about that.
Why
for
are we
weeks.
just hearing about the knees now? Right? We've not heard. Am I correct? This is the first we've heard about the knees,
So,
right?
and James, like, And you know what, James, you weren't here on Friday. Was that one of your days? It was a real vacation?
I was here for the first 2 hours on Friday, and then I had to go catch a plane.
Oh, that's a whole nother matter, whether that should count as a half day.
Oh, wow.
That's a whole nother matter, boys and girls.
Wait, do you
go
ever
take a
take
plane.
Fridays and just disappear on a Friday?
Yeah, you know what I do? I count it as a vacation day.
Well, what do you want me to do? I was here. I showed up.
No, but all jokes aside, I did reference on Friday, obviously being excited with Campbell, but said, like, he did fall quite a bit because of something with injury. And now you hear the shoulders and knees. Just tuck it away. You never know where a situation
Eagles
like
have
this goes.
drafted injured players that
They
worked
have,
out.
and sometimes it
Dickerson.
sometimes it works, sometimes it doesn't.
Sometimes it doesn't.
So just be aware of it. All right, let's go to the phones. 215-592-9494. Your thoughts on the Birds? Couple of days, of course, from the draft, and obviously with the opportunity to win the Elvis Costello tickets today. We'll get into the Phil. Who the Phil's playing? Someone help me out. I forget.
National. Come on, man.
That's a sweep.
Nah, they've been playing pretty decent baseball.
They got Scherzer.
No.
Didn't they struggle against this guy?
Did they get
No, the guy who's pitching today is one of the better left-handers in the league.
And they struggled against him.
Mackenzie Gore had 13 punch-outs.
Oh, that guy. Yeah. That guy was good.
Filthy. Now, there was shadows.
That's right.
But
the Shadows game.
Yeah, I remember it.
That was the Shadows game.
All right, let's get to Gary in Whitehall. Gary, what's going on, buddy?
What's going on, Joe? How you doing?
Quite well. Apparently, I got a new tennis coach.
Hey, look at that. See what happened?
I'm going to be so ready for this, man.
Apparently, that makes up for Jack having played tennis in high school.
Well, I mean, that I'm not that worried about. I mean, what high school did he even go to? Yeah, so exactly.
I don't know, but he played tennis in high
Ruston,
school.
I believe.
Yeah, he didn't go to an athletic powerhouse like the Prep. All right, he made it at Ruston. The school's name is Ruston.
I think so. I could be wrong. This is me pulling from the pod.
No.
I think it's Ruston. I could be wrong. That's what is
Where
sticking out
did
in my
you
head.
play tennis?
I was on the 231 track team. Soon as the school day ended, bang, right out the door. I'd run out the door. 231 track.
Sprint out the door.
Sprint.
Right.
And pull the groin.
Right.
All right, Gary, what do you got, buddy?
Hey, did you kind of be a big fan? You don't have a Christmas twice a year?
Wait, say that again?
Sort of.
So you have Christmas twice a year because all the toys that Howie's giving them.
Well, yeah, but understand why. They lost a ton of starters on defense. They didn't lose a ton of starters on offense. They lost one starter on offense. They may lose a second. That's it. Defense, man, I don't want to say got it because they kept a lot of really good players, but they lost about half their starters, and they were above average players. Darius Slay wasn't Darius Slay from 5 years ago, but he was still pretty damn good, man.
You know why that was all about? That's all about 2 years from now. That's next, or I should say next year of the bigger contract that you got to shovel out. That's all
That's not all it was. That was part of it. That's not all of it. Gary, you can't keep everybody.
Exactly.
Yes, but I'm saying it's not just about 2 years from now and re-signing Jalen Carter and all that. I mean, they might not keep Dallas Goedert. I mean, you just can't have as Mick said, you can't always get what you want. Now, he's right. Sometimes you get what you need. Sometimes you don't.
As far as Goddard goes, we thought the writing was on the wall that he was gone, but evidence shows that he's not going anywhere for this year anyway.
Well, I'll say this. Evidence shows, in my opinion, that they want to keep him and they're trying to keep him. That's what evidence shows, but we don't know yet what the outcome will be. Gary, give me a great fictional athlete.
I'm going to go with Roy Hobbs.
Roy Hobbs is a big one. Except, give me the except. Except what? Come on, guys. You got to know the natural. Roy Hobbs is a great answer, except when he's dating Memo. And then he can't hit the baseball. I mean, there's a whole stretch of the movie where he can't hit the
matters
ball.
so much to me. You know what? It used to matter a little bit. And then when you started being, obsessive about the natural, it made me care even less.
I can imagine. All right, up ahead, something that Howie Roseman said about Dallas Goedert after the draft. Couple things on that. Also, Brian Dawkins, interesting comment to James and Eliot the other day on their podcast about CJGJ and him not being here. Plus, Bill Belichick, something bizarre over the weekend. We'll get to that. You saw that? We'll get.
Oh, my goodness.
Uh-huh. And Eliot Shorr-Parks, who, of course, was at the White House yesterday. He'll give us the report on the Eagles at the White House yesterday. That and more all up ahead on a busy day. Joe DeCamera and John Ritchie, 94 WIP.
Baseball fans love the long ball, and FanDuel, in partnership with Valley Forge Casino, is giving you even more reasons to love home runs every Tuesday during the MLB season. Because with Dinger Tuesdays, all FanDuel customers get a home run profit boost. That means when you bet on moonshots, you can take your winnings to new heights. So whether it's a big blast or an oppo boppo, FanDuel is your home for betting home runs. Just visit FanDuel.com/JohnR, JONR, and gear up to go yard all season long. That's FanDuel.com/JohnR, JONR, to claim your Dinger Tuesday profit boost. Make every moment more with FanDuel, America's #1 sportsbook, official sports betting partner of Major League Baseball. FanDuel Sportsbook is the official partner of 94 WIP as well. FanDuel.com/JohnR to take your winnings to new heights.
21 plus and present in Pennsylvania. Opt-in required. Bonus issued is now withdrawable profit boost token. Restrictions apply, including any token expiration and max wager amount. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
May 5th is now BG Day.
Fly, Eagles, fly.
All day long, 94 WIP is honoring Brandon Graham with classic stories, special guests, and the best BG moments of all time.
Oh, was he walloped by Brandon Graham?
Live all day, May 5th.
I just want to thank everybody.
Then cap off the day with BG Live, a special one-time event with Brandon at the Colonial Theater in Phoenixville.
What up, Phillies?
Presented by Ashley Furniture. Feels good to be home. And sponsored by Miller Lite. Cheers, BG. It's Miller time. Celebrate responsibly.
Going up. Prices keep going up these days. It feels like being on an elevator that only goes up. Going up. But not at Metro. We're pushing the down button. Going down. We've lowered prices. Get one line of 5G data for $40, period. That's 20% lower. And you get a free 5G phone when you bring your number. Only at Metro.
5-year guarantee on eligible plans. Exclusions apply. See website for details. Not available at Metro with T-Mobile in the past 6 months. Tax applies.
Upgrade to a Carrier Infinity heat pump and enjoy reliable comfort, lower energy costs, and up to 38% reduced CO2 emissions over 15 years. Now through June 27th, save up to $2,000 in cool cash rebates and special financing on qualifying systems. Don't wait. Save energy and money today. Visit nopaycarrier.com to learn more and find a trusted contractor. Carrier. Turn to the experts.
If you're serious about what's under your hood, then you need the highest octane on the market. New 94 Octane, available exclusively at Sunoco. Nothing else will match it. Go to Sunoco.com to find a participating station near you.
Here we have the Limu Emu in its natural habitat, helping people customize their car insurance and save hundreds with Liberty Mutual. Fascinating. It's accompanied by his natural ally, Doug.
Limu, is that guy with the binoculars watching us?
Cut the camera. They see us.
Only pay for what you need at libertymutual.com.
Liberty, 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 liberty.
Savings vary. Underwritten by Liberty Mutual Insurance Company and affiliates. Excludes Massachusetts.
Greetings, Boomtown. Ever since this neighborhood switched to Xfinity Internet,
the Wi-Fi is booming!
Xfinity combines the power of internet and mobile with one all-in plan.
So we've all got lightning fast, secure Wi-Fi speeds at home and on the go with Wi-Fi Power Boost from Xfinity Mobile.
You get the most reliable Wi-Fi with our best in-class equipment and unlimited data included. Plus, add an unlimited mobile line.
All for only $40 a month for 1 year. To celebrate this combo, we're matching our shows together.
It's everything you need all in one plan. Plus, learn how to get a free 5G phone with a premium unlimited line. Now, sit back and relax with the smooth, relaxing sound
of face-melting acid metal!
Brilliant.
Visit Xfinity.com to learn more. Ends June 23rd with paperless billing and autopay stored bank account. Restrictions apply. Xfinity Internet gateway required. Taxes, fees extra. After 1 year rate increases to $110 a month. After 2 years regular rates apply. Actual Wi-Fi speeds vary. Most reliable Wi-Fi based on Open Signal Awards USA. Fixed Broadband Experience Report August 2024.
Employee pricing just hatched at Robin Ford. 5% under factory invoice on a brand new Ford. Online at robinford.com.
For all station contest rules, go to 94WIP.com/rules.
John is in a hot tub on his vacation. He earned 20,000 points by spending $2,000 with his Navy Federal Credit Union More Rewards card. To be clear, you don't have to vacation in a hot tub to redeem this offer. But John did, because the bubbles make him happy. Right now, you can earn 20,000 points when you spend $2,000 in the first 90 days. Offer ends January 1st, 2026. Navy Federal Credit Union. Our members are the mission. Navy Federal is insured by NCUA. Visit NavyFederal.org for details.
I'm Bob Burke, founder and chairman of Burke America Parts Group, a family of brands that includes RepairClinic.com, an appliance and HVAC parts solution company that's grown into an international brand. Before AmericanEagle.com, we partially launched a new technology platform developed by another firm. American Eagle helped take our technology to a whole new level with digital marketing, software development, and business insights into our key markets, appliances, HVAC, and outdoor power equipment, and did so both on time and on budget. AmericanEagle.com has the resources, experience, and talent needed to produce solutions. Our new technology platform, developed by AmericanEagle.com, has produced tremendous results with higher traffic, conversion, engagement, and online revenue. If you have any home repairs you need to take care of, check us out at RepairClinic.com. If you need a world-class website or technology project, then I would highly recommend AmericanEagle.com.
Call AmericanEagle.com at 773-NETWORK. That's AmericanEagle.com, 773-NETWORK.
The PGA Tour is all systems go, and so is the new show, Early Wedge, on the CBS Sports Podcast Network. Join Sportsline experts Sia Nejad, Mike McClure, and Eric Cohen alongside myself, Rick Gaiman, Patrick McDonald, and Jason Sobel 5 times per week. The Early Wedge provides the best information for DFS lineups, outright selections, and so much more. Follow and listen to Early Wedge in the Early Edge feed on the Odyssey app or wherever you get your podcasts.
Hi, it's John Ashell, the Car Czar from Colonial Hyundai. As part of our grand reopening sales event, Hyundai has shipped us a special selection of additional brand new vehicles. Right now is your opportunity to purchase any new Hyundai in stock at the lowest possible price. No games, no hassle, just the best possible price on any new Hyundai. These vehicles with locked-in savings are available on a first-come, first-served basis. Here at Colonial, we want to prevent you from paying more than you have to. So now, through April 30th, don't miss out on the best financing in the business and drive off with 0% financing. Our brand new state-of-the-art dealership is built for savings, built for service. And every new Hyundai comes with 3-year complimentary maintenance and America's best warranty, a 10-year, 100,000-mile powertrain. Shop us online 24/7 at colonialhyundai.com. Colonial Hyundai, the faster, easier, better way to buy a Hyundai.
In stock vehicles only. Tax and tags additional. Offers cannot be combined. See dealer for full details. Offer expires April 30th.
94 WIP Sports Update.
Brought to you by Window Nation. Notable about the Eagles draft, didn't take a tight end or defensive tackle, which could speak to the futures of both Dallas Goedert and Jordan Davis. Eagles have until Thursday to pick up Davis's 5th-year option. Goedert, the subject of trade rumors this offseason.
I have so much respect for him. Been to 2 Super Bowls together, and obviously would love him on this team. You always love having Dallas on this team, but we're not there right now on any of that.
Howie Roseman says Goedert part of the team as we speak. There is a tight end who is getting paid, according to Bussin' with the Boys and confirmed by ESPN's Adam Schefter. George Kittle signing an extension with San Francisco, 4 years, $76 million, $40 million guaranteed. Zach Wheeler on the mound as the Phillies return from the road trip. They'll host the Nationals. 6:45 p.m. live here on 94 WIP. Buy 4 windows, get 4 free, pay nothing until 2027. Now through April 30th. Schedule your free estimate, 866-90Nation, or visit windownation.com. Mostly sunny, high 82, currently 53. Join us for a special one-night-only event with Eagles legend Brandon Graham. Get your tickets to BG Live on 5/5 right now on 94WIP.com.
Sports Update on 94 WIP. You are waking up with Joe DeCamara and John Ritchie. This is the WIP Morning Show. Sports Radio 94 WIP.
Oh, yeah. Now we're cooking. Great to have you with us on this Tuesday morning. Hope you're heading to work. Let me take that back. I hope you're not heading to work.
I hope you have the day off.
Well, I'm really setting something up here. I'm setting up our second Twitter poll question of the day because I'm hoping you're not heading to work. I'm hoping you're pulling a James Seltzer. Just don't let the world know that it shouldn't be a vacation day. All right, so here's the Twitter poll. Twitter poll, by the way, it's brought to us by Armin Chevrolet, of course. Armin Chevy, your Corvette headquarters. Have you dreamt about owning a Corvette? Well, now's the time. Visit ArminChevy.com. Together, let's drive. So I already gave you the first poll question today, which is should the Eagles pick up Jordan Davis's fifth-year option for 2026, which will be for $12.9 million. Second poll question. And, John, it's the first time we ever make this an official poll question. So Seltzer missed work yesterday, and it was due to airline issues. I mean, that's legit. We've had them before. We know what that's like. The question is, should James Seltzer's missed day of work yesterday due to airline issues count as a vacation day?
Oh, no.
Well, okay, here's what it's not. It's not a sick day.
I abstain.
It's like, what is it? It's not.
I mean, I think it is a sick day. Yeah.
Were you sick?
Yeah, dude. I wish you to deal with the airline issues I had to deal with. You would be sick to your stomach. Let me tell you.
Me
sick to your stomach.
It was awful.
Ruben, you're the only person that ran an organization.
Work. That's for damn sure.
Is sick to my stomach an acceptable answer? Sick to my stomach.
That one's not.
It made me.
That is
ill.
All right, I need people.
I can understand why.
Insane in the membrane.
The whole travel thing.
It's brutal.
It's just. I don't know what's happened to it.
Brutal. All right, so I do.
You're right, Ruben. It's gotten so much worse. Stuff they just do whatever they want now.
It's
awful.
It's gotten bad. But I am going to pose this to the audience. Seltzer missed work. I do feel bad for him. Okay,
it doesn't seem like you feel
bad.
If we're going to call it like we see it.
I'm just asking, what is it? I mean, it's definitely not a sick day. So how is it not a vacation day? I mean, what's the company supposed to just eat it? Company's fault? All right, ladies and gentlemen of the jury, 215-592-9494. What is it?
Can the airline pay for it?
See, that's a good point there. Yeah.
I like that.
Seltzer, sue him.
I like that.
Sue him for your day back. All right, one other thing before we get back to the phones. So we're going to play a little game called Name That Man. Name that man. Now, the only person who's not allowed to answer is Ruben Amar because he knows who that man is.
All right.
So yesterday, I'm with Ruben and a lot of media members and some of Ruben's friends, and big day of unveiling slug ball to some people in the Philadelphia media. Cool game, by the way. Very much like baseball. Basically, it's directional hitting. So, I mean, you got a bat. There's a pitcher.
Can we get the Phillies playing slug ball?
I would hope so.
Directional hitting.
I would hope so.
That would be helpful.
So this is about directional hitting. It's actually a cool game. And so, you got to hit the ball certain spots, certain times, and all that stuff. All right. So at a certain point, I'm standing down the first base side. Now, I get there late. I haven't seen, because we were doing the show, I haven't seen who's who in the lead up to it. I just know there's two teams, and most of them are the ham and eggers. And I would put myself in that category, the regular media folk, Skaversky, Pat Gallen, Jamie Apodi. You got some good athletes in there, but you don't have any Major League Baseball players. Then I'm standing down the first base side, so I can't see this left-handed hitter's face. Can't see his face. All I can tell, it is a tall man. He is black, and all of a sudden, instead of the ball going maybe to the outfield, the ball is soaring. And I say to Skaversky, I say, what is Ken Griffey here? And then he says who it is. Ladies and gentlemen, tall left-handed black hitter. Who is it?
I'm guessing it wasn't Ken Griffey.
It was not Ken Griffey
Okay.
Jr. Played for the Phillies. Lives in the area. I had no idea the man lives in the area.
It's not Ryan Howard. I'm assuming.
Not Ryan Howard.
The guy who had 3 good weeks. And,
Correct.
And Ruben didn't trade him.
Not
Big
Dom.
Dom Brown.
Dom Brown.
Wow.
The jump from here's Pat Gallen hitting from CBS 3 to Dom Brown. Ruben.
Yeah. Pretty impressive.
Yes.
And you know what? He's grown up to be a great young man. A man that's
cool.
A young man. He's actually mentoring, I think, and also doing some hitting stuff. But
He's an academy, right?
He's coaching
He's got a
people.
hitting academy and stuff. So it's pretty cool, man. He's
nice.
Sort of giving back in some ways, and it's nice, man. He's back involved in youth baseball.
That's
Pretty
cool. He was out there for
really
you.
cool. Oh, it was great. He's a good dude, man. He really is, and I know that it didn't, pan out as all of us wanted, because he was one of the best prospects in the game for 2 years.
Yeah.
I mean, for 2 straight years, he was the number 1 prospect in baseball.
And did make that All-Star team that one year,
He
right?
made an All-Star
And
team.
it was
He had
it
20 home runs or something early in the
one
season.
month. Wasn't it 20 homers in 1 month?
It was like a month or 2 months. I think it was 2 months worth of that serious damage, and then he sort of fizzled out a little bit. I think he got a concussion. He dove for a ball and got a concussion. That didn't help. But he's a really good dude, and for him to come out and support us was great.
Good, man. Very cool. All right,
Tom
let's
Brady.
go to the phones. A lot to get to, including some Bill Belichick stuff, some of what Howie said after the draft. Dallas Goedert to me is top of mind. A couple days from the draft. Main thing that hits me is what is going on and what is going to happen with Dallas Goedert. I mean, I think we know what's going on. There's a negotiation. There's a standoff. It's a game of chicken. Who's going to blink first? Are the Eagles actually going to cut him? Are they actually going to trade him? Will Dallas Goedert take a pay cut? Like, who is going to blink first in this Dallas Goedert thing? I don't know. I know this. A couple weeks ago at the owners' meetings, it sounded like he was all but gone. It also struck me at the time, though. And, John, you'll remember I said this, that I thought it might have been a negotiating tactic by Sirianni and Lurie, the way they presented it. Like, maybe it was a, hey, Dallas, we're serious about cutting you or we're serious about trading you. So you better, understand, dude, we will get rid of you unless you take less money. With that said, he hasn't taken less yet. And we just went through a draft and he wasn't traded, which frankly surprised me. There was two things that surprised me about this draft. One, that Goedert wasn't traded. And two, that the Eagles kept trading back. Other than the first round, they kept trading back, ended up with 10 picks, but most of them were near the very end of the draft. Both of those things surprised me, honestly, quite a bit. What do you make of the draft from a couple days ago in the Goedert situation? All of that on the table, 215-592-9494. And John,
Dallas Goedert is he makes us a better team.
Yes, no question. I'd rather have him than not.
He's here. We are better. We're better at running the football. We're better at the RPO stuff because not only does he give you an incredible edge run blocking wise, but he can be that first route in the flat, the quick, he can be the quick stick route, like right over the ball, 6 yards and look. He can the looky route, the dump. He is a huge target who is always open. He is the Texas route,
Thank you, Ray.
check through. Rather than
Such
the dump.
children.
Ray, I
down.
really am. I'm stuck in sophomore year of
But I
football.
laughed at it, so I'm as bad as you
guys are
Ruben,
sophomoric.
you gave
You
it-
hit it right on the.
He was at the White House.
Hey, grow
yesterday.
up, all right? Grow up.
It was
I want to
interesting,
ask.
John.
I want to ask Elliot. Hey, was the vibe normal? How was the vibe different with Dallas?
We're Goedert and Howie
He's
next to
back.
each other.
What's the deal with the offseason? I don't know. How is the offseason program going? Is Dallas Goedert here for that stuff?
So we got a lot to talk to Eliot about. Of course, he was at the White House yesterday. We'll talk to Eliot coming up in about 5 minutes. All right, to the phones we go. Also, reminder, our show's on YouTube now. If you don't know that, now you know. Show's on YouTube every day. That includes Borgata. When we debuted this a few weeks ago, we told you initially we did not have the cameras yet and the setup yet to do the show from Borgata on YouTube. We amended that last week. So all 5 days of the week, you can see our show live on YouTube. See that pretty face of Mr. Rubin tomorrow. But here's the key I really want to get at. We want comments. We want feedback. It can be sports-related feedback, your opinions, for instance, of Goedert. Would the Eagles have actually taken Shooter Sanders? We'll take the sports comments, but also comments about what you observe with our show. 8 o'clock hour, somewhere in there, maybe around 8:30. We'll get to some of the feedback on what you notice with our show. So get those comments in while watching YouTube. Do that today. Do that any day. Let's get to Raymond right now. Raymond, everybody loves you. Man, I'm in dork mode today, man. I realize
that's they say. Listen,
that's
guys,
dad joke.
I love the show. John, you're my favorite sports moderator.
Wow.
Anywhere. I don't just mean Philadelphia and I travel. I mean anywhere.
Man.
Rhea,
thank you, Raymond.
Rhea is so mellifluous. I just love it when she
The what?
chimes in.
What was that? Mellifluous?
That's pleasant sounding.
Really?
Thank
you.
Is it mellifluous?
Mellifluous. Joe, I knew you would know, but I know Rhea and John know.
Well, John went to Stanford, so he's got mellifluous.
I didn't get that. I went to Stanford. I didn't get that one.
She is. Guys, relating to the Eagles and the draft, I'd be curious to know, are we set at cornerback? Now, that's my one question.
Great question.
My second question, and I'll hang up and listen. John, Joe, Rhea, Ruben, you guys. Oh, and then one other guy, I love to hear him laugh. I tune in just to hear him laugh. What do you deduce from 32 32 of the 35 African Americans on the Eagles active roster not being at the White House, or like Jalen Hurts did.
Well, I think it's pretty easy to do this. They just didn't want to be there. I mean, I'm sure they're just not
that difficult.
Yeah, I'll tell you, that's an easier one to answer than what is 13 times 17. I don't know that off the top of my head, but why they weren't there, we all know that. That's,
Okay, and then finally,
I wish that was an SAT question. Could have gotten that one right. What?
Fictional.
Yeah, give me a fictional athlete. Who do you got?
How about Apollo Creed? I think.
You know what?
Name,
Better boxer than Rock.
Yeah,
he is. Better.
Rocky was just tougher.
Well, he was. Apollo also had been champ for a while, and I think took Rock a little light.
But hold on, guys. Rocky was also faster. Remember, they raced on the beach.
No.
Rocky 3.
Apollo let him win that for sure.
Come on, don't be
Apollo
ridiculous.
was like jogging next to him. He's like, "That's the fastest you can go, Rock."
It is the dumbest scene in the history. Like
on the beach.
Even I was a small child watching that. It was 1983 or whatever year it was, and I'm just like, "Holy cow, man!"
Yeah.
Carl Weathers. Even his face, the effortless look on his face, like he's trying to make his body look like it's working hard. Sly Stallone is chugging away.
Well, he's grinding. Yeah, he's grinding.
Carl Weathers, he's looking over like, I'm trying to make it look like I'm straining, and it's very difficult. Sly is one of the slowest human beings I've ever run next to. And it really is a fascinating scene when you view it through that lens.
No question.
I don't know how many people look through it with that lens, though, John. I'm gonna be real
Joe
with you.
did. I did. He did. I remember it well. All right, let's get to Dennis in Levittown. Dennis, what's happening?
Hey, good morning, everybody. How are you today?
Doing great, Dennis.
Hey, talk some Eagles regarding Goddard. Needs to be here, deserves to be here, and I would not take a pay cut. He's under contract. They should honor it.
Well, hold on. So if he doesn't take the pay cut, they probably will cut him. So you know what I'm saying? And by the way, I'm also going to move past your word deserved. Deserved doesn't work in a salary cap world. It just deserved. It's not about deserved.
All right.
But you think Saquon deserved a raise, right?
Well,
I
do.
do.
That's what I was going to say next. You give bonuses out when you got contracts. You still got to honor.
Well, first off, you don't have to honor them. They're non-guaranteed contracts. So you actually honor the contract by cutting the player. Just to be clear, that's honoring the contract. If not, there'd be a million case law studies where NFL players would be suing NFL teams and winning, and that suit's never happened because it's not possible. It's not legal. I do understand your point. Look, Dennis, I really want Goddard on the team. I think he's a fantastic player, and I'm trying to milk that one more year out of him. There's a couple things we don't know. Would he be a happy camper with the reduced salary? Would he be a happy camper on his current salary, but without an extension? See, part of the game of chicken going on here, I think, I'm not going to say I can report this, but I think it's common sense. John Goddard, I'm sure, wants more.
Oh, absolutely.
Right? This is like...
Wouldn't you, if you were one of the 5 best tight ends, and you could say, hey, when I'm healthy, look at the way I play, look at what I can do, look at my stats. And he really does equate to the best tight ends in the NFL.
And here's the thing. Remember this. Nick Sirianni is about to get, sometime in the next 3 or 4 months, a contract extension when he's got 1 year left on his deal. Goddard's probably thinking, well, damn, I know I'm an athlete, not a coach, but I'd like to not have to play the last year of my deal, especially at the age of 30. So Dennis, it's complicated. And I'm telling you, man, I do not know the way this one's going to shake out. It's fascinating.
Well, John, I got a question for John. John, if he takes a minimal pay cut, is he able to make that up with incentives if they go on to the divisional game and further?
Oh, well, I
depends on whether they
imagine if they wrote that in there, that would have to be done beforehand. That's what makes it tricky. But yeah, maybe it's in there. Not likely to be earned incentives are in there too for a lot of these contracts in the NFL. The problem is right now you got Dallas Goedert. He's owed, what is he owed this year? 12.9 or 13 million.
Well, you're doing the Jordan Davis number, but we'll ask Eliot in a moment. It's north of 10 million.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well, okay. the going rate right now, the top tight ends in the NFL, Trey McBride just got $19 million a year.
Who's he play for?
The Cardinals.
But this
Well,
morning,
see,
Kittle just topped that number.
Yeah, but here's my point. When I said who's he play for, there was a point there. The Cardinals don't have as many good players as the Eagles.
No.
That's what complicates it. That's the problem. Like, I firmly believe if this was a different era of Eagles football, Goddard would just be back and he'd probably get an extra year and they'd give him a new 2-year deal. But it's hard to do that when you have this many good players. All right, Dennis, I got to get to Eliot. Give me a great fictional athlete.
The kid from the Angels in the outfield.
Oh, yeah, Angels in the outfield.
The kid is not an athlete. He's just in the stands helping the team, right?
I thought he was the manager. Or is
No,
that
that's
the...
Little Big League.
Oh.
That's the Twins.
So Angel in the outfield ain't going to win.
Yeah.
All right, not going to win. Eliot Shorr-Parks might win. He was at the White House yesterday. He's not going to win the presidency, though. They're setting that up for me someday.
Got better chance than you.
Wow.
Huh?
We've both been there
Strong
once.
words.
We've both been there once. Did Eliot get to the Oval Office? Actually,
We'll find out.
yeah, I doubt it. I got my feet in the Oval Office. That's a whole nother matter.
So
Eliot,
that makes you think that you're going to be
inside
president?
track on Eliot. I was asked comparative on Eliot. I don't think
Yeah,
Eliot got
That's
to the
how
Oval
they
Office.
choose presidents.
All right, Eliot, back from D.C. with us in 1 minute.
Mother's Day. It's time to honor the moms in our lives, the ones who gave you unconditional love on your worst days, and those women who hold your home together, mom to your children, and she's your best friend too. Now it's time, and now it's your turn to give back with the timeless gift from Benari Jewelers. Benari Jewelers at Exton and Newtown Square is your destination for timeless, beautiful, and meaningful gifts for all those we call mom. Show your love and gratitude with classic diamond earrings, a stunning diamond bracelet, an elegant diamond pendant, or the perfect forever symbol of your gratitude, a sophisticated diamond eternity band. Or browse Benari's extensive collection of famed designer David Yurman with the largest selection of David Yurman in all of Greater Philadelphia, from cable and chain bracelets to pendants with eye-catching precious colored stones. Whatever you choose, Benari promises exceptional quality and uncompromising craftsmanship, just what mom deserves. Benari Jewelers, Exton and Newtown Square.
All right, Eliot Shorr-Parks, of course, joins us every single Tuesday. Love having Eliot on the program. He's brought to us by Colonial Hyundai. Shop online 24/7 at colonialhyundai.com. Colonial Hyundai, the fast, easier, better way to buy a Hyundai. Good morning, Eliot.
You know, considering I smoked you in that presidential debate we had at the station, I wouldn't be so sure that you would have a better chance than I would.
All right, here we go. Here's the question. Did you get your feet in the Oval Office the way I did? Yes or no? Of course, we know the answer is no, but answer the question.
I did not.
Yeah,
no.
right.
When were you in the Oval
Listen,
Office?
Hammer got connections, all right? Here's what Young Hammer pulled, and I did pull this. Outside the Oval Office, rope. Took my hands, grabbed the rope, put my feet inside the room to say I stood in the Oval Office while leaning back and holding the rope.
Weasel move.
Weasel move.
Oh, totally.
Both feet in the Oval Office. Stood in the Oval Office.
I wouldn't say you stood in the Oval Office in that instance.
I leaned in it and grabbed the rope so I wouldn't fall over. All right, Eliot, what was the experience like yesterday? What stood out to you?
I mean, it was a cool experience for sure. I mean, you know, I haven't stood in the Oval Office like you, but I also hadn't been at the White House since I think like third grade on a field trip, maybe. So, you know, the ceremony was on the South Lawn. You know, the experience of like walking into the White House and all that was very cool. So, you know, for the players that did go, it seems like they really did enjoy it. My count of the players that were there, I believe there were 32 players, which is, if you consider everybody that was invited, I mean, we're talking about 32 of, I would guess, you know, 75, 80 players. So definitely not well attended, I would say, by the players. But
where
overall,
were
I
all
think
those players, Eliot? Like the 32 players, it felt like I saw, I don't know, like Mekhi Becton there, Saquon Barkley. It felt like I saw like 7.
Yeah, but there's a lot missing.
I know, but
Well,
he's saying there were
I
32
think a lot.
players. I didn't see 32
Well,
players.
if you look at the photos, there's a bunch of players there.
I thought it was a lot of coaches.
Who
I thought
came
it was a
back,
lot of-
Eliot? Who came back that's no longer on the team? I know Becton was there. Who else came back that's now currently not an Eagle?
Becton was there. I saw Britton Covey. I don't believe he signed with anybody else, but I would still at this point consider him a former Eagle. So I also think the reason is if you look at those photos, like there were 2 players I didn't even recognize that were on the roster at one point. So there was a fair amount, I would say, of like practice squad guys.
Got it.
That explains that
Eliot,
number.
Any interaction that you saw between Goedert and Sirianni, Goedert and Howie, Goedert and Lurie?
What did he feel like?
So we only saw the players when they walked like down a staircase from what I believe was the Oval Office to the South Lawn, and then during the ceremony. So I didn't really see much interaction between a lot of people because it was during the ceremony, but I definitely didn't see any interaction with Goedert, Sirianni, or Howie. That doesn't mean it didn't happen yesterday. I didn't see
Were
it.
you able to roam around? I saw at one point you had a video up on social media, like almost like when you're at training camp and you're doing a walk and talk.
Yeah.
And like you're just like the White House is behind you. Were you like just able to roam?
Well, so when I walked in through security, which was not easy, by the way, getting through security took quite a bit of time, as you might imagine. But
unlike Seltzer with the airplane, you actually made it to work. I just want to be clear. Seltzer had to deal with security, missed the day of work, and claims it's a vacation day.
No, you claim it's a vacation day.
Oh no, I'm sorry. He claims it's a sick day, which is outrageous. But that's
you ruined that there.
I did. I kind of butchered the line.
Well, I saw one tweet that said he has to work with you every day, so I feel like this every day should count as a vacation day. So, but no, I mean, once we're in the grounds, I will say it was surprising how much freedom we had. So when we walked in. We went to the press house briefing place, but that whole area there was just kind of open. It was funny. At one moment, I was doing a hit with the afternoon show, and we were arguing, I would say pretty loud, about where Jihad Campbell should play, edge or linebacker. And behind me, there was some type of very serious like press briefing happening with some politician I didn't recognize. So, between someone yelling like Dallas sucks during the ceremony yesterday, there was definitely the Philadelphia feel, I guess I would say, at the White House.
So, Eliot, let's get to the team here. And now, post-draft, what happens? And I want to play some audio for you of Howie Roseman the other day. This was after the draft. This was Saturday, talking about Goedert. Here's something Howie said.
Does this change anything with Dallas in his future?
Dallas is part of the team, as we speak. Obviously, as we go forward, we're going to continue to address things on this team. And right now, nothing further.
So, you know the deal, Eliot. No tight end was drafted. Marginal tight ends had been signed in March. What's going to happen with Dallas Goedert?
So I've covered Howie the entire, literally since I started covering the team, Howie's pretty much been the GM. And I have never heard an answer like that from Howie. I feel like every time Howie's asked about a player that we all think is going to go, it's always, he's a big part of the team. We value having him. That answer to me felt like public negotiating with Goedert to say like, we're probably going to move on from you. So I kind of think things might have shifted a little bit in what's going on. I think both sides entered the offseason under the assumption, because of what the Eagles wanted, that they were going to be splitting. Now that we've made it this far into the offseason, and clearly there's not the interest in Goedert around the league that either the Eagles or Goedert anticipated. If there was, financially, he would have been moved. I don't think this is about draft compensation. I think this is about a team willing to pay Goedert probably what he's looking for, or frankly, maybe even what he's making now. Like, I don't know if Goddard's able to find the money he's making right now with the Eagles. So, I think at this point, just based off that, you do wonder if they would bring Goedert back on a very reduced salary, or if they've decided like they're just going to move on. But that answer to me almost felt like a message to the Goedert camp, like, hey, we will still cut you or trade you if we have to.
Oh my gosh.
I agree. I think they've been publicly negotiating with him without admitting it.
What are we talking about in terms of the expectations from Goddard's side, the expectations from the Eagles side? His cap hit for this year, $11.7 million. And then
but I would ignore the cap hit, because the cap hit is not always a clear indication of like what actually Goddard's going to make. So the issue here, I shouldn't say issue, but like, it's not about the cap number. It's about the cash. And this is something we've talked about all offseason, right? In terms of saving cash for next year and, the cash that they're outputting this year. So the thing with Goddard is I believe he's going to make $14 million in cash this year, and none of that is guaranteed. So from the Eagles' perspective, if they were to move on from him and ignore the cap implications, just the cash, if they were to move on from him, they save that cash. So from Goddard's camp, they're probably going around the league seeing who will pay him 14. I mean, I'm sure they started hoping for more on a multi-year deal. And now from the Eagles' perspective, he's not finding that. They kind of hold all the cards at this point because they could say, yeah, we'll have you back at $5 million, and then it's up to Goddard's camp to go and find a better offer than what the Eagles are willing to pay.
I mean, I know it's a hypothetical, Eliot, but you know him better than we do. You've covered him his whole career. Do you think he'd be a happy camper? I mean, let's be honest. Most people, if you're told to take a reduction of your salary by 50%, aren't going to be happy. Would he be happy? Happy enough?
Yeah, so I think he would. I know he has a good relationship with Sirianni, which I think would really matter in this instance. I mean, he's not going to spend much time around Howie Roseman during the regular season. And Dallas is also, like, I would say one of the more popular players on the team. Like, he's very close with, he's been here a really long time compared to a lot of players. So he's really close with a lot of like the big name guys on the team. He's lived here for a long time. I know he really likes being here. So I do actually think he would be fine. Now, I'm sure, there will be moments when he's getting 2 targets a game for stretches where he thinks about it. But like, I think if he stayed here, it would be okay.
Eliot, do you think that the possibility exists, a real possibility exists that Andrew Berry, the GM of the Cleveland Browns, would have had the wherewithal or the connection to the Eagles organization to move ahead of the Eagles to draft Shedeur Sanders in the 5th round of the draft on Saturday? How much validity do you give that report?
He might have thought that the Eagles would have done it. Now, obviously, he worked with Howie. He worked with the Eagles. He knows like how much they value the quarterback position. I just don't think they were going to take Shedeur Sanders. I don't know how you make that same mistake twice. Like, obviously, the Jalen Hurts pick worked out. Jalen Hurts is, in my opinion, the 2nd best quarterback in the NFL. So you certainly can't call that pick a mistake. But I think the process of making that selection was a mistake. Like, it created a huge firestorm. It ended Carson's time here. I don't think they wanted that to happen when they drafted Jalen Hurts. And it worked out because Jalen ended up being a great quarterback. But I just don't see how this team would make the same exact mistake again. Because, by the way, as much of a distraction Jalen was locally initially, like just because of the whole quarterback thing, Shedeur Sanders would have been 10 times that. It would have been a national story. Jalen wasn't a national story. This would have been a national story. So I know they're the quarterback factory, but I do not believe they would have drafted Shedeur Sanders.
So, Eliot, no cornerbacks taken near the top of this draft by the Eagles that could have become a starter year one. So who are the 3 starting cornerbacks, and where is Cooper DeJean going to play?
Yeah, so Vic Fangio said this to, I believe, John Clark, maybe about a month ago, that he really likes Cooper in that nickel role.
Yep.
And as we saw in the draft, and as we've seen, Vic Fangio gets what Vic Fangio wants. Like he has that type of sway. So I do think you will see Cooper play in the nickel, but I also think it depends on like where they're at. I mean, sorry, what type of defense they're playing. I think when there's only 2 cornerbacks on the field, you will see Cooper on the outside. And then I think when they go to 3 cornerbacks, which will be the majority of snaps, Cooper will move to the inside. And at that point, you'll see either Keely Ringo or Adoree Jackson, as of now, be that outside corner.
The undrafted college kids that are coming in for the offseason program, are there any that are catching your eye? Have you had a chance to learn about any of these kids?
Who's the next Corey Clement? Who's going to be that guy?
Well, ironically, it is a running back. Now, I will say it's going to be really hard for these undrafted free agents to make the roster. Like, I like the running back they signed out of Florida, Montrell Johnson. You watch his YouTube, like he is very fast. He has breakaway speed. Like, he's very impressive to watch. It's just going to be hard to make it at running back. My favorite free agent they signed is actually out of Toledo, the safety Maxon Hook. First of all, he was roommates with Quinion, so he has that connection. We know that Nick Sirianni is very close with the Toledo head coach, which I would imagine why they signed 2 players from Toledo as undrafted free agents. But Maxon Hook, to me, when I read his scouting report, it reminded me a lot of reading about Quinion, like a lot of the same things where it's, he's like an anticipation guy. Like he'll sit back and he breaks on the football based off what he saw. And with Quinion, a concern coming into the NFL would be, or was, he played at Toledo. Is he going to be able to make those same type of jumps on the football? And we all saw he very much was able to. So I think Hook has like the potential to make the roster. The safety position.
Hook is still behind Lewis Seen right now. Eliot.
I mean, maybe. I mean, Lewis Seen, just in the way that Lewis Seen is
for a fact.
Trust me, I know you're a Lewis Seen guy. Yeah,
they're competing for the same spot, essentially.
Yes, correct. They are competing.
Further sign that John's in a better mood since he's got a girlfriend. He makes Lewis Seen jokes now.
I think Lewis Seen's got a real
Ruben,
chance.
this guy has come alive. His face is just.
He's in the glow.
He's in a glow.
He's in the glow.
He's in the glow. The man's in love.
Luminous.
I love to see it. I love to see it.
Luminous.
Yeah, I am.
Yeah.
Can you see it through the phone?
Can you see it on
Eliot,
YouTube?
Can you feel it?
Yeah.
Honestly, I think you've been like dressing way better ever since. Like you look fly every time I see you now.
Wow.
Yeah, so yeah, it's
I had
impressive.
no idea.
Thank
wow,
goodness.
that's a big deal.
Well,
It is.
Eliot's
You
like
look
a
nice.
fashionista.
Yeah, well.
That is what the people say.
Uh,
When I run for president, that'll be my slogan.
God.
I didn't realize that we were going to have a competition, not just with Jack this summer, but for president of the United States in, I don't know, a couple decades.
I'm thinking 2048.
Joe to camera.
Yeah.
Eliot
Well,
Shorr-Parks.
They're both competitions that'll never happen. So we'll see.
Yeah, there
But
it
that's
is.
the thing. You seem aware of that.
No, he won. Elliot
Joe
won,
doesn't.
Elliot won't win the nomination. Elliot, stay well, buddy.
All right, I'll talk to
All
you.
right,
guys
get out of
later.
here.
All right,
I'm done with him. Let's go to the phones. All right, 215-592-9494. Also, coming up shortly, I want to get both Ruben and Rhea, who were not here yesterday, what they would do as parents if they were the parent of that 21-year-old punk that pranked Shedeur Sanders. We'll get to that shortly. Also, Brian Dawkins, something he said to James the other day about CJ. Interesting answer from Doc. That's up ahead shortly. Steve in Willow Grove right now. Steve, good morning.
Hey, good morning.
What's up, Steve?
Listen, hey, Richie Rich, definitely something's up. You're sounding,
Yeah.
you're sounding better. Something's going down. So that's good.
Thanks.
Good for you. Congratulations.
Jeez. Wow. Thank you. I don't know. I think Joe might be lending a little more credence to this than what he should.
I've noticed the difference.
He's a change man.
Yeah. John, we're not making this up.
But a little paradigm shift, I think.
Yep.
It's real.
Good use of paradigm.
Fashion, though.
No,
Elliot said that I'm fashionable.
I don't sign off on that. That's
No, he's changed his fashion. No,
Fashionable.
you've changed it a little bit. You've gone a little different.
All right.
The haircut,
Well,
the tight beard, you've
I mean, I
tightened it
did
up.
cut my hair off.
You wouldn't have a girlfriend if you had kept the ridiculous hair you had.
Probably right.
Yeah.
You're probably right.
You look like a
no
rat.
doubt.
Yeah.
Yeah, it was.
I mean, I'm aware of that.
Terrible.
But I was aware of that at the time.
But we were saying that to you for like 2 years, and you weren't heeding our
But I
advice.
wasn't like necessarily looking.
I'm
for
aware of that.
That.
All right, Steve, what do you got on the Birds, buddy?
So if they cut Goddard, they're going to get hit with what, $11 million or $12 million?
Oh boy, someone help me out on this. Is that one of those things they can spread over a couple years? What's the deal on the?
Well, that's the thing. This is you've got voided years on this contract, according to Spot Track, that go out to 2029. I don't know what that means, but it looks like this has been kicked down the street before. The dead cap for this year is $11 million. So that is like.
So that would be leverage for Goddard.
Yeah.
I mean, Goddard. Listen, Steve. Yeah, that's
Howie ain't getting rid of losing $11 million, man. So he's keeping them, and he's going to trade them either in training camp or the beginning of the season. I think. I don't think Howie.
Well, I think you have a dead cap hit if you trade him. It's a similar concept. It's getting right, John. Am I on this one?
Yeah, but you get something. You might be able to get something for it.
No,
if you
I know,
trade
but it's also we had a caller yesterday, Steve, and I thought it was an interesting comparison. He said it reminds him a bit of the Alec Boehm situation. Like the team is willing to trade him, but someone's got to bring something to the table that makes it worthwhile for the team to say, "Okay, we'll do it." It does feel kind of similar.
Yeah, but now with Kittle getting his money, you think that might mean something else for him there?
I don't know. All right, Steve, give me an answer
Hey,
for the
Ruben,
best fictional. Go ahead, Ruben. Go ahead.
For Ruben, one fast question. Ruby Tuesday, I love it, man. You're great. Listen,
Thanks, man.
what are you going to do with Schwarber?
That's it.
You're going to sign him? What do you got to do?
Great question.
It's a tough one. I mean, there's no question about it that he's one of the leaders of the ball club. They have a lot of tough decisions over the next several months.
Ruben Amara Jr., what are you doing?
I'm going to wait until the end of the season, and then I'm going to sign him if I need him. If I have the team around him, and I have the wherewithal and the budget to be able to do it.
You know why I think that's the right answer, Ruben? Because I think if you get to November and he's not been signed, you can probably keep him.
Well, I think I'm not sure about that.
Why?
I'm not sure about that. Well, he's a Midwest guy, and I know he's got Midwest roots. And I think he loved his time in Chicago with the Cubs, and he's an Indiana guy. It's
okay. You're scaring me a little bit.
It's not going to be
here.
easy.
Okay,
it's not going to be easy. But I think that there's some really difficult decisions that they have to make. They've got a lot of money tied up right now, and they have to make some wise decision as they move forward. Hey, that's part of wearing the black hat.
Interesting. Man. Steve, give me an answer, my man. Best fictional athlete. You can win the Elvis Costello tickets.
What about Benny the Jet Rodriguez?
You got it, man. From the Sandlot. All right, Ruben. Yep. You're the dad of that kid. Matter of fact, let's play the audio, the prank audio call to Shedeur Sanders. We'll play this one more time. Just a small portion of it. Give you a little taste. We played this yesterday. A little taste of the absolute jackass that had called Shedeur Sanders.
Hey, is this Shedeur? This is Mickey Loomis here, the GM of the New Orleans Saints. How you doing? This is Mickey Loomis here, GM of the Saints. How you doing? Good. How are you, man? Good. Been waiting on you. Yeah, we have. It's been a long wait, man. We're gonna take you with our next pick right here, man. Hey, but you're gonna have to wait a little bit longer, man. Sorry about that.
Oh, it's just so not cool. All right, Ruben, if you are that kid's dad, and by the way, you were in a sort of similar spot. You had a position of major authority with an organization. In this case, the kid's father is the defensive coordinator. You were the general manager of the Phillies. You had information at your disposal, like you could have Barry Bonds' phone number or Ken Griffey's phone number, whatever. If a child of yours, without your permission, had taken the number, makes the phone call to prank the other guy, posts it on social freaking media as a ha-ha, I got him. Ruben Amaro is the dad. What do you do? And he's 21 years old, Ruben. What would you do?
Well, I didn't have sons, but I had two daughters, and I know they wouldn't have done anything like that because they knew better. Wow, that's a tough one. There's got to be some sort of punishment. I'm not sure what it is, but that's just not acceptable, man.
I feel like you're holding back.
Yeah.
You want to say you want to kill him, right?
Well, because I've done my own pranks in the past, and then and part of them not that happy about them, but and I know it's all being done in good fun, but I don't know what the punishment is, but for me that is. The fact that he impersonated another person, that's the thing that really got me. He's impersonating another GM. And I don't know. I wonder if that GM's pissed off.
Could be.
Mickey Loomis.
By the way, that's
the thing that gets me.
Third on my list. That's not 1 and 2. One and two.
One was the bullying aspect, and I didn't. It is bullying. This is piling on to Shedeur Sanders at the worst possible moment, and
as he was slipping, yeah,
that's brutal. That level of brutality, just like the desire to want to hurt someone who's already hurt. That
you're right, John.
That's deviant.
That to me is number one. Number one.
Yeah.
Number one is the Shedeur Sanders. What he's doing to Shedeur Sanders. Number two is what he did to his dad. He stole from his dad. He jeopardized his dad's. Standing in the NFL.
Livelihood,
that part of it's
all right,
rough, too.
Rhea, ladies and gentlemen of the jury of the Delaware Valley, if you're driving right now, brace your steering wheel closely. Don't drive off the road. Rhea, I can only imagine. What would you do?
the screaming would have gone on for a long time. I will tell you that. When I'm mad, I do yell. I
Mhm.
mean, people may have heard that around here from time to time. The problem is, he's 21. So first of all, I would not have allowed him to get away with posting a post as an apology. You gotta be out there in public.
Yeah.
You have a news conference and you take what you did. But I would wonder as a parent where I went wrong that my kid could do that to somebody at a low moment.
Which is a shame. It would make you feel worse.
No, it would make me. I mean, it
No,
would.
that's
Like,
interesting.
I mean, it's what your parents, like I always say, when I was growing up, my mom would be like, I'm just so disappointed.
Mhm.
And I was always like, oh, that was the worst. And then I do the same thing to Clark,
Mhm.
But I would wonder where I went wrong, where he felt like that was a funny thing to do.
It's an unbelievable situation. It really is. Well, look, we posed it yesterday, but I want to pose it again. It's such a fascinating dilemma. As a parent, what would you do? I mean, what would you do? I mean, John, I heard someone text me yesterday and say I take him out of school for a semester. I mean, that's a punishment. I take him out of college.
Make him work.
I make him work.
Yeah.
And
good
we'll see if you prove in 6 months or 12 months that you can be trusted to advance in your life, and I put you back in college and pay for you. I mean, I'm assuming the the defensive coordinator of a team is paying the salary of the kid. I don't know that. I don't know
Paying
that
the
for
college,
sure. Paying the college. Probably.
Well, that's another part. That's another component of this. That is, he's an adult.
Yeah.
Who is being paid for by, we're assuming, by his parents.
Yeah. But he's a young adult
in that aspect.
I mean,
so it really is complicated. The attachments, the detachments that occur
It's
at
wild.
this age from 18 to whatever it is, 25-ish.
Totally wild.
You don't really know where you belong in the world in this
Yeah.
kid, and the parents don't really know where they belong in the equation either. Makes it
All right, let's
Wow.
go to the phones. There's a lot to
Busted
react
it
to.
up.
It's 94 WIP HD1 Philadelphia as we broadcast today from the Tasty Cake studio. Main thing really today has been a couple days now from the draft, your reaction to the draft and sort of moving forward. There's a couple interesting position battles. I would guess there might be 2 or 3 guys that start on this team in the fall that actually aren't even part of the team yet. I mean, they could have a starting tight end that's not part of the team. They could have a starting guard that's not part of the team. They maybe could even have a starting cornerback that's not part of the team. Maybe, probably not. But I feel like there's going to be some pieces that come in still. Remember, LeGarrette Blount a few years back was signed in June. Ronald Darby 1 year was traded for in August. I mean, those things do happen. I mean, the Eagles had Sam Bradford one time as the starting quarterback until a week and a half before the season, and then he wasn't. So this one feels to me like there's going to be some shakeup before they get to that Thursday night to kick off the NFL season. Let's get to Zach in Medford. Zach, good morning.
Good morning, everyone. I just wanted to thank WIP. I've been so fortunate. I won Green Day tickets last year. I won Clapton tickets about a month back. And tonight I'm going to the Phillies game. Shout out, my cousin Mike's coming with me. So I
Nice.
just wanted to thank you guys.
Our pleasure. Well, thanks for calling.
Awesome.
In a lot of those,
Congratulations.
Zach, in a lot of those instances, you can only win the tickets, if you call and have a great answer. So we appreciate all listeners, of course, but we want to reward some that call, and we appreciate you.
Well, thank you for that. With regards to the draft, I was listening to the afternoon show on the way home from work, and there was comments about how it really wasn't all that exciting. There wasn't a lot of splashy moves or anything. They were kind of joking the lack of content. I'm happy that it was kind of ho-hum. Like they didn't feel the need to do anything major. They just replaced what they lost. And I appreciated that they didn't feel the urge to do anything huge or controversial.
What shocked me, though, Zach, was how much they traded back. After trading up the first time, they kept trading back. And I was shocked that they ended up with 10 picks, but 7 of the 10 picks were at the, essentially the end of the draft. That, for a team that had a bunch of picks, I thought the more likely scenario is they would package them to move up, not out and back. That surprised me.
That I can agree with. Does anyone know how much of that got pushed back to, say, next year? Because I think that might be.
Well, I
one
think
of the
they ended up
strategies
with 2 extra picks when all was said and done. I think for next year, they netted 2 more. Honestly, Zach, I'm a little spun around. They made so many freaking trades. I'd have to verify that for you, but I think they picked up 2 more picks for next year.
Yeah, I mean that's kind of why I was okay with a lot of the trading back. Is Howie's done a great job of simultaneously working for now and planning for the future.
You're right.
We came into this season with, I think it was 20 picks like that. And I remember distinctly watching Adam Schefter on Pat McAfee's show and saying that the Eagles just won a Super Bowl and somehow they have 20 picks in hand.
Well, that's exactly right.
That's just incredible craftsmanship at the GM position.
No, you're right. Zach, give me an answer. Best fictional athlete. Who is it?
I'm going to go kind of goofy here. Like I said, I'm going to the Phillies tonight. I'm going to go with Happy Gilmore.
Happy Gilmore. That is an interesting answer.
He could hit the crap out of it.
He could. Short game, not as good, though. And also, he had that temper.
How many yards do you think he could hit that thing?
Oh, boy. That
700?
Thing was, well,
Do you think his hockey putter was regulation? You think they'd let him use that?
I like it more than the freaking belly putter.
Me too.
Ruben, should the belly putter be allowed in golf? It's like the tush push. Shouldn't be allowed. The tush push and the belly putter are the same thing.
As long as you don't stand
They
behind
look ridiculous. They look ridiculous.
Did you really drop the tush push
I
thing?
did. See what I just did right there? Trying to irritate Richie right there. I
You know what? He's so annoying. He's really annoying
when he does that. So I have
what's he doing? Just let it breathe.
Flow off the shoulder.
But you got to admit, at least
like duck off of water's tush.
At least I tell you what I truly think. I'm not one of these talk show hosts that hides behind,
Yeah, that's a good point.
All right. So fascinating answer from Brian Dawkins the other day to Mr. James Seltzer and Eliot Shorr-Parks. James, nice job getting Dawk on your show.
Elliot got him, but yes. It was good.
Well done.
It was very cool talking about a really neat experience to talk to Brian Dawkins.
Covered a lot of ground. Of course, John's former teammate, one of the greats of all time in Philadelphia sports. Doc may or may not be featured in my book that may or may not be about Philadelphia sports. I'm just saying he might.
There are a lot of people who may or may not be featured.
There are. And they have more likely to be featured than not. But I can't confirm.
I've noticed you haven't really done Vladimir Putin could or be maybe or might not be in
That's
it,
true,
or
that's true.
random, any person in
That's
history.
true.
Yeah.
All right, Doc. CJGJ, interesting answer. What I think he's trying to say is CJGJ not really one of the Eagles' kind of guys. That's what I think he's trying to get at. But he's being delicate with the way he presents it. It's kind of a funny exchange, the way Doc's trying to navigate how to answer this. Listen to Brian Dawkins the other day with James and Elliot on CJGJ.
Were you surprised to see them move on from Chauncey?
Surprised a little bit. Not a whole lot, but a little bit.
Why not a whole lot?
There's just certain aspects of how the Eagles have run things in the past. If you've ever looked at the individuals that the way that individuals communicate in the past, that is not as how can I say it, as raw. I'll just use the word raw.
Right.
As he would do often. So I thought that at some point that would be something that would probably be something that would have him no longer be part of the Eagles organization.
CJ, a little too raw for the Eagles.
That was so considerate of Brian guy, man. Just sitting back, and he tried so hard to find the appropriate way to state that.
Well, I love how he said it first, and Elliot followed up. Elliot's why not, huh?
What do you mean? I mean, exactly.
Dog's probably thinking, damn it, why did I agree to this interview?
Exactly.
Now I got to answer
Raw.
why.
The term is raw. They don't communicate in that raw manner.
Ruben, do you ever have a guy, and I certainly don't, want you to feel any need to say the player, but do you ever have a player that you felt was a good player but didn't fit the culture or the something, and you just felt like
tons of them.
And
like who?
Yeah.
Tons of them.
And how often do you get rid of that guy? I mean, I'm sure sometimes you keep him because he's good, and sometimes you get rid of him because maybe he's not good enough.
I think there's both things happen.
Yeah.
Both things happen.
Still can't believe he signed Papelbon.
Well, he ended up being one of the most productive players we've ever had.
But he made you
He
less likable.
may have Okay, he's less likable, but the man pitched his ass
I know
off.
he was a great pitcher.
He was as good a free agent signing as I think I've ever had. Take a look at the numerals.
Yeah, I didn't
Not
like
a
your.
great-
I
Listen,
didn't
we
like
didn't-
your team as much, though.
Well, the problem is they broke, dude.
Well, that was
The entire team broke.
I know. No, I know.
Lest
But
we
he was
forget.
a pleasure to be around.
He was a joy.
The thing about the CJGJ thing that like just boggles my mind. I
Yep.
get it. You know, they didn't want to be around the rawness.
But they always win with him.
You brought him back,
I-
and you went to a Super Bowl again.
I know.
So you know, sometimes
He's
you
bringing
just,
something to the table.
You know, that's right. He's bringing a lot. Bringing
Correct.
a lot to the table. All right, up ahead. I want to play this Belichick audio next. It's kind of unbelievable,
Oh my God!
right?
Yeah, it's unbelievable.
Belichick featured a couple days ago
That's
on a
great.
show. Wait till you hear this audio of Belichick. We're going to get some more, including Sirianni at the White House. Nick Sirianni's message yesterday at the White House when he spoke. That and more phone calls on all these topics. Joe Cameron, John Ritchie. We got Ruben with us. Someone named it today a Ruby Tuesday. Kind of like that on 94 WIP. All right, baseball fans, you love the long ball unless you're a pitcher, and then you don't like the long ball unless you're Steve Carlton. You're hitting home runs because lefty could hit home runs. But pitchers don't love long ball. Fans do. And, of course, with FanDuel Sportsbook in partnership with Valley Forge Casino, they're giving you even more reasons to love home runs every Tuesday during the MLB season. Because with Dinger Tuesdays, all FanDuel customers, all of them, get a home run profit boost. That means when you bet on moonshots, you can take your winnings to new heights. So whether it's a big blast or any kind of home run, FanDuel is your is your home spot for betting home runs. Visit FanDuel.com/hammer. That's FanDuel.com/hammer to gear up and go yard all season long with FanDuel Sportsbook. Dinger Tuesdays, you get that profit boost at FanDuel Sportsbook. And, of course, NBA playoffs, NHL playoffs, new games every day. Local baseball squad back at it. Find the bet or bets that works for you, including Dinger Tuesdays. Lock it in and win at FanDuel.com/hammer.
21 plus and present in Pennsylvania. Opt-in required. Bonus issued is now withdrawable profit boost token. Restrictions apply, including any token expiration and max wager amount. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
The Phillies kick off a 3-game series against the Nationals tonight. Leading off starts at 6. Sponsored by Nissan. Nissan makes cars that thrill. Shop NissanUSA.com. The first pitch is at 6:45. Then stick around for the final out on your exclusive home for Phillies baseball.
And that ball is gone into the basket. Max Kepler.
Sports Radio 94 WIP.
At Uline, they know firsthand the road to success is an uphill climb. Uline started in the family basement, and through hard work is now North America's most trusted shipping and industrial supplier. They get what it means to have the support of reliable, hardworking partners. So they keep 41,000 items ready to ship. Whether your company is still in a basement office or expanding cross-country, Uline will be there on your road to success. Visit uline.com.
Did you hear about that free Grubhub deal from Amazon? I'm talking about no Grubhub delivery fees for Prime members on eligible orders. Plus, members can get exclusive offers and lower service fees, and they can even order Grubhub on Amazon. Visit amazon.com/Grubhub to learn more. Terms and additional fees apply.
Mother's Day. It's time to honor the moms in our lives. Now it's your turn to give back with a timeless gift from Benari Jewelers. Show your love and gratitude with classic diamond earrings, a stunning diamond bracelet, or an elegant diamond pendant. My mom would love a gift from Benari's extensive collection of David Yurman. Whatever you choose, Benari promises exceptional quality and uncompromising craftsmanship, just what mom deserves. Benari Jewelers, Exton and Newtown Square.
If you're serious about what's under your hood, then you need the highest octane on the market. New 94 Octane, available exclusively at Sunoco. Nothing else will match it. Go to Sunoco.com to find a participating station near you.
Going up. Prices keep going up these days. It feels like being on an elevator that only goes up. Going up. But not at Metro. We're pushing the down button. Going down. We've lowered prices. Get one line of 5G data for $40. Period. That's 20% lower. And you get a free 5G phone when you bring your number. Only at Metro.
5-year guarantee on eligible plans. Exclusions apply. See website for details. Not available at Metro with T-Mobile in the past 6 months. Tax applies.
This is Joe Cordell of Cordell & Cordell. Serving in the military requires great sacrifices, not just for one's country, but also for one's family. Not surprisingly, divorce for soldiers is especially difficult, and it raises a number of challenges that are peculiar to military divorce, things such as deployments, relocation, retirement benefits. So if you're a soldier facing such challenges, go to CordellCordell.com.
Philadelphia, Radnor, Allentown, and Mount Laurel, New Jersey. Michelle Ferreri, licensed in New Jersey and Pennsylvania. Joseph Cordell, licensed in Missouri and Illinois.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-575-6812. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS. Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start. Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems. We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau. You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com or call 800-575-6812. That's 800-575-6812. Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
It's the Robin from Robin Ford back on the air. If you're looking to drive something exceptional this spring, I'm here to answer all your questions. Jamie from Aston, some bunny told us you're looking for a new car.
Hey, Robin. Sick of my minivan. I'm looking for something stylish and reliable.
Jamie, the hunt is over. Right now, Robin Ford is offering Ford employee pricing on all new Fords, including the Ford Explorer. There's no stopping the Robin. Call me now. 866-THE-ROBIN. Up next, Rob from Havertown. You're on the air.
Interested in a new truck and heard about the Ford employee pricing offer. What does this mean?
Ford employee pricing just hatched at Robin Ford. Pay same price as Ford employees. 5% under factory invoice on a brand new Ford. Hop in, trade up, and drive out. You're closer than you think to a better buying experience at Robin Ford. Online at robinford.com. Robin Ford, where cars and trucks are sold. Cheap, cheap.
Offers valid on select models. Excludes taxes, title, license, and dealer fees. Offers end 6/2/25. See dealer for more details.
This is the story of the one who, as a maintenance specialist for a historic high-rise, knows that vintage charm historically needs constant attention. Which is why when it's time to upgrade turn-of-the-century mechanicals, they turn to Grainger. With easy access to 1 million+ products and the scale to deliver when and where you need them. The right tools and supplies are never far away. So the one can keep that vintage building running like new. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
All power, zero compromise. Ego cordless outdoor power equipment features advanced lithium battery technology that exceeds the power and performance of gas without the noise, fuss, or fumes. From blowers and trimmers to mowers and pressure washers, one battery powers over 90 tools. No wonder it is the #1 rated brand in cordless outdoor power. Power beyond belief. Visit egopowerplus.com to learn more or to find an Ego retailer near you. That's egopowerplus.com.
This is Boomer Esiason with an Odyssey Sports Minute, sponsored by Prevagen. Prevagen made for your brain. The barnstorming Savannah Bananas sold out 81,000-seat Memorial Stadium for Saturday's Banana Ball exhibition at Clemson. What's more, no Banana Ball games last longer than exactly 2 hours. Tigers football coach Dabo Swinney led the Bananas down the hill from Howard's Rock, and the crowd went wild. I'm Boomer Esiason.
94 WIP Sports Update.
Brought to you by Dr. Glatt. Phillies are back home following a road trip that started out kind of brutally, but they did win the last 2 at the Cubs, so they've rebounded a bit. Game time, 6:45 live here on 94 WIP. Eagles have until Thursday to pick up Jordan Davis's 5th-year option. Still unknown the future of Dallas Goedert, though he was with the team at the White House Monday to celebrate their Super Bowl victory. Meantime, 49ers extended tight end George Kittle 4 years, $76 million, $40 million guaranteed, his $19.1 million AAV, a record at the tight end position. Kittle turns 32 in October. The area's foremost authority on hair restoration is now a part of Morgan Stern Medical. Visit the area's #1 team for hair restoration at glatthairctr.com. Mostly sunny, high 82. It is currently 57. Join us for a special one-night-only event with Eagles legend Brandon Graham. Get your tickets to BG Live on 5/5 right now on 94WIP.com.
Sports update on 94 WIP. After you crack open your eyes, crack open a seltzer. This is the morning show with Joe DeCamera and John Ritchie. Sports Radio 94 WIP.
James?
I would go Beatles, but I think it's really close. The Stones are as close as you can get, but I would go Beatles.
When you say the Beatles have more great songs?
No, not necessarily.
Really?
I mean, the Stones have a ton of great
Yeah,
songs.
but I feel like the
And
Beatles have like
Stones done
100.
it, but the Stones did it for 5 times as long.
Yeah,
you
but
know?
they haven't done anything new
No,
in
but
40
they have.
years.
But even still, no. Like they have stuff from the '80s that's pretty new. You know, I mean, or
Oh.
that's not new. I mean, that's
Pretty
still like
good.
hits, like Angie and stuff is from the '80s and stuff like that. But I generally agree. I think 89, 90 range was the last time they really had.
It's a great debate.
All right, Belichick. Let's get to this audio. This is kind of wild. So Billy Belichick was on, and I actually love this show on Sunday mornings, the CBS Sunday Morning Show. I think it's maybe the best show on television. I mean that. They do these features that are really interesting, and so they had a feature on Belichick, and there were two things that really stood out from the interview. One is the interaction of him and just the whole dynamic with him and his 24-year-old girlfriend. And the other was his answer about Robert Kraft, who, of course, was his boss that he worked so closely with for about a quarter century. All right, so let's play the audio first of Belichick being interviewed. And the girlfriend, who, John, is rather attractive.
You're allowed to say that, Joe.
No, I think so. I
attractive
just,
woman.
she's extraordinarily attractive. No, she's a good-looking girl.
Dude, she's too young for us, much less for Bill.
I'll tell you something. If I was single, 24 would be nothing, man.
Nah,
24 would be nothing.
can't do it.
I'd be hitting the college.
Can't
I'd be
do
hitting
it.
the college campuses.
They're closer to my daughter's age than my age. I can't do that.
I love how you say stop,
a
Ruben.
24-year-old
47 can't get with 24.
Dude, a 24-year-old is closer to my 6-year-old daughter's age than my age, much less your age.
All right,
So
well,
think about it that
Belichick's
way.
like 70-something. He's with a 24-year-old.
72.
All right, so
doesn't
it's-
make it better.
I know it's a weird dynamic. So Belichick is on camera being interviewed. His girlfriend is about 15 to 20 feet away, not on the main camera, but they've got a different camera that's got a shot over toward her, but she's not the one being interviewed. Listen to this exchange. Belichick's being asked about the girlfriend. She chimes in from across the room.
Jordan was a constant presence during our interview.
You have Jordan right over there. Everybody in the world seems to be following this relationship. They've got an opinion about your private life. It's got nothing to do with them, but they're invested in it. How do you deal with that?
Never been too worried about what everybody else thinks. Just try to do what I feel like is best for me and what's right.
How did you guys meet?
Not talking about this.
No.
No.
And that was it.
That's
Done.
weird, man.
Yeah.
That's really weird.
That's really weird.
They did
Really
online.
weird.
Maybe on those online thing.
It's whatever it was, like that's weird.
Right.
Like Bill Belichick is being interviewed and asked a question, and his 24-year-old girlfriend
Right.
shuts it down.
Well, you know
from
what's the
off camera?
And James, you know
She's
what's
managing a lot of
what's the irony to it? Nobody in human history was better at not answering a question
Right.
than Bill Belichick.
That's a great point.
I think
It's a great
Belichick could
point.
handle the
What
moment.
a great
right?
point.
Yeah.
Yes.
He'd say, "We're on to the next question."
You'd see some of the clips
We're
that
on to
she's
Cincinnati.
she's actually going onto the field
Yeah.
while he's coaching.
Well,
So
so
they have to run emails
That's
by her at
crazy.
North Carolina.
That's
No,
kind of
that-
crazy.
like,
I saw a
onto
video
the
where she
field.
interrupted a practice where there was a moment in practice he was talking to other coaches, it looked like, and players,
Yeah. Right.
and she ran up behind them
Yes.
and interjected something.
The whole dynamic is weird. So check this out. So Rhea
strange.
found this earlier this morning. Florio's got a Pro Football Talk. I'm going to read right from his article because TMZ had a report. So Florio says this. TMZ reports that at one point, this is going back to the interview, at one point, Jordan Hudson, quote, stormed out of the room and delayed shooting for 30 minutes. Per the report, there were, quote, numerous other instances of Hudson interrupting Belichick beyond the one specific interjection that made the final cut. She reportedly would, quote, stop and correct him when he was answering questions about football. And you can tell, like, CBS using that one thing, maybe they wouldn't have used it if it just happened once, but it strikes me like the producers are like, the heck with this woman. If she's going to interrupt them 4, 5, 6, 7 times, whatever the numbers.
They've actually, people at CBS have said that
then
that's why
they
did it.
Then they make sure it gets in the show.
Yeah.
And that's the only way the public
it's part of the interview then.
It's part of the interview.
Correct.
So wild.
Hey, his family needs to check in on him.
It's bizarre.
I'm telling you, this is a hostage situation.
And then back, John, to the point you and Ruben were just talking about, it a little bit more football related on the field. So here's also from Florio's article. He says, I'm reading right from it. While pointing out that folks at UNC are worried about Hudson's influence over Belichick in his role as Tar Heels coach, TMZ quotes an unnamed source as saying there's a, quote, growing sense this could become a problem. Could become a problem. It's been a problem. This is what Florio writes. It's been a problem for weeks. She's not employed in any capacity by the football program, but receives and sends emails. Very strange. Very strange. Now, that was
being manipulated, it seems.
Yeah.
Which is shocking.
Let me say this. I'm 72 years. If I'm 72 years old, manipulate me away. What do I care?
Yeah, but you're not representing a university.
I'll be that guy, Jack Kent Cook. Remember Jack Kent Cook in the 80s? He'd be up in that Washington booth. James, you remember that?
I remember Jack Kent Cook. I don't remember.
They
him
would
in the
show.
booth.
So before Daniel Snyder owned Washington, obviously the
stadium.
dirt ball. What's that guy's name? Dan Snyder owned Washington. Before that guy, a different dirt ball. Jack Kent Cook, who previously owned the Lakers.
He was the name of the stadium, right? Wasn't it Jack Kent Cook Stadium?
They would show him during Eagles-Washington games. He would have 10 beautiful women standing there. It was
He was an old-looking dude.
He was.
Too.
He's
He
like
looked
the guy,
old.
And then there's the guy that married Anna Nicole Smith. That's a whole nother matter. All right. Now, with all that said, let's get to the other issue from this Belichick interview. The Kraft thing. John, we talked a lot about this over the last couple of years. Like Belichick Kraft, Belichick Brady. Like what's going on? So here's the deal. CBS was interviewing Belichick because he's got a new book coming out and should be a fascinating read. There is a very notable person not in the book, which is an almost impossibility given the fact that he ran Robert Kraft's organization for a quarter century. Like, it's almost impossible that Robert Kraft's name wouldn't be in the book.
It's not in the book?
Not even mentioned. Not even mentioned. Nothing.
Listen to this
Literally
exchange from the interview with CBS the other day.
He's not in this book. How come?
He's not. Well, again, it's about my life lessons in football, and it's really more about the ones that I experienced directly.
He's not even in the acknowledgement section.
Correct.
Do you feel like you were treated with dignity and respect when you were let go by Robert Kraft?
Yeah, well, it was a mutual decision for us to part ways.
He said fired.
It was a mutual decision.
I mean, it's bonkers, guys.
Correct.
Oh, wow. Huh. He was fired.
Yeah. Well, after the
Clearly.
doc thing, they
Well, he
got put
technically
out,
probably signed a document. So technically, it was probably mutual.
Correct.
Because there's probably a payout
Correct.
on remaining money.
Correct.
So I think he's accurate to say it was a mutual decision
Absolutely.
because he signed a document in all likelihood.
Yeah.
With that said, we all know Belichick was being moved on from by Robert Kraft.
Right.
We also know that I'll say this one thing in Belichick's defense, because I'm more of a pro-Belichick guy than anti. And I know, Ray, that drives you nuts.
Yes, it does.
Because, I like Tiger, I like Belichick.
You
I
are
like
against
yeah.
a lot of things that are Philadelphia.
I like Brady.
I mean, I'd just like to point that out.
Right. So here's what I'll say. Kraft was behind that 10-part Patriots show.
Yeah, that's what I was going to say.
That didn't speak well to Belichick.
It was clearly
right
anti-Belichick
Right.
from the Krafts. We did this. We're important. Yeah, so I get it.
So Belichick's like, the heck with that guy, which he's got a right to. I mean, it's
100%
his choice.
The correct is just my favorite part.
Yeah.
Correct.
Well, it's the
Correct.
pause too. It's like waits like 3 seconds, and he's like, correct.
Yes.
All right, you can react on that whole thing. There's a lot there. 215-592-9494. Then there's Ruben Amaro, who was the Phillies GM, wasn't. Now he's announcing their game. See, things can be harmonious, Ruben.
Harmonious.
And you know what? I was so
Joy.
happy a couple years ago when you were back in there, man.
I appreciate that.
I mean that. We had one caller before we knew you personally. We had one caller that went after you one time. Like why do they have Ruben Amaro back with the Phillies in the broadcast? I'm like, you know what? First off, you take care of your own. That's number one. Number two, Ruben, you did a lot of great stuff for the Phillies. Yes, it ended rough at the end. We all know that. But you had so many great years with the Phillies. You played. You were a bat boy. You're part of 80, bat boy, 93 player, 08, right, assistant general manager, 09, didn't win a title, but got to the World Series as GM. I mean, I thought it was out of line. That guy said
It's
it.
Phillies family.
You are Phillies family. So I just want you to know.
Well, I appreciate that.
I admire you. I
well,
really do.
I mean, the fact that my dad really sort of set the tone in that regard too.
Yeah.
That was big for me.
Good.
You know, that we can still be a part of the community here.
That's awesome.
Pretty
man.
fun.
All right, phone calls, reaction on all this coming up in 1 minute. Your reaction to everything we're discussing to you on the phone lines in 1 minute. Hey, let me tell you about PI Dental Center with their decades of experience in complex dental treatment. And I've been a patient there for a long time now, 2 decades. My mom, a patient even longer, 3 decades. With Dr. Glenn Wolfinger and Dr. Robert Slough, both board-certified prosthodontists. They specialize in the restoration and the replacement of teeth. PI Dental Center, phenomenal at what they do. The originators of the teeth in a day. That's a revolutionary treatment that delivers fixed teeth and implants placed for a dramatic transformation in a mere 1 day. If you're like me and you're in pretty good shape with your teeth and it's a year-to-year maintenance issue, good for you. Get yourself to PI Dental Center. They'll take care of you on a year-to-year basis to make sure you stay in good shape. But if you got a big old problem, and there certainly are a lot of people in society, big problem, major pain, maybe you don't like the way you look, self-esteem issue, know that PI Dental Center, they can change you. They can fix you up. They got a revolutionary treatment that delivers fixed teeth and implants placed for a big-time transformation in a mere 1 day. Start with their website, pidentalcenter.com. Visit pidentalcenter.com to request your new patient evaluation. All right, what's going to happen to Dallas Goedert and the Eagles? What the outcome of that will be and more, all available for you on the phone lines. Gary in Vineland, New Jersey. What's going on, Gary?
What's going on? What my kids would say about the Belichick thing, cringy.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Ugh.
Good word.
That's
My
used
Lord.
often with the kid talk. Cringy. Not as
John
much as
Ritchie,
fire.
Yeah,
Oh,
fire
yeah,
gets
it
said
is.
a lot.
It is. Fire and cringe are kind of comparably overused now.
How about sick? That's a big one.
Sick.
Sick. That's
Fire
pretty
is a
sick.
big one.
Fire's
Yeah.
a big one.
What
Too.
about Growlfit? Gary, your kids say Growlfit?
No.
What?
Growlfit.
No,
What the hell is that?
No.
When you're wearing a gray outfit, like sweats on the
They
bottom and
like
sweats
that.
on the pants,
They like
on the top.
sweats. The
Growlfit.
hooded sweatshirt is
Yeah, I've
like
never
the
heard that one.
uniform for kids.
Never
right
heard
now.
that one.
Yeah.
But
No,
they don't call it Growlfit.
Growlfit's great on like a Saturday or Sunday when you're just bumming around the house. Anyway, Gary, what do you got, buddy?
Richie, what's the best Costello lyric?
Oh man. Well, I for me it would be from Allison, I guess.
How about Red Shoes? I said I'm so happy I could die. She said drop dead and left with another guy.
Man. It's always about the heartache too. That's what crushes you.
Watching the detectives.
Best line in the history of music is "Scratch my back, baby." Is that Thorogood? Who is that? Is that the
No
one
idea.
bourbon
Thorogood.
shot beer, whatever that? Scratch my back, baby.
I don't remember that.
Oh yeah. Oh, it's a great
I
one.
love that song.
Yeah. Yeah.
Maybe I
Joe
don't know
actually
the-
asks Amy to scratch
Well,
his
it's more
back
like
and rub his hand.
Yeah. We're hands and feet and ankles. Oh, the ankles. Oh, around the ankle.
Okay. Really?
No, I'm
All right,
serious.
that's
It's
cringy.
very soothing. When
You
you're
know
on
the best line from Allison. I see you've got a husband now. Did he leave your pretty fingers lying in the wedding cake? That really, that's evocative.
All right, Gary, give me something on the Birds.
How about I think it's a great draft. I would say in AA minus, like with the picks that he had. I, like you, was shocked that he didn't trade back or trade up with all those picks. But maybe, I mean, they're all saying that next year's draft's going to be better than this year. So maybe
Could be.
he's holding out.
That could be a strategy. I'll tell you one thing, Gary, as a talk show host and as a sports fan, I don't do. And I'm not ripping you. I'm just telling you, I don't do it. I do not assign grades to general managers after drafts.
No.
How the hell Do you know? I mean, seriously. Gary, how many of these guys had you heard of prior to Thursday night that the Eagles got?
But that's the best part of watching the draft when
It's
all the people
fun.
are going crazy.
No, I know.
No, I'm saying when all the people are going crazy and they're like, then you got the one guy looking around like, who?
Oh, dude. No. Here's what's better. When the guy still doesn't know who he is but goes wild. He's got that blank expression. He's got like an excited anticipatory expression. Then there's a pick. There's a moment where I'm like, okay, well, I'm trying to process.
Oh, it's the 7th round.
And then 2 minutes later, like,
but the camera's on
me.
The camera's on me, and my makeup is good, and I got like the face paint and everything, and Richard Clemente. Yes, love him.
It's
and you
incredible.
can tell, man. You can tell.
It's outrageous. Gary, give me a fictional athlete. Best one's probably still available. What do you got?
I think you got to go with the home run leader in the minor leagues, Crash Davis.
No. Minor league.
Yeah.
Again, we're not saying
He
character.
was
No.
solid, but
No.
man.
He wasn't even the best in his battery. What are we talking about?
Yes, he wasn't a major leaguer. He played there briefly, right early in the career.
Yeah, he was schooling Nuke. Nuke's way more talented.
Much better.
Now, Crash Davis is about the worst answer you
I
can
was going
have.
to say that until you said, you said it's the best.
Yeah, the best. Yeah, not character. For everyone who's going to still call in, we're not looking for a great character, of which Crash Davis maybe could win. We're looking for the best player.
Have you ever heard any players during all of your years of scouting? Any other players with the Lelouch surname?
Oh, no.
Like
No.
Nuke?
No, Nukes.
I think Lelouch might be a made-up name.
I think you might be right there.
For a fictional character, you sure?
Yes.
Okay.
I
All
think
right.
you might be
Imagine
right.
that.
Hey, by the way, coming up in the 9 o'clock hour, we're going to get to some of the comments on YouTube. So getting their last call to at least get some comments in for the purpose of us having some fun with them on the air. What do you see? Anyone watching YouTube? I'm going to look right at the camera. YouTube people, what do you notice? Hello? What do you notice about our show? Do you see John's glow? I mean, how can you not when you watch YouTube? Now, John's got a little bit of a dour face right now because he's uncomfortable.
will scowl when you
What?
say glow.
You got that covered. But what
Scowl.
What do you notice on YouTube?
There's no glow.
Uh,
You know what? There's a glow.
There's a
I
glow.
think that's a wonderful thing.
Yeah.
The glow.
Of course it is.
Sure.
Name the
That's
coach.
all right.
Name the coach
I'm
that said.
excited.
Name the coach that said this. John, you should know it. There's a gleam, men.
A gleam.
There's a gleam.
That's
I don't have it.
Vince Lombardi.
It's not Vince Lombardi.
A gleam. That sounds like a
1980s.
toothpaste commercial.
This guy lived in the AFC Championship game.
AIM toothpaste reminds me of gleaming.
Mid 80s. Seltzer, mid 80s AFC
Parcells.
Championship games. Couldn't get through it.
Marty Schottenheimer?
Bang!
Yep.
Really?
There's a gleam, man. There's a gleam. Let's go to phones. Let's go to Ed in Phoenixville. Ed, what do you got, buddy?
Good morning, team. Good morning, Ruben.
What's up, Ed?
Morning, Ed.
There's a gleam.
I could see it in your eyes from my car stereo, John Ritchie.
Yeah.
Gleaming.
Gleaming.
Got to give a shout out to Ruben, and I'll be perfectly honest. I was very critical of you as a GM, especially in the later years. But since you've been back and I've had time to reflect on it, like not once did you ever not put your best foot forward in trying to make the team better. It wasn't and just learning how difficult these decisions were to make behind the scenes, with the first Cliff Leroy Halliday situation, and how that just wasn't going to work. That's just something I didn't understand until you explained it. And I got to give you credit, man. You have one of the toughest jobs in Philly sports. But I'm really glad to have you part of the show.
Appreciate that. It's been fun being back on the air. It's been very, very, very cool. Rewarding.
Ed, did we ever tell you the story of I think this is like one of the first times that I ever saw Ruben Amaro, and I like walked around the corner and he was crouching, he was kneeling at Joe's feet.
Yeah,
Joe to camera.
This is wild.
Because Joe put his little costume on from baseball, and he didn't do the stirrups properly. He had no clue how to do the socks and the stirrups, and Ruben was actually down on all fours,
Yeah.
like helping Joe, who was clueless with the stirrups, how to properly do his socks and stirrups. And I just thought it was like, man, like, what would Jesus do type moment. I swear to you.
That's ridiculous.
I swear, I really was. And here's the man who, has been widely reviled at times for his moves, while GMing, but as self-effacing as anyone I've ever seen to be kneeling at Joe DeCamera's feet.
We're big admirers.
We had to straighten out his socks.
Next
man. It was
step,
rough.
Ruben will be washing the feet. Yeah.
Okay.
No.
That will never happen.
All right, Ed, give me what you got on our sports scene.
Yeah, well, it's really kind of an open book as to how this draft could pan out. I mentioned yesterday, just some potentially like positive surprises that could happen, and just looking at what happened to Milton Williams, and he had like 3-4 years to develop, and then we just couldn't afford to re-sign him. We're effectively resetting that timeline with this Robinson kid, who's another 6'4", 280. He can play multiple positions on the front. Like, I'm really interested to see how he develops, and I think he probably, next to the safety, is probably most likely to contribute early. Am I correct, Richie?
Yeah, I think so. The thing I like about Ty Robinson a lot is the versatility in base and nickel. A guy like him who's 6'5", 288, 290 pounds is cookie cutter defensive end for a 4-3, and I should say a 3-4. Or at times 4-3 if you decide to get big, but 3-4, not the rush end, but the defensive end. You have a nose tackle and then a defensive end on either side. They're called that, and that's a 5 technique. It's called. He's perfect for that in the base. He's perfect to line up anywhere on the interior. A guy who gets after quarterbacks and gets them on the ground. You have a lot of versatility, even off the edge or coming up inside with mismatches against guards.
Hey, Ed, give me an answer for a great fictional athlete.
They had to redraw the district lines because of him. Adam Banks and the Mighty Ducks.
Mighty Ducks, you got it, man.
They did to reach.
Hey, can I say something about the me coming back here from
Please do.
Philadelphia? So I owe a lot to a lot of people for me getting an opportunity to come back, but really Dave Buck was the guy at the time that I actually talked to and said, hey, I want to be back on the air, and I'm really interested in doing it. And he was, he's always been a pretty good friend.
Great guy.
No longer with the Phillies at this time, but he was really the guy, the impetus behind me getting back on the air with NBC Sports Philadelphia and back with the Phillies. So
right.
I appreciate it. I thought it was long enough for me to have been away after having coached and done some other things, and then back on MLB Network. But Bucky was really instrumental in
Good.
that. So
That was
a cool
Did
thing.
you have some nervousness to step back in?
Yeah,
How
I did
people
have
would
some.
react and
I
all?
had some. I had more nervousness, I think, when I came back from in a Boston uniform and then in a Mets uniform. That was rough.
The Mets, that hurt a little bit.
That hurt me. Having to do it, but it was a demographic thing, a geographic thing, and not demographic, geographic, and that was the reason why I was there. So
Interesting.
yeah.
All right, let's get to the Twitter poll question of the day. It's brought to us by Armin Chevrolet. Check out Armin's certified one-owner, pre-owned pickup trucks and SUVs at arminchevy.com. That's arminchevy.com. Together, let's drive. Poll question. All right, so two different questions. The first, do you think the Eagles should pick up Jordan Davis's fifth-year option for 2026 for $12.9 million? Yes or no? Rhea, would you? $12.9 million for Jordan Davis 2 seasons from now. They've got to make that decision. I believe it's by this Thursday.
Absolutely.
Why?
I think he's a lot better for what they do than, and I get it. The snaps aren't there. He needs to be in better shape. But what we saw in the playoffs, I loved what I saw in the playoffs. I mean, he had really good numbers. I just think he's a space eater. And I think that having him for, having that 5th-year option, so that gives him 2 more years, right?
That would give, it would be this
Yeah.
upcoming season and the next one. But here's the thing. If they don't do it, then he's a free agent after this upcoming
Yeah,
season.
and if they don't do it, then they have to start over again. And I like him more than most.
Okay. Second poll question. James Seltzer. You get a crack at this one.
The answer is no.
Should James Seltzer's missed day of work yesterday due to airline issues count as a vacation day?
Yeah, no.
So what does it count as?
Don't really care.
No.
hold
on.
A sick day, I guess.
So it's a limbo.
I mean, it's not
limbo
a
day.
vacation. Like,
It's
it
a
wasn't
forced-
vacation. It wasn't a chosen day where I chose to do something other than work.
But in the HR department of the Odyssey company, it's got to be put down as something. Like,
It didn't have to be if you didn't say anything.
yeah, that's true
on
too.
the air.
Yeah.
well,
So I'm going to give James some love
day, yeah,
here.
do we get travel
The
days?
man didn't
day.
have to come in. He came in. That's a grinder. He came in before he had to go.
That's
Came
true
in
too.
when?
I did on
That he
Friday. I
grinded
came
it
in
out.
to do beat the hammer. My wife. I
He
had to
came
fly
in.
on a
Wait
separate
a
plane.
minute.
Hold up, real quick. I
I'm
had to
giving
fly
him
on
some
a
love
separate
for a
plane from
change.
my daughter and my wife because they left Thursday night. I stayed here an extra night so that I could come in Friday after the first round of the draft, be here for that, and to do beat the hammer. And then I left after hammer because that's when I had to leave to catch my flight that I took separate from my wife and kid just so I could be here on Friday.
so I just want to make sure I understand this right. You're claiming between Friday and Monday combined, 0 vacation was used when you only worked half a day.
Yes.
Half of one day. 1.5 shows you missed.
I was here on Friday.
1.5 shows you missed, and you're claiming 0 vacation.
Yeah, that's correct. That's exactly what it is.
I'm with Seltzer on that.
Let's
He
find
was
out.
thoughtful enough to come in. I think he believed he deserves a little love here. You're fine,
Thank
Seltz.
you, Ruben.
You're good.
James, I'm privately on your side, but
Yeah.
publicly.
You've made it public.
I'm just asking callers at 215-592-9494. Give me a ruling here. The man worked half a show. Friday, he worked from 6 to 8, wasn't here from 8 to 10, missed all of Monday, and is somehow claiming 0 vacation use.
He gets in at 4, so
Yeah.
technically.
And
Okay.
airline issues too. It wasn't like I chose this.
All
this
right.
day.
Someone let us know the outcome of how that should go down in the HR department. 215-592-9494. Coming up in a minute, what Nick Sirianni said yesterday at the White House. Sirianni's remarks as the Eagles were honored. We'll get to that in 1 minute. Hey, Tasty Cake. They've got a treat for every John. Peanut butter fans, you got the candy cakes, the chocolate-coated cakes. Love my favorite, by the way. They are my favorite. The candy cakes, chocolate-coated cakes with a creamy layer of peanut butter inside. Of course, you got the classics, the Crimpets, probably my second favorite. Big fan of that as well. Light sponge cakes, topped with rich icing. Donut lovers, you got options for days upon days. The frosted mini donuts, the powdered mini donuts, and of course, do not forget the delicious new Dippin' Sticks flavor. I'm sure you, like I, have been eating Tasty Cake pretty much your whole life. It's what we do throughout the Delaware Valley. Tasty Cake. You know, there's so many uniquely satisfying treats to choose from, but it's no surprise, this greatness, because we've known it our whole life. It's Tasty Cake, except no substitutes. All right, let's listen to Nick Sirianni. Eagles yesterday at the White House were honored. All the remarks were short. I mean, obviously, they had a lot to move through, and when Eagles representatives would speak, they kept it short and sweet. Let's listen to Sirianni yesterday at the White House.
Thank you, Mr. President, for having us here. We also appreciate the endorsement for the tush push. We really appreciate that. And go Birds.
So the tush push thing's coming back into focus, by the way, because that ruling's coming down in May. Remember, the commissioner delayed it to May. So we'll see. I mean, you know, Goodell spoke over the weekend and did not sound like he's backing off his quest to get it out. He didn't say it as clearly as I just said it, but it's basically what he said.
Yeah, he's made it clear.
He's made it clear.
He wants it gone.
He wants it gone. And and here's the deal. You know, the Eagles are one team that are absolutely going to vote to keep it. And then Lori's got to rally 8 other owners to get to 9 total votes to keep it. So,
how many favors you think are being swapped? What kind of back, room dealings are
James,
happening?
you ready for this? I'm going to ask this question.
Yeah.
I'm going to ask this question to all Eagles fans. Would you trade a 7th round draft pick to keep the tush push?
Absolutely.
Okay.
Without even
I
thinking
know.
twice.
I knew the answer. I knew the answer. Would you trade a 6th round draft
Yes.
pick?
Yeah, I would.
Would you trade a 5th round?
Yes.
pick?
Yes.
Would you trade a 4?
I don't think so.
No.
Yes, I would.
I think 4 is my limit.
It's too important a play for them. It's too important.
John, let's say the Houston Texans Yeah, or that last vote. John Ritchie, would you trade the Houston Texans a 4? Boy, would this be dirty. For them to vote to keep the tush push.
No, I'm not a big believer in these rookies. I really do feel like it's like 1 in every 4.
You imagine
you
that.
might get one that's legit.
You know, it's funny. It used to be the Wild West in sports with stuff like that. Obviously, stuff like that doesn't go on right now. I mean, we don't think. You know, the Celtics got Bill Russell because the team that had the number 1 pick agreed to a deal with the Celtics. I think that guy either owned the Circus or the Ice Capades was one of them.
No.
And he always wanted to get his act in the Boston Garden in the winter for 2 weeks. And the Celtics, Red Auerbach never wanted to give up the Garden for 2 weeks and go on the road for 2 straight weeks. And Auerbach knew Russell was the guy to take, had I think the 2nd pick.
Wow.
Auerbach went to his owner and said, I think if we cut this deal, we can get Russell. We got to let the other owner get the Boston Garden for 2 weeks. He won't take Bill Russell. The other owner agreed to it. That's how the Celtics won 11 titles in 13 years.
Unbelievable.
Yeah, I'd say
Is that outrageous?
That backroom deal was exactly what they needed.
It's nonsense.
Here's another one. Do you know that Auerbach drafted Larry Bird?
That one I do.
Ruben, some of you know this. Larry Bird still had a year to go in college. Auerbach drafted him.
Okay. I did.
And
not know
there
that.
was
no rule against
there
it.
was no rule against it
at the time.
There's no rule against it.
Well, he
hadn't declared.
brilliant.
He hadn't declared for the NBA draft.
Right.
It was complicated because he went to Indiana. And then
Indiana State.
No,
No, we went to Indiana
He went to
first. Oh, when you
Indiana.
went-
yeah, I got you.
Then he goes to
Then
then he goes to like a junior college or something down there, like something random. Then he goes to Indiana State. And so like that draft, he hadn't actually declared. And Auerbach took him with the 6th pick, and people were like, you can't take him. And he's like, yeah, I can.
And there's no rule against
And he
it.
got Larry Bird. And then Larry Bird played his final year at Indiana State. That's how he built
As
2 different dynasties.
a professional draft.
He's like, check the rule book. Yeah, I can.
Okay, so
Wow.
he, for whatever reason, after that draft,
crazy.
did they create something?
Yes, they
where
changed
had
it.
to-
They changed
like,
it.
immediately
Yes,
after
yes.
that
Oh, yeah.
draft.
I
You
think
must
I
declare
think it's
before.
called. Yeah, you got to
being
declare.
Yeah.
drafted. but that must be the draft that caused it, right?
I would imagine.
That had to be.
I
It had
get
to be.
I get a little twist on some of that, but yeah, that's in a nutshell. That's what happened.
What a
Wild man.
pioneer.
Wild.
Well, Joe, do you
Great move.
believe that the Browns were strong-armed into taking Shador? Because they looked really unhappy. That was the
No.
weirdest reaction I saw from a GM and a coach ever with a player being. It was weird
Do you think they were strong armed by the owner?
The league or
The
the,
league.
owner or whatever.
because it was overtaking, everybody at the draft.
Because it was
Well, and people were talking about collusion and
I was
like,
gonna
there was
say
all kinds
collusion
of
issue?
stuff
Yes.
happening there, you know?
It was becoming
Sure,
such
the
a
NFL
talking
did not
point.
like the talking points that were happening. That does.
I'm telling Joe, go back and look at it, thinking a different thing, because Andrew Berry looks like he ate a bad clam.
Wow.
I'm telling you, it's amazing.
And it will be amazing if the guy actually ends up becoming a really good player.
Look, he could be the best quarterback they have.
They have 7.
Well, they have 100.
Yeah, but they don't really have a guy who's the guy.
Well, they do have a quarterback.
They signed
who-
one.
They have a quarterback who is in victory formation for the Super Bowl. Okay.
Oh, Kenny.
Oh yeah. Well, I thought you were saying Joe Flacco. Joe
Well,
Flacco.
I don't know if
Yeah.
it was it victory. I don't remember
By the
how that
way,
game ended.
I
but
still got to rip Sirianni on this one, and I'm a
not
Sirianni
putting
guy.
Jalen back in.
Jalen should have been back in the game for the final snap.
I agree.
He should have been in the game for the final snap.
He was celebrating.
I don't think that.
With the backup O line.
Yeah, put them all back in. Put them in for a snap.
not a bad idea.
I would have put him in. I
celebrating
agree
on
with
the
you.
side.
Yeah.
I mean, Kenny Pickett, like that visual.
Next time.
That visual, which no one, by the way. Nice, right? That's
They're
good.
not too worried about
All
it.
right, 215-592-9494. What people are saying on YouTube, plus all the calls up ahead, coming next on 94 WIP.
Whether you are a weekend warrior or competing at a high level, you are an athlete with goals, and NovaCare Rehabilitation is here for you. NovaCare's Select Sports Center of Excellence are specialty locations focused on the needs of athletes. If you're injured, NovaCare will help get you back to playing your sport. They'll also help you prevent injuries from happening. NovaCare will prepare you to compete at your highest level of performance. At all Select Sports Center of Excellence, athletes are treated for their specific injury, training needs, and goals. More importantly, Care is provided by sports-specific physical therapists using advanced training and technology. For more than 30 years, NovaCare has long been the trusted Delaware Valley and South Jersey leader in physical therapy, hand therapy, and sports medicine. Select Sports Center of Excellence, just one more way NovaCare is meeting your needs. To learn more about Select Sports Center of Excellence, go to novacare.com today. NovaCare, the power of physical therapy.
May 5th is now BG Day.
Fly, Eagles, fly.
All day long, 94 WIP is honoring Brandon Graham with classic stories, special guests, and the best BG moments of all time.
Oh, was he walloped by Brandon Graham?
Live all day, May 5th.
I just want to thank everybody.
Then cap off the day with BG Live, a special one-time event with Brandon at the Colonial Theater in Phoenixville.
What up, Philly?
Presented by Ashley Furniture. Feels good to be home.
I'm sure everyone says this, but my mom really deserves the world. This year, I finally found a Mother's Day gift that comes close. She loves Hellsberg, so I'm getting her these timeless gold earrings she can enjoy for years to come. They feel special enough to show how much I truly appreciate everything she does for me. And I mean everything. I even sent my dad a link to the Diamond Eternity band he'll be getting her, too.
Save up to 50% on Mother's Day gifts Mom will cherish forever. Visit Hellsberg.com or a store near you.
Hi, it's Pete from Chicky and Pete. Springtime is party time. Don't stress. Take your party to a whole new level with our event catering or our Craft Fries Express food truck. We cater on-site for big parties, small parties, grad parties, and all parties. Order special catering options or our signature menu items. Book your off-premise event today. ChickyandPete's.com for details. Chicky and Pete's, the official caterer of the world champion Philadelphia Eagles First Trust Bank Club and Eagles training camp. Chickies and Pete.
Breaking news, and this one is almost unbelievable.
Yeah, it's all about new customers at Bet365 because they get $150 in bonus bets when they bet $5, win or lose. And even better, bonus bets can be used on the spread, totals, and player props.
There you have it. Bet $5 to get $150 in bonus bets, win or lose. And see why it's never ordinary at Bet365. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. 21 plus only. Must be physically located in Pennsylvania. T&Cs apply.
Every morning, we rise and shine, make breakfast, and brush away the night's rest. These routines help us start the day off right. Nature-Made vitamins are a simple step in that daily care regimen. Multivitamins with daily essentials, clinically studied probiotics for gut health support, magnesium to help relax the body. Nature-Made is made to care for you every day. These statements have not been evaluated by the Food and Drug Administration. These products are not intended to diagnose, treat, cure, or prevent any disease.
Thanks for calling Discover. This is Nia.
Hi, Nia. It's Jennifer. Did you know that Discover automatically doubles all the cash back you've earned at the end of your first year?
Yeah, I work here.
Okay. I was just double checking. Get it?
Because Discover automatically doubles all the cash back you've earned at the end of your first year?
Oh, you get me, Nia.
You could say that I double get you.
I guess we've taken it too far.
You earn, we match. Discover Cashback Match. See terms at discover.com/creditcard.
One of life's greatest mysteries has finally been solved.
Who let the dogs out?
It's Spruce, the new hardworking, worry-free weed and grass killer that's safe for use around people and pets. When used as directed, spray the leaves for visible results in just 1 hour and dead weeds in just 1 day. You spray, they play. Weeds die by the next day. Find Spruce wherever weed killers are sold.
This is a story of the one. As a maintenance specialist for university housing, he knows college students can major in wear and tear. Plus, housing so many students doesn't leave a lot of room to house all the supplies he needs. That's where Grainger comes in. With over 1 million industrial-grade products and fast, dependable delivery, Grainger carries the quality products he needs so he doesn't have to. From a new door hinge to a whole new faucet. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Greetings, Boomtown. Ever since this neighborhood switched to Xfinity Internet,
The Wi-Fi is booming!
Xfinity combines the power of internet and mobile with one all-in plan.
So we've all got lightning-fast, secure Wi-Fi speeds at home and on the go with Wi-Fi Power Boost from Xfinity Mobile.
You get the most reliable Wi-Fi with our best in-class equipment and unlimited data included. Plus, add an unlimited mobile line.
All for only $40 a month for 1 year. To celebrate this combo, we're mashing our shows together.
It's everything you need all in one plan. Plus, learn how to get a free 5G phone with a premium unlimited line. Now, sit back and relax with the smooth, relaxing sound.
Of face-melting acid metal!
Brilliant.
Visit Xfinity.com to learn more. Ends June 23rd with paperless billing and autopay to stored bank account. Restrictions apply. Xfinity Internet cable required. Texas fees extra. After 1 year rate increases to $110 a month. After 2 years, regular rates apply. Actual Wi-Fi speeds vary. Most reliable Wi-Fi based on Open Signal Awards USA. Fixed broadband experience report August 2024.
David is a real Prevagen user, and this is his story.
Nice to meet you. My name is David. I've been a pharmacist for 44 years, and I'm from Flowery Branch, Georgia. When I first started taking Prevagen, I noticed stuff just seemed to come together and fit like a jigsaw puzzle. When I have customers come in, I recommend Prevagen. Number one, because it's safe and effective, does not require a prescription, and I've been taking it quite a while myself, and I know it works. I wouldn't recommend something like Prevagen if I didn't think it was worth it because it works so good for me. And I love it when the customers come back in and tell me, David, that really works so good. Makes my day.
Prevagen, at stores everywhere without a prescription. This product is not intended to diagnose, treat, cure, or prevent any disease. Testimonialist was compensated for their time.
This is Boomer Esiason with an Odyssey Sports Minute, sponsored by Napa, the pros that know how to keep your business moving at full speed. Today's birthday shout-out goes to Justin Thomas. The 32-year-old two-time PGA Championship winner enjoyed his first victory in 3 years at the Heritage 9 days ago. JT joked it had been so long since he last won that the media actually stopped asking him about it. I'm Boomer Esiason.
94 WIP Sports Update.
Brought to you by PDQ Signature Systems. Zach Wheeler, come out for the Phillies as they look to extend their modest win streak to 3. Got the Nationals in town. You can check that game out starting here live on 94 WIP, 6:45. Eagles have until Thursday to pick up Jordan Davis's fifth-year option. Still unknown the future of Dallas Goedert, though he was with the team at the White House Monday to celebrate their Super Bowl victory. George Kittle just became the highest-paid tight end in the league, signing a 4-year extension, $76 million, $40 million guaranteed. If you're in the restaurant, hospitality, or casino business, you need a PDQ POS system. With PDQ POS, you'll sell more, earn more, and work less. If you want the best, trust PDQ POS. PDQPOS.com. Mostly sunny, high 82. It is currently 62. Join us for a special one-night-only event with Eagles legend Brandon Graham. Get your tickets to BG Live on 5/5 right now on 94WIP.com.
Sports Update on 94 WIP. 94 WIP HD1 Philadelphia. Powered by the Tasty Cake Studios. Sports Radio 94 WIP. An Odyssey sports station.
Come here, baby. Scratching my back.
Seltzer, this is not the scratch
I know
my.
you can do it.
What is this?
Slim Harpo.
This is not the song I was talking about.
It's a better song than what you were talking about.
Better than drinking one bourbon, one shot, and one beer? Scratch my back, baby. Did you really think this is the song I was talking about?
Honestly, I didn't hear it. I just
What
heard
is
scratch my
wrong with
back.
you? You know the one bourbon, one shot,
Yeah,
one
I
beer
got that
song.
one. I can do that too.
Yeah, please.
That is a great song.
It is. Is it the
Is that a
landlord?
top 250 song?
Yes.
It's a George Thorogood special.
Yeah, it is.
Joe, who has a special attachment to George Thorogood, in case you didn't know, because
Why?
bad to the bone, he likes to say
Think that he
likes to pretend that the
Jeez.
nurses who are all gathered round exclaiming in wild wonder at the joy they'd found were doing it because of him.
Well, Ruben, there's a reason for this.
What?
Because the day I was born, the head nurse.
She spoke up. He likes to,
And she
reflect
sa- and
upon
she
it
said-
using the lyrics.
When he was born.
She
in
said,
this
"Leave this
fashion."
one alone." because she could tell as I laid there in that crib
right away.
April 26, 1978. She could tell.
And it's like an
It's bad to the
opposite
bone.
nickname,
My
like
goodness.
Curly, like the bald baby becomes Curly.
I'm sorry.
Like the baby, wow.
I'm in dork mode today. I really am.
Yeah.
Let's go to phones. Let's get to Joe and Yaden.
The bad to the bone baby that was not bad to the bone.
Right.
But even Joe and Yaden knew that
The
wasn't
not
the
bad to the bone
That
baby.
wasn't to scratch my back. I was trying to reference. What do you got, Joe?
Well, first of all, good morning, everyone, including the Hammerhead. No offense.
Oh, wow. The hammerhead. So
And
that
my
makes it a little
condolences-
negative.
The effrontery. My condolences,
Yeah.
everyone there. I deal with that man every day. And
Thank
and
you.
His girlfriend.
That's
God bless her.
nice, Joe. Thank you.
Hey, Joe.
That's a
Well,
pick-me-up.
People should do
We
that
all
more
feel
often,
better.
you know?
I do feel
Yeah.
a little bit better now. Thank you.
Hey,
wow.
Joe. Hey, Joe.
Yes.
You should keep your mouth shut.
No, I appreciate that a lot. We're 3 hours in. It was wearing on all of us, I think, a little bit.
Well, regarding the mouth shut thing, I'm married. I have my mouth shut all the time.
Oh, I know.
Smart.
That's tough.
That's smart.
One quick thing before I get to the draft. If you had to choose a decade of music, great music, what would it be between the 50s and now 2000s? What's your opinion, everyone?
Better music,
The
50s.
best music during a decade, each decade.
Oh
50s,
my gosh,
60s,
if we're
70s,
going
80s.
decade by decade, the 50s, the bebop stuff was amazing, but how do you go against
Like Buddy Holly in the 50s? Love Buddy Holly.
amazing stuff?
I'm
How
a
do you
big
go
fan of
against
Runaround So.
the rock of the 60s, 60s,
Yeah,
70s,
60s, 70s,
and I
always
don't like
wins.
dividing the 60s and 70s because you got
It's like late
people who
60s,
are
early 70s
transversing
is the
both.
real heart of it.
The Woodstock era, feels
Revolutionary.
Like it's both.
It was revolutionary.
And then the 80s, all I did was watch
One-hit wonders?
MTV all day, every day, and a lot of one-hit wonders. If I wasn't outside playing Kill the Guy with the Football. But so the 80s, man, a lot of music and magical.
Yeah.
I don't know. No, you can't pick a decade, I don't think, Joe. Can you?
My favorite is the 60s. It just the rock and roll really kicked in big time during that span.
Beach
and it
Boys.
just got better.
Joe loves the 20s.
No,
swing.
Joe and Yaden. I
Elvis
think
60s and 70s.
I think
He
you're
was right
right.
in there.
Yes.
Thank you.
Yeah.
He
Wow.
died
for
in
sure.
79,
Come on.
78.
Yeah, for
I
sure.
mean, that was transcendent.
All right, Joe,
Yeah.
give me the best fictional athlete. Who is it?
No offense to James. I did say something earlier. I changed my mind. Can I have the Wild Thing from Major League?
Yeah, he's not good
You
enough.
can have him.
He's
Yeah.
pretty good, man.
No, he's pretty good,
He
but
was
he's not.
pretty good.
He's not.
He did hit the bowl a few times.
He's not that good though. Patrick and Tabernacle. Patrick.
Morning, everybody. How we
How
doing?
hard did he throw, Patrick?
Say that
Wild
again, John
thing.
Ritchie?
Wild thing.
Charlie Sheen. I don't know, 99.
Yeah, it was
99. Yeah, that was a number. I think.
He was bringing the heat.
Yeah, he
for
won
sure.
99.
Hey, guys. Good morning,
Hi.
everybody.
Good
Hi,
morning.
Patrick.
Ruben, it's good to hear you again on the radio. I talked to you over the weekend. I think Ruben you even called the Phillies breaking out in that big game.
That's right.
Yes, he did. For those who did not hear. But listen, Ruben, I want to carry our conversation because I heard our old buddy Al Morgani on Sunday talking about everybody's down in the Phillies, and I'm done him and Hahn or whatever. I'm going to give him a couple weeks. I obviously like to start here, but let's go back to our buddy Bryson Stott in the leadoff. Come on, like this guy here is really, again, last year was the year I was jumping on board with him, and obviously that didn't happen. But looking ahead, are we going to see him in the number one spot?
I would love to see him there. I love him there. I think he's done a nice job. I sadly, Schwarber has not been swinging the bat well behind Harper, but I think that's just a product of the fact that he's just colder. I think he'll heat up soon. And I think it just makes it a better, more well-rounded overall lineup.
But
with,
Patrick,
Stott in the top
what I think you're getting at, and I'm going to rule against it,
is whether he's going to do it against lefties.
Correct. I mean, Patrick, it sounds like you're saying you want Stott to lead off against the left-handed starter, and I'm not there yet.
Well, I am. I've been there, and I learned how to shut my mouth on the airwaves when everyone was telling people like me to shut your mouth about the leadoff. But
Well, how do we feel about Schwarber tanking since he's been in the cleanoff spot?
I honestly think it's just a product of he's just not swinging it well right now.
But who knows? I mean, time will tell on how it all
I think
settles
he'll
out.
be fine right there.
I think Schwarber will be okay. Seltz, that's a great point. I mean, his numbers have, but they're not. They took a little.
No,
dip there,
it's notable. It's very notable that he hasn't played as well.
The lineup tonight will telltale. I mean, you got a really, really tough guy and a left-hander, Mackenzie Gore, and I have a feeling that you're going to see Trey at the top of the lineup.
It's going to be Trey. Yep.
And I just think there's so much to it when you're walking through the ballpark. I mean, we don't want to, especially I don't know. Number one and number 4 spot are kind of, me traditionally in my own mind, where it's just like kind of set in stone according to your lineup. To me, Stott's our leadoff guy.
I'd be okay with sticking with him there.
I'm not.
I would be.
Not yet.
Yeah, I'm sticking with him for sure.
Awesome.
I'd be fine with it.
Me too.
Okay, Patrick, give me a fictional athlete, a really great one. Not a great character per se, a great actual athlete.
Real quick, your John Ritchie, 1 bourbon, 1 scotch, 1 beer, George Thorogood. Who did he get that song from? 3, 2, 1.
Darren Dalton.
John Lee Hooker. John Lee Hooker, House Rent Blues. And how about Bugs Bunny against the Gas?
Oh, what a change-up. The Bugs Bunny change-up.
Every position.
All right, fictional athlete. We go with Bugs right there.
Bugs could do it all.
That is a different kind of answer.
I like it, though.
All right, so speaking of answers, Ruben, give me an answer on what's rattling through your Phillies mind right now.
So a couple of things. I mean, the Ranger Suarez thing, when he's going to come back and how he's going to be, slid into this rotation. I don't think they've made an announcement on who's pitching tomorrow, believe it or not. They're still trying to figure it out, whether Christopher Sanchez is going to be healthy and that kind of stuff. That's one. The other thing is, I think there was a development on Sunday evening, not just the fact that Aaron Nola kind of turned it up and pitched the way he did, but I think more importantly, I think that you saw what Jordan Romano can do. And I know that he has been much maligned and he's really struggled in the early part of the year. But if he can get his act together and pitch the way he's pitching and pitched in this last outing, I think it makes this bullpen way better.
Man, that seems so small, the sample size.
It is really small, but I think he's fixed some of the things. He was tipping some pitches. He had there's all types of stuff going on. And the fact that they were swinging through some of his pitches and his fastball and not getting on his, I think that was a really good development. I'm hopeful that he can take that and run with it because he had a really rough start, obviously, and everybody's killing the guy. But I think that I do believe that at some point he'll get closer to where he was 2 years ago and the year prior than what he's been. And if he can, then that's really helpful. It pushes everybody back.
Well,
in the
look,
right spot.
they need him to pitch a lot better, and they need Kirk Green to pitch somewhat better.
And he pitched better.
Yeah, but for the whole this year,
he's
been a disappointment.
The hole for both
he hasn't been there
yet, though. I mean, this hole that they've dug, it seemed like Romano was just so despondent,
correct,
with his own performance that was digging an even bigger hole for him to have to dig out of.
Yeah, there's a combination of things. I think one, it was mechanics early. I think it was the fact that he was tipping his pitches late and he's got his arm strength back now. And I think hopefully he can get his mojo going. I really hope so, because
the velocity is no longer.
I think he's got throwing 95 to 97. And he's, guys are, his last outing, they were swinging through some pitches. Now, listen, I'm not saying that one outing has made him where he needs to be, but it's also a really good sign that he stepped forward in a really tight spot and pitched much, much better.
Yeah. All right, to the phones. Let's go to Chuck in Cherry Hill. What's happening, Chuck?
Good morning, crew.
Hi, Chuck.
I think James has earned. He's got equity built up. I'm sure he's working off hours, so I think you just trade that back out.
He's a non-exempt employee, so he does not get overtime. Is that the term? Non-exempt?
I think so. That's too funny. That's too funny. So my nephew, Billy Miller, works for Belichick.
Oh, boy.
Billy, yeah, well, this is okay.
By the way, anything you're about to say could get your nephew in trouble. Belichick would not like this.
No, Belichick would be fine with it. The girlfriend would have a huge problem with it.
I would never do that to Billy. No, I would never do that. But anyway, before I get to that, the tough part, my sister was very big fan of you guys.
Well, I'm so sorry to hear that, Chuck.
Yeah, I had to get through this. I didn't call because I didn't want to do it, and Lee was a Giant fan, man. Loved you guys.
Well, I
And,
appreciate you saying that, Chuck, and
yeah.
and we send you all love,
Yeah.
man. We
I wish I
know
could be
you're a good
stronger.
guy, man, and just
Such a weak link when I do this stuff. Whatever happens to me, I don't know, but I can't even function when I get emotional. But Billy, so we were around Billy for a few days, and his insights were amazing. And Billy was the head coach of IMG, so he's a smart cat, all-American, smart cat, good kid, great kid. Oh, my God, great kid. And so I'm looking for something juicy. And, so you see him with consecutive days. We were in the hospital together. Then you had part one, and then you had the luncheon. Like, Billy, there's nothing. There's Uncle Chuck, all I can tell you is this guy, if you know him, is so different than the way he's portrayed or even the way he handles himself in post-game. He goes, I can't take notes after practice quick enough to keep up with all the stuff he's doing to mentor. He goes, it's just amazing, the little stuff he coaches, the big stuff, in between stuff about every, so you have all these levels of coaches. He's special teams. And you have, of course, defense, linemen, linebackers. You got to coach for everything. He can coach every position, coach. He says, it's just remarkable. He goes, but when I told him my mom was sick, first she had a stroke, he said, get there as quick as you can get there.
Good.
And, take care of your family. And he said, he was just amazing guy. He says, and I know how he does portray himself. I'm not blind to that, but to know him is to know a totally different person. And that's just an insight. That's all I
interesting.
share.
Very interesting.
Yeah. Yeah. So you got that going on. And on John's side, John, you were already a great guy. Okay. But you are so obviously happy since the girlfriend. It's great to see, buddy. I'm glad to see you're living your life in that right now. Cause it's this little stuff you do that just, you illuminate certain things. You're, like I said, you already were a great guy, but you can sense how happy you are in life, and that's good for you, man.
That's nice, Chuck.
Yeah. No, it's obvious. It is obvious, but it's micro that stacks up. Then you have a macro, just like business. Our success in our company is a million micros. I always get from prospects, what do you do, number one, that makes you better? Not one thing. First of all, it's our people, but it's a bunch of little processes we do right all day that makes our firm never have lost in 40-year competition. That's all micro stuff. That's what we observe.
That's interesting. Yeah, very interesting.
Yeah.
Wow.
So, okay. So, and
all right, Chuck, give me a fictional athlete, buddy. Who do you got?
Can I shoot the Rube for a real fast question? Is Alvarado, has he earned closer role yet, Rube? That what he did the other night at Wrigley, that 1-2-3, was that most impressive 1-2-3 you've ever seen from a reliever?
He's been fantastic. I mean, it's a great transformation, and you're sort of hoping that you get the same sort of transformation with Romano here over the next several weeks.
My answer is no. I don't trust any of them yet as the guy.
Oh, I trust Alvarado.
I don't. Not yet.
I do.
Okay.
Not yet.
Yeah.
Chuck,
It's a long season.
Give me an athlete, Chuck.
Yeah. I don't know if this fits because I've been in meetings. I'll step out and say, does Robert Redford and Roy Hobbs
Has already been said. Give me a different answer.
Panderer.
I'm on blank. Yeah, I got it. Have a great day, guys.
All right, pal. Chuck, our best to you and your family.
Thanks,
of course.
Chuck.
Yeah.
James, YouTube. We're on YouTube. Like, hi, everybody on YouTube.
Hey, YouTube.
And people make comments.
They do.
What are they saying today? What are they saying about what they're seeing?
All right. People aren't very happy with you on YouTube. Believe it or not.
Me?
Yes. So Robert said, who appointed DeCamera enforcer of WIP's absentee policy? It's a good question.
Well, I'm not saying I am the enforcer.
Good question by Robert.
That's why I posed a question for the jury. The jury is the audience. I'm just the prosecutor.
No, you're not.
Yeah, you're clearly not. Yeah, did you get appointed? Was like a DA type thing where you get voted for? Or?
Lord of the Flies around here.
Oh, right? Good. Be involved in
Wow.
You're piggy.
He went way back.
I'm Awake says, tell Joe to stop being a hater. Not wrong.
Who am I hating on?
Me. Said James deserves a day off.
Well, I thought it was a question that deserves deep consideration. That's all.
It was hate-ish.
Yeah, it was hate-ish. I think Mick nails it here. He says, Joe, don't mess with James's time off. You need to focus on losing to Fritz. And I think that's true. He's right.
Well, I need to focus on beating Fritz.
Yeah, okay.
on beating Fritz.
Yeah, good luck with that.
By the way, Ruben, I think your slug ball could be a me versus Jack.
I think it's a great idea. We can set it up anywhere.
It's got possibility. I'm not sure I'm ready
Maybe
to sign
we
off
can do
on
it
that
on
yet.
that. We can just do a one-on-one in FTR or something like that.
It's possible. I thought another. So that is a possibility. There's
Does
another.
it require actual athletic
you got to hit.
skill?
Yeah, you got to
You gotta
hit.
hit.
Where he
You got to
will
handle
have
the
to
bat.
run.
No running.
No running. Just
It's
hitting.
all hitting. That's
Hitting.
the beauty of slug ball. You don't have to go anywhere.
What
No
about-
defense,
All
no
right,
running.
well, we might need
Just
something.
hitting.
Here's
we might
the
need
pitching
something.
aspect for Jack.
So that's not fair to
Jack was
Fritz.
a
So
pitcher.
here's an aspect I thought we could do me versus Fritz. Here's a possibility. Thought of this earlier today. 10 at bats. He's the pitcher. I'm the hitter. James, do I have to get on base 4 times or 3 times? He's allowed to have defenders out there. No. He can bring 9 defenders. We're going to have a freaking catcher. We would have an umpire.
Okay.
Now, this would be I have to get on base. Is 3 too light?
I think 3 is too
I
light.
think this is so
I mean, 4
arbitrary.
is a 400 on base
hold
percentage.
on. Like, so you could potentially just hold your bat out and accidentally hit the ball.
No, John,
But
to
it's
get-
too big. It's too big because 300 is bad on base. You're either good or bad. 300 on
Dude,
base percentage is
Do
bad.
you know how hard it is?
Maybe 15
it's
at
going
bats?
to be for you to get on base once.
No,
I
I
would
mean-
bet against you.
Dude, I got on base against him twice last time.
You got hit by a
Dude.
pitch.
And then the other time I was
That's-
safe at
you
first and
got
the guy
hit.
ruled me out.
Dude, let me just say this.
And you
to
know I was safe.
If you get on base one time in 10 ABs, I would be surprised.
So what about 3 then? 3 is the
If you get on 3, I would bet against you.
Seltzer, take this one to the afternoon show. Let the word go out to the afternoon show.
Fritz, of course, will take
I'm
it.
laying out the challenge to Fritz for baseball in this way. Fritz, listen to me. You're the pitcher. That's your specialty. I'm the hitter. I can hit. 10 at bats. You can bring 8 other defenders. Obviously, we would have a real umpire. I'd have to get on base 3 times.
It requires so much more skill for him to throw repeated strikes and to get you
No, it
out.
doesn't.
It does.
It's what he
Absolutely.
does.
No, I
You
disagree.
gotta
No,
do
that's
that.
not
You gotta
right.
I disagree
James,
with
I
that.
think that's
stand
pretty
there.
fair. I think that's a fair representation of baseball.
Yeah, I think the issue is how many times you need to get on base in this situation. I think the like layout makes sense. I think that's a fair way to do baseball.
I still think you should do slug ball.
Well, that's a possibility too.
Because Jack's got some bat to ball skills.
Yeah, but pitching is his forte.
Okay.
Well,
Well, that, I mean,
he's probably better at batting.
I'm trying
than you
to be
are, too.
nice to him. I'm trying to put him in his sweet spot, which is pitching. Rhea, should it be 3 times on base or 4 times on base?
Well, I don't think you have a prayer of getting 4.
boom.
So 3.
Oh, well, that shouldn't be the reasoning. Just because you can't do it.
Well, Ruben doesn't think I have a prayer of getting on base once.
If you get on twice, I'll be surprised.
All right, take it to Fritz. See what they say. I'm putting it out there. 3.
Yeah.
Let's see. See if they bite.
Okay, we'll see if they bite.
This is like a negotiation.
Why wouldn't they bite?
Did you want one more comment?
Sure.
Paper Plane says, I observed Joe looking like a Muppet.
Oh, come on. Trust me. I'm not. Trust me. If I was in Muppet mode.
Hey, now.
I'm just saying. Talking about sexual harassment. That was out of Ruben, that was backstory. I will just say. You weren't here, I don't think, on this one.
I
a few
may have
years
missed
ago.
it.
This was a couple years ago. I referenced a woman I worked with in New York. I got to be delicate with the way I say this.
Yeah, I would hope.
It wasn't sexual harassment, me to her to me. By the way, we're close friends. Don't get me wrong. I'm joking around.
Okay.
She called me Muppet. And the reason is because remember the Muppets, like when sometimes they would just gyrate like crazy, like they would jump around like crazy,
Right, yeah, okay.
uncontrollable.
Right.
She said if I was ever fortunate enough to get in the sheets, that she thought that I would lose all bodily capabilities.
So you'd be a Muppet.
And I would be a Muppet. And hence for a year and a half, she called me Muppet.
Wow.
And people think I'm a bad
It is a
teammate
bold move,
because
but
I'm just
that's-
asking. I'm just
that's
asking
very
whether
bold.
Seltzer should be a vacation day or a sick day.
She believed
I'm the
in
bad
herself.
teammate.
She was very proud.
No, she was cool. It was a good joke amongst our group. All right, 215-592-9494.
So a flaccid marionette. She called him a flaccid
Wow.
marionette.
All right. There's
Oh,
mental
wow.
pictures I don't need.
Wow.
This is. Let me tell you something.
We've dipped.
It's getting a little weird.
He dipped a little.
We're coming back with Tom Jurist and more. Whatever we got. I don't know. Whatever's next.
Here's what's happening at Borgata. Don't miss out on the action. At Borgata's Poker Room, where great cards, lucky seats, and high hands bring excitement to every player. Open 7 days a week. Excitement is waiting, and you are only miles away from your happy place. Experience award-winning restaurants, exciting bars and live music, big name entertainment, and a spacious casino filled with your favorite slots and table games. The action at Borgata Hotel, Casino, and Spa does not stop. Start planning your getaway today. Visit theborgata.com for more details.
Must be 21 or older. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. I'm Ryan Horvath here to help you beat the books with the BetMGM Network. The draft is over and we cash big money, so let's find more bets. Travis Hunter was taken by the Jags. He was the best prospect in this draft. Joins the Jacksonville team with Trevor Lawrence as his quarterback and an offensive mastermind and head coach. I like Travis Hunter to win Offensive Rookie of the Year at plus 550. I'm Ryan Horvath. Bet smarter and beat the books. Download the BetMGM app today.
Still getting around to that fix on your car? You got this. On eBay, you'll find millions of parts guaranteed to fit. Doesn't matter if it's a major engine repair or your first time swapping your windshield wipers. eBay has that part you need, ready to click perfectly into place for changes big and small, loud or quiet. Find all the parts you need at prices you'll love, guaranteed to fit every time. But you already know that. eBay, things people love. Eligible items only. Exclusions apply.
Hello, I'm Joe Cordell, founder of Cordell & Cordell. Divorce is complicated, especially when your small business or professional practice is involved. At Cordell & Cordell, we understand that these assets raise unique valuation and allocation issues. For 35 years, we've helped doctors, lawyers, and small business owners navigate divorce with confidence. Call Cordell & Cordell today because your business is more than a job, it's your legacy.
Philadelphia, Radnor, Allentown, and Mount Laurel, New Jersey. Michelle Ferreri, licensed in New Jersey and Pennsylvania. Joseph Cordell, licensed in Missouri and Illinois.
Navy Federal Credit Union celebrates Military Appreciation Month in May. Whether you're active duty, a veteran, or a military family, we are all united this month to celebrate those who go above and beyond. Since 1999, May has been designated as National Military Appreciation Month with its 5 military observances. It's a time to show appreciation for our troops and everything they do. Navy Federal has proudly served the military community for more than 90 years, and our employees are part of the community we serve. Many are military family members, reservists, or veterans themselves. Navy Federal takes special care to ensure that our members feel celebrated and honored every day and every May. So from all of us at Navy Federal, happy Military Appreciation Month. Navy Federal Credit Union. Our members are the mission. Navy Federal is insured by NCUA.
We finally switched to T-Mobile because with them, we can be connected here and there.
¡Listos todos! Estas son las mañanas.
Now we just need to harmonize.
Switch today. Get 4 Samsung Galaxy S25 phones with Galaxy AI. Plus, get 4 lines for just $25 per line. Visit a store, T-Mobile.com, or call 1-800-T-Mobile. 1-800-T-Mobile. For well-qualified customers with autopay plus tax and fees and $35 per line connection charge. Minimum 4 lines on plan. Consequence of canceling lines. Plus $5 per line without autopay. Debit or bank account required. Visit T-Mobile.com.
This spring, Christian Home Services is standing with our nation's heroes. Now, schedule a $29 cooling system tune-up, and we'll donate every dollar to the Wounded Warrior Project, up to $5,000. With Christian Home Services, it's more than a tune-up. It's a way to honor those who've sacrificed for our freedom, stay cool, save energy, and give back to the brave men and women who served our country. Call 267-957-1989 and ask about our no breakdown guarantee, or visit ChristianHomeservices.com.
Attention!
Now, why does Jeremy have a megaphone?
Yeah, well, he's pretty jazzed about the new Mega Millions from the New Jersey Lottery. More Mega! It's got a built-in multiplier now, and more eye-popping jackpots. Something Mega got more Mega! Even better odds of winning. It's more...
Mega?
When I say more, you say Mega! More!
Play Mega Millions today. Now $5.
Mega!
Must be 18 or older to buy a lottery ticket. Please play responsibly. If you or somebody you know has a gambling problem, call 1-800-GAMBLER.
I'm Brian Tedesco, CEO of Blaupunk Americas, the pioneers of the car stereo. Today, we're not just about sound systems. We are revolutionizing the e-bike scene with Blue Dot Bike. Thanks to AmericanEagle.com, our online presence now features a dynamic e-commerce website that showcases the quality and affordability of our foldable e-bikes. And our collegiate e-bikes, just perfect for the college fanatic. These e-bikes offer a new way to experience freedom on two wheels, no matter your age. When we needed a top-notch website to match our cutting-edge e-bikes, we turned to AmericanEagle.com. They made the impossible seem easy, tackling digital challenges like pros. Check out the Blue Dot Bike website to see AmericanEagle.com's amazing work in action. Need the best in website and digital marketing solutions? AmericanEagle.com is your go-to. They've been a game changer for us, and they can be for you too. Visit AmericanEagle.com or call 877-WEB-NOW-1. That's 877-WEB-NOW-1.
Why'd I go to the doctor? One day at the firehouse, I was so lightheaded I could barely stand. Even my crew noticed. Getting checked out was the right call. Turns out I have atrial fibrillation, which increases the risk of stroke about 5 times.
Symptoms like irregular heartbeat, heart racing, chest pain, shortness of breath, fatigue, or lightheadedness can come and go. But if it's AFib, the risk of stroke remains. If you have symptoms, contact a doctor.
I'm so glad I did.
Visit NoTimeToWait.com, sponsored by Bristol-Myers Squibb and Pfizer.
BetMGM has an unreal deal for sports fans. Turn $10 into $150 if you win your first bet at BetMGM. Simply download the BetMGM app and sign up using bonus code Philly150. Then place a $10 bet on any sport. You'll receive $150 in bonus bets if you win. The fun doesn't stop there. The sportsbook that knows how to treat you right has plenty of surprises in store. Sign in to get instant access to a variety of parlay selection features like the new look same game parlays, live betting options, and more. Download the app today and get $150 in bonus bets if you win your first bet with bonus code Philly150. BetMGM and GameSense remind you to play responsibly. See BetMGM.com for terms. 21 plus only. Pennsylvania only. New customer offer subject to eligibility requirements. Rewards are non-withdrawable bonus bets that expire in 7 days. If you or someone you know has a gambling problem, help is available. Call 1-800-GAMBLER. 94 WIP Sports Update.
Brought to you by Borgata Hotel, Casino, and Spa. Phillies back home to open a series with the Nationals. First pitch, 6:45 p.m. live here on 94 WIP. It'll be Zach Wheeler for the Phillies against Mackenzie Gore for the Nationals. In attendance at the Eagles Super Bowl ceremony Monday at the White House, one Dallas Goedert. The question is, will he be on the Eagles this upcoming season? Still unknown, of course, while the San Francisco 49ers signed tight end George Kittle to a 4-year extension, $76 million, $40 of it guaranteed. Kittle turns 32 in October. Guaranteed slot dollar multipliers every Monday and Wednesday in April at Borgata. Gambling problem, call 1-800-GAMBLER. Mostly sunny, high 82. It is currently 62. Join us for a special one-night-only event with Eagles legend Brandon Grant. Get your tickets to BG Live on 5-5 right now on 94WIP.com.
Sports Update on 94 WIP. Back to the WIP Morning Show with Joe DeCamara and John Ritchie on Sports Radio 94 WIP.
What you want? What a song. That's great. Now, my only complaint is Seltzer didn't pick the part where he says,
I
scratch my
couldn't
back.
find it. I went through the whole song.
Nah.
No, I literally listened to the entire song. I couldn't find it. I don't know where it is.
Well, you didn't listen right.
I listened to the song.
Because he says, scratch my back, baby.
I didn't hear it.
John, do you remember that lyric?
To be fair, like that might be
a live
like a
version.
live version
Yeah, it might be
right
something like
there.
that. This is the YouTube version. It's like I went
This
through
is
this
the regular
whole
song.
I went through the whole song.
It's in, well, you did a bad job.
Okay.
Can someone?
It's a tough assignment.
Finding out. It's also not in the official lyrics for the song too. If you
Right.
Google the lyrics of the song, like "Scratch My Back," maybe is not scratch, isn't it? Like, so it's not part of the official lyrics of the song.
It's like
whatever
you're
it's worth.
looking up the onomatopoeia of the song, like Michael
Google-
Jackson.
For real,
You'd be
Google
looking up
lyrics. Google lyrics for
You
what
can't
we're
find
shot
that.
on beer. It's not in the lyrics, so
right. It's tougher. It makes it tougher.
it's not lyrics. I don't know what to
I'm
tell
putting
you.
this as an assignment for tomorrow's show. I will dig in after the program.
Please, yeah.
I will do what I always have to do, which is produce the show myself.
Yeah, right.
Oh my God.
I'm just joking around. All right, good morning, everyone. Great to have you with us on this Tuesday morning. Let's also get to the Twitter poll questions of the day, both of which, of course, are brought to us by Armin Chevrolet. Armin Chevy, your Corvette headquarters. Have you dreamt about owning a Corvette? Well, now's the time. Visit ArminChevy.com. Together, let's drive. All right, first poll question. Do you think the Eagles, the word we went with was should, not will. Do you think the Eagles should pick up Jordan Davis's fifth-year option for the 2026 season for $12.9 million, yes or no? John, how do you think people voted?
Oh man, I'm gonna say as high as 77% say no.
70% say yes.
Knew it.
Man,
Fools.
I felt
They're not
like
fools. I'm
this
right
was
with
gonna
them.
go strong.
I'm right with
in
them.
one
and
direction.
I'm right with them.
Ruben,
and
you
I'll tell
can't
why.
say
I'm right
you
with them,
can't
and I'll
say
tell you why.
Goddard's not worth $12 million, but Jordan Davis is. You can't do
That's
that.
a great.
Are
That's
they
a
saying
great
that?
way to
Can't
put
do
that.
that.
Are they really saying it?
Well,
they are
sort of.
suggesting it by saying
Okay, well, who are you
we
gonna
are
replace
not
the guy with?
including you on our team. We're talking about you in the past
Who
tense
are you going to
now.
replace him
Well,
with?
first
I don't
off, he's
care how
not
many
a
snaps he
starter. A
has.
Jomo. So, all right.
Okay.
So who would be the third guy? So if you, and by the way, this is for
Wait,
12
the,
months
the
from now.
question, you got Moro Jomo and Ty Robinson. You got Jalen Carter. You got Byron Young, Gabe Hall.
So you got Jalen
Jordan
Carter
Davis.
and Ojomo.
Basically,
That's what
you got Thomas Booker. You got Thomas Booker, who is another nose tackle. Jordan Davis is our starting nose tackle, and you got Thomas Booker, who is the backup nose tackle. Basically, they're the guys who are in on base.
Right.
They are the nose tackle in base. So technically, there's really not another guy like Jordan Davis,
Right.
except for Thomas Booker.
Yeah.
Exactly.
But I don't think he's worth $13 million if he's going to play 20 snaps.
Is it your money?
question.
Is it your money?
No, but I can't get over the fact. I can't get over the fact that even though they said he was in good shape last year, and he looked at the end of the season like he was playing with much greater, I don't know, tempo all throughout the game.
Played great in the playoffs.
He still was only getting 20 snaps or so.
Played great in the playoffs.
It feels like it's an overpay. I understand his services are important, though.
Right.
So it gets
You have
tricky.
to replace him.
Yeah, but 13 is a lot, man.
It's such an overpay. I feel like it's an overpay,
I
but
don't
you
think
might have to
I
do
don't
it.
think they're going to do it. But we're going to know. James, is it Thursday? Is that the day?
Thursday, I believe. Yep.
Wow. All right.
Tough decision.
Second poll question. It's kind of like HR with Seltzer and his day off. They got to make a decision. Should James Seltzer's missed day of work yesterday due to an airline issue count as a vacation day? Yes or no?
Oh my gosh. No. Vacation day and airline issue cannot be
What should
they
HR
can't be
put
in the same sentence.
What should HR put it in as?
Well, HR is not putting it in as anything.
Well, no, it's something. Is it a sick day?
I
mean, they got to have an official tally. Seltzer, you are so uncomfortable
sick.
with this, aren't you? A little uncomfortable.
He was made
It's not a
sick
vacation
by the
day. I don't
airline.
care. I mean, it's clearly not a vacation day. So
He was
I'm
sickened
good with it.
by the way he was
Yeah.
dealt with by these awful
It was outrageous.
airlines, abusing their power to make him just sit there.
John,
and,
how do you
take
think?
it?
How do you think the people voted?
No, I don't think anyone thinks he should have to use a vacation day for
Well,
that.
45% of them do think
No,
that it's a vacation day.
Please.
Wow.
Yep.
That surprised me. That's a high number.
Insensitive.
All right, here's my official statement to those 45% of people. Publicly, I agree with you. Privately, because I want my own, someday, extra benefit. I'm for leniency behind the scenes. James, I will privately support you.
Thanks, buddy. Yeah.
Publicly, though, I rip you because, that's
coming
what,
through.
that's what I do. It's got a I'm just I hope it works out for you, James. It would really be unfortunate if you lose a summer vacation day because this thing you get docked. Ruben, what's the company going to officially rule?
They're not going to do anything. The man, look,
Ruben, you're so right.
you're just so fine. You're fine.
James, I think I've helped your
James.
cause because now the company will look bad if they.
I like how you're spinning
You
it
see what
around.
I'm doing?
It's really
James,
work.
this has been for your benefit.
You just said you're just so fine, James, to James.
Ooh,
You're
thank
just
you.
so fine.
So there you go,
We
James.
could cut that.
You're fine.
You're so fine.
That was once again, Ruben doing and
Mickey.
saying things that he should not be doing or saying because they're just way too nice.
Oh boy. Let's get to Steve in Cherry Hill. What's happening, Steve?
Hey guys, good morning. How are you?
Doing great, Steve.
So I got a poll question for you guys. What's the odds of this happening again this year with the Phillies, with Noah pitching, giving up no home runs, and Romero getting a save? What's the odds of that?
Well,
Is it
JC
going to
Romero's retired, so it's probably not going to happen.
Romano, I'm sorry.
There you go.
Romano will get saves. He'll probably get over 10.
But I'm saying will Noah give up no home runs in the same exact game?
Yes.
Sure.
It will happen? All right.
Yes.
I think he's a 500 pitcher, Noah, so that's my theory on him. And I think Thomas said he's not good pitching in the cold. That was cold Sunday night.
One of the biggest problems that he's had is he had no run support. I mean, listen, he hasn't pitched great, and he did pitch really well as this last time out, but the man gets no run support.
This year's been lame.
It's been terrible.
you're-
That's been terrible for a while.
Very noticeable. You're totally right, Ruben. Anyway, I think they should actually pick up Goddard just this 1 year. I think it puts them, right in that Super Bowl level. If they lose him, that's a big loss. So that's my
Well,
thought
just
on
Steve,
that.
just so you understand the I'm sorry, Goddard. I thought you were saying Jordan Davis. Yes, I agree with you on Goddard. Man, I'd like to see him here. All right, Steve, give me an answer for a great fictional athlete.
I'm going with Bruce Lee.
In what?
He's not a fictional athlete. He's actually a real
All right,
person.
I'm going to dig him. I was giving him a chance. If he said Enter the Dragon, I guess that's not a fictional athlete.
No, it's still
I
him.
wanted to give him a chance, but he
that
didn't
character,
answer.
if he says the character,
He didn't say it. That's why I was trying to be a nice guy. He didn't say
it
it.
might have been an interesting, proposition.
Because then you could open up, if you started going into like the kickboxing, Seagal stuff, Van Damme stuff. Right? See what I'm doing right there? Dr. J. What was the name of the movie, Rhea? The Fish That Saved Pittsburgh?
Correct.
Actually, that got recommended to me by no other than Billy King.
Really?
He was joking.
Oh, okay.
He was very much joking.
All right, let's go to let's go to Dave. Matter of fact, now you open up Shaq in Blue Chips.
Neon Bedeau.
Oh man,
Neon Bedeau.
I gotta watch that movie again.
Butch
That's a
McRae
good
was
it's an outstanding movie.
Anthony. It is
I
really
don't
good.
think
I
I
watched
watched
it.
it
I watched it like
since
3 months ago.
That
It's
Nolte?
awesome.
Or
Yeah,
whatever it
Nolte's
was.
great.
Nolte?
in it. Nolte's
Nick Nolte.
great. Great. in it.
Nolte's great in a lot of stuff, dude.
Yelling all over the place, just yelling.
And then you got
Coaching and yelling.
You got the kid in Hoosiers, whatever his
Yelling.
name is, Jimmy
Jimmy
Chitwood.
Chitwood. That would have been a good
Chitwood.
answer. Jimmy
That's a
Chitwood
good
was
one.
a star, man.
Stud.
Yeah,
Stud.
I'm going to just start rattling them off.
That's one of the,
but
one
not
of
a
the problems with
professional.
Hoosiers when you watch enough
Joe
times, though, is you're
fancies
like,
himself,
why
the
are we
Jimmy
doing that?
Chitwood.
Why are we doing the 4 passes? Just give
Yes,
it to
he does.
Jimmy.
Joe
Like, we don't
Yes,
need
he
4
does.
passes.
himself.
Let
That's why he
Jimmy
brought it up.
score.
Jimmy Chitwood.
That's why he brought it up.
That's what this all is. Joe thinks because Jimmy Chitwood could shoot
You know why, John?
and he can shoot foul shots.
Because I can stroke it.
Yeah.
I'm just telling you. I mean, dude, I
I've
got a sweet J.
He does
Heard all
have
about
have a
that.
nice
Ruben.
set shot.
Exactly. It's a set shot from the foul line.
All right, let's go to Dave in Northeast Philly. What's going on, Dave?
Hey guys, how are you today?
Great, Dave.
Joe.
Yes, sir.
Joe.
Yeah.
I do high school baseball. I did the state championship last year. I'll do the umpiring for free, no charge. I'm going to tell you right now, if he paints the outside corner, you'll never touch a pitcher.
Listen, we need a fair ump. I mean, we need a good ump.
I'm fair. I'm ready.
You think this is a fair evaluation of baseball skills?
Joe's skill?
Yes.
Stop. Come on, John. You're smarter than that.
So
no.
but Dave, it is a fair, like, forget who's got better skills and all. I think the idea of having to get on base a certain amount of times, he'd get to bring defenders. I think that's a pretty good representation of baseball, right?
I don't think you need defenders. I think you just like the old schoolyard stuff. If a ball hits there, it's a single. Out there, it's a double. That type of thing. You don't have to hold those other people.
Listen.
But the reality is you have to be able to hit the ball.
And you're saying there's a low chance of that occurring, Dave?
I'll hit the ball.
Less of a chance of him actually hitting the ball.
Really?
Jack is what Jack was when he was younger, and we know he's older, obviously. But if he could pitch 3/4 of what he pitched then, you're not hitting him.
Have you seen him pitch?
No, never a day.
Okay. I mean, listen, good for him for playing college baseball.
But you do know, yeah, exactly, what a college baseball pitcher looks like.
Good. Here's the sentence. Good for him playing college baseball, comma. But it was D7. I mean, let's not act like the guy played in the SEC.
Dave.
Oh, I understood.
Have you reffed? Have you officiated?
Did he stop? Say it again, John.
Have you officiated baseball at many levels?
High school is the highest I've gone.
Okay, but so that level.
Last year.
Wow.
See, I feel like we need a negotiation on who the ump would be. Because Dave, like I don't know that I can trust you. And I'm not trying to be rude, but like, how do I know you're not the guy that just wants to see me lose and is going to ring me up?
Oh,
I'm impartial.
I think somebody will be
impartial. I'm just simply saying.
We might need an MLB
I think it's
ump.
professional and suggestive of impartiality that Dave is making this call.
Yeah, but he's also kind of making fun of me a little bit, and that makes me not want to have him as the umpire.
I'm not so
No,
sure
I mean,
that he
Part
is.
of this skit of your show. Come on.
I'd rather have Steve Javy.
He said it's
Look,
part of the show.
Steve Javy, who's a great basketball, referee who lives in town. Maybe he can be our
How
umpire.
about Herb? Would you want Herb?
Herb McGee?
No, our call Herb in the Northeast.
No, you don't want.
He's an umpire. Herb in the Northeast. The caller. is an
No.
umpire.
No.
Look at that. No.
No.
I think enough is said on that one, right?
All right, Dave, give me an answer for a great fictional
I
athlete.
don't have any of that. I'm just good luck with your
Hey, Dave,
your
good call,
career.
buddy. I'm playing around back with you, man. I appreciate the
All right,
call.
buddy.
Good
Take
stuff, man. All right, by the way, no time's yours today. When we do it, it's brought to us by Xfinity Mobile, the sponsor of WIP's Xfinity Mobile Lounge. Xfinity Mobile customers now get exclusive access to Wi-Fi speeds up to 1 gig on the go. All right, we're not doing time's yours today. We'll do it tomorrow. Let's get right on back to the phone lines. Talk to Chris, who's calling from Plymouth Meeting. Chris, good morning.
Jesus Shuttlesworth.
Oh, big answer.
Great answer.
Big
Really
answer.
awesome.
Yep.
I just want to touch on something, an underrated X factor, the Eagles, that no one is talking about, but this player makes a significant difference when he's in the game. Any idea?
Makes a significant difference when he's in the game, isn't in the game much. Let me think. My first thought is the punter, but
Britton
that's not
Covey.
No, he's gone.
Well, that's
Okay,
the
hold
point.
on.
He's a free agent.
Do you want
Hold on.
Do you want a major hint?
No.
Okay.
Makes a significant difference when he's in the game.
And no one's talking about him, flying right under the radar, and he's going to be a big help this season.
Huh.
He switched.
Oh, you talking about Ben Summerin?
Yep, he switched from defense to offense.
We're at number 43 now.
Well, no one is talking about him. You're right about that. So tell me the significant part. Give me this. He's top 10 football player of all time. What do we got here?
Saquon averaged 7 yards when he was in the game blocking.
Wow.
7 yards a pop, 6.9 a pop. So, yeah.
Hold on.
But
how many plays?
Yeah, what's the
was that,
sample size
Chris?
here? Was one of them 180-yard run?
2 plays? We didn't have a fullback in for, 3 plays, and it was late in the game for one of the late in the season games.
I would
right?
like to know the number.
He played a good amount in like the beginning, mid of the season when they switched him around. I believe he was in with that Giants game. That Saquon ran wild. I mean, Saquon ran wild most games, but I'm just saying, props to Ben. He's gonna do good for us this year, no doubt.
Well, that's exciting. I hope so. I can't wait to see that.
With Jordan Davis, real quick, I think you absolutely give him that 5th-year option. I mean, $12 million these days is a low level, starting salary. So
Well, apparently
I
it's
think
too
he's
much for
worth
Dallas
that.
Goedert.
Yeah, but he's been injured, and I think Jordan Davis, 2 sacks in the playoffs, his arrow looks up. Plus, it's a contract year, so players and agents.
Well, I'll
get
say
up
this,
for that.
Chris, and we could look it up to know for sure, but I would bet you a good amount of money that Dallas Goedert in 12 games plays more snaps than Jordan Davis in 17 games. By probably a considerable
because of
margin.
blocking. Yeah, I mean, I could definitely see that.
Yeah.
There's no doubt. But
Maybe.
but like you guys were just touching on, Jordan Davis, we have no one on the team like him with that big body.
Well, they
like
don't.
Rhea
But
was
just
saying,
know this: they'd
stay
also have
here.
12. They'd have 12 months to find that next guy. It's not like you don't get him this year. And by the
I
way, it's
think
not like
Goddard's
you can't.
coming
It's not
back.
like you can't re-sign Jordan Davis if you don't pick up his 5th-year option.
And maybe they're working on that.
Yeah, I mean,
but
I
if
just
if you don't pick it up for 9.9 and he balls out, now you're talking 20 plus for multiple
well,
years.
he's not going to ball out. He's not that good.
Well, you don't know. Well, you don't know that.
Well, we've
think
seen 3
4.9
years of
for
him,
1
and
year.
I like Jordan Davis, but this is like I love him money, and I can't do that. Chris, give me an answer for a great fictional athlete. We're going to start turning to right now. Who do you got?
Jesus Shuttleworth.
Oh, yeah, good call.
Have
Good
you
one.
heard the story of Denzel and Jesus
No.
and Rayon? He was supposed to beat him 10-0. Denzel didn't tell him he was going to go hard, and he scores those first points, and Spike decided to leave it in because he thought it was awesome.
Wow.
But Rayon had no idea Denzel was going to try hard against him. And Denzel was like, I'm going up against Rayon. I'm going to put some points on the board. So those first 4 points or whatever
real?
were real.
That's pretty cool.
Isn't that a cool story?
Yeah, I like it. All right, we got to turn to quickly. Best fictional athlete ever. Who is it? Mitch in Westchester. Mitch, I need an answer fast. What do you got?
Billy Chappell, 3-time Cy Young winner, 289 wins, 2.95 ERA.
You got it. All right, give me the movie. I
for the
recognize
love
it.
of the
For the
game.
love of the game.
Oh,
and
I
it's
do
a
like it.
great
The
movie.
perfect
It
game,
is.
man.
It's
a
one of
really
the
good movie.
It's one of the closest ones
Yeah.
as far as
Baseball.
Really?
Yeah, it really
That's
is.
interesting.
It's a great
It's really
movie.
close.
It's a really
Great
good movie.
All
Yeah.
right, we got to
One of my
come up with a
favorites.
winning answer. So we got Billy Chappell there at the end. He's very good. We've got Jesus Shuttlesworth. He's very good.
Awesome.
What about mine? Speed Racer. Did Speed Racer ever lose?
I don't think so.
Thank you.
We've got Roy Hobbs. That's a big one. We've got Apollo Creed. That's a big one.
Apollo's huge.
We've got Happy Gilmore.
That's also really good.
Not the best putter, though.
No.
We got The Wild Thing. All right, what are we doing?
Between,
think
it's
Apollo's
between,
so
it's
good.
between Apollo and Billy Chappell for me.
Yeah, I'm Billy Chappell.
and
and
Roy
Shut-
Hobbs. I mean,
Shuttlesworth,
come
too.
on.
Yeah, but
Love
how
Roy
many
Hobbs.
years was Roy Hobbs
Well,
really good?
He only played 1 year in Major League Baseball.
Thank you. Exactly.
Wasn't even a full season. He came out
Billy
middle of the
Chappell
year.
was a 3-time Cy Young Award winner. Not
Yeah,
even
not
close.
that many of those.
Not even
Yeah.
close.
I think it's Apollo.
But I think it's Apollo.
So
I
Apollo
vote
goes
Apollo.
1-1 in fights that we know of.
Yeah, but he was a champ before
World
that.
champ.
Yeah.
World champ. I'm on
Rhea, is it
Apollo.
Apollo?
I'm on Apollo.
I'm for the love of the game.
Okay. Well, yeah, we got 3 Apollos here. That's it. That's
There
it.
you go.
Raymond, you have won the tickets to see Elvis Costello with your answer of Apollo Creed. Hey, everyone, have a great rest of the day. As always, of course, Joe and Hugh, they are up next.
May 5th is now BG Day.
Fly, Eagles, fly.
All day long, 94 WIP is honoring Brandon Graham with classic stories, special guests, and the best BG moments of all time.
Oh, was he walloped by Brandon Graham?
Live all day, May 5th.
I just want to thank everybody.
Then cap off the day with BG Live, a special one-time event with Brandon at the Colonial Theater in Phoenixville. Presented by Ashley Furniture, feels good to be home, and sponsored by Auto Lenders, the smartest way to drive tariff-free.
Comcast Business helps turn today's small businesses into engines of modern business. It's how restaurants become reliably up and running neighborhood favorites. How retailers become seamlessly restocking, cyber-securing, must-visit shops. And how healthcare offices become the data managing caregivers that we all depend on. With reliable connectivity, enhanced cybersecurity, advanced fiber solutions, and Wi-Fi backup, Comcast Business is powering the engine of modern business, powering possibilities.
Now through May 4th, new customers can get started with 150 megabit internet for $59.99 a month for 12 months with a 2-year agreement. Plus, ask how to get up to a $500 prepaid card on a qualifying gig bundle. Call today. Restrictions apply. Not available in all areas. Requires enrollment in paperless billing and automatic payments with bank account. Early termination fee applies. Equipment, taxes, and other fees extra and subject to change.
1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Donate today at carsforkids.org. Your car, running or not, can be picked up as soon as the next day. No title, no problem. Go to carsforkids.org today.
1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Now accepting donations of land, homes, buildings, or any kind of real estate.
Tasty Cake has a treat for every John. Peanut butter fans have candy cakes, the chocolate-coated cakes with a creamy layer of peanut butter inside. You like the simple classics? Crimpets are light sponge cakes topped with rich icing. Donut lovers have options for days. You've got frosted mini donuts, powdered mini donuts, and can't forget about the delicious Dippin' Sticks flavors. I mean, there's so many uniquely satisfying treats to choose from, but that's no surprise because it's Tasty Cake, except no substitutes. Baseball fans love the long ball, and FanDuel, in partnership with Valley Forge Casino, is giving you even more reasons to love home runs every Tuesday during the MLB season. Because with Dinger Tuesdays, all FanDuel customers get a home run profit boost. Now that means when you bet on moonshots, you can take your winnings to new heights. So whether it's a big blast or an oppo-boppo, FanDuel is your home for betting home runs. Just visit FanDuel.com/Ike and gear up to go yard all season long. That's FanDuel.com/Ike to claim your Dinger Tuesday profit boost. Make every moment more with FanDuel, America's #1 sportsbook, official sports betting partner of Major League Baseball. FanDuel Sportsbook is the official partner of 94 WIP.
21 plus and present in Pennsylvania. Opt-in required. Bonus issued is now withdrawable profit boost token. Restrictions apply, including any token expiration and max wager amount. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Going up. Prices keep going up these days. It feels like being on an elevator that only goes up.
Going up.
But not at Metro. We're pushing the down button.
Going down.
We've lowered prices. Get one line of 5G data for $40, period. That's 20% lower. And you get a free 5G phone when you bring your number. Only at Metro.
5-year guarantee on eligible plans. Exclusions apply. See website for details. Not available at Metro with T-Mobile in the past 6 months. Tax applies.
Some people just know they could save hundreds on car insurance by checking Allstate first. Like you know to check for your wallet first before hitting the drive-thru.
$6. Sorry, forgot my wallet. I have change, though. Here's 40 cents, another 40. Ooh, a bicentennial.
What's that?
Oh, gosh.
Checking first is smart. So check Allstate first for a quote that could save you hundreds. You're in good hands with Allstate.
Savings vary. Subject to terms, conditions, and availability. Allstate Fire and Casualty Insurance Company and affiliates, Northbrook, Illinois.
Oh, these polymers aren't as flexible as batch K3.
Researcher Laurie is stretched thin.
Did you get the vulcanization analytics from V66? Wait, are these rubber scores from last week?
She needs to hire new lab technicians so she can bounce back into her old self.
I need Indeed.
Indeed you do. Our matching platform lets you spend less time searching and more time connecting with candidates. Redeem your $75 credit at Indeed.com/credit. Terms and conditions apply.
Life insurance. Why are you putting it off? Can't afford it? Too much hassle? Think you don't need it? There's lots of excuses for putting off life insurance. But if you weren't there, who would pay the mortgage and other bills? With Ethos, you could be covered in 10 minutes and boom, family protected. Ethos, fast and easy online term life insurance. Up to $2 million in coverage with no medical exam. Some policies as low as $1 a day. Answer a few health questions and get your free quote at ethos.com/radio. That's ethos.com/radio.
Our daughter Jessie loves playing detective.
A clue.
But since we discovered she has sensitive skin, we've been playing detective too.
We thought the problem was our puppy.
But it was actually our old detergent.
Aha.
So we switched to Tide Free and Gentle. Tide Free and Gentle provides an excellent Tide clean, and it doesn't leave behind irritating residues like dyes or perfumes. So it's gentle on your skin.
Case closed.
If it's got to be clean, it's got to be Tide Free and Gentle.
This is a story of the one. As a maintenance specialist for university housing, he knows college students can major in wear and tear. Plus, housing so many students doesn't leave a lot of room to house all the supplies he needs. That's where Grainger comes in. With over 1 million industrial-grade products and fast, dependable delivery, Grainger carries the quality products he needs so he doesn't have to. From a new door hinge to a whole new faucet. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
At Napa, we've spent the last 100 years building our business into an engine that powers yours. Whether you're big or small, national or local, Napa has the automotive solutions your business needs to stay moving. And it's all driven by a nationwide network of quality parts and exceptional service on one mission: to keep your business moving full speed ahead. That's why we are the pros that know.
This is Boomer Esiason with an Odyssey Sports Minute. I sure am tired of all this talk during and after last week's NFL draft about how Shedeur Sanders kept sliding down. Personally, I'd much rather talk about Memphis defensive back Kobe Minor and why he never slid upward. The Patriots were so desperate to get him, they traded with the Chiefs. All hail Mr. Irrelevant 2025. Good luck, Kobe. I'm Boomer Esiason.
94 WIP HD1 Philadelphia. Live from the Tasty Cake Studios. An Odyssey Sports Station. This is Hugh Douglas and Joe Giglio on Sports Radio 94 WIP.
Welcome on in. It's the Midday Show. Hugh Douglas, Joe Giglio, you guys with us. 215-592-9494. That gets you aboard on a Tuesday, a day after the Eagles visit the White House, an off day for the Phillies. We got a lot to talk about here today, including a Philadelphia Eagle that is one for now, but might not be for much longer. Good morning, Hugh.
Good morning, Joe. Good morning, Philadelphia. Hey, listen, you got to be a special kind of individual if you join the Power Slap League. Have you seen that?
No.
Listen, I went down a rabbit hole yesterday when I got home.
Uh-oh. Algorithm time?
Yeah, and man, listen, I was looking at the Power Slap League, Joe.
I've seen this.
Bruh.
It's insane.
Like, basically, it's like you slap somebody. Like, you sit there right there, you put chalk on your hands, and they slap you. And it's like you go slap for slap. And, Joe, I saw some guys and gals get slapped so hard that they were put to sleep right there. And I've seen some people get slapped so hard that it slapped. I had to watch it. I don't know, because you know, you never know what's real or not. Slapped one girl's tattoo off her face.
Ouch.
Slapped her tattoo off her face, and then slapped one dude's eye closed. It's bananas.
This was an algorithm thing?
Yes.
Yeah.
But here's the kicker. It's a real league. It's like a real league in Vegas where
your ex-teammate that used to get slapped in the face for the game.
No, I don't know if this is a different level of slap. Like, seriously, I'm gonna show you some of the videos.
All right, I'll watch this.
It's different. It's different levels of slapping.
So how do you win?
You stay upright, because sometimes I guess you lose and you get slapped to sleep. Like, for real.
That's a tough day right there to get slapped to sleep.
Power slapping is and I'm like, wow, this is a real thing. I saw one dude get slapped so hard his face was bleeding.
Ow.
Yeah, they getting it in.
Yeah, that's a disrespectful slap across the face. All right, more of a figurative slap across the face is what the Eagles are doing to Dallas Goedert right now. Well, you know, you set me up for it, but I mean it. So Dallas Goedert's still a Philadelphia Eagle. Howie spoke about him after the draft the other day, and we'll get to what Howie said. But Hugh, this morning I saw some news. You see this? George Kittle got paid this morning.
Got paid.
George Kittle and the 49ers.
Hey man, how much did he get?
4 years, $76.4 million with
That's
40.
A nice payday.
Yeah, 40 of that guaranteed. By the way, George Kittle, who is 2 years older than Dallas Goedert, just got 4 years, $76 million. As the Eagles are haggling with a tight end who's been here for years, been to 2 Super Bowls, helped them win a Super Bowl, been one of the best postseason performers ever at the tight end position. Hugh, the more I think about what's going on here, the more I think about how the Eagles have treated the Goedert situation since the season ended. The fact that Goedert got paid today, it really hit me this morning. They're undervaluing Dallas Goedert, what he's brought to this team, what he means to this team. We're nickel and diming one of the better players we've had here in this city for a long time. Hugh, I think they're totally undervaluing him. I was think about what he accomplished just this last year. I know he was banged up, and Douglas is going to tell us that in a minute. I know it.
Oh, that's a preemptive strike right there. That's not right.
Here's what I know. He saved their season with the touchdown in New Orleans. Okay. He is not just a pass catcher. He also blocks really well. We talk about him as if he's old and over the hill. He's 30. You ready for the ages of other tight ends that are still productive in the NFL? Travis Kelce's 36. George Kittle, by the way, just got paid this morning, is 32. Zach Ertz is still playing well. What do you have?
Damn, Travis 36?
No, Travis is 36. Yeah,
Damn.
Ertz, who we let go 5 years ago to have Goddard play. Ertz is still catching 10 passes in the title game. He's 35. Mark Andrews is 30. I mean, there's plenty of tight ends in the league right now that are this age or older. He's one of only 5 tight ends in NFL history with multiple postseasons of 16 or more catches.
And he went to the White House yesterday.
And he was participating with his teammates. Good for the Eagles. Obviously, a fun day for them yesterday. All right? Hugh, his cap number for next year is $11 million.
It's a lot of money.
Well, all right, I'm going to hit you with a number.
No, I'm
going to hit you with a number, and then you could tell me your opinion on this, all right? You know how the Eagles roll over cap space, right? They have dead cap money. They have people on the roster that they have to allocate money for that aren't here. You say $11 million is a lot of money for Goddard on the cap next year. Do you know who counts for $16 million of the Eagles cap this coming season?
Saquon?
Jason Kelce.
Oh.
Who's not here.
Okay.
The Eagles are allocating $16 million on their cap next season to Jason Kelce, who's obviously retired and not here because that money sits on the cap. But they can't give $11 million in cap room to Dallas Goedert. I think we're undervaluing this guy. I think the Eagles are. Let me make that clear. Maybe not you, maybe not me. I think the Eagles are. 215-592-9494. Hugh, where do you come down? I mean, you've lived the life of a player that's this stage of their career. You know how this works. I feel like they're undervaluing him because it really feels like they're publicly trying to get him to take a pay cut.
Well, it's probably that. But you look at Dallas in his career, man, and I'm looking at these numbers. Missed 7 games, last year?
Mm-hmm.
He missed 3 in 2023 and 5 in 2022. The biggest thing is for him is his availability. And that kind of, when you have a tight end of his caliber, as good as he is, and I always say this, your biggest asset is your availability. And when you're not available for your offense, a lot has to change in order to get some of the production that they're missing with you. Now, granted, I know that when he's out there, he's a phenomenal player.
Yep.
But it's a dependability thing. I could have, to put it like this, I could have a 10-second 5.0, a car that's a track car.
Mm-hmm.
Can have a 10-second car, right? 9-second car, whatever. But it does me no good if every time I race it, it's always breaking down. It's not durable. I can't drive it all the time. See, so I think that's where the Eagles are looking at this. Dallas Goedert is still a serviceable tight end, and when you look at the resources that we've allocated to that position, which is none, because we didn't get anybody.
0.
I understand where you're coming from. Now, this is what makes it unique and precarious to me, is that what are you going to do? Like, you don't want to pay him. You don't want to extend him. Like, what do you do? Like, to me, the easiest fix for this is to extend him and bring that cap number down.
Sure.
Extend him to a couple years. That's my opinion, but I'm not a capologist. I don't know what Howie's thinking. And normally when you do things like that, Joe, it is normally you do that to bring his cap number down and it puts money in his pocket.
So I think that's the logical thing. Of course, though, that ties them to him
for
into
a couple more years.
Yeah, and maybe because of the injury history, they don't want to. I think your point is logical. I get why they might not want to do that. I just want to bring him back for this year, like this nickel and diming him over his salary for this year. It's not like they have 0 cap space this year. That's what's driving me crazy about this. Like, if we were over the cap, right, we got to make cuts. I get it. He's expensive. He's older. I get all that. You make a good point about his injury stuff. Though I will say, Hugh, his injuries have been, I don't know if this is even the right way to say it, they've been kind of well-timed. He's never missed a playoff game, right?
Mm-hmm.
He always gets hurt in, like, November.
Yeah.
Right. Then we wonder if he's going to be back by the end, and he seems to always get back. He's never missed a playoff game. He played in 2 and 18, 1 and 19, 1 and 21, 3 and 22, 1 and 23, and all 4 this year, and made huge plays those playoff games. 215-592-9494. Are the Eagles undervaluing Dallas Goedert? It feels like. Let's listen to Howie Roseman this weekend after the draft. So the Eagles don't draft a tight end. They didn't get Hugh Mason-Taylor. They avoided that situation. But, I know. Yeah, they didn't get a Mason-Taylor. We didn't get any tight end here. Let's listen to Howie Roseman talking about Goddard and kind of the way he framed him still being on the team.
Dallas is part of the team, as we speak. Obviously, as we go forward, we're going to continue to address things on this team. And right now, nothing further. Dallas is a heck of a player, heck of a person. Certainly don't want to do anything publicly where we're discussing anyone's business, but have so much respect for him. Been to 2 Super Bowls together, and obviously would love him on this team. You always love having Dallas on this team, but we're not there right now on any of that. But love Dallas Goedert.
Yeah, you know what? When he said "as we speak," that "as we speak," I know I'm having trouble. I'm having headphone issues in here. As we speak is not a good sign. It doesn't. When you hear "as we speak," what do you think? He's on the team as we speak.
It doesn't sound like they're having meaningful, productive conversation.
It does not.
But I'll say this, and I know you might not think this is a big thing. He was at the White House, and I think that there probably was. I think.
You think that means there's something there for his future? Because Mekhi Becton was there. He's a Charger.
Well, yeah, he is, but he's gone. Yeah. I think Howie just strikes me, and I don't know this for sure because this side of Howie is not the Howie that I knew when I was here. But Howie strikes me as a guy that's more personable than, say, a Joe Banner was. And I'm pretty sure that they have that type of relationship where he was like, damn, okay, Howie, what you doing? What's going on?
Getting too comfortable in here? It's only 10-11.
No, but I'm saying, like, if I'm Dallas and I feel like they have the kind of relationship with Howie that I think it is, it's not, you can ask Howie that, yo, what's going on, man? I mean, what we doing? Like, seriously, what's going on? And I think that Howie has that kind of cachet. Howie's around those guys a lot. I see Howie more so with those guys than I ever saw Joe Banner when he was doing Howie's job. So I feel like it's not out of bounds to have that kind of conversation with Howie because I think Howie will have that conversation.
Yeah, and maybe they have. And I don't think it's going to be an ugly breakup if they move on. But the reality is this. It just feels like they are trying to squeeze him to take their number.
Well, it does. And there's a lot that we don't know about the situation. Maybe the numbers, maybe they are trying to get him to resign. Mm-hmm. And maybe the number that they want him to resign for is not, or the years is not what Dallas wants.
Maybe. But when they talk about him, they're putting like, for now, as of now, right now.
Well, because they're probably trying to figure it out.
Yeah.
And they're also, you got to think too, Joe, they're probably trying to figure out their plan B or C for that matter if it doesn't work out.
Well, we just had the draft. They didn't draft anybody.
Yeah, they didn't draft nobody.
That plan. Now, I feel differently about this if they had drafted a tight end in the second round. Then it would have felt like, okay, they're probably valuing him fairly because they have his replacement already.
Might be negotiating good faith too. Might be a little bit of that.
I feel like they're doing it too publicly. I don't know.
They're kind of not.
Well, they are.
Well, it's public to us because we don't know the intricacies of the details.
Right, but every time Howie speaks about him, it's almost like a hedge. Like, yeah, he's here right now. We like him.
I mean, because at this point, you don't know how it's gonna go.
But he's on the roster.
Yeah, he is now. But again, might be some conversation or negotiations that the numbers where you want to be and where he wants to be, they're not adding up.
I agree with you, and that's why I think they're undervaluing him. I feel like this is an Eagles problem more than a Goddard problem. 215-592-9494. Let's hear one more from Howie Roseman here the other day post-draft about Dallas Goedert.
Do you see a path where Dallas can come back at this point? And is that the one place maybe you're still a little bit uncomfortable?
Dallas is a heck of a player, heck of a person. Certainly don't want to do anything publicly where we're discussing anyone's business, but have so much respect for him. Been to 2 Super Bowls together, and obviously would love him on this team. You always love having Dallas on this team, but we're not there right now on any of that. But love Dallas Goedert.
When he says we'd love to have him on the team, my response is he's on the team. Yeah. Why is Howie talking about him as if he's a free agent?
Because they're trying to figure this thing out,
because
man.
They're undervaluing him and trying to get him
16,
to take a big
what is it, 16 million? 12 million?
14 on the salary,
Sounds
11 on the cap.
16.
No, they're paying Jason Kelce 16 to do television.
Don't let facts get in the way.
Yeah, they're paying Jason Kelce $16 million on the cap for Kelce to be on WIP.
And he's off the books, right? He's off the books this year.
No, he's on their books for this year.
No, I said after this year he'll be off the
I got to
books.
check. What?
You
I'm not worried about next year. I'm not worried about this year.
I mean, it happens all the time, and that's probably why they don't want to cut Dallas. The way they don't want to do anything abrupt.
Yeah.
But $12 million, Joe, $14 million. It's a lot for a tight end that missed 7 games
And
last
here
year.
it is. Company man
No,
Douglas
I'm just
has
being
arrived.
I'm just being honest. I have been on this. Your biggest asset is your availability train the whole time I've been here. It's the truth. If you're not healthy and you can't play, you put your team in the bind. What would he talk about last year when Slay was here? How he went out like every game. He went out to the sideline and came back like he was Hulk Hogan, like he was the conquering hero.
They kept him.
But they tried to get rid of him, and they brought him back for a cheaper number.
They kept him. I mean,
they brought him back for a cheaper number.
I hear you. All right, Kyle, what do you think on the Goddard thing? As he's still here, but every time Howie talks, it feels like that door is he's being pushed out.
Yeah, it's annoying me because it feels like they're kind of doing him dirty. I like Dallas Goedert, and I think the Eagles have kind of gone too far in 2 directions this offseason, and one of them is with the pinch and penny stuff. Like, haven't we saved enough damn money this offseason for next year? And whatever moves that we can make next offseason feels like we're going to have enough room to be able to bring back Jalen Carter, because that's really the big one next year. I don't see Dallas Goedert being the reason that or being what's getting in the way of bringing back Jalen Carter. Like, weren't you just saying that it's about cash savings and not necessarily cap savings? So, like, I don't understand it from that perspective. But the other thing is, I think the Eagles have done enough to like reset this team for what the Eagles will look like 3-4 years down the line. Like, can they do something that's going to help them win next season? Letting Dallas Goedert go hurts them next year. Like, I've been very clear with how I think the Eagles need to win next season, and that's by doubling down on this offense, and in particular the passing offense. So, like, they don't have enough behind him. I don't think Calcaterra is a good enough Dallas Goedert replacement. Whoever was it Granson and Harrison Bryant? Like, I don't trust these guys to be adequate tight end replacements for Dallas Goedert. Like, Goddard does add another layer to the offense that I think we're going to need. Like, so I don't think we're going to be able to rely as heavily on the run game next year. And even if you do, Dallas Goedert helps you in a big way with that. And I don't think they're going to be able to rely as heavily. They'll still be able to rely on it, but as heavily on the defense next year. This team's going to need to air it out if they want to be competitive and win the Super Bowl again. And, like, I don't see any – I just think the upside to bringing Dallas Goedert back totally outweighs whatever it would be to let him go at this point.
I agree. Well, also with that, we know they're going to run it a lot anyway. That's what they do when you have Saquon, you have Jalen Hurts. Dallas Goedert's a really good blocker. I mean, even if you think Calcaterra could play a little bit, he can't block like Dallas Goedert. So you have that aspect. And every other position that they've lost people this offseason, Hugh, and some of it we knew was coming, right? They seem to have something in the pipeline ready to go, right? Ojomo is behind Milton Williams, and now they drafted the Ty Robinson kid. They signed Azeez Ojulari. They have Jalix Hunt developing right behind Josh Sweat. Every one of them, I can kind of like nod my head and say, okay, they have Keely Ringo behind Darius Slay, and they signed Adoree Jackson. What's behind?
Nothing.
Nothing. Even
Calcaterra.
Stop. Even even the CJGJ thing, right?
Grant Calcaterra.
They drafted a safety in the second round. What? They have Sidney Brown. There's no tight end here.
I just made everybody mad by saying that.
This is why we call you a company man.
No,
this is why.
No, I'm just saying. He was pretty productive. Listen.
Oh, jeez.
Listen to what I'm saying before you start calling me names.
I didn't say you.
I mean, at least can I get it out before you start calling me names?
Joe's about to start calling you tons of names.
I mean, it wouldn't be the first time. It'd just be the first time to.
Productive.
He was pretty productive. Yeah, now, he wasn't what Dallas Goedert was. And I'm not saying that they would be comfortable going in it to this season with him. But when you talk about the financial perspective, with the games that Dallas has missed in the last 3 years, that's like what? Quick math. That's like 14 games. Kyle, 5, 6, 7, 8.
You're gonna start drowning if you get into math.
15 games. I get the math real quick. He missed 15 games.
Yeah,
that's a damn near season.
Mm-hmm.
You're paying a guy who damn near missed the season.
It's unbelievable.
No, I'm just saying, like, I'm trying.
That's spin doctor.
I am not spinning.
Hold on. How many games? Before we signed Saquon, how many games did he miss the 3 seasons prior?
Well, he wasn't. He's been healthy. He was healthier this year than he's ever been in any of his Giants.
Maybe Goddard will be super healthy this year.
Well, that doesn't look like that's going to be the case.
You know what? You're focusing on the wrong numbers. You know what numbers in my head? 61-yard touchdown versus the Saints.
Calcaterra is fine, but you know what this reminds me of was when we were talking about losing players. He was like, A.J. Dillon. A.J. Dillon.
No.
These scrappy guys.
My job here is to take you behind the curtain. I'm taking you behind the curtain.
This curtain's silly.
I know, and it makes everybody mad, but I am the drunk uncle at the barbecue.
You, like the Eagles, are undervaluing Dallas Goedert.
Because
That's what happened.
I am looking at it realistically, Joe.
Mm-hmm,
and when you talk about paying somebody $14 million who's missed the whole season damn near, it's a lot of money for a guy.
Pennies.
Well, you know, I'm a pinch.
I know. That's why you align with
that's
this.
a whole lot of money to pay a guy who availability is always up in the air.
Well, it is. All right, let's go to the phone lines. 215-592-9494. Chris in Middletown up talking Goddard as it feels like the Eagles are undervaluing him. What's up, Chris?
Happy Bring Back Goddard Day, man.
That's what day it is today, at least for some of us around here.
All right, I got to get right to this. Hugh Douglas, with all due respect, I do not need to hear your company man nonsense. I'm about to cook you up like you did that bacon on the air. All right, listen. It's not like this guy's gonna Jacksonville us. It's not a gap year, okay?
I feel attacked.
You should.
You should feel attacked. I mean, dude, this guy, you're saying, oh, he missed 5 games. What did he do in the playoffs? We don't win that game potentially in Green Bay without him. We don't win 2 or 3 of those playoff games without the guy. The guy carried us. He was our only receiver that was doing anything. That Green Bay game, I was there. I watched it. We were on pins and needles because it was close and we couldn't close it out until who? Dallas Goedert caught the ball in Little Boyd, Carrington, Valentine, all the way 24 years into the end zone. That's the difference this guy does. How many games do you remember seeing on tape where, like, he lays out with a one-arm catch or –
Oh, no, he was on angry runs. He had the angry run, yeah.
This dude is a beast. This dude is a beast. We got to bring him back. You have to bring him in. Now, I was on board with you of not bringing him back as long as, we brought a little bit of, honey jasmine into town. But we didn't get it, okay? That went to New York. So now, dude, you got to bring him back. This guy is Philadelphia to the core. He's grit. He's what we love. He's our type of play. There's only one thing left to do. G-O-E-T-E-R-T. Howie sign him. The voice is fading.
That's all right, Chris. We appreciate it.
Go check on his boys after that.
Yeah. Check on everything. I was wondering. I was like, he couldn't spell Dallas. That just wouldn't feel right. So he went with the Goddard, and that G was a little high pitched. But
that G sound like it hurt.
Chris might have to lay down the rest of the day. All right, 215-592-9494. The Eagles clearly are playing hardball here with Dallas Goedert. Do you think they are undervaluing him? I do. I think he's an important player to bring back. If the goal is to win the Super Bowl again next year, I want to bring him back. I think the Eagles are undervaluing him. Obviously, Frugal Douglas here is pinching pennies today. Your call's coming up. And Eliot Shorr-Parks this morning on the morning show, and his interpretation of Howie's comments regarding Goddard and a breakdown of the money situation. 215-592-9494. Are the Eagles undervaluing Dallas Goedert? Sure feels like it. We'll talk about it right here on the Midday Show. Sports Radio 94 WIP.
The Phillies kick off a 3-game series against the Nationals tonight. Leading off starts at 6. Sponsored by Nissan. Nissan makes cars that thrill. Shop NissanUSA.com. The first pitch is at 6:45. Then stick around for the final out on your exclusive home for Phillies baseball.
And that ball is gone into the basket. Max Kepler.
Sports Radio 94 WIP. Hey, baseball fans, want to boost the odds on your next MLB same-game parlay? Take the field with the same-game parlay boost token from BetMGM, an official sports betting partner of Major League Baseball. We'll drop the token in your BetMGM account. No need to opt in. Just place a same-game parlay on any MLB game and apply the token. Make sure to bet up to the minimum stake, odds, and legs specified on the token. If your boosted SGP hits, you'll score a bigger payout. Claim your MLB MLB same-game parlay boost token today. The action is always on deck at BetMGM. The players are ready for first pitch, so join the excitement all season long. Major League Baseball trademarks used with permission. BetMGM and GameSense remind you to play responsibly. See BetMGM.com for terms. 21 plus only. Pennsylvania only. Existing customer offers subject to eligibility requirements. Rewards vary and expire in 1 to 7 days. If you or somebody you know has a gambling problem, help is available. Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Hey, Joe DeCamera here. Mother's Day is almost upon us. And whether you're shopping for your mom, your wife, your daughter, whomever it may be, Family and Company Jewelers is the place to go. No one comes close to their selection, their prices, and of course, their service. I've been in their showroom. You should be as well. It's awesome. A huge selection of gifts at every price point. This Mother's Day, make sure you show her the love by getting her a gift that she will love, a gift from Family and Company Jewelers, South Jersey's diamond destination.
When it comes to surgery, the tiniest details make the biggest impact. At Virtua Health, our highly skilled surgeons operate the world's most advanced surgical robots. With incredible precision and accuracy, we're able to make smaller incisions that lead to less pain, fewer complications, and faster recoveries, so you can get back to the moments that matter. Find the most experienced surgeons in robotic-assisted surgery at Virtua Health. Learn more at virtua.org/robotic surgery.
We finally switched to T-Mobile because with them, we could be connected here and there.
Let's watch a movie.
And we have Netflix included to enjoy our favorite shows and movies.
¿Qué tal está? Buenísima, pero ya la vi.
Now the hard part is getting them to agree on a movie.
Switch today and get a Samsung Galaxy S25 Plus with Galaxy AI. Plus, your plan price is guaranteed for 5 years. Save today, guarantee for tomorrow. Visit a store, T-Mobile.com, or call 1-800-T-Mobile. 1-800-T-Mobile. Guarantees monthly price of talk, tax, and data. Exclusions like taxes and fees apply. See exclusions and details at T-Mobile.com. Receive Netflix and with ads on us with qualifying plans.
Hey, it's Ike Reese here. Now at Verizon, they're locking in low prices for 3 years, guaranteed on my plan. And you can get a single line for just $45 per month when you switch and bring in your phone. Now that's their best price ever on unlimited welcome with auto pay plus taxes and fees, guaranteed for 3 years. Because at Verizon, they got you. Visit your local Verizon store today. $20 monthly promo credits applied over 36 months with a new line on unlimited welcome and times of congestion. Unlimited 5G and 4G LTE may be temporarily slower than other traffic. Domestic data roaming at 2G speeds. Price guarantee applies to then current base monthly rate. Additional terms and conditions apply.
Well, spring is here, and it's time to address some of those nagging projects around the house that you've been putting off. If replacing your home's old drafty windows and doors is on your to-do list, then you got to call my good friends at Guida Door and Window. Guida will help you get your project started with 20% off all windows and doors and let you start your project with no money out of pocket. And once your new high-quality windows and doors have been expertly installed, you'll have up to 3 years to pay them off interest-free. So you'll be able to start enjoying all the benefits of new energy-efficient windows and doors, including a more comfortable home and lowered monthly energy bills, while you'll have the luxury of paying off your project interest-free for up to 36 months. This offer is for a limited time only. Restrictions apply. So for full details, call Guida today to schedule a free, no obligation in-home estimate at 877-GO-GUIDA or visit them at GoGuida.com. That's GoGuida.com.
At University of Maryland Global Campus, we give our students credit where credit is due. Credit for deciding in the middle of rush hour traffic to go back and get their bachelor's and a promotion. Credit for managing 3 kids, 2 dogs, and a full-time job to pursue an MBA. And credit for serving in the military by day so they can study cybersecurity at night. For over 75 years, we've been helping students receive the credit they deserve. With more than 135 degrees and certificates, students at UMGC can use prior learning or relevant experience to earn up to 90 credits toward a bachelor's, and graduate students can transfer up to 12 credits toward their master's. At UMGC, you'll find everything from online to hybrid courses and lifetime career services to scholarship opportunities, making your education journey flexible, fast, and affordable. Apply now and save with no application fee. Classes start May 14th. Learn more at umgc.edu. Certified to operate in Virginia by Chev.
Many people seem to find certain words more pleasing when spoken with a British accent, like squirrel, schedule, and strawberry. But some phrases sound more pleasing in any accent. For example, switch to T-Mobile's new experience plans and the price of your rate plan won't change for 5 years, guaranteed. Here's another pleasing phrase. With T-Mobile, families of 3 can save 20% versus comparable plans plus streaming from AT&T and Verizon. Saving more with T-Mobile sounds very pleasing, don't you agree? Now let's hear it from the man who does the American voiceovers. Mr. T-Mobile voice.
T-Mobile's new experience plan. Families can save 20% today, and your price won't change tomorrow.
Nothing sounds more pleasing than T-Mobile's 5-year price guarantee. We hope you've enjoyed this advertisement.
Guarantees monthly price of on-network talk, text, and 5G data. Exclusions like taxes and fees apply. Savings with 3 lines. 3rd line free via monthly bill credits. Plan features and taxes and fees vary. See exclusions and details at T-Mobile.com/switch.
The NFL Draft is coming, and with the first pick has you covered from every angle. Get ready for expert mock drafts, in-depth position rankings, and the perfect draft plans for all 32 teams. We're breaking down the best sleepers, unveiling comprehensive big boards, and delivering all the insights you need leading up to draft day. Whether you're a diehard draft junkie or just want to know who your team should take, With the First Pick is your go-to source for everything NFL Draft. Follow and listen to With the First Pick on the free Odyssey app and wherever you get your podcast.
Hugh Douglas.
Shark meat is not good because they pee through their skin.
And Joe Giglio.
Well, you could have told me that before I ate the shark.
On Sports Radio 94 WIP.
Hey, this is a great song. Money for nothing. You kick for free.
You coming around now? You ready to paint Dallas Goedert? Or are you still being frugal?
Like I don't have a problem paying him.
Mm-hmm.
But you're saying am I overvalued him? I don't think so.
You're undervalued.
Well, I think
maybe I'm overvalued. Who knows?
Well, yeah, whatever. However we said it was, that's how it is. But I think the problem is you have to make it more comfortable for you going into this season. Now, how do you do that? Offered a suggestion. Extending. Doesn't sound like they want to do that for whatever reason.
It really does feel like a standoff because from his perspective, why am I giving you, why am I taking less money, right? Like I'm here, I'm under contract. You don't have anything else to position. You didn't draft anybody. I mean, he's got some leverage there, but from their perspective, he has no more guaranteed money. I mean, he has $0 guaranteed dollars left on his contract. I mean, players don't like to play for $0 guaranteed money.
No, you want some bread. You want some guarantee. You want some newfound money.
Well, speaking of that, George Kittle, who's 2 years older than Dallas Goedert, and I acknowledge Kittle's a better player, right? Kittle's
much better.
Yeah, he's more productive. He's better. But they're not. The gap between Kittle and Goddard isn't like the second best.
It's not like the Grand Canyon.
No, and like whatever. Is Kittle still a top 5 tight end? Probably. Is Goddard a top 12 tight end?
15, top 15.
Yeah, I think he is still.
Yeah.
And he's not.
I give him that.
Goddard never became the top 5 guy consistently. We hoped he would, but he's a good player. And
really good player.
If the goal is to win a Super Bowl next year, I want to keep him. 215-592-9494. The Eagles undervaluing Dallas Goedert. It sure feels like it to me. All right, let's hear Eliot Shorr-Parks this morning on the morning show explaining the Goddard situation. And really, first, let's hear him talking about Howie's message. What Eliot took away from listening to Howie over the weekend on the Goddard situation.
I've covered Howie the entire, literally since I started covering the team, Howie's pretty much been the GM. And I have never heard an answer like that from Howie. I feel like every time Howie's asked about a player that we all think is going to go, it's always, he's a big part of the team. We value having him. That answer to me felt like public negotiating with Goddard to say we're probably going to move on from you. So I kind of think things might have shifted a little bit in what's going on. I think both sides entered the offseason under the assumption, because of what the Eagles wanted, that they were going to be splitting. Now that we've made it this far into the offseason, and clearly there's not the interest in Goddard around the league that either the Eagles or Goddard anticipated. If there was, financially, he would have been moved. I don't think this is about draft compensation. I think this is about a team willing to pay Goddard probably what he's looking for, or frankly, maybe even what he's making now. I don't know if Goddard's able to find the money he's making right now with the Eagles. So, I think at this point, just based off that, you do wonder if they would bring Goddard back on a very reduced salary, or if they've decided they're just going to move on. But that answer to me almost felt like a message to the Goddard camp, hey, we will still cut you or trade you if we have to.
I agree with Eliot on that. That's what I got out of listening to Howie over the weekend, that unless Goddard really reduces his salary, I don't think he's going to be here, Hugh. The more it goes on, the longer it goes on. Unless Goddard bends, I don't think he's going to be an Eagle.
Yeah, I mean, it does feel like that, but you got to do something, because here's the reality of it. Even though Goddard, it feels like he has all the cards, the Eagles could still make a move. They could probably wait till another tight end gets cut or something like that and still get some decent production out of that. Now, listen, I'm not trying to take anything away from what Dallas Goedert brought to the table and what he did for this team last year. I see it. But we're talking about the economic side of this thing now. And the reason why I feel the way that I feel is because I've seen how these things work.
Yeah.
When a team is trying to cut some money and cut corners, they're looking at him as a liability at this point, even though he is somewhat of an asset. But the cap number is too high for them. And that's why I think that one or two things are going to happen. They're going to try to reduce that cap number, or they're going to move on from it.
I agree. I think that's where this is headed. And that's why
it's on him. Like, he's in a situation now, Joe, where you need to figure out how do you want to take a chance and go somewhere else and maybe have a mediocre run at a title, or stay here, take a little bit of a pay cut, but you're still a part of a good organization and a good squad.
So what you just said there is, I think it's key to this. What is the pay cut they're asking to take? Because
Don't know.
You know, I have to think at some point, Hugh, I don't know what this world is like. I just talk about it. But like, I understand the difference between $14 million and $5 million is $9 million, right?
Mm-hmm.
But Goddard's made a lot of money. All these players make a lot of money. For people listening to us, they're probably like, what's the difference, right? It's millions anyway. But I wonder how much is a respect thing. Like, I wonder how much.
A little bit of that.
Yeah, like, I think he probably gets the economics of football. But if they're asking him to take more than half less of his salary, I would feel a certain way if I was him. Like, think about, regardless of what you do for a living, if your boss came to you tomorrow and said, you got to take less than half your salary, even if you understood the economics of your business, you might say, man, I've been here for 10 years. You want me to take half my salary?
See, that
stinks.
But see, here's the way that I always understood when they ask you to take a pay cut, especially when you're still on the squad and they don't want you to leave. Okay, your number this year is $14 million, right? Say if they wanted to bring your number down to $5 million. So what's that, Joe? It's $9 million difference. Like you just said, you get a signing bonus of $9 million. You get that money. That's the way I've always understood it. When they ask people to take pay cuts and things of that nature, or to reduce their salary cap hit, they usually write them a check for $9 million. So I don't understand. Like, with this situation, that to me seems like that's an easy route. Or if you want to, you could extend years. You could sign him for whatever you sign him to, but extend those years out and bring that number down. That's the way I understand it. I don't know if they want to do that.
Well, let's hear this from Eliot, because Eliot tried to explain the money situation a little bit more in depth at the Mortar Show today. It seems like this is maybe more about cash than it is the salary cap. I did mention that the Eagles already have to allocate $16 million on the cap this year to Jason Kelce. It's just the reality of his contract, the way they kind of pushed money back. So maybe this is more about like literal cash. Here's Eliot this morning with the Morning Show explaining his interpretation of the Goddard thing with the money.
From the Eagles' perspective, if they were to move on from him and ignore the cap implications, just the cash, if they were to move on from him, they save that cash. So from Goddard's camp, they're probably going around the league seeing who will pay him 14. I mean, I'm sure they started hoping for more on a multi-year deal. Mm-hmm. And now from the Eagles' perspective, he's not finding that. They kind of hold all the cards at this point, because they could say, yeah, we'll have you back at $5 million, and then it's up to Goddard's camp to go and find a better offer than what the Eagles are willing to pay.
So, I mean, the cash aspect of this is interesting, too, because we know the Eagles have cut salary this offseason. I want him back. I think they're undervaluing him. 215-592-9490 for this hour on 94 WIP's fueled by Sunoco 94 Octane. If you demand peak performance of your vehicle, then nothing less than Sunoco 94 Octane will do. Treat your car at 94 only at Sunoco. Let's go to the phone lines here. Jeff in Wilmington is up. Hey, Jeff.
Jeff.
What's up, guys?
Hey, Jeff. What's going on?
I got company man Professor Marvel over here trying to get me behind the curtain and trying to tell me he's the Wizard of Oz. Look, I don't understand.
I took a shot. I caught a straight.
Oh yeah, you did.
I caught a straight.
You're a big one.
I don't understand why the Eagles aren't doing this. I mean, they have him here. It's not like they're negotiating with a player that wants to come here or that they want, and they already know that he's not going to be giving them 17 games a year. You know what I mean? Like, that's kind of a known fact. He's not the guy that's going to give you – he's going to be out from games. So why are you asking him to take such a big pay cut? Well, we don't really know what they're asking, but it appears that they are. So I just it's kind of confusing to me. Like they've pretty much taken care of everybody on this team, and they're pushing back on him. And the guy has been to a few Super Bowls and done well in the playoffs. So I don't understand what the issue is.
I don't, but Jeff, I don't either. And you think about the other guys over the years, and I'm not saying he's as good of a player, but you know, the homegrown guys, right? The guys, they kept Kelsey forever. They kept Fletcher forever, even when he wasn't the same player he was when he was young.
Yeah.
I mean, Jason Peters got to hang out here until he basically couldn't play anymore. I mean, it's bizarre to me that taking a hardline stance with Goddard, and we don't even have the next tight end. Like if we had drafted a guy last year or this year, I totally would get it. Like, all right, we moved off of Ertz, we moved off of Selleck. This is kind of how the Eagles do it. They don't have the next tight end here.
That was my other point. Like they don't have someone in hand. Like are we really counting on Grant Calcaterra to pick up the slack from?
I'm not.
Goddard?
Maybe Hugh is. I'm not.
No, I don't think they're going to go in the season with Grant Calcaterra. Calcaterra.
Yeah, we can't even say his name.
He had a nice jacket on yesterday. Did you see the jacket?
I didn't see Grant's jacket.
He had the jacket. He had forgot the liner. That was Dan Maroney did that. Shout out to Dan.
I don't give a shit.
I'm sorry, Jeff.
He's trying to dress his best. I get it. Yeah.
I love it. Now, again, like I said, I don't understand playing hardball with him and somewhat doing it in public. I mean, look, they're being asked these questions.
Right.
Maybe Howie didn't answer them completely the way we thought he should, but it doesn't sound like they're all that keen on bringing him back at any number. Seems like. I mean, he's under contract, but.
Yeah, I think you said it well. They talk about him, and Jeff, we appreciate the call. They talk about Goddard like he's not here, like as if he's on the roster and they're negotiating a free agent contract. He's on the team. This has been the most bizarre thing the entire offseason. 215-592-9494. That is how you hop. We're this hour 94 WIP, fueled by Sunoco 94 Octane. If you demand peak performance for your vehicle, then nothing less than Sunoco 94 Octane will do. True Car 94 only at Sunoco. All right, we got a lot to do today. We will get to some Phillies. They play tonight against the Nats.
Tonight.
Back at home for the first time. Also, we'll get to some Philly stuff. We got to get to a major debate that is really going on everywhere. We'll get to that over the course of the show. By the way, we're on YouTube. You can watch it live. And I did find out, I don't know if it's fixed, but there's a little...
We having a glitch.
Little glitch in the Matrix. So, yeah, a little glitch in the Matrix. So when I think everyone could see you and I, Hugh, but when we go to Kyle, I think it's fixed. Okay, earlier we went to Kyle and he was invisible. It was invisible Kyle, which some people might want.
A lot of complaints, actually. They wanted to see my face.
They missed you. Okay. Mm-hmm. Speaking of your face, we had headshots this morning.
I know.
Yeah, so there's going to be, just wait for those.
I was a little nervous about that.
Were you?
Because
that's a nice polo you wore.
Well, it was because
not quite the Reverend.
Well, no, because it was when they said I heard photos, right? And I thought headshots. When I came in, I saw the full setup. I was like, oh no,
because you wore shorts.
I wore shorts.
Yeah, you're good though.
Yeah,
we just headshots.
What they call them, hoochie daddy shorts. Too.
Is that what they?
That's
call
what they
those?
call them.
Okay,
they call them that.
Okay. Yeah,
like I ain't want nobody,
But you wore them to work.
I did wear them to work, though,
okay.
didn't I? So I guess I didn't really too much care.
You don't have much of a leg to stand on.
Yeah.
How'd your photos go?
I think I went pretty.
We took some silly photos.
No, but the ones they told us. Remember they told us don't, because they know how people get.
Yeah.
So they ain't want them to be photoshopping.
Well,
so yeah, we had to.
I think that's a losing battle we're fighting. People are going to Photoshop things onto us no matter what.
They were a lot more silly than last time.
They were, yeah. Yeah, last time it was a little bit more straightforward. This one was, make this face, do that, act this way. So we'll see what those look like when they arrive. All right, let's go next. We sometimes on the show we have Pop Douglas. Today we just have a call from Pop in Simpsonville, South Carolina. Pop
Simpsonville.
Good morning. Good morning.
Good morning, Pop.
I just wanted to say, thank you. I listen every morning. I listen from 10 o'clock on.
Pop-Pop's got to stick together.
Well, thank you, Pop. Hey, Pop.
We appreciate you.
Real question. How far are you from Buc-ee's?
I'm about 3 hours from Buc-ee's. As a matter of fact, I'm going to the beach this weekend.
So you're going to hit the Buc-ee's.
I'll be getting a brisket sandwich Friday afternoon.
That's that bussy meat.
They got brisket sandwich.
But yeah, they got all kinds of stuff.
And don't forget the bathroom, Scott.
That's the relations in the bathroom.
You could hold a wedding in the bathroom.
Yeah, I keep trying to tell them. They don't Pop. They don't understand how phenomenal Buc-ee's is.
I can't imagine many women would go for that though. Where we're doing this reception, the bathroom at Buc-ee's.
You could join the My High Club at Buc-ee's.
There you go. You could do that. Pop, what are you thinking today about Goddard?
I'm just saying.
I think that Goddard is a keeper. He has to stay on the team. They've attempted to nickel and dime him. Howie's got to step up and pay the man what he's due. He is, if you look at the highlight reels, and I don't care about everybody gets injured. Thing is that as a 66-year-old disabled veteran, you know, when I was in the Marine Corps, I was a young man playing John Wayne. Years later, my body pays the price. You know firsthand what he deals with his, you know, the nagging injuries from playing in the NFL. We have to take that into consideration as fans. These men give us everything they have, and then when they walk away from the game, they deal with the repercussions of the injuries that they suffer while playing, and they play through. Dallas Goedert is an eagle, and all I think about is his stiff arm and him knocking people down and pulling people into the end zone. He's a keeper.
Pop-Up, I agree with you. And that's what I think of, too. When I think of his career, and Pop-Up, we appreciate it. And you enjoy that trip to Buc-ee's. Brisket sandwich on Friday for Pop-Up.
I do find it interesting, like, if you just ask somebody, how far are you from a Buc-ee's, they'll know their exact distance.
No, because it's
from a Buc-ee's at all times, like 3 hours. That's a long way to know.
No, but when in the South, that's the thing. Like
it's
when
like
I
an
lived,
internal GPS.
Yeah, because when I lived in Georgia, I was only like 40 minutes from a Buc-ee's.
Wow.
And I never knew.
And you left to come here?
I never knew the glory of Buc-ee's until I got ready to leave. I never knew.
Well, you were there. Like, how long were Buc-ee's there with you and you didn't realize?
You know what's funny?
Doing?
It was a couple things happened that was magical before I left Atlanta. Whataburger came to town the day that I left Georgia.
They have those everywhere, though.
No,
Yeah.
they don't. Whataburger, they don't, Joe. They only have them in Texas.
Hold on, let me check this out.
And Atlanta got the Whataburger, and it was a line around they had a line backed up for miles. They got that when I left. And the Buc-ee's, I miss both of them. I mean, I'm not bitter or anything. I'm gonna go down there. I just, when somebody's close to the South, I just gotta figure out. I mean, everybody know how far they know from the Buc-ee's.
I'm gonna find you this. I'm telling you, this burger place.
Whataburger. You ain't gonna find a Whataburger.
I think I might. Find
up
one.
north.
I think I might find one.
Okay.
All right. He made the point on Goddard that he remembers him more for his big moments, right? The playoff stiff arm. You're not wrong when you say how many games he's missed. I mean, those are facts, right?
Yeah.
But I think some of those have just been weird injuries.
They have, but he's missed
one
time.
Was it 2 years ago he got pulled down by the Cowboy guy? I think it was in the
November
November
a hamstring,
game.
right?
No, he got pulled down and he broke
like
his collar,
kind of.
and he broke his collarbone. Like, to me,
That's not
a recurring injury. He plays physical and he gets banged up.
Injuries do find him.
Yeah, they do. They do.
And it's one of those things when you look at, okay, say as good as Dallas Goedert is, and when he's in there, we see that production. But the dependability factor is what's playing into this decision, in my opinion. I don't know this for sure, but I think the dependability factor is because when you have a tight end of his caliber, you tend to game plan for his presence. And when he's not out there, you have to adjust and change things for his absence. So that's why I say your biggest asset is your availability. And so I think the Eagles probably went into this thinking two things. Hopefully they could probably get something for him in the draft, which it didn't look like that happened. But you also had to replenish your defensive side of the ball. So they had to go. That was the priority. Now, this side thing that you had going on with Dallas, you need to rectify that, but you got to take care of the defense, because we saw how instrumental Vic Fangio was, and we saw how prevalent he was, and had he was like on Howie's hip, and I'm pretty sure he was like, yo, man, I need this, I need that. We lost a lot of pieces. I need some young cat, So that was the priority. So now you look at it like this: there's going to be a lot of restricted free agents or unrestricted free agents, whatever. Undrafted free agents, I should say. That's my fault. Undrafted free agents that they're going to be moved from team to team. They're probably going to bring some tight ends in this weekend.
I know, but are any of them going to be Goddard?
You never know, Joe.
But
never
what
know.
would you guess? An undrafted tight end rookie going to be Goddard?
Well, it's a long shot.
Yeah.
But you still have to vet these guys that you brought in that are long shots. And then not only that, the longer this play, see, we're dealing with a time frame where something has to happen with Dallas.
Yep.
Because if I'm not mistaken, if he reaches, what is it? Is it sometimes in the next couple of weeks or whatever, his money's guaranteed or something like that.
So I don't know if his money's guaranteed the entire season.
I'm talking out of my depth as far as these contract situations is concerned. But if they can't find a suitable replacement, he's probably going to be here, or they're going to probably have to. If they want to try to lower his cap number, they're probably going to have to try to extend it.
I agree with that totally. Both sides are in a spot where something has to change. The Eagles don't want to pay him what he's getting right now. And Goddard, I understand why he doesn't want to have zero guaranteed dollars because, Hugh, what if they find a trade partner for a different tight end in August? They could just cut Goddard outright. He gets $0. Like, I get why he wants to fix this. I just think every conversation about him is more about the money he's making. Again, they're allocating this season, 2025, if you look at the Eagles cap sheet, $16 million to Jason Kelce to do Monday Night Football and hang out at WIP and do all the cool things he does. That's the way the Eagles do their cap. They push money back to the future, and that's fine. The Eagles are very smart about this. I'm just saying, when I look at their cap sheet and I see Jason Kelce for $16 million, but we can't carry Goddard, doesn't add up to me. Will in the Northeast. What's up, Will? Will?
Too big.
Will going once. Will going twice.
It was too big.
And we go to Terrence in Springfield. What's up, Terrence?
Yo, Kyle, what's up, man?
Hey, Terrence, what's up, buddy?
Hey, you damn right. They're undervaluing Dallas Goedert. Here's the thing: he was definitely productive on the field. I feel like he's been a great player for us. He's hard nosed. He's a great run blocker. But my thing is, with Hugh here, this is playing a big part of it. His injury status, his availability. I think that's why Howie is kind of trying to lower this contract for Dallas. And my thing with Howie was talking about Goddard like he passed away or something. Yeah, we think of Goddard. He's a great player, and I heard a lot of buts. in that when Howie was talking. So you're talking about the guy like he's going somewhere, like he left already. Howie, my thing is the same thing you said, Joe. If we would have grabbed a tight end during the draft or something, because my thing is, if Howie goes in the season with uncertainty at the tight end position, then he didn't have a good offseason. That's not a good thing to have if you don't have a tight end, because we know that's one of Jalen security blankets is Dallas Goedert, is the tight end position. And I know I heard you saying earlier, Calcaterra, he played a great role last year, but he's not a starter. He's not. He came in and he pretty much the situation was right for him, so he made the best of the situation for Clint Calcaterra. But my thing is, man, I feel like we got to bring Dallas Goedert back. Dallas Goedert is a key vocal point to our offense. There were games where Saquon was shut down earlier in the season, where Goddard stepped up in there.
Well, I mean, Terrence, let's just you're right. Let's hit the one. If he doesn't have the 61-yard touchdown against the Saints, Terrence, we appreciate the phone call.
Might be a different season. We get it.
Yeah, they might be 1-3 at the bye, and then maybe that ability to come out of the bye and play the way they did is just different. 215-592-9494 for all your Goddard calls. On the other side here, are the Eagles undervaluing Dallas Goedert? It sure feels like it to me. I think he's being totally undervalued. Stop playing hardball. Bring the guy back. Also, Phillies, they're back tonight, starting a series against the Nats. I want to get at something that's been going on with the lineup and a change we need to see now. 215-592-9494. It is the Midday Show. Sports Radio 94 WIP. Great lawn. It's like a great sports team. It takes expertise and a little extra care to really stand out. That's where True Green comes in. They're the official lawn care treatment provider of the PGA Tour, so they know a thing or two about keeping grass looking like a fairway. Here's the best part. It's more affordable than you think, and they'll even match any competitor's price. Plus, True Green backs it all up with a satisfaction guarantee. Not happy? They'll come back between visits to make it right. Don't wait. Head to TrueGreen.com today. Let the pros do the work while you sit back and enjoy the results.
May 5th is now BG Day.
Fly, Eagles, fly.
All day long, 94 WIP is honoring Brandon Graham with classic stories, special guests, and the best BG moments of all time.
Oh, was he walloped by Brandon Graham?
Live all day, May 5th.
I just want to thank everybody.
Then cap off the day with BG Live, a special one-time event with Brandon at the Colonial Theater in Phoenixville.
What up, Phillies?
Presented by Ashley Furniture. Feels good to be home. And sponsored by Mid-Penn Bank, supporting local communities since 1868.
Here we have the Limu Emu in its natural habitat, helping people customize their car insurance and save hundreds with Liberty Mutual. fascinating. It's accompanied by his natural ally, Doug.
Limu, is that guy with the binoculars watching us?
Cut the camera. They see us.
Only pay for what you need at libertymutual.com.
Liberty, 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 liberty.
Savings vary. Underwritten by Liberty Mutual Insurance Company and affiliates. Excludes Massachusetts.
Experience the action of the sport of kings with the Naira Bets horse racing app. Bet the Kentucky Derby. It's fast, easy, and secure. Get your free $25 Derby bet plus a $200 deposit match for new members at nairabets.com/Philly25.
So you get in your car and head to work and the check engine light comes on. What do? One thing you shouldn't do is wait to get it checked out. What you should do is head to your locally owned and operated Meineke, where their trained technicians will diagnose your problem, fix it, and get you safely back on the road. Meineke works on any make, model, or year vehicle and has been doing it right for over 50 years. And Meineke offers same-day service and fix-it-now and pay-over-time payment solutions. Meineke. Doing car care right.
BetMGM has an unreal deal for sports fans. Turn $10 into $150 if you win your first bet at BetMGM. Simply download the BetMGM app and sign up using the bonus code WIP150. Then place a $10 bet on any sport. You'll receive $150 in bonus bets if you win. The fun doesn't stop there. The sportsbook that knows how to treat you right has plenty of surprises in store. Sign up to get instant access to a variety of parlay selection features, like the new look same-game parlays, live betting options, and more. Download the app today and get $150 in bonus bets if you win your first bet with bonus code WIP150. BetMGM and GameSense remind you to play responsibly.
See BetMGM.com for terms. 21 plus only. New Jersey and Pennsylvania only. New customer offer subject to eligibility requirements. Rewards are non-withdrawable bonus bets that expire in 7 days. You or someone you know has a gambling problem. Help is available. Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Buy 4 windows, get 4 free, and pay nothing until 2027 only from Window Nation.
Tennis elbow, griller's back, walker's hip.
Any of these feel familiar? At Virtua Orthopedics and Spine, we've got a doc for that.
Dog walker's knee, ping pong wrist, dishwasher's elbow.
Yep, we've got a doc for those too. Virtua Orthopedics and Spine has over 120 providers, over 20 PT rehab facilities, and more than 25 surgical centers all across South Jersey. Find the right specialist for you at virtua.org/ortho.
WIP guests prepare for their segments in the Xfinity Mobile Lounge. Xfinity Mobile customers now get exclusive access to Wi-Fi speeds up to a gig in millions of locations nationwide.
Gain Super Flings are here to take your laundry to the next level.
Talking about Gain Super Flings. Super-sized laundry packs. These things are huge. Super fresh, super clean. Gain Super Flings.
Gain Super Flings laundry packs have 4 times the Oxy cleaning power and 3 times the Febreze freshness versus Gain Original Liquid.
Super fresh, super clean. Gain Super Flings.
Gain Super Flings for next level laundry.
Do you have 3 ex-wives and your current trophy wife wants a life insurance policy 3 times the size of the policies you had to purchase for your previous mistakes? If so, you need to call Big Lou at Term Provider, 800-700-6898. Big Lou is intimately familiar with your problems, and if you're 50 or 60 years old and in reasonably good health, a $1 million policy should only cost about $100 to $200 per month. Big Lou may have a solution for your previous policies as well. You may even save enough money to lighten the load on your new $1 million policy. Remember, call Big Lou. He's like you, except he's only on number 2. Call Term Provider at 800-700-6898. That's 800-700-6898 for $1 million in term life insurance that you can live with. Call Big Lou at 800-700-6898. 800-700-6898.
Did you know your skin is the largest organ of your body? Huh? That's why you should shower with Old Spice Super Hydration Body Wash instead of plain old bar soap. Love your skin by super hydrating it with vitamin B3 and glorious notes of vanilla and shea. Did you know that my super hydrated skin is the second largest organ of my body? The first is my heart. Old Spice. Men have skin too. Old Spice Super Hydration Body Wash. 24/7 renewing moisture. With daily use.
This is the story of the one who, as a maintenance specialist for a historic high-rise, knows that vintage charm historically needs constant attention. which is why when it's time to upgrade turn-of-the-century mechanicals, they turn to Grainger. With easy access to 1 million+ products and the scale to deliver when and where you need them. The right tools and supplies are never far away, so the one can keep that vintage building running like new. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
This is Maggie Gray with an Odyssey Sports Minute sponsored by Prevagen. Prevagen, made for your brain. Dame Lillard tore his Achilles, and just like that, the Bucks' window may have slammed shut. He was the co-star, the closer, the guy Giannis wanted. Now he's a question mark until next year, if not longer. And Giannis, don't be surprised if he starts looking around for a team he thinks will put him back in the finals. Milwaukee's not just hurt, they're exposed, and the clock is ticking louder than ever. I'm Maggie Gray.
94 WIP HD1 Philadelphia. Live from the Tasty Cake Studios. Sports Radio 94 WIP. An Odyssey sports station. Baseball on the radio. It's just better.
It is Bedlam at the bank!
Your exclusive home for Phillies baseball. Sports Radio 94 WIP.
Four-year, $76 million,
He got
40
paid.
guaranteed. Yeah, he got paid. And I'm not crazy here. I understand Kittle's better than Goddard. I think we all recognize that. But he's older, and if he's getting that much, they can't allocate 1 year 14 or 1 year 11. In terms of
It sounds like it's a fair deal. It's something going on here.
something is going on. It feels to me like the Eagles are undervaluing Goddard. Where do you come down now? The Eagles undervaluing Dallas Goedert. 215-592-9494. Hugh doesn't believe they are. Where do you come down? Kyle and I are fighting Hugh today, which is nothing new around here. We'll get to you people later on the show. And we got to bring a very interesting hypothetical to the air in about an hour from now. Right now, your phone calls and Phillies back tonight. We'll get to them, including something that's been flying under the radar as they've struggled the last couple weeks. Bruce in D.C. What's up, Bruce?
Good morning, Kyle, Joe, Hugh, and the crew. What's going on?
What's up, man?
Bruce, what's going on?
Hey, man, this whole thing on God. You know what? I think that people are making this thing a little bit more complex than it needs to be. First of all, I do agree that the Eagles are doing the right thing on Goddard. They're not mistreating him. This is all about business, and it's all about projection on where the Eagles are trying to go. Now, here's the thing, okay? And you just said it earlier. You got Davis's extension. I think that, they're going to have to allocate funds to that. I think part of that is a factor also with his salary. They're going to have to free up more funds because I think they do want to keep Davis. I think that has something to do with it, aside from his performance and all those other dynamics that are coming into play on where they're going to have to move cash and allocate cash for next year. So Dallas doesn't agree with it. This is just like the Slade situation where they could not come to an agreeable term, okay, and they're riding this thing out. And what they're going to do, they're going to turn around and release Goddard. He's going to go out on the market. He's not going to hit his number. Then they're going to come back, and they're going to leave the door open to him. So I think that's how they're going to handle Goddard, and I think that's the smartest way on Goddard going forward. Now, here's the thing, is that if we lose Goddard, Cal Kataryn said, well, yeah, Cal Kataryn can't fill his role. Okay, but Cal Kataryn is a very comfortable piece. I mean, he's clearly demonstrated that he can run past patterns. He's actually faster than Goddard, but they don't run the 12-player package that often. But if they do, all they need is a serviceable tight end that can block, depending on how they want to run their schemes. And they'll be okay if they lose if they lose Goddard. I think that they will have a plan for that because they're going to be they're going to reinvent their passing game anyway and going to be more pass happy towards the receivers. So they're going to draw more plays
They might, and Bruce, they might. And in a vacuum, I understand your point. Like, they could lose Goddard and be okay. And Bruce, we appreciate it. You know what I've noticed a lot this offseason? There's a lot of, hey, they'll be okay. They could replace Milton Williams. They'll be okay. They could replace Josh Sweat. They'll be okay. They could replace CJ GJ. They'll be okay. They could replace Darius Slay. They'll be okay. They could replace Dallas Goedert. Yeah, individually, yes. But when you start losing all these good players, that's a lot.
Yeah. But
I mean, we're just comfortable. It's almost like, would you be okay if I just took $20 from you? Yeah, you'd probably be fine. If I keep taking 20s, eventually it's like, wait, where'd all my money go?
But see,
like, my wallet's a lot lighter.
No, you're making sense, Joe. But here's the reality of the NFL. And this is the thing that I think people tend to forget because we kind of treat it like college, and even college ain't even the same like it used to be. There's money involved with all of these decisions.
Yeah, I know.
And that's the thing that I think as fans we tend to forget because we look at it as, oh, you're getting worse at this position. Okay, you're right. There might be. But what we're paying that guy to play that position is not worth what we're getting back on our investment. I mean, look at it like that. And that's how I try to explain it. It's like, I like Dallas Goedert. And to your point, if we move on from Dallas Goedert, we will be weaker at that position. There's no question about that. That is not the argument that I'm trying to make. I am speaking strictly from a financial standpoint that, if I'm being honest, that I don't readily understand. But I know that for them, $14 million is a lot of money to pay a guy who's missed 15 games in 3 years.
So I agree with you. But is it the right – I'm trying to frame this the right way. Do we need to do that for every position all the time? Like, you're right that he's probably not, by dollars and cents in the NFL, worth $14 million, but based on his production, I think you're right. But if we think about that with every player, I mean, they're getting a lot of bargains too, right? Doesn't it even out? Like, Nolan Smith's going to be a bargain. Jalen Carter on his rookie deal is a bargain. So I think smart teams can even it out where, yeah, you have some older guys, they're probably not worth the salary, but Jalen Carter's probably worth, what, $40 million, and he's going to get paid $6 this year? You know what I mean? Like, it should, if you draft well enough and you're smart enough, it should even out. Like, it just feels like
let me tell you
a hard line stance on this player at a weird time.
Well, it is weird, but let me tell you where it might have gotten out of whack. And y'all going to love this.
Here we go.
Here we go. No, I'm saying I'm throwing y'all a bone.
Oh, okay.
And it might be the Bryce Huff contract. It might be the fact that you paid Bryce Huff $50 million.
He didn't do anything.
And he didn't do anything.
Yeah, it's fair.
So now, like, you have to see, this is where I think people have to realize where the Eagles might be, because I'm speculating. I don't know. We heard Joe Banner talk about how the Eagles might be in more cap trouble than you actually know. So I look at this decision and the way that they're handling that Dallas Goedert as one of those, there's more to this than I know. And for them to everything you're saying is right. He was a valuable, integral part of this offense in the way that they play. But the bottom line is this: for whatever reason, they do not want to give him $14 million.
It's obvious.
That's a fact. That's a fact.
Totally.
Like everything else I'm speculating on. So now it's up to me to try to figure out, okay, what are some of the reasons why you don't want to pay this productive tight end $14 million? Okay, as I look at the numbers, he's missed 15 games in 3 years. That's a factor that probably factors into them making this decision.
I agree.
So now you look at that. And there even might be, and I don't know this for sure because we see the moments where he's been productive in key games. But just to throw a hypothetical out there, what if in the tight end room he's not grading out when he's out there as high as he did to warrant that $14 million salary? Now, that's something that, you know, we hear all the time. Like, it's a stat that they use in NFL now that I've never heard of when I played. Pressures.
You get paid on pressures now.
You get paid. Like the young defensive end that we got from Virginia Tech. He looks like he can play too. Like a lot of people were talking about him.
The one that was the
last player picked.
The hyphenated name.
Yes.
Yeah, I'll find it.
This buddy had 16 sacks in his last year at Georgia Tech. He gets off the ball. And people were wondering why he slid in the draft.
Antoine Powell-Ryland.
Yes, they was wondering why he slid in the draft. He was highly productive. I look at him just in the small sampling size that I've seen, and that's probably what they thought Bryce Huff was going to be. You know what I mean? So now you're talking about Dallas Goedert's production when he's out there. Even though he's made that big play, he might not grade out on those other plays that high. What if Calcaterra's grading out higher? Like, because there's analytics that they use when they evaluate players that they factor into whether that player is worth the money he's getting paid.
I know, you're right. And, well, they better be right. I mean, then we'll find out when the season starts. All right, 215-592-9494. Your thought on the Goedert situation. I think the Eagles are undervaluing all the things he brings to the table. I mean, perhaps I'm overvaluing, but what do you think? Are the Eagles undervaluing Dallas Goedert? Yes or no? All right, Hugh, before we go back to the phones on the Phils, we got ourselves a Phil series starting tonight.
Hey.
Phillies, Nationals.
Tomato can.
Well, I with you. They're tomato canny. But they have been playing terrible. They got blown out yesterday by the Mets, but they beat the Mets twice this week. And I actually think they're coming in here playing decent baseball, so the Phillies won't be able to roll over them. They got to play well.
This is a pivotal series.
Oh, yeah, because Arizona's after this. Yeah, so I need at least 2 out of 3 against the Nats. But one thing I think is interesting is the lineup, right? So they had a good night on Saturday, the Phillies. Sunday, they scraped by a victory, but they're still not scoring a ton of runs, per game and hitting home runs and all that. But Q, I am starting to look at the lineup a little bit differently. So we've done the Bryson Stott leadoff thing for a few weeks, right? Stott's been leading off.
Been pretty decent.
He has played. He's been
like
fine.
292.
I like the way Stott has played this year. He's been fine. And, Turner does it against lefties. But Jack put this up this morning, and it kind of confirmed what my eyes were telling me. Schwarber has cooled off considerably since they put him in the cleanup spot to protect Bryce, right? When we did that, it was like, we got to protect Bryce. We got to protect Bryce. Well, we're not getting the best out of Schwarber. Since they moved Schwarber to the cleanup spot, 208 batting average, 391 OBP, which he always gets on base wherever he is. But his slugging percentage is only 283, and he only has 1 home run. Hugh, I know this is a fun little experiment, and it's worked out okay, because Stott, you're right, Stott has been fine. But I need more out of Schwarber. I'm starting to wonder if Schwarber just is more comfortable at leadoff. And we got to put him back there. I've always been a Schwarber leadoff guy. I'd rather keep Schwarber at leadoff. I understood why they did what they did because they were desperate behind Bryce. Hugh, what do you think? Should they put Schwarber back at the leadoff spot? Because they haven't gotten the best out of him since they moved him down.
I'll say this, Joe, and I'm going to talk just a little bit because I feel like, the Bryson Stott thing looks like it's starting to – it looks a lot better than we thought it was going to look.
He's done fine
at the beginning. I think that we're still in an adjustment phase. And the fact that we won the last 2 games that we were in against the Cubs, I'm not ready to push the panic button just yet because I feel like everybody's still trying to get comfortable in their new role. So I hear what you're saying about Schwarber's power and everything like that. But to be honest, I think that this is just the growing pains of adjusting to the situation you're in. Because we were talking about last week how Bryce Harper wasn't using his protection behind him. Looks like he's starting to do that a little bit more now. Trying to use the fact that he's being protected by Schwarber a little bit. So I feel like let's just keep it like it is for a little while longer as long as we are still winning baseball.
Yeah,
games.
well, the 2 wins over the weekend did let everyone hit the sigh, right? You get a sigh of relief, right? Like, all right, they won a couple games. They're not on a 6 or 7 or 8 game losing streak. That's nice. But it's funny because we wanted to protect Harper, but now I wonder if part of this is who's protecting Schwarber, right? Like I wonder if part of the reason why he hasn't done as well is, he's still walking a lot, right? Schwarber always walks a lot, but there's not that Bryce Harper behind him in the lineup to where teams are giving Schwarber the fastball. I like this team better with Schwarber leading off. There's a jolt to start the game. It's not an anti-Stott thing. Again, I agree with you. Stott's done fine. I mean, Stott's done a nice job when he's hitting leadoff against righties. There's just no juice to Stott. There's juice to Schwarber. Kyle, where are you at on the leadoff situation as we've experimented a lot this year with this? I've always wanted it to be Schwarber. I've went along with the Stott thing, but if Schwarber's not hitting a cleanup, what are we doing?
No, I understand the protecting Harper thing, but it doesn't I don't know how well it's working out for Bryce, and I don't know if that's because I don't know for what actual reason it is. Maybe he's dealing with something, but not really hitting. He's not really hitting for power that much. It's kind of been a pretty mid to bad start to the season for Bryce Harper. I think we can now look back and attribute the Bryson Stott struggles last year to that elbow issue that he talked about, not necessarily where he was in the lineup or anything like that. I think wherever you put Stott, he's going to hit. Like the Schwarber thing, I think what you said is true. It doesn't really seem to be working out that now Schwarber doesn't really have protection in the lineup. Like I really think the best version of the lineup is with Schwarber at the top. And then and this seems like a tough ask, but like Alec Boehm or one of the other right-handed hitters, Castellanos, need to step up and be able to protect Bryce behind him. Like, I don't know. It seems to be affecting Schwarber more, and I've been kind of like pulling whatever hair I have out of my head saying, like, can we start hitting some freaking home runs?
It's crazy how few home runs they've hit.
Yeah, and like, if you know what, if they start coming back in the form of solo shots by Kyle Schwarber, I'm okay with that. But like, I think the best version of the lineup right now functions with him at the leadoff.
I'm with you. Yeah, and during a Sunday Night Baseball on ESPN, they had a stat on the screen. I think Harper and Schwarber have accounted for 55% of the team's home runs. I think they're like 12 out of the whatever. And that's the highest percentage of baseball for two guys in a lineup. That's where the power comes from. So I need to get the most out of Schwarber, and he hasn't done that in the cleanup spot. 215-592-9494. Schwarber back to leadoff. Would you press that button, or you like Hugh? Let's let this thing marinate for a little while longer, because they're doing the Stott or Turner, depending on righty-lefty. Where are you at on that? And, of course, Dallas Goedert. Are the Eagles undervaluing him? Let's go to Will in the Northeast, who I think is ready to roll. What's up, Will?
Dream team, how y'all doing?
Hey, Will, what's up, buddy?
Yeah, man. I mean, with Goddard, that's my guy. I've been saying he's a big target. Man, this guy has been a big part of this offense and moving down the field. And he's been hurt here and there 15 times for 3 seasons. Okay, I understand that. But this guy, if you lose this guy, you lose a big part of the offense. I know everybody's saying, "Oh, he could be replaced." No, I'm sorry, not with what we got. I don't even know the backup name. So
Grant Calcaterra.
Whatever his name.
Whoever that guy is.
But no, man, I'm serious. Like, you got to meet Goddard somewhere real close to what he asking for, man, because he's a big contributor to the team. He's a part of the team, man. Like he put his work in, and he deserved the payday, man. Not. I ain't gonna say the $14 million or whatever that he's asking, but you know where they went wrong and they paid I think they paid too much. Zach Bond. I'm gonna keep it a bean. You came here one season, and like we keep saying, that front line is what made you look real good, and we're gonna see this season that comes up. Now I'm not gonna say he a bust, but guess what? I wouldn't have never gave him that much money after one season. And come on now, like. I think that's where a lot of the money
went.
That's
a strong
take.
And
I'm going to say this, right, about the lineup, right? I say Stott, Sherbert, Bone, Harper, Kepler, Castellanos. Out of them right there, they should bring in at least 3 runs, maybe 4. Just with them going in that order. That's what I'm thinking.
Bohm's your guy, Will, and he has done better as of late. And he had the big sack fly.
Can't even be mad at that.
Big sack. Yeah, but I'm not ready to move Bohm up to third. Come on.
But listen, this guy Kepler, he's going to surprise a lot of people.
Yeah,
man.
I'm waiting.
He's a monster. He's coming. But I just want to say, listen, man, sign this man back. He's an Eagle. I want him to be an Eagle for life, but everybody keep putting this age limit, man. Let's stop that. These guys, if they condition, they stay in shape, they're able to keep playing for as long as they
I know. You got ageist over here like Hugh Douglas who want to get all the old players out. It's unbelievable. All right,
I love the OGs.
Will, we appreciate it. I think you may have heard that right. Did Will call?
He called him Sherbert.
Sherbert.
I am not mad at it. I just thought it was funny. Well, I'm not making fun of you because you know me. I mess up names every day.
You?
I fumble the bag every day, but
what are you talking about?
I just thought it was funny. I just think it's funny when other people do it.
Ambiguity.
Guess who doesn't look like a tomato can or a tomato tan anymore?
Who's that?
The Braves.
Well, we knew that was coming. They woke up a little bit.
Better reason than ever to make it a little emergency lineup.
I know.
Emergency lineup shake up.
Yeah. So look,
and if they put up 10 the other day, but the offense is feeble. Can we get real?
Yeah, we can get real.
It stinks.
I know that we won 2 in a row, so everyone's feeling better now. Hugh, the gap between the Phillies and the Mets, there's a closer gap between last place and the Phillies. We're 4.5. We're 4.5 behind the Mets for first.
They can rake. What they call it? They can rake.
Yeah, the Mets run differential like plus 50 now. The Phillies are 15 and 13. Braves now have caught. The Braves are 13 and 15. They've recovered pretty
That's
fast.
What I'm saying. That's what I was looking at. I was looking at the standings.
I know. Yeah, it's pretty close there. Yeah, we got to do something there.
We're floating too close to 500 for my life.
Yes, yeah, and I know you were on the phone there, Kyle. We think Will called Schwarber Sherbert. So we have that now. He's Sherbert.
Oh, no.
Kyle Sherbert.
Is he Sherbert since he went to the cleanup spot? No home runs. He's just Sherbert.
Yeah, that's pretty Sherbert.
Yeah.
Sherbert's pretty good though. What is your
Sherbert.
favorite? Like, I don't like the raspberry sherbet.
Orange.
Orange. Yeah, that's the go-to.
Orange sherbet. That's
the go-to.
I feel like I don't have sherbet often, but when I do, I always like it.
Yeah, the orange is better. Raspberry, you can keep that.
What are you on? Like a once every couple months sherbet, or you?
I haven't had sherbet in a long time. Matter of fact, you know what I'm slacking on?
What's that?
That it started. I missed the free day. Rita's.
I had some last night.
I'm jealous.
You know what we got to do?
What's that?
Well, I think a couple years ago we talked about banana pudding, and then some showed up here.
Yes.
The more we talk about sherbet, it'll show up.
Somebody's gonna get us some sherbet.
We want some sherbet. All right, let's talk to Steve in Egg Harbor. What's up, Steve?
Steve listening to tunes, riding somewhere.
In the background. Music. Steve. What's going on, Steve?
Steve might sound like he might be at the bar early
Steve-o!
today. Steve, you at the shore?
It's 11:19.
Probably. Yeah. Somebody's open. This is Philly, man. A bar is open.
I'm trying to hear what song he's listening to. Can anyone tell that?
I was trying to listen.
With the music on. All right, Steve. We'll get back to you.
Enjoy that song.
Yeah, it's all good. Let's grab David in Blackwood as a thought on the Phillies lineup. What's up, David?
Hey, good morning, gentlemen. How you doing?
What's good, David? What's up?
Hey, listen, real quick. I spoke to your associate that picked up the phone on me and everything like that with Rojas. I have a problem. I have a problem with him. I like him to be leadoff hitter, but the man can't. What I had a problem was the other night when he tried the bunt.
Well, he can't do it.
Yeah. These are fundamentals, and I don't think Shorr or Harper has the problem. I think it's the rest of the lineup where they're placed. I think Castellanos should be down in the 9th hole, and I think that would probably pee him off enough where he's making better contact. But the Phillies this year are making contact with the ball. I'm not worried about the long ball so much. Everybody's fixated with, hey, if you don't get up there, you got to hit a home run.
No, well, David, but we need to hit more home runs. Like I agree they're walking more and they're making more contact, but it's tough to score consistently without the long ball as part of the game.
Well, I agree with you, but the fundamental issue with baseball is contact. It's not always hitting the home run. If you're stepping up to the plate saying, okay, we got the home run, Schwarber's going to make it or Harper's going to make it. No, I disagree with that. I like Harper when he's going opposite field. I like Schwarber. You know what? If he does make the contact, his power is so immense there. He makes perfect contact. It's going out of any ballpark.
Sure.
But
you want Rojas to lead off? You want Rojas leading off?
Yes, I do.
Like in the first spot in the order?
In the first spot in the order in Castellano, I wanted him down at the 9-hole hitter and everything like that. Start of things up.
But Rojas stinks. He can't hit.
Well, you know what? My position is this: they're going to place him in a batting order anyway. So give him the opportunity as the leadoff hitter and everything to try and get on base, because then you know what you got, and then you can make changes as you adapt with the first hole hitter. Because you know what? You don't want Harper up there as your first hole hitter.
But David, the first hitter in the I hear you, and I'm all for fun ideas, and I get it. David, we appreciate the call.
Rojas is not fun.
It's not. The first hitter in the lineup gets up the most. Why am I giving my worst hitter the most plate appearances?
Because I guess he's thinking about the speed aspect. If he lays down a bunt or something.
Let's go get a track star and put him in the lineup.
Can he bunt?
He can't bunt.
He's been working on it.
Oh my God, those bunts on Sunday. If they didn't win the game, I was going to scream about them on Monday. They were so bad. So bad.
The jug ain't open. I mean, it's a bar.
Oh, we love the jug.
Jug is open. They got the wings
over in Cinnaminson.
Cinnaminson.
Yeah,
well, they haven't been by in a while.
Is that a call?
That's a call.
That's the bat signal.
So we've now asked for sherbet and wings in this segment.
Where they're at,
That's a shameless. That is just so shameless.
No, it's shameful. It is. That's okay. We love them over there. All right, 215-592-9494. We're hungry. Help!
I know Nicole's listening too.
Help! We're hungry over here. All right, back to your phone calls on the other side. Are the Eagles undervaluing Dallas Goedert? Yes, they obviously are. And I think it's time to put Kyle Schwarber back in the leadoff spot. I appreciate new ideas, but I mean that was a Hugh Douglas idea with the Rojas leadoff thing. What are we doing here?
I didn't even say
it was Hugh Douglas.
It was Douglas ass.
Listen, I know one thing not to do to baseball fans here in Philadelphia. Say that, because that's a trigger warning right there. That is definitely a trigger word.
I mean, Rojas is lucky he's gotten to play for a week straight here. I mean, what are we doing? All right, more from Howie on why they didn't take a tight end in the draft. That's next. Your phone calls, Midday Show, Sports Radio 94 WIP. Baseball fans love the long ball, and FanDuel, in partnership with Valley Forge Casino, is giving you even more reasons to love home runs every Tuesday during the MLB season, because with Dinger Tuesdays, all FanDuel customers get a home run profit boost. That means when you bet on moonshots, you can take your winnings to new heights. So whether it's a big blast or an Oppo Boppo, FanDuel is your home for betting home runs. Visit FanDuel.com/GIGLIO and gear up to go yard all season long. That's FanDuel.com/GIGLIO to claim your Dinger Tuesday profits. Make every moment more with FanDuel, America's #1 sportsbook, official sports betting partner of Major League Baseball. FanDuel Sportsbook is the official partner of 94 WIP.
21 plus and present in Pennsylvania. Opt-in required. Bonus issued is now withdrawable profit boost tokens. Restrictions apply, including any token expiration and max wager amount. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
From muck to reality.
The Philadelphia Eagles select Jahad Campbell.
Welcome to Philadelphia, Rook.
Philly, y'all know what's up. We got to win another freaking Super Bowl next year, man.
The Eagles play here. Sports Radio 94 WIP.
It's on.
Are you tired of the same old lunch? Same old commute? Same old? Treat yourself to something new at Wawa. Like something zesty with the roasted chicken burrito bowl, or something savory with the buffalo chicken club. Either way, Wawa has bold flavors for days and days and days, and well, you get the idea. Try something new today at Wawa, where cravings are made easy. Gotta have a Wawa. Roto-Rooter. Plumbing problem? No match for a little DIY duct tape. Oops, hold on. Nope. There we go. No match for a little... dang it, wait. Duct tape and a wrench. Leaks are no match for duct tape and a wrench. And a bucket and a towel, more duct tape, a hammer, this random tool I found in the basement, another bucket, more tape, a little more tape. Perfect. On second thought, maybe leave plumbing to the pros at Roto-Rooter.
And away go troubles down the drain.
If you're serious about what's under your hood, then you need the highest octane on the market. New 94 Octane, available exclusively at Sunoco. Nothing else will match it. Go to Sunoco.com to find a participating station near you.
Hey, baseball fans, want to boost the odds on your next MLB same-game parlay? Take the field with the same-game parlay boost token from BetMGM, an official sports betting partner of Major League Baseball. We'll drop the token in your BetMGM account. No need to opt in. Just place a same-game parlay on any MLB game and apply the token. Make sure to bet up to the minimum stake, odds, and legs specified on the token. If your boosted SGP hits, you'll score a bigger payout. Claim your MLB same-game parlay boost token today. The action is always on deck at BetMGM. The players are ready for first pitch, so join the excitement all season long. Major League Baseball trademarks used with permission. BetMGM and GameSense remind you to play responsibly. See BetMGM.com for terms. 21 plus only. Pennsylvania only. Existing customer offer subject to eligibility requirements. Rewards vary and expire in 1 to 7 days. If you or somebody you know has a gambling problem, help is available. Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Wawa's new $2 for $6 menu is here. Craft the order you want and save big while you're at it with your favorite options now priced at $2, $4, and $6. Grab a $4 smoothie and $6 classic turkey hoagie, or a $2 iced coffee and $4 roasted chicken sandwich. From built-to-order hoagies to snacks, drinks, and more, pick one deal or try them all. Wawa's $2 for $6 menu. Available now for a limited time. Gotta have a Wawa.
This is the story of the one who, as a maintenance specialist for a historic high-rise, knows that vintage charm historically needs constant attention. Which is why when it's time to upgrade turn-of-the-century mechanicals, they turn to Grainger. With easy access to 1 million plus products and the scale to deliver when and where you need them. The right tools and supplies are never far away. So the one can keep that vintage building running like new. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Well, good morning, kiddo. I love that you're home from college. I've missed you.
Still taking your Nature-Made vitamins?
Every day. A multivitamin and a probiotic. You better be taking yours.
Still looking out for me, Mom.
I'll never stop.
Made to care for you every day. Nature-Made, the #1 pharmacist-recommended vitamin and supplement brand. Find us in the vitamin aisle, based on a survey of pharmacists who recommend branded vitamins and supplements.
Very warm with sun and clouds through the rest of today. High 82.
Weather brought to you by Robert Half. Our recruiters' expertise and award-winning AI will find you the skilled candidates you want. At Robert Half, we know talent. Visit roberthalf.com/talent today.
Thanks for calling Discover. This is Nia.
Hi, Nia. It's Jennifer. Did you know that Discover automatically doubles all the cash back you've earned at the end of your first year?
Yeah, I work here.
Okay. I was just double checking. Get it?
Because Discover automatically doubles all the cash back you've earned at the end of your first year?
Oh, you get me, Nia.
You could say that I double get you.
I guess we've taken it too far.
You earn, we match. Discover Cashback Match. See terms at discover.com/creditcard.
Okay, raise your hand if you want to make your life a little bit easier. Great. Now raise your other hand if you like to be comfortable. Perfect. Now that you have both hands raised, imagine putting on your shoes. And that, folks, right there is your answer to an easier, more comfortable life. Go hands-free with Skechers Slip-ins. This is footwear you don't need your hands to put on. They can be raised in the air, and you can just step it and go. Why don't you experience what people can't stop talking about? Life-changing Skechers Slip-ins. Get your Slip-ins at a Skechers store, Skechers.com, or wherever stylish footwear is sold.
This is Hugh Douglas and Joe Giglio on Sports Radio 94 WIP.
He catches a simple flare pattern out into the flat, and the cornerback is there, and he just beast modes him, pushes him in the face, not once, twice, and into the end zone. That's Dallas Goedert. Beast.
You're a beast, baby. Necessary for sure. This one? Now, why not? I slowed down until you can come and get some.
Beast mode. Dallas Goedert against the Packers in the playoff game. Welcome back. Midday show. Hugh Douglas, Joe Giglio, you guys with us. 215-592-9494. A lot to get to. Rest of the show. We're going to have a big debate at 12 on something that is taking over the hallways here. This is all people are talking about. We'll get to you people later on.
Some of y'all got problems.
Well, that's true. And we'll have to check in with the latest on Jihad Campbell, which we all think is a really fun and hopefully a great pick. But some more things coming out about his medicals that maybe we didn't know about last week when the Eagles took us. We'll get to all that. But with Dallas Goedert here, I just think they're undervaluing the player. 215-592-9494. Hugh doesn't think they are. It's our Twitter question sponsored by the PI Dental Center. Your smile is the first thing others see when they meet you. Learn about and schedule your evaluation at PIDentalCenter.com. Are the Eagles undervaluing Dallas Goedert? 55% of the polls say yes. It's pretty close, but more than half the people say yes, which means you're losing the poll today.
Take that, Hugh Douglas.
You would think.
Big L for you today.
Thank you very much.
You're losing.
I mean, I'm okay. I'll be all right.
Will the Eagles be all right?
I see you tearing up in there.
I know.
I'll be all right. I mean, I got 2 more hours. I got about 2, what?
Well, you're going to flip this poll in 2 hours?
I probably will. I feel pretty confident.
I would
or
say
if I don't, then I'd be like, they just don't know what they're talking about.
Right.
You know, I just explain it away like I always do.
I would be feeling better. I'd be feeling better if the Eagles had drafted a tight end. They didn't. Can we hear Howie Roseman why they didn't land a tight end in the 2025 draft?
Surprised you didn't end up with a tight end, and what kind of factored into how that laid out?
Yeah, again, just trying to be as true as we could to the board. Every time that we had the opportunity to pick, we were looking at the board and really trying to reflect what that work to put those grades in really should be reflected in the outcome. So we didn't want to kind of drop down at some points. There were some points where it was close, but it was never at the time we were selecting the best player.
That's interesting. And I think that's the best explanation he could give you, is that he valued the efforts that the scouts put in to evaluate the players that they evaluated.
Yep.
And he drafted it. This is what it sounds like, that he drafted the best player available at the position that they were drafting in. That's what it sounds like. And he tried to explain it in a way where for them, they didn't want to reach for a tight end. They stayed true to what whatever their formula is. That's what it sounds like. They stayed true to the formula.
So I think you're right, and that's probably what they did. If there's a criticism there, Hugh, or if there's a question, it really is. Let's go to last year, right? They moved up. They traded up to get Cooper DeJean, right? Cooper didn't fall to them. They were proactive, and they liked him so much they went and got him. I believe him, Hugh. The boards at the spots they picked said, nah, this is not a tight end spot.
And then it didn't warrant no tight end. I feel like by him saying that warranted them to feel like they had to move up.
So that's going to be one that's going to be interesting for us to track for years from now, right? Because 2 tight ends went in the second round. Actually, it was 3. Mason Taylor, your guy to the Jets, went at pick number 42. There was Terrence Ferguson from Oregon, went to the Rams at 46. And then Elijah Arroyo went to the Seahawks at 50. I mean, they could have traded up any of those spots if they wanted to, right? They had enough ammunition. And then Harold Fannin, that was the guy that we got calls about last week. Ken loved him. He was the kid from Bowling Green.
Bowling Green, yeah.
He went right after the Eagles pick. So, I mean, I guess that's Howie's way of saying the Makuba kid, right? That the safety out of Texas.
He was the better pick at that position.
They had him higher than the tight end.
Yeah.
And that's
and it was a position of need. Like, I think there was a lot of things that factored into this. And the reason why they did what they did. You needed defensive players. Your first 5 picks were defense.
Right.
Which that helped out a lot. Then you got some offensive linemen, you got a QB, and you got another edge rusher who probably at that position. A lot of people looking at this young man and be like, wow, how did he fall so far?
The last pick, you're saying.
Yes, the last pick. Antoine Powell Ryland. So I think for them, their biggest needs were filled early. And the tight end thing, even though Dallas Goedert is here and they're slow playing this, whatever that is, they didn't feel it was necessary to move up or finagle some things to get a tight end.
Yeah, and I get it. I mean, each draft takes on a life of its own, right? The board goes the way it goes. What's weird to me, Kyle, is 2 years in a row. Like this Goddard thing we saw this coming, right? High cap number. He's probably in decline compared to 5 years ago, 4 years ago. 2 years in a row, they haven't drafted a tight end. It's almost like they're not preparing for what they're doing.
And they usually do prepare.
Always.
They had Ertz for Selleck. They had Goddard for Ertz.
Yep.
And now it doesn't feel like there's a real succession plan. That's what would make it a lot more palatable for me if they were to let Goddard go. But I'm not comfortable with Calcaterra, Bryant, and whoever the hell else is out there, me or you, or maybe even Hugh Douglas.
Is the other guy Grayson
season.
or it's Grayson Bryant?
Grayson
Bryant.
I think it's Grayson Bryant. I think it's Harrison Bryant,
people?
and there's a Grayson. Yeah.
Okay.
But
that tells you what we think about these players.
No, yeah, I don't know. I mean, if they would have drafted a tight end in this draft, it would have made a lot more sense for me. But now it almost like I don't know. I thought that would be sort of the nail in the coffin on letting Goddard go. Doesn't seem that way, and that's what's bothering me the most.
Yeah, I feel the same way. 215-592-9494. Are the Eagles undervaluing Dallas Goedert? I feel like they are, and I watched that contract this morning where George Kittle got 4 years, 76, and I know Kittle's better and he's going to get more money, but Kittle's 2 years older. And we can't find a way to just keep Goddard at the 14 number this year. Meanwhile, another tight end just got 40 guaranteed. Something's off to me. I think they're undervaluing this player. And your thought on Schwarber? So the Phillies moving back to leadoff spot. He has not hit much for power or average since dropping down to the 4 to protect Bryce Harper. I want Schwarber back where he belongs, the leadoff spot. Antoine in Philadelphia is up on WIP. Hey, Antoine.
Hey, how y'all doing, man?
Good, Antoine. What's up, buddy?
Good. I think they undervaluing Goddard. I think it's due to the Saquon, AJ Brown, and the reps and the balls that they got to get. Now he got to take the back seat. He don't cry and complain about it. He go out there and block, and that's what helps the offense move. But when his number is called, he's making the play. That's why they're not moving on from him. That's why they didn't draft another tight end. He got an $11 million cap. They know how to play with the money. So it's not like a big cap where we paying you 15. Guys is getting $19 million. A couple years from now, they're going to be getting $20, $22 million at the tight end position. This dude is prolific. And I know guys might be like, oh, are you crazy? No, he been banged up. A.J. Brown been banged up. He been banged up. He missed 3 games last year. He missed 3 games the year before that. He had 1,000 yards last year. He making $30 million. You think if you get 1,000 yards, you get paid $30 million? No. We know if he wasn't held back from them touches Saquon got, he would have had 1,500 yards. We can't fault Goddard about that. He's a premier player, and Howie and them know it. If you watch the little clips on YouTube, they got about Goddard. You watch this guy; he's prolific. If you put him with a gunslinging quarterback, he could put up 1,000 yards. I don't think Kittle is better than Goddard. I think Kittle just get more targets. And I think that Goddard can put up the same production. Yeah, he's been banged up. He's a football player. But when it was time to make the plays, he made them. We can't fault him because there's so many mouths to feed. If you throw him an extra 40 balls, he's going to get 1,000 yards.
Well, and Antoine, also, he shows up in big games. I mean, he's top 10 of all time in playoff catches by a tight end. Top 10 all time.
And listen, when it's time to win games, whether it's the playoffs or even a regular season game, you might not get the ball 5-10 times, but when the ball comes, do you make the play?
That's what matters, and he does.
He is. And if you take that away, that hurts the team.
Antoine, I agree.
If you traded A.J. Brown for the 4th overall pick, everybody's been like, "Oh yeah, that's well worth it." Nah, you're hurting the team because you wouldn't have got a player that would have set the team back. So
well,
future,
all right. So
we trying to win next year too, this upcoming season.
Yep.
And to do that, you got to have all your firepower. You take Goddard away, that's weakening the link.
Antoine, I agree with a lot of what you said. Antoine,
40 more targets, and then y'all can say, "Oh yeah, Goddard's prolific." No, he's not. He's already there. He don't need that. When it's time to make the play, he's athletic. He's big. He's 6'5", 260. He can run with wide receivers. Safeties and all that can't handle him outside deep.
That's passionate.
Well, he gets it. He doesn't want to be frugal.
I hear you back there mumbling, Hugh. I hear you.
I was giving you. I was giving you props, dog. I'm like, he passionate about that.
He gets
I
it.
listen to the show every day.
I promise you, I wasn't hating.
He wasn't hating, even though he's being real frugal.
I was just like, wow, that's passion. I hear you.
He's being really frugal again today.
What I'm saying is, if Saquon touches, he got a whole lot of touches last year that took off of AJ plate. AJ, we looked at it like, oh, he crying about it, but he wanted more touches. He wanted to, cut some big numbers. He can do Jamar Chase numbers and Justin Jefferson numbers if he was getting the amount of targets that they was getting.
All right, Antoine, I got some numbers here to back up what you're saying. It's a good call, Antoine. We appreciate it. So while Dallas Goedert's numbers don't compare to some of the other enormous tight ends in the NFL, yards or touchdowns or that stuff, he does have a point on the targets. If he got more targets, he'd have more production.
Yeah.
So there's a stat, yards per target, right? Like how many yards you get per every target when you're actually throwing the football. Dallas Goedert just last year, 21st in the NFL. That includes all receivers and all tight ends and all backs catching the ball. That's a pretty high ranking. I'm just to give you an example. Devontae was 25th in the NFL in yards per target. Puka Nacua was 28th in yards per target. I mean, these are obviously tremendous football players. They were behind him. Amon-Ra St. Brown, 40th in yards per target. Laporta, who's a really great young tight end, he was 47th in yards per target. Dallas Goedert last year, 21st in the NFL yards per target. Basically the same number as Mark Andrews. I mean, when they throw him the ball, he's
productive. And you know what the unfortunate thing about that is? Was hurt a lot too. And that's
Dr.
probably
Douglas over here.
No, I'm just trying to. I like Dallas Goedert. I told you I got a Dallas Goedert jersey, but I'm trying to get in the head of Howie and the Eagles and try to not so much justify what they're doing or what they're trying to do, but try to explain to you what potentially is the reasoning behind what they're doing.
Can I ask you a question?
Yes.
So there's a lot of elements, all this, cap room and future money, all that. But Goddard has been here for 8 years, okay? If you were Dallas Goedert, I want to put you in your shoes as a player, and you were on the Eagles for 8 years, and a guy that's been here 1 year gets a raise when
you feel some kind of way.
I'm speaking about Saquon. I know Saquon's a better player.
I thought you were talking about Zach.
But Zach was a free agent. They had to pay Zach to keep him. Saquon was not a free agent. I know he's a great player and had a great year. They didn't have to do anything to his contract at all. They didn't have to give him a dime more. And they gave him a ton of cash.
You feel some kind of way about that?
Of course. Like you don't have enough cash under the pillows for me, under the mattress for me. We're scraping pennies here. But you gave this guy who just got here a ton of cash this offseason. I'd be annoyed.
And that's a real conversation. And that's something that you never, as a former player, you never want to count anybody else's money. But to your point, somebody that has been here, that has been drafted here, to see somebody outside of that get that, you do feel some kind of way, but you also understand Saquon Barkley was a big part of the offense.
Yeah,
huge part.
The biggest.
And he played all 17 games.
Well, no, he sat the last one.
Well, okay. I mean, but
he was out through the whole year.
Yeah, but you get what I'm saying. I know what you meant. I mean, I know what you meant. But that's the thing that you have to look at. And again, I can't stress this enough because it's huge for the NFL. Your biggest asset is your availability. And when it comes to negotiating money, that I can almost guarantee you that that's probably one of the biggest sticking points for all of this. Well, he missed 7 games last year. And then his agent is coming back and saying, well, when he came in, he did this, that, and the third. If it wasn't for him, you wouldn't have done this, that, and the third. But for the Eagles, their whole argument is probably he's always hurt. That's huge, Joe.
I'm sure it is.
That's huge.
We do also have to factor in, and I know we've only seen Saquon as an Eagle 1 year, and he was healthy the whole time. But Joe mentioned earlier, he's been off injured his entire career.
His whole career.
Can we count on him next season to play 16, 17 games again?
Count on his very strong.
And this is the thing. Just like the NFL draft this weekend, you pay for the potential. And I know for a lot of people, you're probably in the car, oh, that makes no sense. It makes perfect sense to them. You know what I mean? And that's the reality of the game. Saquon Barkley got rewarded for what he did and probably some locker room stuff that were intangibles that they felt that they needed to pay him. He helped
bring them together,
yes. Dallas Goedert has been a guy who is probably looked at an organization well. And again, I am coming from a perspective of I don't know how he's grading out, but if they feel this strongly about him, his grade probably fell off. Everybody gets graded. Every play that you're in the NFL, you get an evaluation on, whether you had a mental error, did you do what you're supposed to do, and things of that nature. And they calculate all that data. And at the end of the year, whether it's fair or not, they'll say, well, he didn't grade out high in this. He didn't do this. And that goes against you. And the fact that he was hurt is probably going against you. I'm with you. It makes, especially when you talk about what has transpired or didn't transpire, you didn't get a tight end. Makes no sense to get rid of him, but that number for them is too high.
I know. It feels like we're headed for a standoff here. I don't know how this thing ends, but I don't think anyone's trading for him at the number he has. I don't think the Eagles are in a great position to just cut him because they don't have much behind him. It feels like we're headed for a standoff where they're going to try to get him to lower his number. I do think deep down they'd rather have him than not. I mean, who wouldn't want to have Dallas Goedert on your team if you have nothing else? I think they'd want to keep him, but they're not going to keep him at this number, and it feels like we're headed for a standoff. I just think they're undervaluing the player. He's good.
Yeah, he is. And he'll probably, you know what the funny thing about it? There's a good chance that he would go somewhere else and he'd probably be more productive.
Yeah.
There's a chance of that, but then there's also a chance that he could go somewhere else and be off injured.
Sure, both are possible with him. All I know is this. I'll put it this way. Let's say we're in the playoffs next year, and he ends up on an NFC playoff team. Do you want to face Dallas Goedert in a big game? I don't.
No, he's a big.
Yeah. If the Eagles are playing a playoff game next year and an opposing NFC team happens to sign him after the Eagles cut him, and he's in here as an opponent, I don't want him against the Eagles. He's going to make a play. Let's go to Derek at Paoli. What's up, Derek?
Yo, what's up, fellas? Yo, listen real quick. Joe, you was the same person last year when Kelsey retired, right?
Mm-hmm.
You were saying how the Eagles was going to miss him. He's a Hall of Fame center. And
flip-flopping Joe.
Then they won the Super Bowl, right?
Mm-hmm.
So now, like I said, Dallas Goedert is good, right? But the Eagles played how many games last year? 20, right?
Yes.
20 games. He played 10, right? So people are saying like he means this and he's that. Yeah, he's good. But if they play 20 games, he plays 10, and they win the Super Bowl, where is the undervalue in that at?
Because now they think they don't need him.
Yeah, but if you win 20 games and if you play 20 games, win 17, he only plays in 10. Where's the undervalue in that at? Like, I'm not saying they don't need him, but maybe he's not worth $15 million a year to play 10 games. Like George Kittle, who's San Francisco's number one receiver right now?
Well, Kittle.
Right?
Kittle.
George Kittle, right? So for the Eagles to pay Dallas Goedert top tight end money to be the fourth option on the team, that makes zero sense. And there's still moves to be made. I just think sometimes we
we need something to talk about, but I just don't think
Well,
that
hold on. You say moves to be made. Where are we getting a starting tight end now? The draft is over. Free agency is over.
What's the name? So they can't. The Eagles can't sign no other players right now. That's what you're telling me.
They can, but there's a reason why
Right?
players are
Remember last year?
But if the players are available in May, they're probably not that good.
Okay, well, what's the name? He was available when? Zach Bond was available when?
No,
The
Derek,
Eagles-
no. They got Zach Bond day one of free agency last year. Day one.
And nobody listened, and no one knew who he was, right? So I'm saying what the Eagles are doing right now, listen, you got Saquon Barkley, you got A.J. Brown, you got Devontae Smith. They have a killer defense, right? Like, if Dallas Goedert is not in their plans for $15 million, like, for me, I don't see the problem. Now, if he want to take 10, that's different. But when y'all say, like, Dallas Goedert's one of the top 2 tight ends in the league.
Well, I don't know. I don't think he is, but there's
right?
there's a difference between not being top 2 and not being worth it. Like, he's not top 2, but he had 17 catches in the 4 playoff games. Like, he was a huge part of their offense when they won the Super Bowl.
That's cool. I'm just saying, like, for $15 million, though, if that was your money, it's easy to spend somebody else's money, right? But if that was your money, you paying somebody who played 10 out of 20 games, $15 million,
right,
and who has missed 15 games over the last 3 years, like, that's just where I come down.
I get it.
Yo,
dollars and cents, I get it. But I'm not trying to balance the books. I'm trying to win football games
Derek,
over here.
What's up, Derek?
Listen, you a cigar smoker, right?
You know what, Derek? I've been trying. Like, my cigar acumen is not that high. I'm still working on it.
You gotta go to a cigar
because
lounge.
it's like I know it's called. I call it Nat Turner. That's not the name.
What is it?
It's the name of a cigar that I like, but I keep forgetting the name. It's called Nate something, but I call it Nat Turner.
Oh, okay.
That's not the name though. And
I was gonna put you on. I was gonna put you on with a little cigar function, man. I think you would like it on the.
Wait a minute,
Nat Sherman? Is that
Nat Sherman? It might be Nat Sherman. I like those cigars.
Oh, okay.
But what is? I think isn't there a cigar bar or something over? Because Hollis was telling me about it.
Nah, my peoples be having like cigars called Smoke on the Water on the Mooshaloot. They be like once a month, man. If you on Instagram, if you follow like Smoke on the Water Philly.
Well, I'm about to do that right now. That's a nice little event.
And even if you don't smoke cigars, like I hear you talk about a lot of other things, I think you would.
No, I know what you're getting at. Yeah,
I think that you would like it there, man. You know what I mean? So,
a lot of women smoke cigars, man.
It's one on Sunday too, May 4th. It's called Cigar de Mayo.
Oh, hold on, that's BG Day for you.
Well, yeah, I got a busy day.
You
know what?
I
see it. Smoke on the Water, Philly. Yeah, I see it. I'm following.
Yeah.
4 to 9 p.m.
Yeah.
Good stuff, Derek. Man, we appreciate your phone call.
9 p.m. Ooh.
Yeah, see, he will be asleep by the end of that. He's out.
No, I remember because Hollis called me the other day. He was trying to invite me to a cigar spot.
Yeah.
Got to be careful, though.
This looks like a cool thing that Derek just brought up to us.
Yeah, it is. It does look like it.
I hear Derek's point. I hear your point. Are we trying to balance the books around here? Are we trying to win Super Bowls?
Yes.
What do you mean?
To your point.
I don't care about the books.
Listen.
I want to win football games.
I get that, but this is the unfortunate
Got a bunch of accountants over here.
This
guy went from defensive end to accountant. What an amazing transformation.
This is the unfortunate side of football. We would all like to make moves, but there are financial ramifications that come with some of the moves that we make.
This guy's unbelievable.
I'm just saying, man, I'm just trying to give you as much information as I possibly can.
I thought when this show started, they were pairing me with a defensive end.
I'm trying to give
this guy is
I'm
a
trying to
numbers
give
guy.
you clear and concise info.
What a nerd. All right,
informative
215-592-9494. That's how you hop in. All your calls on this. We're debating the Dallas Goedert situation. Are the Eagles undervaluing him? It feels like they are to me. And is it time to move Shore back to leadoff spot? His numbers are really cratered since they put him behind Harper to protect Harper. Plus, there's something else we need to have a full debate about. It's one everyone's been debating for days now. We'll throw into the mix next. 215-592-9494. That's how you hop board. It's the Midday Show, as always, on Sports Radio 94 WIP.
May 5th is now BG Day.
Fly, Eagles, fly.
All day long, 94 WIP is honoring Brandon Graham with classic stories, special guests, and the best BG moments of all time.
Oh, is he walloped by Brandon Graham?
Live all day, May 5th.
I just want to thank everybody.
Then cap off the day with BG Live, a special one-time event with Brandon at the Colonial Theater in Phoenixville.
What up, Philly?
Presented by Ashley Furniture. Feels good to be home. And sponsored by Miller Lite. Cheers, BG. It's Miller time. Celebrate responsibly. BetMGM has an unreal deal for sports fans. Turn $10 into $150 if you win your first bet at BetMGM. Simply download the BetMGM app and sign up using bonus code Philly150. Then place a $10 bet on any sport. You'll receive $150 in bonus bets if you win. The fun doesn't stop there. The sportsbook that knows how to treat you right has plenty of surprises in store. Sign in to get instant access to a variety of parlay selection features like the new look same game parlays, live betting options, and more. Download the app today and get $150 in bonus bets if you win your first bet with bonus code Philly150. BetMGM and GameSense remind you to play responsibly. See BetMGM.com for terms. 21 plus only. Pennsylvania only. New customer offer subject to eligibility requirements. Rewards are non-withdrawable bonus bets that expire in 7 days. If you or someone you know has a gambling problem, help is available. Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Look at you. Your life is under control. Errands done. Leaves raked. It's time to give yourself a reward. You know you've been waiting all day for your favorite tasty cake treat, but which one? There are so many great choices. Is it the delicious Crimpet or the mouth-watering candy cake? No matter what you choose or where you are, it's always time for a tasty cake, so choose what feels right and enjoy. You've earned it, and you know you deserve it. Tasty cake, except no substitutes.
Greetings, Boomtown. Ever since this neighborhood switched to Xfinity Internet,
the Wi-Fi is booming!
Xfinity combines the power of internet and mobile with one all-in plan.
So we've all got lightning fast, secure Wi-Fi speeds at home and on the go with Wi-Fi Power Boost from Xfinity Mobile.
You get the most reliable Wi-Fi with our best in-class equipment and unlimited data included. Plus, add an unlimited mobile line.
All for only $40 a month for 1 year. To celebrate this combo, we're mashing our shows together.
It's everything you need all in one plan. Plus, learn how to get a free 5G phone with a premium unlimited line. Now, sit back and relax with the smooth, relaxing sound
of face-melting acid metal!
Brilliant.
Visit Xfinity.com to learn more. Ends June 23rd with paperless billing and autopay stored bank account. Restrictions apply. Xfinity Internet gateway required. Taxes, fees extra. After 1 year rate increases to $110 a month. After 2 years, regular rates apply. Actual Wi-Fi speeds vary. Most reliable Wi-Fi based on Open Signal Awards USA. Fixed Broadband Experience Report, August 2024.
Experience the action of the Sport of Kings with the Naira Bets horse racing app. Bet the Kentucky Derby. It's fast, easy, and secure. Get your free $25 Derby bet plus a $200 deposit match for new members at nairabets.com/Philly25.
Legend has it, underneath the NJM insurance offices lies a mysterious room of long-forgotten, moldy mascot memorabilia. Often pitched by ad agencies, always rejected by NJM. Is it real? We may never know. But what is real is NJM's dedication to doing what's right for their customers. Astoundingly, they're proud to put policyholders first. No jingles or mascots, just great insurance. Learn more at njm.com.
Insurance underwritten by NJM Insurance Company and its subsidiaries.
Buy 4 windows, get 4 free, and pay nothing until 2027 only from Window Nation.
Right now, only at CJ's Tire. Take advantage of big everyday savings on tires and service, like up to $100 back on select Dynapro, Ion, and Ventus hand-cooked tires. CJ's Tire and Auto.
Did you know your skin is the largest organ of your body? Huh? That's why you should shower with Old Spice Super Hydration Body Wash instead of plain old bar soap. Love your skin by super hydrating it with vitamin B3 and glorious notes of vanilla and shea. Did you know that my super hydrated skin is the second largest organ of my body? The first is my heart. Old Spice. Men have skin too. Old Spice Super Hydration Body Wash. 24/7 renewing moisture. With daily use.
If you're 55 and up, T-Mobile has plans built just for you. 2 lines of unlimited for just $30 a line. That's a 45% savings compared to Verizon and AT&T. But don't just take our word for it.
It's not just the savings that are great with our T-Mobile plan. There's all this value from all these other things that T-Mobile offers.
T-Mobile has been such a savings for us.
We love it. Switch today and get 2 free 5G phones like the Motorola Edge with Turbo Power Charge that gives you power for the day in just 15 minutes. And customers 55 and up can get 2 lines of talk, text, and data for only $30 a line. Go to T-Mobile.com/55 to learn more.
The
With 24 monthly bill credits and 2 new lines with autopay for well-qualified customers, plus taxes, fees, and $35 per line connection charge. Credits end and balance due if you pay off early or cancel. Contact us, plus $5 per line without autopay. Debit or bank account required. 45% off 2 lines versus AT&T Starter and Verizon Welcome. Plan benefits vary. See details at T-Mobile.com. Motorola Edge requires 68-watt charger. Charger sold separately. Actual performance will vary based on usage and configuration.
David is a real Prevagen user, and this is his story.
Nice to meet you. My name is David. I've been a pharmacist for 44 years, and I'm from Flowery Branch, Georgia. When I first started taking Prevagen, I noticed stuff just seemed to come together and fit like a jigsaw puzzle. When I have customers come in, I recommend Prevagen. Number one, because it's safe and effective, does not require a prescription, and I've been taking it quite a while myself, and I know it works. I wouldn't recommend something like Prevagen if I didn't think it was worth it, because it works so good for me. And I love it when the customers come back in and tell me, David, that really works so good. Makes my day.
Prevagen, at stores everywhere without a prescription. This product is not intended to diagnose, treat, cure, or prevent any disease. Testimonialist was compensated for their time.
This is Maggie Gray with an Odyssey Sports Minute. 1 minute, you think your life just changed. The call, the team, the dream. Next minute, it's a prank. For players, it's whiplash. For the NFL, after multiple reports of draftees getting phony phone calls, it's an image problem that won't be easy to solve. Because as long as every team needs your number and the league wants that perfect TV moment, there's always room for someone to ruin it. I'm Maggie Gray.
94 WIP HD1 Philadelphia. Powered by the Tasty Cake Studio. This is Sports Radio 94 WIP. An Odyssey sports station. Be part of every hit, catch, and steal this season. Only on your home of the Phillies. Sports Radio 94 WIP.
Back up, I'll take you on. Let's go and take on anyone. I know that you are wrong.
Welcome back. Midday Show. Hugh Douglas. Joe Jill, you guys put up 215-592.
Getting us ready for our fight.
94. That's how you hop aboard.
Like what agents say, you can't win. Can't win, Rock.
All right, we got to get to something here, Hugh. We got a lot going on the show today. Between the leadoff spot with Kyle Schwarber, so they move him back, and of course Dallas Goedert. I want to keep him, and I just think the Eagles are undervaluing him. But Hugh, once in a while there's a debate that rages on the internet, and we need to weigh in here on the show. And Hugh, yesterday I saw one, and I can't wait for your opinion on this. And if you need to long talk, Hugh, I understand. Hugh, I have a question for you. You ready?
Yes.
Okay. Who do you think would win in a fight? Now, no weapons, okay? 0 weapons. This is just mano a mano, or whatever the phrasing is. Hugh, 100 men or 1 gorilla?
Silverback gorilla. Let's get it straight. Gorilla. A 7-foot tall, 400-pound, 1,800-pound lifting, 3,000-pound squatting, silverback gorilla.
Or 100 men.
The man better kiss their ass goodbye, because they're not going to be able to fight that gorilla. You know what's funny? A friend of mine, Van Lathan, he used to be on the TMZ Cat. So yesterday, he had a post where he had a list of how he's going to attack this gorilla. And if I'm not mistaken, he's going on his podcast today to break this down. And I sent him a text, and I said, dog, you tripping. And in his text, the only thing that he said, you're going to be a part of the heavy brute group. And I was like, I just said, yeah, that's wild.
He has you.
No, listen, let me show you. Let me show you this list that he has. He has a list of, he's going to attack in waves.
Yes.
Right. He's going to attack in waves. And the first wave, let me see what the first wave was, Joe. The first wave, he got it in waves.
The first wave is gone.
Meat snacks. 300-pound. He had Vince Wilfork. So I'm assuming the bigger guys are going to be like the sacrificial lambs.
Oh.
And then he has the second wave is runners. So and he has as a side disorientation, like they're going to run around and disorient the gorilla. Now he has it broken down into wave 3, light brutes. Light brutes. And like I said, I'm in the 4th wave, the heavy brute wave.
That's good.
And then the fifth wave is the finishers.
Oh.
The John Joneses of the world.
Yeah, you got to have the tough guys in there for that.
And I'm like, first, let me just tell you, like, I'm a long talk. This is why I'm a long talk. Let me tell you how this is going to go. You're going to have 100 men that are going to be feeling real good about fighting this gorilla because they have numbers on their side. And I've heard some of the arguments where they were talking about, we got stamina because the gorillas, because I went down a rabbit hole with this too.
Oh, I did too. I was watching a whole AI breakdown.
And I was watching how they were talking about the gorilla has a lot more fast twitch muscles in its fast twitch fibers in his body than a human, and how the stamina would be an issue. But here's the one caveat that I think people are forgetting. Whomever out of those 100 men that gorilla gets his hands on first is going to be a visual representation of what's about to happen if he gets his hands on you.
So you think it's going to ruin the morale?
No, let me tell you what's going to happen.
He's going to break the first one in
half.
half.
Let me tell you what's going to happen. That gorilla has the strength to rip your limbs off of your body with just a pull. So he's going to snatch somebody's arm off, and he's going to beat somebody else with that arm that he snatched off. He has his bite strength is greater than a lion's.
It's double a lion, yeah.
So he's going to bite somebody's head off and spit it out. And then the other 98 individuals that saw that, regardless of how the outcome of that fight is going to be, they're not going to be right for the rest of their lives.
I agree with you. You need to have the right men. I mean, this is important. I don't think it's as much of a lock as you do the gorilla wins. There's 100 men.
Joe.
100. The average, how much would you say the average man weighs? 180, 200 pounds?
The average man. But you're talking about going to get, I know elite fighters, somebody say go get the mountain from Game of Thrones and his brother
I'm just
and a bunch of other
the
cats.
average man. The average
This
man.
can't just be like you walk outside on Market Street and you find the first
No, you got to
100
get some.
guys.
You got to get some elite fighters.
No, I just think but hold on a second. Even if you don't have elite fighters, 100 times 180, 100 times 200, that's 18 to 20,000 pounds of men.
And the first
the gorilla
guy
weighs 500 pounds.
Yes.
So that we have them. And when I say, all right, I actually think the men can win if they plan this properly. When you add in,
you sound like Van.
Hold on. When you add in this, Hugh, what is a victory here? Because to me, a victory is one man is alive and the gorilla's dead. If I lose 99, I lose 99.
But
it's still a victory.
But you have all 100 at your disposal.
But see, here's the one thing that you're failing to realize, and I think that most people that are doing this, because I assume we had this conversation that I'm one of the 100, right? Yeah, I'm assuming.
Well, you're
just
a lot
assume.
more so than me. That's for sure.
That's what I'm saying. I'm assuming.
Well, if I have my pick, I'm taking you over Kyle. Yeah, or me.
I'm just saying you're going to be one of the 100. That visual of whomever that gorilla gets a hold of and tears from limb to limb is going to deter you from whatever else you're doing.
Heart. This isn't for the weak of heart.
Yes, because whoever takes that first L is going to be a visual reminder for everybody else.
It is funny to me that the people who are on the side of gorilla are like, you guys are out of your mind. No way. And the people on the human side are like,
you never
know. And they say
here.
And somebody said we have ingenuity. We do.
We do. I think the humans have three distinct advantages besides the sheer numbers.
Yeah.
We have the planning aspect
of
this.
Tactical advantage.
There's tactic.
No weapons, though.
No weapons.
No
but
weapons.
neither does
No
he.
weapons.
What
But
what are you planning?
There's strategy. How you surround it, like you said, the waves and the size of it. Like the gorilla doesn't. The gorilla
might
can't.
not even realize there's 100. So he's fighting off 20 with his right arm, and then here come 30 more over his left shoulder.
I think y'all forgetting what. See, y'all are forgetting one thing. The first the gorilla is so strong that it can crush an alligator's skull with one blow.
Yeah.
So
there's going to be casualties. I know this.
A ton of casualties.
Okay. So again, I ask you, you're a part of that 100. Which wave are you going in?
I'm going last for sure. I'm saving my own bacon.
I'm
kidding me?
coaching this team.
Yeah.
I'm not actually participating.
I'm the finisher.
I am here to tell you, when that first cat, whoever that first cat is, once he catches that ass whooping, everybody else is going to rethink this whole
the thing about the waves is that this is the one thing gorillas do lack. They're bigger and stronger. Not a lot of stamina.
That's right.
You ever see like wild animal fights, man? The stamina runs out.
Don't matter.
It might
because it's gonna be a quick fight.
No, 100.
No, disagree.
How quickly could he not take out 100 people?
When that gorilla punches somebody in the chest and caves their whole chest in.
Yeah, that's the first few.
And you see that.
That's wave number one.
See, I think this is what y'all forget.
Already gone.
Once you see that gorilla cave that buddy's chest in,
that is
and
demoralizing.
Then he cracks somebody else's skull with one blow. The other guys, the other 98 dudes were like, dude, what the hell did I sign up for?
Rocky wasn't phased when he saw Drago kill Apollo.
That's right. He went right after him.
He went the
totally
distance and took him down.
So you're like
if that
we're the
family,
Rockies.
Hugh's like Adrian. She's afraid.
Hey, I bet you if he saw that Ivan Drago punch that Apollo's head off his shoulders, that would have changed his thought
didn't deter
process.
Rocky.
He was there. He saw
No,
it.
Rocky saw it.
When I
He
say
killed the man.
punch your head off your shoulders, I mean literally punch your head off your shoulders.
Oh, they got teeth too.
Yeah, they do.
And they will bite you.
So another key to this is if we're going to make a game plan, we can't show the whole team the game plan because that first wave, that game plan,
The sacrificial. What part of first wave don't you get that you probably not coming
We're
back?
not going to give you all the details. Just go in.
The first wave.
These are cavalry, like infantrymen.
I'm trying to tell you. First wave is the huge indicator that you're probably not going to
I'm
survive.
sorry. Well, you got to take one for the team. We're trying to win this.
The other thing is gorillas they're not like now again much bigger and stronger.
Y'all really
not
thought
very
this
coordinated.
No, they're not.
No.
They're wild.
And if you get that thing to the ground, that's it. Then you just pile on and you just pummel them.
I like how y'all say this with so much conviction. Have y'all ever seen a silverback gorilla
I have.
Never to in real life.
Dog.
You ever seen me?
Bruh.
100. You're forgetting the strength of numbers. 100
Listen,
men.
silverback gorillas eat their own doo-doo. What do you think they're going to do
They're not
to you?
very smart.
But they're very powerful. They're going to eat their doo-doo and then eat you. This is a bad idea. I don't care how you try to strategize. Once that first person takes that L, it's a wrap for everybody else.
No.
Okay.
I think we're talking like the first 30, 40 cooked.
Again, if 99 die
you
and
start
one
wearing
lives
it down.
and there's no gorilla left at the end, the men win.
Man, listen. I've watched a lot of horror movies. I've never seen anybody in real life get decapitated, but I'm assuming that if that happens or lose a limb in real time, I'm assuming that's traumatizing. And then when you see how it actually happened from a gorilla that did it with no effort, that's gonna change it. That's gonna change a lot of people's minds.
You have to vet your 100 men. You can't have the weak of heart. 215-592-9494.
Can't believe we have it.
Well, we are now. We're here now. I mean, we need to get everyone's opinion on this. All right. So along with the leadoff thing, should they move Schwarber back? And of course, Goddard, are the Eagles undervaluing him? Who wins? 100 men or one silverback gorilla? All right, let's talk to let's grab Rick in Princeton, who's got a gorilla take and the Goddard situation. What's up, Rick?
I don't think there's any chance that humans beat a gorilla, because yet with the strategy, they're going to overthink it, right? You're going to have 5 guys maybe attacking the gorilla at once, and a gorilla could take 5 guys.
Yeah, but you have 20 waves of 5 guys, Rick. We don't do like the other 95 are just not going to sit there and hang out. Like once he's distracted, the other wave's going in.
No. A mad gorilla, bro. He's going to be swinging and punching.
100. It's not. I'm not talking about 20 people here. 100 men. You don't think 100 men could take the gorilla?
No way.
There's gonna be some maimed individuals.
Again, I understand we're going to lose some people here, Rick. I just want to come out on top.
Like you was saying, he's going to rip off an arm, start beating people, rip off another arm, bite somebody's head off. I mean, it's going to be carnage.
Yeah, well, it is. Now I know who I don't want as one of my 100 men, Rick in Princeton or Hugh Douglas. You guys would run for the hills.
As soon as you rip that arm off, it's a wrap.
Yeah, you'd be out.
It's the baby.
All right, Rick, what are you thinking on Goddard?
Goddard's a little too banged up. I don't know. I mean, Calcaterra, can he do it? Maybe, but I don't know. I mean, he's not a top money guy. Yes, he is a top performer, but I think you need the return on investment.
Well, that's what obviously the Eagles do, Rick, and that's why they're probably going to move on. And Rick, we appreciate the phone call. I don't know, a lot of accountants out there today, Kyle. Douglas, the accountant over here, assistant GMs. Yep. Why am I? He's not a free agent, right? They already have him under contract. They can fold him into the salary cap this year.
They could.
So then why am I worried if he's quote unquote overpaid? That's the part I don't understand. It's not my money. They don't need to go sign anyone else, right? It's not like free agency's going on. For the most part, this is the team. It just feels like we're too worried about his value. I'm trying to win football games.
No, I get where you're coming from. But for them, it's the economic side of it, and it has to make financial sense, especially when you talk about all the money that they doled out for the production of Saquon, and if you want for Zach Bond, and he doesn't fit the criteria. I'm with you, but the unfortunate part about the NFL is there is a financial aspect to it.
Can I give you a dumb analogy I think you'll relate to? Now I'm going to start with this with the assumption you can afford it, right? You're not broke. And you're hungry. Would you overpay for a pretty good, not great burger, or would you say I'm just not going to eat? I think you wouldn't eat.
I ain't gonna eat.
I'd overpay.
I'm not overpaying for a nasty burger.
No, I say nasty. I said pretty good, not great burger.
I did that before, and I was mad that I did it.
Hungry,
and I took an
and then
L.
you were fed.
I went to a spot, and I was.
This is obviously
I went to a spot. No, it is, and I went on the information of somebody that I trusted.
Oh,
that this was a good place.
Yeah.
So I went in and I bought some chicken. It was like $30 for some chicken. And I was like, wow, that's kind of high.
That's pretty expensive. It seems
like. And when I got it, it was not that. First of all, it wasn't all that. It wasn't what it was portrayed to be. And they didn't pluck the feathers off all the chicken. So that was kind of a deterrent for me.
Excuse me?
Yeah, well, you know how somebody didn't get all the feathers.
This was chicken like at a butcher shop, or
it was a chicken at a market. You know how when you go to certain places, like they had the farmers markets.
They're not supposed to be on it.
Yeah, they missed a few feathers.
Oh, you got to go ask for your money back.
Well, at that point, I was in the car, and I just was mad at the person that gave me this information, and I threw the chicken away because I was like, I didn't want to eat. I don't want to be reminded of what I was doing.
Yeah.
Because you know how when you you eat certain things, you just like I know this is a chicken,
Ignorance
but I didn't.
Can be bliss.
Yeah, you know what I mean. And I was like,
feathers is a lot. You get. I would have walked right back in. Like this is not what I paid for.
I left, and I was just like, it was oversold. And I was a little hot behind that. I took the L. Sometimes some L's are harder to take than others. That was the L that I took, and I was hot. $30.
You know what they were doing all day? They were looking for the sucker that would pawn off
Here he
the
is.
feathered chicken.
Walks in there like,
here he is. But no, it was one of those markets where it's in the area I was in, it was like a farm raised kind of deal, and they do their own chicken. They
I get
you know
it.
what I mean?
It's
so
a little
it was
more
just
mom and pop. Than
yeah. And I was just like, damn, y'all couldn't get the fat. Like it wasn't just one; it was a couple of them. And it wasn't like it was like the big feather. It was just like a couple feathers.
But that's too many feathers.
It was just too many for me.
Yeah.
And I was like, damn, I took an L. I don't like taking L's like that. I don't.
So that's why you're worried about the Goddard thing. He comes back, he gets hurt, it's an L.
Well, no, it's more.
You think there's feathers on Goddard? Just to say it.
Well, no, I think that when I have these takes, I'm trying to think as the Eagles are thinking. I like Dallas Goedert. I think I would like him to be here. But when you talk about that dollar amount and what they're trying to do, to me, it makes sense. And that's the part that I'm trying to
Again, these guys want to go hungry. I'm okay paying a little bit more for some food.
I'm not paying for no nasty burger, $30.
No, again, it wasn't nasty.
That burger
was
that's
pretty
some
good.
Gold flakes. How much you paying for the burger? $30?
I don't know. What's a decent burger these days? 18, 20 bucks?
I will say this. A Whopper's like what? Damn near $10
Way
now.
too much.
Wow.
A Whopper's like $10.
Food's gotten out of control.
That's ridiculous.
But a Whopper's worth $10.
But you won't pay Goddard $14 million?
No, hold on. A Whopper's like the worst of them all.
You think so?
Yeah.
We definitely ain't about to get no Burger King endorsements around these parts.
You guys just took those out.
We got the jug handle coming.
We cooked with that.
Yeah, that one we ruined.
That's not gonna happen. And the jug doesn't have feathers on their chickens either.
They do that.
They defeather the chickens,
or someone defeathers them.
Somebody does it. I don't think Nicole is out there.
I can't. That feels.
Kevin might be out there defeathering.
Kevin, what you up to? Just defeather this chicken. Before we serve it to you. OG Wade is up. What's up, OG?
What's up, fellas? How we doing?
Good, OG. What's up?
Hey, listen. This gorilla thing got me intrigued. But how I would do it is I would do it in. First of all, I need to know what arena we rumbling in. I ain't going in no damn jungle to get him. But if you put
That's true. Can't give it home field advantage.
Yeah, that's a good point.
No, I'm just saying I need to be where we can corral him. You know what I'm saying? He go jumping on trees and all that. He didn't get on damn tree. I mean, so if we're gonna be in the arena, like at the,
the octagon,
whatever, the Coliseum or something like that, then we can send 20 men in 5 groups at the same time. And all you got to do is you want to pin both his legs and both his arms out, and then you got the other guys that can choke him out. Then I'll take him down like that. Y'all making this thing too complicated.
See,
man.
Hugh? It's 5 ways of 20. You pin the arms, you pin the legs, you choke them out.
Yeah. I mean, you know what I'm talking about. I've been rumbled some jokers that like silverbacks. You know what I'm saying?
Y'all wild, man. on a good day, if he's steroided up, the average man.
He's steroided up.
No, I'm just saying
steroids.
No, I'm saying the man on a good day, like the guy, like who is the mountain, Thorge Bergerson or whatever his name is, Thornberg, whatever his name
is.
We have
100 of him.
He's probably at his best. He's probably bench and pressing like 3. I would give him 350, maybe 4.
100 men.
Do you know how much a gorilla bench presses?
Like 1,000 pounds.
1,800 pounds.
Okay, he's only one gorilla.
So wait a minute. OG's plan is to get these dudes to hold his gorilla, like jump on him and hold his arms down. Okay.
Yeah. And his legs. You gotta get the legs.
Oh,
They
yeah.
get their strength from their legs, dude.
Okay.
You know that.
Y'all,
When you in that play system, where your strength coming from?
I love.
It's like a cut block. You take his legs out.
I love the confidence that y'all display sitting here. This is, you know what this is the equivalent of right now? Is people that got Twitter fingers. You know what I mean? Y'all talk all that
No,
trash.
we got strength in numbers.
No, I'm just saying.
I mean, I'm sitting behind glass right now in a cozy
Twitter
studio.
fingers.
If I were in a jungle, I'd be shaking.
And when you
I'd
walk
run
up
away.
on that silverback and he stands up and he's 7 foot tall, ain't nobody gonna be having that same kind of bravado in real time.
Well, you got to
You notice I didn't make me one of the 100.
That's what I'm saying.
So now,
Y'all true.
We're all offering up other people.
Yeah, I'm going to coach the team. I'm not going to go in there. Yeah.
I'm just thinking about putting a squad together. Now I'll coach them. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, I'll do that. But listen, on this Goddard thing, right? I like Dallas Goedert, but when I look at, you got to look at the style of the quarterback that you're playing with. Jalen Hurts is a receiver type player. He's not really a tight end needed quarterback. He throws, most of his stuff is outside the numbers. When you see Jalen Hurts go to Goddard, it's almost to appease the media. Why don't you go over the middle? Why don't you go to Dallas? Because every time you see Dallas get a catch, he's wide open. You know what I'm saying? It's like almost a gimmick play. So if it was Patrick Mahomes, then I don't think Patrick Mahomes can play without Kelsey. You know what I'm saying? I don't think Lamar Jackson can play without his tight end. But this type of quarterback, we don't use him like that. I think he's undervalued in the sense that we don't even get the value out of him because, A, he's hurt 7 games out of a year. B, so and tell me a game that we lost because we didn't have Dallas Goedert. So I think Howie plays it whereas though it's need over want. Do we want Dallas Goedert? Absolutely 100%. Do we need Dallas Goedert on this team to win? And that is absolutely 100%.
Yeah,
no.
that's fair, OG.
There
It's a good
you go.
point. I mean, he throws out to the outside almost all the time. OG, we appreciate it. And that's not usually where Goddard does his damage. It's almost like they scheme it when they do. But he makes plays when they get him the football. That's for sure. 215-592-9494. That's how you hop in. A lot to weigh in today. Should the Phillies move Shorr back to leadoff? I say yes. He has not hit well in the cleanup spot, and I want that Thunder to start a lineup. The Goddard thing is driving me crazy. The Eagles are clearly undervaluing him. Hugh, assistant GM Douglas over here doesn't think so. And really what I'm most interested in right now is your take on 100 men versus the Gorilla. Hugh is adamant that the 100 men can't win. And I just think he's seeing this
once
wrong.
he ripped that arm off of that one guy, everybody else going to be shook.
Again, OG Wade hit it right. You pin him down, the legs and the arms, and you choke him out.
He's right about the being in a jungle thing. We can't have him climbing trees.
No, the arena matters, yes. If his trees
The
were in
arena
jungle,
matters.
home field is a big deal here. All right, 215-592-9494. Your phone calls on the other side. More on this and your take on the Gorilla versus 100 men. 215-592-9494 for Midday Show. Sports Radio 94 WIP.
Let's talk about bacon, but not just any bacon. Let's talk about Hatfield bacon. From classic hardwood smoked bacon to sweet maple brown sugar, even that extra thick cut bacon and applewood smoked bacon. Every slice is packed with flavor. Top your burger with it. You can level up your breakfast. You can snack on it straight from the pan. You get no judgment from me. Treat yourself. Grab some Hatfield bacon today and taste the difference. Head to simplyhatfield.com to find a retailer near you and put some Hatfield pork on your fork.
The Phillies kick off a 3-game series against the Nationals tonight. Leading off starts at 6. Sponsored by Nissan. Nissan makes cars that thrill. Shop NissanUSA.com. The first pitch is at 6:45. Then stick around for the final out on your exclusive home for Phillies baseball.
But that ball is gone into the basket. Max Kepler.
Sports Radio 94 WIP.
When you combine highly skilled surgeons and the world's most advanced surgical robots, incredible things can happen. At Virtua Health, this technology in the most capable hands provides unmatched precision and attention to detail, leading to fewer complications and faster recovery times. Because there's nothing better than getting back to what you love. Find the most experienced surgeons in robotic-assisted surgery at Virtua Health. Learn more at virtua.org/robotic surgery.
If you're serious about what's under your hood, then you need the highest octane on the market. New 94 Octane, available exclusively at Sunoco. Nothing else will match it. Go to Sunoco.com to find a participating station near you.
I'm sure everyone says this, but my mom really deserves the world. This year, I finally found a Mother's Day gift that comes close. She loves Hellsberg, so I'm getting her these timeless gold earrings she can enjoy for years to come. They feel special enough to show how much I truly appreciate everything she does for me. And I mean everything. I even sent my dad a link to the Diamond Eternity band he'll be getting her, too.
Save up to 50% on Mother's Day gifts Mom will cherish forever. Visit Hellsberg.com or a store near you.
Here's what's happening at Borgata. Don't miss out on the action at Borgata's Poker Room, where great cards, lucky seats, and high hands bring excitement to every player. Open 7 days a week. Excitement is waiting. You're only miles away from your happy place. Experience award-winning restaurants, exciting bars and live music, big-name entertainment, and a spacious casino filled with your favorite slots and table games. The action at Borgata Hotel, Casino, and Spa doesn't stop. Start planning your getaway today.
Visit theborgata.com for more details. Must be 21 or older. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Comcast Business helps turn today's small businesses into engines of modern business. It's how restaurants become reliably up and running neighborhood favorites. How retailers become seamlessly restocking, cyber-securing, must-visit shops. And how healthcare offices become the data managing caregivers that we all depend on. With reliable connectivity, enhanced cybersecurity, advanced fiber solutions, and Wi-Fi backup, Comcast Business is powering the engine of modern business. Powering possibilities.
Now through May 4th, new customers can get started with 150 megabit internet for $59.99 a month for 12 months with a 2-year agreement. Plus, ask how to get up to a $500 prepaid card on a qualifying gig bundle. Call today. Restrictions apply. Not available in all areas. Requires enrollment in paperless billing and automatic payments with bank account. Early termination fee applies. Equipment, taxes, and other fees extra and subject to change.
Did you hear about that free Grubhub deal from Amazon? I'm talking about no Grubhub delivery fees for Prime members on eligible orders. Plus, members can get exclusive offers and lower service fees, and they can even order Grubhub on Amazon. Visit Amazon.com/Grubhub to learn more. Terms and additional fees apply.
$5,000. That's the average amount of money people in the U.S. are now spending on gas in a year. $5,000. That's crazy. If you drive, you have to download Upside, the free app that gives you cash back every time you get gas. That's right. You can earn real cash back with Upside just by buying the gas you're already buying. You can literally start earning cash back today.
I use Upside every time I fill up, and I've already made around $200-$300.
You're putting gas in your car anyway. Why not get real cash back? If you like free money, download Upside.
I'm saving the cash I earn from using Upside to help pay for a vacation later this year.
Download the free Upside app now to earn cash back every time you buy gas. Use promo code LEAD25 to get an extra 25 cents per gallon on your first tank. You can cash out anytime right to your bank, PayPal, or a gift card for Amazon and other brands. Just download the free Upside app and use promo code LEAD25 for a 25 cents per gallon bonus on your first tank. That's code LEAD25 for a 25 cents per gallon bonus.
A great lawn is like a great sports team. It takes expertise and a little extra care to really stand out. That's where True Green comes in. They're the official lawn care treatment provider of the PGA Tour, so they know a thing or two about keeping grass looking like a fairway. Here's the best part. It's more affordable than you think, and they'll even match any competitor's price. Plus, True Green backs it all up with a satisfaction guarantee. Not happy? They'll come back between visits to make it right. Don't wait. Head to truegreen.com today. Let the pros do the work while you sit back and enjoy the results.
Still getting around to that fix on your car? You got this. On eBay, you'll find millions of parts guaranteed to fit. Doesn't matter if it's a major engine repair or your first time swapping your windshield wipers. eBay has that part you need, ready to click perfectly into place for changes big and small. Loud or quiet, find all the parts you need at prices you'll love. Guaranteed to fit every time. But you already know that. eBay. Things, people, love. Eligible items only. Exclusions apply.
Back to Hugh Douglas and Joe Giglio on Sports Radio 94 WIP.
It's your Street Fighter music.
Oh yeah. Welcome back. Midday Show. Hugh Douglas, Joe, you guys with us. 215-592-9494. We'll get to an NFL general manager who was angry at sports radio yesterday. And latest on Jihad Campbell. How banged up is he? What is the red flag on his injuries? More came out yesterday about the Eagles' first-round pick, which we all like, and obviously has a chance to be a really good player. But why did he fall? We got more on that coming up. And, of course, a lot to debate. 100 men versus a gorilla. A lot of people are scared of this gorilla. I mean, led by Hugh Douglas. And I get it. It's a significant challenge. But I think if prepared well, 100 men could take down the gorilla. We also have Schwarber should be back in the leadoff spot. And the Goddard situation. I just think the Eagles are undervaluing him. Can we hear from Howie Roseman post-draft? Listen to the way he talks about Dallas Goedert.
Do you see a path where Dallas can come back at this point? And is that the one place maybe you're still a little bit uncomfortable?
Dallas is a heck of a player, heck of a person. Certainly don't want to do anything publicly where we're discussing anyone's business, but have so much respect for him. Been to 2 Super Bowls together, and obviously would love him on this team. You always love having Dallas on this team, but we're not there right now on any of that. But love Dallas Goedert.
Yeah, well,
that sounds like that might have been a kiss of death.
Yeah, love him.
The more you listen to it, it was like, we love that.
We might be ready to say goodbye.
It might be kiss the baby.
Yep.
You think we can get Dallas to be on our 100 million list?
Oh, that would help. Yeah.
That would help. We get Lane. We got Dallas.
Yeah, just stiff arm the gorilla.
we got to have Mailata.
All right, so here's a wrinkle to add.
I don't know. I kind of like him as the left tackle of the Eagles, though.
Yeah, we don't want to lose him.
We can't lose him.
Oh yeah, they about to catch an L.
All right, let me ask you this, because you're very strong. You think the gorilla would win. How much does the caliber of man matter? Now, let's be real. If it was 100, me and Kyle's, we're dead, right?
Yeah.
The gorilla's going to win that.
I think it helps,
right,
but
so
it still don't matter.
If we have 100 Lane Johnsons, that's
still
a big difference. Oh,
he gonna tear Lane's arm off.
Do you think 100 Lanes doesn't have a greater chance than 100 me's?
After he tears the first Lane's arm off.
I'm like half a man.
After he tears the first Lane's arm off and he crushes the other Lane's skull, the other 98 Lanes are going to be rethinking their decision.
You are underestimating.
I am telling you. See, I don't think people.
No, but this is life or death. It's fight or flight.
It is life or death.
But you can't run.
And I think
what if it's an octagon?
We're in an octagon.
Yeah.
I think people aren't realizing how much damage. Like, it's in short bursts. I give you that. But the damage that he's going to inflict. Like, because
it's gonna be terrible.
Even ask ChatGPT, they said that 100 men can win.
Yeah. Yes,
but at what cost?
Well, a grave cost.
Wait a second.
You ain't going. You ain't.
We
you
know
ain't
that.
No, what they say? You ain't going. When you heal, you ain't gonna heal right.
You're missing.
You're missing something at the end.
You ain't healing right.
This isn't a letter grade. This is a pass fail. Okay. If I lose 99 people, I get one at the end, and the gorilla's dead. It's a pass.
Man, no.
Pass fail.
No. You ain't gonna be right for the rest of your life.
What if it's a TLC match?
You're gonna always remember the carnage that gorilla inflicted on your friends. You ain't gonna be right ever in life after this fight.
I'm not saying that I'm volunteering for this. I'm just saying if we have to do this,
I think
the men can win.
I think everybody that thinks that they can beat this gorilla has to be a part of the 100 men. I think that it's only fair.
Oh, there's a lot of people that think this.
That you have to be a part of it.
Too many rules.
And I don't think. I don't think people are really looking at this realistically.
I think you're not. You're just scared.
This is a fight to the death.
Yes.
Okay.
Okay, let me ask you this. If like 20, maybe 25 men jump on the gorilla's back, he's going down.
Okay.
Well, you think he could hold that weight on his back?
Well, okay. First of all, my thing is this.
Is he flailing wildly as they're jumping on?
And somebody's gonna catch a crushed skull.
Okay.
Somebody ain't gonna be right. And when you hear that blood curdling scream, when that elephant, I keep saying elephant, when that gorilla,
Elephants is a whole different ball.
No,
wax.
but when that gorilla makes contact with somebody's limb, and they let out that blood curdling scream, because something's gonna break.
Yeah,
it's gonna break. And when you hear that person that breaks a femur or a bigger bone in their body, they're gonna be, and they make that noise. It's gonna change everything.
If you have a weak stomach, stay home. This is not for the faint of heart.
Where's my mom? Somebody gonna call for their wife and their mama. It's gonna be ugly. And then that's gonna take the fight out of everybody.
Yeah, you got some weak friends.
Be like, hold up, did you see what happened to little Timmy over there? He got his whole skull crushed.
I can't worry about Timmy.
With one blow.
It's the first quarter. We got to power through.
Do you remember?
Can you play football? Injuries happen. Next man up.
Do you remember Aliens with Bill Poley when he said, I can't even say, I don't know if you kept up on current events, but we just got our asses kicked.
Yeah,
that's what it's going to be.
A mess. All right, 215-592-9494. Can we hear Eliot this morning? Eliot on the money. Like, what's really going on here? What did Eliot think when he heard Howie speak about Goedert?
From the Eagles' perspective, if they were to move on from him and ignore the cap implications, just the cash, if they were to move on from him, they save that cash. So from Goddard's camp, they're probably going around the league seeing who will pay him 14. I mean, I'm sure they started hoping for more on a multi-year deal. Mm-hmm. And now from the Eagles' perspective, he's not finding that. They kind of hold all the cards at this point because they could say, yeah, we'll have you back at $5 million, and then it's up to Goddard's camp to go and find a better offer than what the Eagles are willing to pay.
Yeah, it does feel that way. And it does feel like the Eagles are going to move on from it. I just think they're undervaluing. Where did it come down on Goedert, Schwarber, and 100 men versus one gorilla? Zach in Franklinville's up. What's up, Zach?
What's up, guys? Can you hear me?
Hey, Zach, what's up?
How y'all doing?
Good, Zach. What are you thinking?
As far as the gorilla versus 100 men go, I feel like if the 100 men are vetted and they are in, like they know that they have a life or death right here, fight or flight, I'm going team 100 men.
Yeah, we're having a draft.
If they're vetted.
Draft and trained.
He said you got to get some hardened killers.
Yeah.
If it's like 100 people you're just grabbing against their will, I'm taking gorilla all day because you factor into people trying to run away and stuff like that. But
Zach,
again,
it's a good point. If it's random, half of them could be built like me. That's not good. And then also the other half could just be scared and run away. You're right. They have to be committed.
Zach, can I just say something real quick?
Zach. If you're getting, sorry about that, Hugh.
No, you're fine, Zach. But the gorilla skin is super thick, and their muscle and their bones are super dense.
Yeah, so 100 people need to jump on them enough to break those bones.
I'm just trying to tell you.
Mm-hmm.
I don't think it's gonna go the way you think it's gonna go. If they are vetted,
factoring into if you're getting, I don't know, I don't think you could find 100 people like Brock Lesnar type people, but if you're getting people better humans than the average Joe now here, then I think the 100 men got at least a fighting chance.
Yeah, they have more of a chance than at least Hugh's given them. Zach, what are you thinking about the leadoff spot? You want to keep Stott there?
I'm leaving Stott there for a few reasons. Number one is I feel like with Schwarber's struggles right now, I feel like those will eventually go away. But number two is I like where Stott is because I feel like he's playing the freest baseball. My biggest concern is we have a man making $300 million on our payroll right now that his greatest moment since he's gotten onto our books hasn't even been in a Phillies jersey. And I feel like you know what I'm talking about.
Yeah, World Baseball Classic, Trey Turner.
Yeah. So my biggest thing is why is Trey Turner still hitting in 2-hole?
So, Zach, I hear you. And statistically, just when he's done, he doesn't belong there. I think the only answer is, and I know Topper's gotten away from this a little bit, as far as worrying about stacking all the lefties. He's the righty that breaks up Stott, Harper, and and Schwarber, right? Otherwise, because if you take him out, I get you have to put either Bohm there or there's not a perfect answer to like the puzzle.
Right,
Like the
so
pieces don't fit.
on it.
Yeah, right, exactly. And he's walked more this year. Zach, a good phone call, man. We appreciate it. I'm the Turner thing. One part of my brain is like, this guy's just not a $300 million player. I never feel that way. The other part is he has at least walked more and he's gotten better. He's given better at bats. He's chased less. He struck out less. All that. But can I get some oomph from some Turner at bats? It's all infield hits. The other night, I know he had 3 hits, so I'm not saying he had a bad game. But the one was a bloop with the wind in the first inning.
Mm-hmm.
And then the 10th inning, it was the chopper that, good, he has speed and he beat it out. But
yeah, that was a pretty good play. That was a pretty significant play.
It was important. But can he drive a ball, Hugh? Can he hit one into the gap? Can he hit one off the wall, maybe over the wall?
I think
it's soft.
You know what I think this is, Joe, and this is the reason why I'm not too keen to move everything, because I think that these are just adjustments that they're going through.
Yeah.
Because you look at Aaron Nola the other night. We talked about how it looked like he was losing his stuff.
Yeah, he pitched well.
And then he bounced back. I think it takes time. You're asking this team to do a lot of different things that probably going into the season, they didn't think that they would have to do. And to their credit, they've done it and they haven't complained about it. But it's still an adjustment, kind of like Kyle Schwarber. I think it's still an adjustment for him.
Can I throw one extra element of the Gorilla Men thing we haven't talked about into the conversation? My brain is just
no, I know, because everybody's like that.
Well, so you brought up how are the men going to feel when they watch one of their guys get
Take
broken
that
in
L,
half?
yeah.
Well, how's the Gorilla going to feel when he sees 100 men circle him? That he's never experienced that in his life.
That's true. He's going to be confused until one of y'all try to put hands on him.
He could be dazed.
And then he's going to go into survival mode.
I understand, but he's never experienced.
And then he's going to start spinning like a helicopter, and he's going to take out like 20 people by the glancing blows.
Well, I got 80 left.
Okay.
I'm just saying, he's never experienced this either.
I think when you hear the blood-curdling screams of the people when they get hit by a gorilla, I think that's going to take the fight out of a lot of people.
It might, but you know what? I think you're overestimating his fight.
Because you know what it is,
maybe
Joe?
He gives up at some point and just says, I'm out.
No, he's going to give up and go lay down for a little while. He
lays down. We're choking him out.
First of all, y'all not going to choke him out. Let me tell you how it's going to play out. Let me tell you realistically. Okay, he's going to put hands on that first wave. Yeah. And it's going to be limbs and blood and body parts all over the place. Yeah. And the 80 that are left, they're going to try to regroup. And first of all, they're going to have to go change the draws because they're going to be in poop their pants. And they're going to have to come back.
We don't have time for a draws change.
Yeah, you're going to have to.
It's a fight to the death.
And then you're going to have to, because I'm assuming this is a cage match. You can't leave until what's done is done.
Yeah, we're in the octagon.
So
there's a winner and a loser.
So the other 80 men are going to have to muster up whatever testicular fortitude that they got left.
Yeah. Well, they have to, or they're going to die. They don't have a choice, I think, is at the end of the day.
Question, because this does impact things. We said no weapons. Is he allowed or is he not allowed? If he could, I don't know if cognitively he could figure this out, to pick up one of the men and use it as like a bat.
He probably will.
Right.
Like it's a gorilla. With the gorilla, there's no rules.
Okay, so
why are we fighting with rules?
That's a problem. If he just picks up one of the humans and uses it as a bat.
He's going to start beating somebody with a limb.
I know. That's an issue.
The visual is just going to be too much.
What are we going to do if the rule is no weapons, but if he creates a weapon out of a man, what are we supposed to say to him?
Oh, man, gay gorilla, what you doing?
Luckily for us on Twitter right now, there's a Jolly Sports Chat going till 106. I asked him. His first question was,
perfect timing.
His first question was, am I one of the guys? I told him he can pick as 100 men. Okay. So we'll see where Jolly comes out.
Okay, we'll get Jolly's answer sooner than later. All right, let's go to Jay in West Philly. What's up, Jay?
Man, look. Julio, you and this Goddard thing, man. And look, I got the perfect thing for the gorilla, too.
Okay.
Don't worry about that.
Okay.
The gorilla, like Thanos, we got one option. We got one possibility. So, like the Marvel movies, we only got one shot to beat him. I'll give you that at the minute. But this Goddard thing, you going to pay the fifth option $14 million a year?
Wouldn't he be the fourth option?
He's probably the fifth.
Well, who are we behind? So we got obviously AJ, Devontae, and Saquon, right? Yeah. All right. So he's fourth.
Yeah.
Okay.
It depends on if Jalen break out the pocket.
Okay, that's all right. I get your point. Yeah, right. In terms of
Okay,
Jalen
so
running.
he's
All right,
fifth,
so
right?
fourth or fifth
And
in
then-
terms of touches. Yeah, fourth or fifth.
And then you play what, 10 games a year? 11?
Well, last couple, sure.
The last couple. So you want to pay him $14 million. And then you said you worried about if he come in here, he gonna be the number one option on another team, right? When was the defenses designed to stop him?
Well, no, but if he came in here in an NFC
The
playoff game
defense is
against the
what- if
Eagles,
you a
you'd
defensive
be happy
coordinator,
about
who you
that?
trying to stop
This
first?
guy is a big game performer, Jay.
You got to be in the game.
He's never missed a playoff game ever.
Yeah, he's never the defensive focus when the playoff games come. Yeah, they don't game plan for him.
So
Who
you're
you game
an
planning
accountant
for
too.
first?
Everyone's an accountant over here.
Who
Why
you game
are we
planning
getting rid of
for
good
first?
players? Why are we getting rid of good players? He's on the
Who
team.
you game planning first? He shouldn't have been here in the first place because his name's Dallas. He might be a mole.
He's a pretty good mole if he's a mole. They just won the Super Bowl. I mean, that's pretty funny. He's a mole.
Hey, look, I never know with that guy.
Yeah. All right.
And it's
I
just
think
like
we're past
this
the
Jay's a
mole. Are you a mole, Jay?
Look, it's just like your boy Harper is.
There we go.
What?
Yeah, but now I was waiting for it.
Yeah, you know exactly why they struggle.
I don't actually.
Tariffs.
Because of what?
Tariffs. They
Because
can't get their shipment over here.
Oh, I got
He
you.
said tariffs.
Because of the
No,
tariffs, yeah.
not the tariffs. We have reached the
that's why
all-time
they
low.
Look, as soon as the board put tariffs in, they couldn't get their shipment over here. Prices
Wait a
went up.
minute.
Well, I listen, I don't know what to tell you on
wait a
that, but I
minute.
need him to hit. Jay, what do you got on the Gorillas? What do you got?
Hey, Kyle, you gonna go there to fight with us with the Gorillas?
I'm not in the front lines, Jay. That's for sure.
No, but I need your help.
What am I going to do?
No, you got access to all the WIP tapes and all that stuff,
You
right?
bait. You gonna be the sacrificial lamb.
So I was going to be bait for Jay.
No. Kyle is going to be the most important one because he got access to the kryptonite. If you can get a tape of one of Jolly's shows, rock that.
Oh, no.
Oh.
Jay.
Hey, look, you ever hear Jolly when he hosted?
Oh, yeah.
10 minutes in. Oh, I guess nobody want to talk Philadelphia sports. Don't nobody. No. Gonna put Jolly to sleep. I mean, Jolly gonna put the gorilla to sleep.
Oh, wow, some
thing.
shots at Jolly.
Wow.
Jay, we love you.
That wasn't nice.
That wasn't very nice. But if now maybe the gorilla would get distracted by putting WIP on in the background.
Well,
maybe he gets annoyed at someone's take.
Or confirmed.
Jolly's verdict, by the way, he's taking the 100 men.
Yeah.
And we should have known this after something that he said over the weekend.
Oh, okay.
Because a lot of this comes down to the size of the gorilla.
Yeah.
But Jolly had this to say about size.
I'm not big on sayings necessarily, but there are a few I live by. One of them is sizes for people in prison.
Sizes for people in prison.
Mm-hmm.
I'm trying to see the correlation.
I don't think you want to.
Well, I
be.
mean, you could like if you fight for your Fruit Loops in prison, I understand
Yeah,
size definitely matters. But I was trying.
So Jolly's on our side, Kyle?
Yes, he is.
Not feeling as good as I did a few minutes ago. Not feeling quite as
Have
good.
facts, folks. Facts.
said
Facts. Facts.
Well, it's
only
tough to
matters.
have facts on this one because I don't know if there's a documented 100 men versus gorilla in the octagon.
Jolly been to prison though? Not prison.
What do you think?
Nah, he ain't been to prison.
I feel like that would be information we would have told you at some point. Our coworker, yep, been there. Aaron is up next on WIP. What's up, Aaron?
Good afternoon, Philadelphia.
What's up?
Hey,
Aaron?
Aaron, what's going on?
I'll tell you what, man. You guys had these topics of Goddard and Schwarber, and then you guys just come up with the most incredible topic of the week. I mean, 100 men against one gorilla.
Yeah.
I mean, this is a fantastic topic.
All right, well, what do you think? For your first thought on it, who wins?
This is crazy.
So I got three. It's coming in three waves.
Oh, here we go with the wave.
Here we go. So the first wave is the Kyle Quinn wave, and you got 30 Kyles, and they're gonna circle this.
That's not
this
going to go
gorilla.
well.
Okay, and then they're gonna take a step forward, and they're gonna start closing the circle. And the hope is that the gorilla goes after one of these Kyles, and as soon as the gorilla goes after one of these Kyles, the Kyles start running in the circle, and they're just gonna try to get this gorilla to go in a circle and get dizzy. And as soon as that gorilla goes to the ground, you got 40 Joe Gilios behind him.
Mm-hmm.
And unfortunately, Joe,
You're picking the wrong guys for
sacrificial
this.
lambs. I apologize.
I'm not fast either.
But This is not your typical Joe Giglio. You got to get the I'm about to lose my mind Joe Giglio. So you got to get.
You talking about standing up? You talking about Joel? You got a bunch of Joels, not Joel.
We're talking
Joel.
about yes. So you got to get these guys all fired up.
We haven't seen him in a few weeks.
A bunch of crazed dogs. As soon as this gorilla hits the ground, and then the last wave is a Hugh Douglas wave, and you got groups of three just going in. As soon as the Joes get on top of this gorilla and it's pinned to the ground, the Hugh Douglas is just going to go to work. And that's how you're gonna. That's how you're gonna bring.
That's basically Van's strategy. He calls it the brute wave, the heavy brute. The heavy brute.
You're the heavy brute.
I could just see the Joes going in, with the glasses on, and their heads gleaming in the sun.
Right.
Ah! Why is he working?
Yep, I'm going to bring that energy. So, Aaron, you bring up something that I don't think has been talked about enough the last half hour of the show. Is the gorilla smart enough to figure out how to survive? Like, he's got the strength to survive, right? Clearly.
He lives in the jungle.
But I don't know. Is he smart enough for this? If he gets circled by 30 Kyles or whatever, right? Is he smart enough to realize there's 70 more people coming after him? Hugh, I think you're giving the gorilla a whole lot of credit.
Well, I'm giving the gorilla the credit it deserves because it lifts 1,800 pounds and squats 3,000 pounds.
That's a projection. When was the last time you saw a gorilla with a bench press? It's a projection.
I have seen a gorilla crack the glass at the zoo, though.
Absolutely. But when was the last time you went to the gym and you saw him pushing 1,800 pounds?
I haven't seen it. I don't need to see it to believe it, though, because look how muscular he looks.
Yeah, he looks strong. 1,800 pounds?
Dude, you know what?
Heavy projection.
I would venture to say that 2 men couldn't even whoop a chimpanzee. Chimpanzees are strong.
I'm with you. Yeah,
chimpanzees are strong. Did you see the one that bit the lady face off?
Yeah, that was rough. That was only 2.
As I came up with my plan, I got this visual of the first Joe running in, and the gorilla just twisted.
That's what I'm trying to tell y'all. Did anybody see
Joe's running out in a circle?
Did anybody see the orangutan that grabbed the man's leg?
No.
And damn near tore it off, and he was in a cage. Y'all tripping. Y'all tripping.
I think it's best for our army not to watch these videos before.
No,
they're going to get all psyched out. All right, Aaron, what do you think on Goedert?
So the Goedert thing, my heart says I love him, and I appreciate everything he's done for the Eagles, but, Hugh is right today, and God bless America. What a great country we're. One day we can have a heated discussion, and the next day we can agree on.
That's what I'm talking about, Aaron. We don't have to be divisive in this conversation.
No,
we don't have to agree all the time.
Serious things like 100 men versus gorillas.
Yes, we can be adults about this.
We can't. This is a business, and you gotta pick your battles. And unfortunately, the NFL stands for not for long when you're an injured player.
It does, and I think that Hugh has mentioned it. It's a huge part of this, Aaron, and he's been banged up, and he hasn't played enough. I get all that, Aaron. We appreciate the phone call. All right, so I'm watching this orangutan video here, Hugh, that you brought up. A little bit of a way too much of a home field advantage for the orangutan. It had the protection of its cage.
But boy,
it knew it was bulletproof.
But the dude that was in there, when he grabbed his leg, he knew he was in a bad spot because did you see when his boy was trying to grab him?
He's freaking out.
They couldn't let it go.
I'd freak out too if the orangutan grabbed me.
It's one, the hairless ape. Have you seen that?
No.
That dude look like he's been on a cycle for his whole life. Look, Google that one. And y'all talking about fighting silverbacks.
100 men.
Okay.
Strength in numbers. You're just ignoring the strength in numbers. 215-592. All right, let me quickly ask you this before we go any further. Obviously, we all saw the documentary. What was it? Run, Barry, Run? Was that the Barry Sanders? We know you couldn't stop Barry Sanders. We saw you chase him for 50 yards behind. If your Jets team had 5 more defenders on the field, could you have corralled Barry?
5 more?
Uh-huh. You had 11, and he was better than you.
That's different.
What do you mean it's different?
That's different. Barry was, I don't even know if that was the case.
10
That's
more.
Different.
10 more. At some point,
if our numbers... Okay, if we had some, maybe.
At some points, the numbers game is just in your favor. We know you couldn't stop Barry Sanders, but you give your Jets team 11 more guys, they might stop him. 100 men versus the gorilla.
We got it.
Yeah, we're good. 215-592-9494. An hour left for your phone calls on all this. Goedert, Schwarber, men versus gorillas, and on the other side, we got some more detail on Jihad Campbell and why he slipped in the draft of the Philadelphia Eagles at number 31. How banged up is he? How much should this be a concern? It's definitely something to keep in mind as we get closer to camp. 215-592-9049 for latest report on Jihad Campbell, why he slipped down the draft. That's next. Your calls on all this on Sports Radio 94 WIP.
May 5th is now BG Day.
Fly, Eagles, fly.
All day long, 94 WIP is honoring Brandon Graham with classic stories, special guests, and the best BG moments of all time.
Oh, was he walloped by Brandon Graham?
Live all day, May 5th.
I just want to thank everybody.
Then cap off the day with BG Live, a special one-time event with Brandon at the Colonial Theater in Phoenixville.
What up, Phillies?
Presented by Ashley Furniture. Feels good to be home. Hey, baseball fans, want to boost the odds on your next MLB same-game parlay? Take the field with the same-game parlay boost token from BetMGM, an official sports betting partner of Major League Baseball. We'll drop the token in your BetMGM account. No need to opt in. Just place a same-game parlay on any MLB game and apply the token. Make sure to bet up to the minimum stake, odds, and legs specified on the token. If your boosted SGP hits, you'll score a bigger payout. Claim your MLB same-game parlay boost token today. The action is always on deck at BetMGM. The players are ready for first pitch, so join the excitement all season long. Major League Baseball trademarks used with permission. BetMGM and GameSense remind you to play responsibly. See BetMGM.com for terms. 21 plus only. Pennsylvania only. Existing customer offers subject to eligibility requirements. Rewards vary and expire in 1 to 7 days. If you or somebody you know has a gambling problem, help is available. Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
This spring, Christian Home Services is standing with our nation's heroes. Now, schedule a $29 cooling system tune-up, and we'll donate every dollar to the Wounded Warrior Project, up to $5,000. With Christian Home Services, it's more than a tune-up. It's a way to honor those who've sacrificed for our freedom. Stay cool, save energy, and give back to the brave men and women who served our country. Call 267-957-1989 and ask about our no breakdown guarantee, or visit ChristianHomeservices.com.
Sports fans, listen up. It's the bottom of the ninth, and you don't want to find yourself dancing on your own. Get to Joseph Anthony and take care of your loved ones this Mother's Day with the gift of relaxation at Joseph Anthony Retreat Spa and Salon. With 3 locations, Glen Mills, Springfield, and Center City at the Lowe's Hotel. From specialty massages to lavish treatment suites, Joseph Anthony has everything you would expect from a spa and more. Stop by Joseph Anthony today to hit a home run or visit josephanthony.com where gift cards are available.
The Truist Championship is coming to Philly. Watch top PGA Tour players including Rory McIlroy, Xander Schauffele, and more take on the Philadelphia Cricket Club's iconic Wissahickon course, May 7th through the 11th. Don't miss your chance to see who is worthy of joining the city's vast list of sports legends. Kids 15 and under get in free with the ticketed adults. So bring the whole family to enjoy a variety of fan activities and excellence at every turn. Tickets are on sale now at truistchampionship.com.
Buy 4 windows, get 4 free, and pay nothing until 2027 only from Window Nation.
Experience the action of the Sport of Kings with the Naira Bets horse racing app. Bet the Kentucky Derby. It's fast, easy, and secure. Get your free $25 Derby bet plus a $200 deposit match for new members at NairaBets.com/Philly25.
Now serving Bucks and Montgomery counties. 267-650-3418.
I'm still going for it, even with higher stroke risk from atrial fibrillation, and a regular heartbeat not caused by a heart valve problem. Over a 3-year study, Eliquis apixaban tablets reduced stroke risk better than warfarin, and over 97% of Eliquis patients did not experience a stroke. A first stroke occurred in 2.9% of warfarin patients versus 2.3% of Eliquis patients.
Don't stop taking prescription Eliquis without asking your doctor. It may increase your stroke risk. Eliquis can cause serious and in rare cases fatal bleeding. Don't take Eliquis if you have an artificial heart valve, abnormal bleeding, or antiphospholipid syndrome. While taking, you may bruise more easily or take longer for bleeding to stop. A spinal injection while on Eliquis increases risk of blood clots, which may cause paralysis, the inability to move. Get medical help right away for unexpected bleeding, unusual bruising, or tingling, numbness, or muscle weakness. Medications such as aspirin products, NSAIDs, SSRIs, SNRIs, and blood thinners may increase bleeding risk. Tell your doctor about all planned medical or dental procedures. Learn more at Eliquis.com or call 1-855-ELIQUIS.
Thy ticket, Lady Jennifer of Coolidge.
Well, many thanks, good sir. Hereeth my Discover card.
They accept Discover at Renaissance fairs?
Yeah, they do here. Discover is accepted at the places I love to shop. Get it? With the times.
With the times? You're playing the lute.
Yeah, and it sounds pretty good, right?
Discover is accepted at 99% of places that take credit cards nationwide. Based on the February 2024 Nielsen report.
This is a story of the one. As a maintenance specialist for university housing, he knows college students can major in wear and tear. Plus, housing so many students doesn't leave a lot of room to house all the supplies he needs. That's where Grainger comes in. With over 1 million industrial-grade products and fast, dependable delivery, Grainger carries the quality products he needs so he doesn't have to. From a new door hinge to a whole new faucet. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
You know what's better than a limited time deal? An unlimited time deal. That's why the Wendy's $5 biggie bag with a junior bacon cheeseburger, 4-piece nugs, junior hot and crispy fries, and small soft drink is available all the time. Because the best time for fresh, never frozen beef and Applewood smoked bacon is all the time. Duh. I feel like I'm repeating myself a lot. For the best deal of all time, gotta be Wendy's.
Unlimited time does not mean forever. U.S. price and participation may vary. Prices may be higher in Alaska, Hawaii, and California via third-party delivery. Fresh beef available in the contiguous U.S., Alaska, and Canada.
Check engine or ABS light on? Take the guesswork out of your warning lights with O'Reilly Veriscan. It's free. Ask for O'Reilly Veriscan.
O'Reilly Auto Parts.
Get 5 quarts of O'Reilly full synthetic motor oil and a MicroGuard oil filter for $29.99. In-store only. Limit supply.
O'Reilly Auto Parts.
This is Andrew Perloff with an Odyssey Sports Minute, sponsored by Old Trapper Beef Jerky. Old Trapper, what's your beef? Cleveland just walloped Miami last night to end the most lopsided playoff series in NBA history. The league probably can't do anything about series like this. Some ideas have been floated, shorten the first round to 5 games, but the NBA just signed a big TV contract. They have no reason to change anything. Hopefully this series was an exception, because this kind of blowout is very tough to watch. I'm Andrew Perloff.
94 WIP HD1 Philadelphia. Live from the Tasty Cake Studio. Sports Radio 94 WIP. An Odyssey Sports Station. Every Phillies game.
And it is gone.
Just listen to 94 WIP on the free Odyssey.
I watched the whole AI breakdown of this yesterday.
Choke a gorilla. I don't think you. I think people. You can't. I don't think you could choke a gorilla
They're
out.
not made of steel.
Dude,
it's an animal.
But their fur is dense and their muscles. I mean, their bones are dense. I don't think a man has enough pressure to choke a gorilla out.
No, not one man. Again, there's 100 men. 215-592-9494. So if people just tuned in, they're like, what are they talking about today? Well, mostly Dallas Goedert and the Philadelphia Eagles, but we did somehow get to the debate that's been raging on here about the gorilla versus the 100 men, who would win this thing. And I do think it is. It is. I think 100 men have a way better chance.
You're talking about choking it out, as like putting it in a headlock. That's a little bit different. Like there's,
yeah, right.
Without getting too morbid, there's other ways to restrict airflow.
He said, people are stupid. Like I Googled, can you rear choke out a gorilla, rear naked choke out a gorilla? Somebody said, did he wrestle in high school?
Well, if he did, that's a different ball of wax. That's a whole. You don't want to mess with him then. He's got skill.
I hate people. That's just that was. Did he wrestle in high school?
That does change things. You need all details before you make your choice on this. All right, 215-592-9494. Before we go back to the phones, Hugh, we got some more detail here on Jahad Campbell.
Yes.
So I think most people wondered the night of the draft, why did he fall, right? Because in a lot of the mock drafts we did, he wasn't anywhere near the Eagles pick, right? He was top 15, top 20, and he was projected to be the best linebacker in the draft. And obviously the Eagles think he has the ability to play off the edge too. So that gives him even more value. Howie said that night he was a top 10 player on their board. All right, so let's connect the dots here. And we did hear, and we played it for you on Friday, that Adam Schefter said that he's got some shoulder, knee issues.
He said something about, he said he got to have surgery at the end of the season.
Yeah, it was weird, right? All right, so there's obviously some physical red flags the teams are worried about Jahad Campbell holding up. But I saw this yesterday, and this gave me a little pause, okay? So Albert Breer from Sports Illustrated. Ready for this? he compared the fall of Campbell in the draft compared to where he should have went, like to Jalen Carter. And he said when Jalen Carter, it was off the field red flags, right? That's why teams passed on him. With Campbell, it's not anything like that. It's medical. Here's a quote from the piece. With Campbell, it's his shoulders and knees, and in parentheses, yes, plural on both counts. Here, what do you? It's bizarre because the Eagles were vague about when he would play. He was vague about when he would play. He played last year, right? It wasn't like he missed the season with an injury. But according to Albert Breer, he has some red flags on both shoulders and both knees.
A lot of times, Joe, and this is the best way I probably could describe it for you, is that there are certain things that football players have naturally that it might be flagged for one team, but it's not for the other.
So what would that mean if there wasn't a previous knee injury? Like, is it like extra MRI shows something in there?
I could tell you this. When I visited the Giants, when I was in free agency, I visited the Giants and I went to their doctors and I failed their physical, but I passed the other ones that I took because their requirements were different. And it was a knee. They were talking about a knee issue. So it just all depends on what your medical staff says. Now, from him falling the way that he did, I would venture to say that more than half the teams that were in position to draft him felt strongly about the injury history that he had, and they didn't want to take a chance on him because, for them, the juice wasn't worth the squeeze. But Howie felt differently about it.
And look, it could work out great. I mean, Landon Dickerson had a lot of injuries in college. The Eagles took him, and it's a big man with injuries, and he's been pretty durable since he got here. The other side of this is Sidney Jones, who the Eagles took, and it didn't work. He never was the same. By the way, speaking of physicals with one team versus the other, story came out over the weekend. The Cubs had a trade for Jesus Luzardo before the Phillies, but their doctors failed Luzardo's physical on his back.
Yeah.
So look, that so far has worked out for the Phillies.
It just all depends on what your medical team says about the injuries. And I would say that, who is it, NovaCare, the NovaCare team or whatever, they've done a pretty good job. And I think that Howie trusted them enough so that, when they evaluate him, they say it's not a big deal or they could manage it or something. And that's why they picked it.
Well, let's hope he stays healthy because he obviously has, the kind of physical tools to become a good player, whether it's in the middle or in the edge. 215-592-9494. All right, let's go back to the phone lines here. Rob in Delco is up on WIP. Hey, Rob.
Good afternoon, Joe. Good afternoon, Hugh. How you guys?
What's going on,
Hey, Rob.
Listen, I got a little twist, even more to the 100 men versus gorilla. You ready?
Yes.
What if we throw some sumo wrestlers in there with some martial artists?
You're talking about the heavy brutes. That would be that would be considered a heavy brute.
Yeah, so you want a variety. It's like a football team, right? We got the linemen, then we got the quick guys and the behind them. Yeah, that could help for sure.
Have the initial line of defense is to send the sumos in, let them take the brunt. You know what I mean? Just send them, man. Maybe one of them can get a shot and get it down. You know what I mean? We're throwing its back or something, and then we can pounce on it.
Yeah, y'all wishful thinking for real.
The martial artists can get it remember the figure four back in the day with the wrestling?
No, I hear you. But who's strong enough to put the figure four leg lock on the gorilla? Who's doing that?
We can pick up Kyle and use Kyle.
I think.
Twist him around.
Have
any of you guys seen me?
Yeah. Y'all funny.
I mean, there's Bret Hart. I mean, we could call in whoever you want to call in. Yeah.
Bret Hart, like 800 years old or something.
I would not mess with Bret Hart.
The Hulk Hogan would take one for the team. You know what I mean? The Hulkster is on.
I don't know if we could trust the Hulkster right now. The Hulkster.
He got a lot going on.
Why don't you do it, Rob?
Listen.
Offer me up.
I'll do it. You count me in, all right? I'm in it.
Our first volunteer to go up against the gorilla, Rob in Delco. All right, Rob, what do you think about the Goddard thing?
Listen, two things. Phillies and he was Goddard. What's he do this year? The exact number?
I'll pull him up. His exact numbers.
12 mil, Joe?
Yeah, about that. Well, what does he do? He's due in cash $14 million and it counts 11 against the cap the way they have it structured.
Okay. What do you think about guaranteeing the $14 million but over 2 years?
Yeah, like
lock him up for this year and next year. You know,
extend him out. They could do that, but for whatever reason, they don't want to do that.
Or maybe he doesn't want to accept it.
Yeah.
I mean, that's the one thing about this, Rob. We don't know what they've offered, and we don't know what he really wants. We just know there's kind of a stalemate right now.
Okay, I'm just saying hypothetically, I think that's fair. They're like, listen, he's not getting what he wants on the open market. If we guarantee that 14 over 2 years, that's the best we can do. Take it or leave it. And I think that'd be fair by the Eagles. That's just a hypothetical.
I think, Rob, I think it would. So I think it would too. I think they want to do this. So, Rob, we appreciate the phone call. Here's what feels like is happening. It's just my theory. They're squeezing him, and his options are dwindling to where they might just get him to agree. You know, Hugh, we get to June, right? Get to June, and you have just 5 teams just took a tight end in the first 2 rounds. Well, they're out, right? They're not going to pay Dallas Goedert. They just drafted their next starting tight end.
Mm-hmm.
Free agency came and went. The trade market kind of came and went. How many teams, I don't know what the number is. Is it 1? Is it 2? How many teams right now really want Goedert and would pay him? The number is probably dwindling as the days go by. Howie may just be able to squeeze him by the time we get to June, and maybe Goedert accepts what Rob just said.
Yeah, maybe that's what they're hoping for. I hope that's not the case. That's not a good look. You know, and I think that's one of the reasons why Howie's doing his best to try to keep this, you know, in-house and not let too much leak, because this probably is an ongoing, I was about to say investigation, but an ongoing, you know.
Well, we're doing the investigation.
Yeah, they're negotiation. Yeah. I'm not saying investigation. Yeah, that negotiation that's going on with this. So it's one of those things where you don't want all the details to get out, and that's probably one of the main reasons why Howie is being real reluctant to answer direct question when it comes to that, because he's hoping that he can work this out somewhere.
Yeah, well, yeah, but they do talk about him in the past tense. It's like he's not here.
Yeah, they do.
This hour on 94 WIP is fueled by Sunoco 94 Octane. If you demand peak performance from your vehicle, then nothing less than Sunoco 94 Octane will do. Treat your car to 94 only at Sunoco. Big V in Mount Laurel. Hey, Big V.
Yeah, what's going on, man?
What's up,
man?
All right. Well, let's look at that gorilla situation.
Mm-hmm. What do you got?
It's really simple with the gorilla situation. Okay, you may start.
Yeah, your phone just did something.
Big V, I'm supposed to trust you against the gorilla. I can't trust you with a phone.
Big V, why are you still wearing that? Man, you make too much money to be having a cricket phone.
Come on, we got to clean that phone up there.
Come
All
on,
right,
man.
let's talk to RJ, who's up next on WIP. Hey, RJ.
Hey, what's going on, guys?
What's up, RJ?
First, I wanted to say what's up to Hugh. Hugh, I don't know if you remember this, but years ago, I met you at the Electric Factory. Coors Light was holding an event there.
Man, you know how long ago that was? That I've been?
Yeah, like 15, 16 years ago.
RJ, you're not going to believe this. He comes in all the time. He's like, you know, that
Talking
guy I
about
met
telling that
15 years
story.
ago, RJ,
Yeah.
good dude.
Yeah, right?
Yeah.
So anyway, it was just really cool to meet you, man. You were one of my favorite Eagles growing up. I'm 43. I've been an Eagles fan since I was, let's put it like this. I hated Dallas before I was old enough to understand why I hated Dallas. That's how long I've been an Eagles fan. I wanted to talk about the Saquon Barkley and Dallas Goedert thing. Joe, you said earlier that if you were Dallas, you'd be a little upset because he comes in and for a year he gets a raise. But we won the Super Bowl because of Saquon. We're not winning the Super Bowl because of Dallas Goedert.
RJ, I understand that. I mean, I get that, right? And Saquon's better. But my perspective was it's like Bond was a free agent, right? They had to pay Bond or they lose him.
Yeah.
They didn't have to give Saquon a raise. Now, it wasn't like, I get why they did it, and he earned it. But I'm just saying I
think a lot of that had to deal with the fact that they stopped him from getting a single season rushing record as well. That was kind of like compensation for that.
Sure. I just mean like, hey, you can't pay me what I'm on the books for anyway. Like Goddard's not asking for a raise by any report. He doesn't want to take a pay cut, but we don't have enough money for me because we gave my teammate who's been here 1 year a raise. I just would be like, hey, like that seems not fair.
Yeah, but if it's me, I'm grateful that I got the Super Bowl ring. I'm on a team that's probably got a chance to go back to the Super Bowl again and is going to be contenders for years to come. So if I got to take a pay cut to stay with this team because no other teams are knocking the door down to get me to play for them, you know what I mean?
Yeah,
I'm going to take the pay cut and stay with this team.
So, RJ, I think I probably would too. And then, like, you and I probably don't understand what it's like to be in that position. I just think as a football player, you know what I mean? Like, it's almost like a respect thing more than the money thing. Because your premise as a fan, RJ, because you and I, we're fans. Like, as a fan, I wouldn't want to leave the Eagles over a couple bucks. I'd want to stay too. But he's, the athletes have that. It's like a respect thing. It's like disrespectful to make me take that much of a pay cut.
Yeah. I think they offer him $10 million for the year and take it, and then if he doesn't want to restructure the contract, then you got to let him go.
Yeah, well, that's probably where we're heading here. All right, RJ, who wins, 100 men or a gorilla?
Oh, this is crazy. I think it's 100 or the gorilla, because I don't care how many men you have there. Not one of them is going to be able to hurt that gorilla. It's different if you were allowed to have ropes or something. You could tie him up or hold him. But nobody is going to get close to that gorilla to put any type of hurting on him without him ripping off their arms and legs. And I don't care how many waves you send at him. I think Q is 100% correct on this. You guys are crazy thinking that the men have any chance with this. I mean, they're fast, they're strong, they're agile. There's no way. He's ripping the heads off of every single one of them.
Don't need no stamina, dog. Because once it rips one person's arm off, one person's arm gets ripped off, and he beats another person with it. Everybody, whatever mentality you with, whatever mentality you went in there with,
numbers,
it's gonna change.
I think you guys, and good phone call, Archie. I think you're overestimating not the brute strength of the gorilla. Obviously, he's got brute strength. His ability to hold off that many people. Again, if 20 grown men jump on the gorilla's back, the gorilla's down. He's on the ground. He can't hold them all up on his back. Then you go after him.
See, I think for whatever reason, I think y'all been watching way too many sci-fi movies.
I'm watching like Planet Earth.
Y'all feel like y'all gonna rush this gorilla, and it's just gonna be
no. Like, hold on. Have you ever seen a gorilla fight another gorilla on YouTube?
Yeah, I just saw it.
They don't last very long. The fights. They don't have stamina, man.
It doesn't have to be stamina. Because like I said, once he rips off somebody's leg and then punches somebody's head off their shoulders.
98 more people.
Yep.
Everybody's going to start rethinking this stupid gorilla thing.
No. In this situation, we're in an octagon and nobody leaves until one side wins.
But you're gonna
there's no rethinking it.
You're going to see a bunch of grown-ass men screaming like a bunch of children trying to get the hell out of that octagon. Once that visual of 3 dead people just that quick. Like, I don't think
the gorilla's going to be scared too. I just want to be clear.
Of course, he's going to be terrified.
Okay, you know what the difference between the gorilla scared and your scared is?
I got more people.
The gorilla's going into survival mode.
So are we.
Okay.
We're both primates at the end of the day.
No, you're going into what the hell did I just witness mode.
Hold on. The same fight or flight instinct we both have, the gorilla and the man.
But I'm trying to, like, Kyle, when you see the carnage and the speed in which that gorilla ripped somebody's arm off, you're not going to be able to process that right away. You're going to be sitting there talking about, damn, he ripped his arm off like it was nothing.
I'll be on adrenaline, pure adrenaline.
Okay,
so I just watched an AI breakdown of this, and whoever trained these men, it was a disaster.
I saw that it was a joke.
It was just clothesline after clothesline, and they never got up. I mean, this thing lasted 1 minute and 30 seconds, and it was over for all the men. What a disgrace!
Man, I'm just trying to
What
tell
a disgrace!
You, the first sight of blood, and it's gonna be vicious because he bites too, right?
Oh yeah.
So he has the bite that can bite through bone. So it's a good chance that if he catches one of your appendages, that he's biting through that.
Again, it's a pass-fail. If I lose 99 men, but there's one man standing and the gorilla's dead, men win.
And that blood-curdling scream that whomever that individual is,
we'll dogpile him.
Take his legs out.
Okay, yeah, I'm sitting here with a bunch of Billy badasses. I see.
I'm trying to strategize a victory, and you're giving up.
Yeah,
I mean that's
true. You know what? This is a show we can't have you in our crowd.
You're out.
I'm not going.
You'd run away and laugh at us.
I'm a realist. I'm gonna sit there and watch though, and when y'all be banging,
you'd be the biggest one there. You're not helping us.
You know what I would say when y'all screaming, "Come on, let me out the cage." You know what I'm saying? I told you so.
Wow, the ultimate I told you so, Douglas.
I tried to tell you. I tried to tell you.
As we all get destroyed by this gorilla. Andy in Westchester. What's up, Andy?
Let's talk some gorilla. Kyle answers the phone and says, "What do you want to talk about?" Are you kidding? Anyway, think about it this way. How would one man do against 100 toddlers?
Well, but hold on. So, Andy, I think it's a fair comparison, except the 100.
I see what
but hold on. But 100 toddlers are not smart. You have the brain power of 100 grown men. Well, I mean, 100 toddlers, they don't even know what's going on.
All right. Well, 100 men are smart. They're not going up against a gorilla.
Well, there's no choice in this hypothetical.
Your only hope would be to distract them. I love that we're even discussing this. The only hope would be to distract him from the front with a bunch of guys and then have all the little wrestler, wiry guys jump on him from the back and lock him up. But he's just going to be, you're going to see a bunch of little wrestlers flying around in the air.
Yeah, I just think we're all assuming the gorilla wouldn't be terrified. I think he'd be really freaked out.
Once he figured out what y'all was trying to do.
Why? I don't know if he can figure it out. He's just swinging at whoever's in front of him.
And he's swinging hard enough to break bones.
That's fine. I know there's going to be casualties. People. I get it.
I think the gorilla being terrified is going to make it way worse.
That might be true. That might be true.
Gorilla terror versus human terror, two different things.
That might be true. All right, Andy, what do you think about Goedert?
I think we need to keep him. The only question is, are they going to lowball him? And probably it's just, it's the same thing everyone's been saying. It's kind of, you don't want to insult him, but what option do they have at this point? Calcaterra, I don't know what he is. I don't think he's going to be the guy. And I guess all we can do is wait and see what's to come in the off season. But I want to keep him.
Yeah, well, that's a good point. They're both in a spot where they kind of need each other. And Andy, we appreciate the call. All right, who needs who more? Does Goedert need the Eagles, or do the Eagles need Goedert?
I think the Eagles. I think Goedert needs the Eagles. I think he does
Eagles
because
need Goedert, though.
Well, here's the reality. He was out there for a while
in terms of the trade market and all that. Yeah. Right.
Like he was something that if a team really wanted him, they would have made a move to get him. I think the injury thing is a factor, and I think the Eagles know that. That's why they're playing it the way that they're playing it, because there's no. If they could have got something for Goedert before the draft, I think they would have done it.
I agree.
And I think that what happens is this. Teams know that the Eagles are in a situation where they don't want to pay him, so they probably will cut him. So if they're going to cut him, why would I trade for him when I know that he's a cap burden? He's a liability on your cap right now. And like Joe Banner alluded, that there's some issues with the funds.
Teams are probably waiting it out.
Yeah, they're just waiting. They're just going to wait because it makes more sense just to wait. Because here's the reality of it. Dallas Goedert is good enough to play in the NFL.
Of course.
Not for the price that he wants to play
well,
for.
And then if you're a team that wants him and you trade for him, you have to take on the contract he already has, right?
Yeah.
So then the Eagles' money issue becomes your money issue. If you wait and he gets cut, well, then you just give him whatever you want to give him, and you have to beat another team to it. 215-592-9494. Ches in Riverside is up. Hey, Ches.
Hey, what's going on, guys?
Ches, what's up?
What's going on? I wanted to talk about the gorilla. I think you're all. I agree with Hugh, man. I think you're all nuts. I think this gorilla is going to be like Neo from the Matrix Reloaded, fighting all the Agent Smiths. I think as soon as he rips the first person in half, the morale is going to go down real low.
Real quick. Real quick.
It's going to go down real low. And, to me, there's nothing intellectual about it. I mean, I don't think the brains matter. I think it's all about brute strength. And the gorilla has the brute strength over everybody. I mean, you're not going to choke this thing out. I mean, it has the bite force of 2 lions. It's going to bite your arm off if you try to get your arm around his neck. And you can't pin him down. I mean, he's benching 1,800 pounds.
Well, but hold on. We established that's a hypothetical. No one's ever seen a gorilla on a bench press, right? It probably could do that. But
what gyms are you going to?
I know.
Where you're seeing gorillas?
Where do you go? Because I've never seen a gorilla actually bench press anything.
I don't think they're coordinated enough to bench press.
I'm just going off based on what you guys.
Well, that's because that's Hugh on AI.
No,
part
I'm
of this
trying
though
to tell
is that
you, man.
I don't think a gorilla is coordinated enough to bench press.
What does that mean?
He's a big, clumsy.
Yeah,
okay,
they're clumsy.
He doesn't have to lift weights, but he could tear an arm off.
But it's
and beat somebody with it.
We're quantifying strength in a different way. Like bench pressing is a little bit different.
Gorilla has more muscle mass and more muscle density than the average human.
Yeah, but they're not that coordinated.
But there's one of him, and I have 100.
I think they're more coordinated than you think. I mean,
I think they're less coordinated than you think.
Gorillas climb trees. Like they tripping. You can't. You know what?
Squirrels climb trees. What does that mean? My kids climb the tree in the backyard. You don't have to be that coordinated to climb a tree.
I don't know, man. I think he's going to be ripping heads off, tearing arms off,
ripping heads off.
It's going to be crazy.
Now you guys made this like a super monster gorilla. He's just a regular gorilla.
What ring are we talking about?
All
How
right,
big of an octagon ring are we talking about?
I don't know, but I think we would win. All right, Ches, what do you think about Goedert?
I mean, I know you guys keep saying don't be accountant, but I think you got to look at it full circle when you talk about it. I mean, I love Goedert. I think he's a great player. When he's healthy, but I mean, the fact of it is true. He does get injured a lot. I mean, obviously, I don't think anybody wants to see him go, but I mean, I think they're going to figure it out. I just think that he's going to have to, he's going to have to take a pay cut, unfortunately.
Well, that's what they want. And if he wants to be here, that's probably how this thing ends. All right, Ches, we appreciate the phone call. You all right over there?
No, I just Googled, can a gorilla rip a human's arm off? A 500-pound male gorilla can certainly tear you apart limb from limb.
Good. That's wonderful. That's one. I got 99 other guys.
The only thing he can't do is rip you in half, but he will take some appendages off. Y'all.
How is he doing this if I've got his arms pinned down?
How are you pinning his arms down? He's stronger than you. You and about 18 other people?
You don't think if 10 men pinned his arms down, he'd be down?
Nope.
20.
Maybe 20 each arm.
Sure. I still have 60 other men. He can't move.
Okay.
I
hear you.
You are just terrified of this make-believe gorilla. All right, 215-592-9449 for final segment for your gorilla versus man calls. Goedert and the leadoff thing. I always Schwarber back in the leadoff spot. Stott's fine. He's done a nice job. I miss Schwarber's power at the top of this lineup. Plus, we have to get to an amazing moment on Buffalo radio yesterday. You got to hear this as they were ripping the GM. The GM heard, and he let him have it. 215-592-9494. And we'll check in with you people. I'm guessing tamer today, but maybe fired up about gorillas versus men. That's next. Midday Show. Sports Radio 94 WIP.
The pick is in.
The Philadelphia Eagles select Jahad Campbell.
Talk about it here. Sports Radio 94 WIP.
I'm Chelsea Messenger, helping you beat the books with BetMGM Network. Let's roll with the Cubs over the Pirates today. The Cubs have their ace on the mound in Shota Imanaga, and they've got the much better offense. Cubs have the second best OPS in baseball. Meanwhile, the Pirates sit in the bottom 5 in just about every offensive metric. Let's take the team sitting atop the standings in the NL Central and go with the Cubs on the money line. Bet smarter and beat the books. Download the BetMGM app today. Please gamble responsibly.
All right, when it comes to getting life insurance for your family, a lot of excuses can get in the way. But ask yourself this: if something were to happen to me, who would pay the mortgage, the kids' education, and the other bills? Then forget the excuses and check out Ethos Life, the online, easy way to get life insurance in 10 minutes. Ethos has rates that you can afford, like a $500,000 policy for a 40-year-old male starting at $1 a day or $30 a month, with a few health questions and no medical exam. Get your free quote right now at checkethos.com. That's checkethos.com. Not available in all states. Rates do vary.
Well, spring is here, and it's time to address some of those nagging projects around the house that you've been putting off. If replacing your home's old drafty windows and doors is on your to-do list, then you got to call my good friends at Guida Door and Window. Guida will help you get your project started with 20% off all windows and doors and let you start your project with no money out of pocket. And once your new high-quality windows and doors have been expertly installed, you'll have up to 3 years to pay them off interest-free. So you'll be able to start enjoying all the benefits of new energy-efficient windows and doors, including a more comfortable home and lowered monthly energy bills, while you'll have the luxury of paying off your project interest-free for up to 36 months. This offer is for a limited time only. Restrictions apply. So for full details, call Guida today to schedule a free, no-obligation in-home estimate at 877-GO-GUIDA or visit them at GoGuida.com. That's GoGuida.com.
Ike Reese here for my friends at Dietz & Watson. Spring is in the air, and that means grilling season. Fire up that grill with hot dogs, sausages, and meats from Dietz & Watson. Enjoy endless sandwich combos with freshly sliced meats, cheeses, and condiments. And don't forget about their protein-packed Dietz Nuts meat snacks. There's something for everyone in the family. Head to DietzandWatson.com to find the local retailer near you and grilling recipes. Dietz & Watson. Premium meats and artisan cheeses since 1939.
Cheerleaders Gentlemen's Club is proud to bring you the best bargain in the city. $2 Tuesday. Gas prices, groceries, everywhere you turn, prices are up. However, the very popular $2 Tuesdays is still at Cheerleaders. $2 domestic beers, couch dances $2 for $25, and select cocktails are only $2. Join us for $2 Tuesdays, where we give you a high-end experience for a fraction of the cost. We have the hottest entertainers and the best value in the city. $2 Tuesday specials from 7 p.m. to midnight. Every Tuesday night, only at Cheerleaders Philadelphia.
Breaking news coming in from Bet365, and it's no surprise. Same game parlay from Bet365 just keeps getting better.
Well, it's even easier to make a bet. Choose from the most popular markets like hits, run line, totals, and home runs. So many to choose from.
Download the app, start building your bet, and see why it's never ordinary at Bet365. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. 21 plus only. Must be physically located in Pennsylvania. T&Cs apply.
Greetings, Boomtown. Ever since this neighborhood switched to Xfinity Internet,
the Wi-Fi is booming!
Xfinity combines the power of internet and mobile with one all-in plan.
So we've all got lightning-fast, secure Wi-Fi speeds at home and on the go with Wi-Fi Power Boost from Xfinity Mobile.
You get the most reliable Wi-Fi with our best in-class equipment and unlimited data included. Plus, add an unlimited mobile line.
All for only $40 a month for 1 year. To celebrate this combo, we're mashing our shows together.
It's everything you need all in one plan. Plus, learn how to get a free 5G phone with a premium unlimited line. Now, sit back and relax with the smooth, relaxing sound.
Of face-melting acid metal!
Brilliant.
Visit Xfinity.com to learn more. Ends June 23rd with paperless billing and autopay to stored bank account. Restrictions apply. Xfinity Internet gateway required. Taxes, fees extra. After 1 year rate increases to $110 a month. After 2 years, regular rates apply. Actual Wi-Fi speeds vary. Most reliable Wi-Fi based on Open Signal Awards USA. Fixed Broadband Experience Report, August 2024.
Hi, it's Pete from Chicky and Pete. Springtime is party time. Step up your grad party, reunion, or company and client gathering. Groups of all sizes, we do it all at all locations across the Delaware Valley. Enjoy special catering options or our signature menu items. Plus, there's a special Play 2 party package at our flagship South Philly location. We're the official caterer of the world champion Philadelphia Eagles, First Trust Bank Club, and Eagles Training Camp. Book today at chickyandpete's.com. Chickies and Pete's.
It seems like just yesterday when I captured my son's first steps or when we recorded his soccer games on VHS tapes. Those moments are gone. But the old home movies and pictures don't need to be. That's why my son created Legacy Box.
That's right, Mom. Over 1 million families have used Legacy Box to digitally preserve their old home movies and photos.
Simply fill Legacy Box with your old camcorder tapes, film, and photos. They will professionally digitize and send them back on DVDs, thumb drive, or the cloud.
With Mother's Day around the corner, it's the perfect time to get your Legacy Box and save your family's history. After all, few things are as important as protecting your precious memories. Give your mom a Mother's Day present she'll never forget. Legacy Box is offering a 60% discount. Order yours today and take advantage of our best Mother's Day sale ever. Visit legacybox.com/value and for a limited time, get an incredible 60% off your order. That's legacybox.com/value for 60% off. legacybox.com/value.
That's the sound of James adding long-lasting Gain scent boosters to his laundry this morning. Several hours later, James sniffs the irresistible scent of Gain on his shirt. Gain. Several hours later, James has even caught the attention of his mother-in-law, and she never gives him attention.
Ooh, you smell amazing, James.
Oh, thanks, Mom. I love you too.
I never said that.
Add Gain scent boosters to your laundry. Add joy to your day.
Back to Hugh Douglas and Joe Giglio. Sports Radio 94 WIP.
Fun, cordial conversation today. Maybe just,
It might be.
Yeah.
They are.
Compared to yesterday, good.
A lot of the gorilla stuff.
Good. Well, I meant that. That's not surprising. All right, before we go back to the phones, can we check in with Brandon Beane? Hugh, Brandon Beane is the general manager of the Buffalo Bills, and he was going to be a guest yesterday on their station up there, our Odyssey station up in Buffalo. And Hugh, before he called in, guess what he heard? He heard
talking bad about him.
Yeah, he heard the host is basically, not liking the roster he's put together and all the receivers he passed on. So he reacted to that. Here is Brandon Beane on Sports Radio in Buffalo.
No, it was. I was just listening to the last few minutes of your show before I came on, waiting on here.
All right.
Sounds like 2018 all over with you guys.
Well, how so?
Well, you guys were bitching in 2018 about Josh Allen. You guys wanted Josh Rosen, and now you guys are bitching that we don't have a receiver. I don't get it. Like, we just hold on, let me talk. We just scored 30 points in a row for 8 straight games. A year ago, I get you guys asking why we didn't have receivers, but I don't understand it now. You just saw us lead the league in points when you add all the postseason. No one scored more points than the Buffalo Bills, including the Super Bowl champions. So you just saw us do it without Stephon Diggs, same group. How is this group not better than last year's group? Our job is to score points and win games. Where do we need to get better? Defense. We did that. So I get it. You got to have a show and you got to have something to bitch about, but bitching about wide receiver is one of the dumbest arguments I've heard.
You heard him. I have no problem with that. Because a lot of times, if you don't agree with some of the stuff we're talking about, that's fine. We can have a grown-up men conversation. And that's exactly what I heard. He heard what they said. He didn't take the high road. He got his suit dirty.
So, all right. he brings up some fair points, right? They scored a lot of points last year. They were a really good offense, and maybe the concerns those fans had about the receiver room was over the top last year. He's defensive, right?
Yeah.
Now, I don't know if the host pushed back or they had fun with it. You know what my pushback would have been?
What's that?
You didn't score enough to beat the Chiefs.
And that's fair.
And you didn't you still haven't got to a Super Bowl.
See, that I don't have a problem, Joe, and this is why I say that. I don't have a problem with the back and forth because I think that's what men do. We can agree to disagree.
Yeah.
You know, just like when Aaron called in, he said we didn't agree yesterday and we can have a debate, but everything is fine. That's what it used to be.
Right.
That's what it used to be. Now, you know, people get in their silos, they're getting their feelings, and they want to say all kind of mean stuff and hold a grudge because my opinion is different than yours. What kind of sense does that make?
It doesn't.
It doesn't. So I don't know how that played out, but I commend the GM,
Brendan Bean,
for calling in and addressing something that he had a problem with, and hopefully they moved on from it. I'm pretty sure he's not, you know, because most of the times when you talk about these teams and things of that nature, they hold on to stuff way too long for me.
Yeah,
but it is what it is.
Yeah, I also think it's kind of a losing battle for him. Like he can have his moment.
Yeah,
have
it
fun
is. It
because
is.
they're going to be on again and again, and he's going to hang up, and they can keep ripping.
They can keep going.
Yeah,
but it's one of those things where, like, Howie kind of plays into that a little bit. You know, when
he's gotten better at it. Like he has fun with it.
Well, yeah, because he's winning.
Well, that's true.
He's winning. He's won Super Bowls.
Yeah.
How do you think it would be around here if he wasn't drafting well and we weren't going to the playoffs every year and winning Super Bowls? He would be real defensive. And I think that, you know, he would be man enough to call in and you know, have a little bit of pushback. But everything is cool when it's going well for you. You know, for them, and to your point, Joe, it's probably a sore spot for them because they haven't broken through yet.
Right.
And this was the year they were supposed to break through.
Exactly.
Your quarterback was the MVP.
And
they tried to do the tush push to win the game, but they couldn't do it.
Right, exactly. I mean, and it's historically one of the most heartbroken fan bases, right?
Yeah, because the four Super Bowls?
Yeah.
Come on, man. So, yeah, he's a little defensive. I don't have a problem with that. I don't have a problem with that.
Tells me he's a little worried about his job status.
Oh, yeah. Everybody over there should have bunghole-itis. Hell, Sean McDermott should have bunghole-itis.
They don't get over the hump. Someone's going to leave, and it's not the quarterback who they just paid again. 215-592-9494. All right, Robin Overbrook has a thought on the gorilla situation. What's up, Rob?
What's up, guys?
Hey, Rob.
What's up, man?
Kyle, Joe, you're completely insane.
Why?
He's not the only one.
Yeah, so is Kyle a little bit. Let me tell you something, Joe. I worked in a primate colony when I was in college, right?
Okay,
and I worked with baboons, I worked with chimps, and I worked with rhesus and Silomonicus monkeys. And we had one of the doctors there. She used to take this baboon out, and we had strict way to handle them. You had to put a collar on them and a chain through a pole, so that you could keep them away from you in case they decided they just wanted to do so. Because that's the way monkeys or apes are. They could be very, very friendly. Like you said with the chimp that ripped that lady's. You should watch that.
I did. It was uncomfortable to watch.
Yeah. Okay. So she's out there with the baboon, and he's her friend, and then he decides he just wanted to take a chunk out of her calf, and he did. And she could never wear dresses again. But your problem would be is convincing who's going to go first. Like who's going to? That's you might can tire him out, sure, because he's just an animal, with respiratory, he
got no stamina. He ain't got no stamina.
Right. Stamina. But you got who's going to be the first 20 to get killed?
That's what I tried to tell.
Not me.
Yeah, see, you want to be in the last. Kyle wants to be in the last load.
Yeah, you guys are worried about the first round. This is a 15-round bout, Rob. I'm not worried about round one. 15-rounder.
But somebody's going to get killed. Like you said, somebody's going to get killed.
A lot of people are going to get
killed. Somebody's going to be made an example out of.
Next man up, Rob.
Marathon, not a sprint.
Bring forth the sacrificial lamb.
Yeah,
that's what we doing.
Send them in. The lame, the cripple, whatever. The people that we have no use for in society. And send them in and the animal. But I don't think he will get, I think it's like you said. Working with animals, with monkeys. When they get enraged, when you were talking about, you saw him taking on another silverback and he got tired. Well, of course they got tired because they're equally matched. We are not equally matched.
But what about 100 of us, Rob? That's more than equally matched.
See, they dug in, Rob. They are
No,
dug
like,
in.
well, but hold on. Like, if we said a silverback is what, 1,800, or that can lift 1,800 pounds.
That's 10 men.
10 men.
Okay, well, you
There's your equally
10
matched.
times. You don't have to lift y'all 10. You don't have to beat y'all up 10 times. And
See,
and then multiply that by 10.
Fighting one, and we're taking his legs
Rob,
out.
This
Rob.
is the thing they don't realize. Once they see what that gorilla does to that one person, whatever fight they had or bravado that they had, it's gone.
Yeah. You guys are so worried about morale. Rob, good phone call. You worried about morale.
I know. They're way too much on the morale thing.
Strategy. I'm working on strategy here.
Everybody's a primate. We're all scared. We're both fighting for our lives.
I like how y'all are just real dismissive when it comes to morale. And
But this is
I
life
think
or
you're
death.
being dismissive of the gorilla's morale.
Yes. He's scared to
What's
death.
that movie y'all ever see? Y'all want to see a dead body? Have you ever
Stand by me?
No, it was I forgot what I think it was
Stand
Boys in
by
the
me.
Hood. Or it was Boys, it was one of them. But anyway, the point is
Dead
this.
body movies.
The point is this. I think it's something to be said about, say, if you standing there, you and Harry, y'all standing there, and y'all getting ready to fight the gorilla, and you and Harry go in, y'all all gung-ho, and you see this gorilla grab Harry and ragdoll Harry and rip Harry's arm off. You just were having a conversation with
Fucks
Harry.
for Harry.
Now, you were
This is
just
what we
having a
signed up
conversation
for.
with Harry, and he was all confident. And then you have the visual stuck in your head of this gorilla beating 3 other people with Harry's arm. Like that, that doesn't faze you at all.
Of course it does. This isn't for the faint of heart.
Yeah, like this isn't going to be a shock to people. You're fighting a gorilla.
You know what the funny part about all of this is that y'all just, like, I'm giving y'all visuals and y'all just dismiss, oh, it's not that bad. We just going to persevere.
This is the conversation we signed up for.
I actually, as much as people think
we just going to persevere.
As much as people think we're underestimating the gorilla, I think you're underestimating this fight of the human spirit if life or death's on the line.
The human
I
spirit.
Think y'all
I think you're
underestimating how y'all gonna react when you see somebody's arm
You ever see that
torn off
movie?
their
You ever
body.
see that
What
movie
about
where
the gorilla when he's surrounded by 100 people?
What
and
about-
he goes into I'm gonna kill everybody mode?
Did you ever see?
Hugh, he's going to be scared.
He's gonna be terrified.
What
You ever
they
seen the
call it?
movie? There was
Demon,
a movie
what
where
they call it demon time. He gonna be on that demon time.
I think you're pumping up the gorilla's headspace too much.
Okay, really?
He's going to be scared. He's going to be scared.
Okay. Okay, y'all.
If any
y'all-
animal in the wild is surrounded by 100 others, they're going to be worried.
Y'all banking on the gorilla being scared.
No, he will be.
What if the gorilla be like, game on?
This is nature.
Wait a second. Have you ever heard of stories where like a mother lifts a car to help a baby out?
Yes, I've heard of those
There's
stories.
also there was a movie where someone got they were hiking and they got stuck in between the rocks and they cut their own arm off.
Yeah, I
to
remember
live.
that. I saw that.
Was
that James Franco?
That
was a James Franco movie,
Maybe.
wasn't it?
Yeah, it might have been. There's a fight of humans when they're about to die that they rise
Fight or
up.
flight?
But yes. Just because you roll over doesn't mean everybody else would.
I'm just being realistic.
Yeah,
First
all
of all,
right.
I'm not getting my ass in the cage with a gorilla
See,
with
you're
100
out.
other folks.
All right, can I read you quickly the AI breakdown of this because a listener sent this, and I think this is exactly how I framed it earlier. This is what I think would happen. So this is from AI. The likely outcome. Okay, in the first, I'm reading it word for word. In the first few minutes, the gorilla could kill or incapacitate dozens with brutal efficiency, using its massive arms, bite, and speed. Panic would likely set in among the humans. Eventually, sheer numbers might overwhelm the gorilla if the men coordinated, piled on, and restrained it. But even then, it could kill many before being subdued. If victory came, the humans would likely suffer heavy casualties, perhaps 20 to 30 plus deaths, and dozen more with severe injuries. The gorilla would die or be fatally wounded only if the group managed to pin and suffocate it. I mean, we've been telling you this for an hour.
Yeah, you've been only to manage, but
20 to 30 is a win. If we walk out with 70 people alive, my
but
goodness.
There's a path here, is what Joe and I are saying.
Yes.
I think y'all forget one caveat, though. Those 20 to 30 guys that are killed and maimed, they're going to be yelling and screaming like, do you have the mental capacity to fight through all of that, knowing that you might be the next one?
Yeah, you have to be going off of adrenaline here if you're fighting a gorilla. You're not listening to the agonizing screams.
Yes, you are. They're not agonizing. They're blood-curdling screams. They're screams.
Whatever adjectives you want to use to describe them.
I used to have a leg about 2 minutes ago. Now it's gone. And he beating Billy with my leg.
Billy, I got to survive
Oh,
here.
poor Billy.
Leave Billy. I got to
We know.
survive.
We go into this knowing Billy's probably gone.
Yeah.
Billy, Harry.
No, your best bet is like, hey, listen, some of y'all ain't going to make it out. And then somebody's going to say, Why the hell am I here?
Hold on a second.
Why did I sign up
Hold
for
on
this?
a second. When you were playing on the defensive line and your tackle next to you got hurt, did you worry about that guy, or did you go get the quarterback?
That's something totally different. That's
it's
different
not.
than imminent death, Joe. We talk about imminent death. We're talking about a quick death.
But hold on.
From losing an appendage and getting beat with it.
You see guys get serious injuries in football all the time and play the rest of the game.
I ain't never
They
seen
get
nobody.
adrenaline.
I ain't never seen nobody get their arm torn off. I would venture to think that
But
if
you
I
didn't play
saw
against many
hold on.
silverbacks in the
There's-
NFL.
I'm just saying.
You got fewer nerve endings left.
No, I'm just saying if I see somebody, I gotta think that if I see somebody's arm get torn off in front of me in real time, that's gonna change my mentality.
Your mentality right now is sitting in that cozy chair, Hugh Douglas.
Yes.
We're talking about
I
going
know.
into the octagon ready to fight
Hold
a
on.
gorilla.
We know about Hugh. I mean, the reality. I mean, Ike was telling me a story. They played tennis with John McEnroe.
And
Hugh rolled over in the first.
because Ike's sitting there
first set.
Ike's trying to get all hyped. Like we're about to beat John McEnroe, and I'm telling him, I'm like, Ike, we're not beating John McEnroe.
Well, maybe
and
if
you know
you
what
gave
he
a little
did?
more effort.
You know what Ike did? He got mad at me because he was like, "Oh no, you just giving up," and he was mad.
This tells us all we need to know.
And I'm telling him, I'm like, dog, there's no way on God's green earth we got a chance against John McEnroe. And guess what John McEnroe went out there and did? It was two of us against him. You know what he did? The first serve, Ike, he hit the ball so hard, Ike couldn't even get the racket up. He had to defend it to keep it from hitting him in the chest.
Yeah.
And he stood in one spot and dispatched me and Ike at the same time.
I know what I get from
It
that
sounds
story.
like a filibuster with a John
I don't
McEnroe
want
story.
you on my side versus the
I'm just-
gorilla.
I'm
I know
just
that.
I'm just
You're
a realist.
rolling over.
I'm
All
just
right.
a realist.
Yeah, realist. I'm trying to survive here, and I think the 100 men could do it. All right, can we get to you people? See what they're up to today?
You people. It's time to hear from you people. What do you mean, you people?
A lot of debate in the YouTube chat
I
today
figured.
about the gorilla versus 100 men. First of all, just initial observations. Joe, Megamind
Okay.
today.
Yep. Like that.
That's another new one. A couple new ones for Hugh, actually. Super Grover from the Muppets.
That's a good one. That's a good one. That's a good one.
This one might be even better. The Blueberry Lady from Willy Wonka.
I hate y'all.
What's the new name of the show? Is it Megamind and Super Grover? Or
Super
Megamind?
Grover.
Super Grover.
Grover.
Our listener / caller Scott and King of Prussia referred to Hugh as Huey Roseman for a
Huey
new
Roseman.
entry in the bracket
I'm
next
stealing
year.
that one.
Yep.
I'm just trying to give y'all some little insight, man. Y'all don't want it.
Yeah, all right,
Y'all
here
don't
we
want it.
Yeah, a lot of people saying Joe and I are cowards for not wanting to be on the front lines. Yeah,
Well, I don't
Absolutely.
want to die. I mean, it might happen, but I don't
Death
want to be
is
there.
No
imminent.
trouble
Death
admitting
is
that.
imminent.
All right, this one's for Hugh. What about 100 heavyweight power slappers versus this gorilla?
Oh.
Power slap. Like you gotta watch the
I
power
did watch
slap.
it. That
Did you
guy's
see it?
eye moved.
He slapped somebody's eyeball out of his head. That power slapping is no joke, man.
I wouldn't start off with slapping the gorilla, though. That feels like you're here.
That's like a lose-lose.
Power slapper, though. I mean, maybe that's a good strategy to weaken it a little bit. This one, I'm not sure I buy, but somebody said Joe seems like the kind of guy to instigate gorillas at the zoo.
No.
That doesn't seem like a.
He poking the glass.
That's not-
No, I
Joe
don't see
beating
that.
his
no.
chest.
It's one
and
thing
stuff.
to instigate on the radio. It's another thing to instigate a gorilla in his domain. I'm not
Yeah,
doing that.
Yeah. One thing I don't appreciate: a lot of people naming their list of people at WIP that they'd put on the front lines.
Me, you.
Yeah, the camera got
Oh,
some. Me
Spike,
and you.
Spike, maybe
You gotta
Elliot.
love the you people.
Yeah.
They're so kind.
Yep.
They're so kind.
Very kind. Actually, we got this interesting Goddard take from someone in the you people chat. If Jalen values Goddard, he'll take the pay cut like Brady used to for Gronk.
Now we're talking.
I don't think he there yet.
Remember a couple years ago on the sideline, and I'm not sure if Goddard and Jalen. I mean, they're good enough, right? But they're
Didn't he give
Yeah,
him
it doesn't
didn't
feel
he
like
give
the
you your
Brady Gronk
number one?
relationship.
Didn't he give him the number one song?
there was some speculation on that.
Some reckless speculation.
From you.
Look like it.
Yep.
All right. One last thing here. It came up, the idea that the gorilla is so tough that it eats its own poop. Not that impressive. I've seen that while walking down 17th and Chestnut on the regular.
Yeah, that didn't move the needle on the gorilla
Eating your own
conversation.
poop is not.
That doesn't mean it means you're not that smart.
I mean, nah.
I mean, how many? I'm gonna stop.
Yeah, but But if you're not, why would you fool with somebody who eat their own poop though?
I'm not.
Yeah, there is the crazy element to
Yeah,
it.
no, hold on. I'm not saying
Like, I'm not messing with the homeless guy that's doing that.
No, I don't want to do this. But if we have to take down the gorilla,
Why do we have to take him down? See, let's talk about that.
It's what are you just gonna give up and let him win?
First of all, I'm gonna say this. Like, I'm not fighting a gorilla with no weapons. Like, that's number one.
This is like no choice. It's you and 99 others and the gorilla, and it's an octagon.
What am I fighting for?
Leaves. Yeah,
for food? Is we gonna eat? Are we gonna eat the gorilla?
Fighting for survival.
We're gonna make a couch or something. We're gonna make a gorilla couch. Somebody sent me a picture of a gorilla couch.
That gorilla couch is awesome.
It was awesome. I thought about getting one of those, but I don't think they make. I don't think it's for real.
No, I think you can get them.
You can.
Well,
not right now because them tariffs.
Yeah, I suggested it at home a few months ago. I got shot down on the gorilla.
Second time this
No, I'm just saying. I just thought about that. It was like, don't like they make that here, so them tariffs might be a little steep.
Really, that's what's stopping you from a gorilla couch? The tariffs, really? Okay, let's go to Jay in Philly. What's up, Jay?
Man, I love y'all, man. Thank you for getting me on, man. Thank you. Yo, this subject is so crazy that we're not even talking football. We're not even talking sports anymore.
It's really become about the gorilla versus the 100 man.
Like, people have called it. When I first heard it, it was Dallas Goedert, Kyle Schwarber, and
it became the gorilla.
No one has even talked about Kyle Schwarber at all.
Nope.
So anyway, y'all are crazy. Y'all keep talking as if this is a sanctioned bout that they sat down and went over rules with. So the gorilla is just going to let the first wave of guys jump on it. Y'all are insane. So it doesn't work like that. When a gorilla gets backed into a corner, it's going to act like a wild animal. So you're not just jumping on it. And also, 20 guys can't grab anything. So you're not even going to get that strength of 20 people to grab the gorilla.
Yeah, they just think this fight going to go just the way that they want it to go.
they think they're going to call timeouts and be like,
wait, I lost the arm. Wait.
Yeah.
Jim, what about, wait a minute, you knocked Jim's head off. Wait, you can't do that. No.
Yes, this is insane. So look, Hugh, it was definitely Boys in the Hood where they said,
want to see a dead body?
Please tell me you saw Paid in Full.
I did see. Was that with Cameron? That was a Cameron, right?
Yes. So remember when Wood Harris gets shot, they go to the hospital, and Cameron says, you all right? You tough, right? After he got shot. So I guess Joe and Kyle going to look at their group of people, have their arms and limbs on the ground, and be like, man, people get arms ripped off every day. Right?
That's what he said. That's what he said. Cats die every day, B.
Next man up, Jay. Next man up. Jay, man, we appreciate you.
He said, and Wood Harris said that movie, he said, I ain't healed right. My body is not healing right.
Yeah, no.
It's
you
ain't gonna heal right.
Man up attitude. All right, we got to run in a second, but I don't want to leave Tyler hanging. Tyler, you got like 30 seconds. I quickly need who wins, men or the gorilla?
It's the 100 men. We're not sending them in one at a time.
That's right.
All right. We aren't sending in 100 Kyles. All right. Or 100 Joes. Like, can you imagine sending in 100 of you in there?
I'm not going.
I mean, 100 of you
Kiss my ass, Kyle. I'm not going.
Would be crazy. Brute force and
what's that song by New Edition? You have to count me out. You gotta have to count me out.
Tyler, appreciate you. See, Tyler gets it.
I'm not going.
Well, no, he didn't mean he literally.
We know we're not recruiting you.
People built like you.
I'm in my twilight. I ain't going.
You'd roll over.
You're skipping his pre-draft interviews. He's not getting drafted.
You would dodge this draft. You'd be a draft dodger.
I'm trying to grow old with my son. I'm trying to get a little man right. That's all I'm trying to do. Right.
We're trying to survive. All right, you guys have a great rest of your night. Wheeler, McKenzie, Gordon, we getting a win over the Nats?
Who on the mound?
Wheeler.
Oh, yeah, we got this.
Guaranteed? No doubt?
Yes, guaranteed. I like how Kyle be ready to speak.
All right, afternoon show next. We'll talk to you tomorrow on Sports Radio 94 WIP.
Peace.
May 5th is now BG Day.
Fly, Eagles, fly.
All day long, 94 WIP is honoring Brandon Graham with classic stories, special guests, and the best BG moments of all time.
Oh, was he walloped by Brandon Graham?
Live all day, May 5th.
I just want to thank everybody.
Then cap off the day with BG Live, a special one-time event with Brandon at the Colonial Theater in Phoenixville.
What up, Philly?
Presented by Ashley Furniture. Feels good to be home. And sponsored by Auto Lenders, the smartest way to drive tariff-free.
Baseball fans love the long ball, and FanDuel, in partnership with Valley Forge Casino, is giving you even more reasons to love home runs every Tuesday during the MLB season. With Dinger Tuesdays, all FanDuel customers get a home run profit boost. That means when you bet on moonshots, you can take your winnings to new heights. So whether it's a big blast or an oppo boppo, FanDuel is your home for betting home runs. Just visit FanDuel.com/JohnR, JONR, and gear up to go yard all season long. That's FanDuel.com/JohnR, JONR, to claim your Dinger Tuesday profit boost. Make every moment more with FanDuel, America's #1 sportsbook, official sports betting partner of Major League Baseball. FanDuel Sportsbook is the official partner of 94 WIP.
21 plus and present in Pennsylvania. Opt-in required. Bonus issued is now withdrawable profit boost tokens. Restrictions apply, including any token expiration and max wager amount. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Swing for the fences with the Fence Authority, with 4 stores throughout the region and one of the largest inventories of wood, vinyl, and aluminum fencing with the best workmanship warranties in the country. Your new fence is waiting at fenceauthority.com.
Catchy tune, right? But don't let the urge to sing along distract you from the truck drifting towards your lane, or that lane-splitting biker creeping up beside you. Fortunately, every Hyundai offers advanced safety features that can alert you to potential dangers around you. And Hyundai has over 130 IIHS Top Safety Awards since 2006. Because Hyundai is always working to ensure the road doesn't. IIHS Top Safety Awards include Top Safety Pick and Top Safety Pick Plus awards to Hyundai vehicles from 2006 to 2025.
Buy 4 windows, get 4 free, and pay nothing until 2027 only from Window Nation.
With Wawa's new $2 for $6 menu, craft the order you want with options at $2, $4, and $6. Limited time only. Gotta have a Wawa.
Comcast Business helps turn today's small businesses into engines of modern business. It's how restaurants become reliably up and running neighborhood favorites. How retailers become seamlessly restocking, cyber-securing, must-visit shops. And how healthcare offices become the data managing caregivers that we all depend on. With reliable connectivity, enhanced cybersecurity, advanced fiber solutions, and Wi-Fi backup, Comcast Business is powering the engine of modern business, powering possibilities.
Now through May 4th, new customers can get started with 150 megabit internet for $59.99 a month for 12 months with a 2-year agreement. Plus, ask how to get up to a $500 prepaid card on a qualifying gig bundle. Call today. Restrictions apply. Not available in all areas. Requires enrollment in paperless billing and automatic payments with bank account. Early termination fee applies. Equipment, taxes, and other fees extra and subject to change.
Attention! Now, why does Jeremy have a megaphone?
Yeah, well, he's pretty jazzed about the new Mega Millions from the New Jersey Lottery.
More mega!
It's got a built-in multiplier now, and more eye-popping jackpots.
Something mega got more mega!
Even better odds of winning. It's more...
Mega? When I say more, you say mega! More!
Play Mega Millions today. Now $5.
Mega!
Must be 18 or older to buy a lottery ticket. Please play responsibly. If you or somebody you know has a gambling problem, call 1-800-GAMBLER.
I'm Bob Burke, founder and chairman of Burke America Parts Group, a family of brands that includes RepairClinic.com, an appliance and HVAC parts solution company that's grown into an international brand. Before AmericanEagle.com, we partially launched a new technology platform developed by another firm. American Eagle helped take our technology to a whole new level with digital marketing, software development, and business insights into our key markets, appliances, HVAC, and outdoor power equipment, and did so both on time and on budget. AmericanEagle.com has the resources, experience, and talent needed to produce solutions. Our new technology platform, developed by AmericanEagle.com, has produced tremendous results with higher traffic, conversion, engagement, and online revenue. If you have any home repairs you need to take care of, check us out at RepairClinic.com. If you need a world-class website or technology project, then I would highly recommend AmericanEagle.com.
Call AmericanEagle.com at 773-NETWORK. That's AmericanEagle.com, 773-NETWORK.
Here's Comedians and Sketchers Getting Comfortable, presented by Hands-Free Skechers Slip-Ins.
Hey, I'm Bobby Slayton, and I'm here with my pal, comedian, and Skechers ambassador, Mr. Howie Mandel.
Why did it take so long to invent something as amazing as slip-ins? I know it seems simple, but it took Skechers to invent a better pair of shoes.
Yep, with Skechers Slip-Ins, you just step in and go. You don't have to touch your shoes. And by the way, Slip-Ins are for the whole family, men, women, and kids, in all your favorite Skechers styles. Find Skechers Slip-Ins at a Skechers store, Skechers.com, or wherever stylish footwear is sold.
DQ presents How to Hit Summer's Sweet Spot. The new DQ Summer Blizzard Treat menu is here. And as the official treat of MLB, we're swinging big with our fan favorite S'mores Blizzard Treat. Plus, new mixing bowl mashup with brownie batter and chocolate chip cookie dough. And even more in our Stack Summer lineup. Hurry in today because nothing says summer like baseball and our new Summer Blizzard Treat menu. Right now at DQ. Happy tastes good. Participation may vary. Major League Baseball trademarks used with permission.
All right, when it comes to getting life insurance for your family, a lot of excuses can get in the way. But ask yourself this: if something were to happen to me, who would pay the mortgage, the kids' education, and the other bills? Then forget the excuses and check out Ethos Life, the online, easy way to get life insurance in 10 minutes. Ethos has rates that you can afford, like a $500,000 policy for a 40-year-old male starting at $1 a day or $30 a month with a few health questions and no medical exam. Get your free quote right now at checkethos.com. That's checkethos.com. Not available in all states. Rates do vary.
This is the story of the one. As a maintenance specialist for university housing, he knows college students can major in wear and tear. Plus, housing so many students doesn't leave a lot of room to house all the supplies he needs. That's where Grainger comes in. With over 1 million industrial-grade products and fast, dependable delivery, Grainger carries the quality products he needs so he doesn't have to. From a new door hinge to a whole new faucet. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
This is Andrew Perloff with an Odyssey Sports Minute. The San Francisco 49ers just made George Kittle the highest paid tight end in football. He's 31 and had a lot of wear and tear, but perhaps the contract is an acknowledgement of what Kittle has meant to this team. Not only is he one of the most productive tight ends in NFL history, he's one of the most unique personalities we've ever seen. The 49ers face a lot of pressure this season. Even if this is a risky long-term move, fans have to feel much better that Kittle is in the mix. I'm Andrew Perloff.
94 WIP HD1 Philadelphia, live from the Tasty Cake Studios. An Odyssey Sports Station. This is the afternoon show with Ike, Spike, and Fritz. Sports Radio 94 WIP.
Back again, the WIP afternoon show. With Ike and Spike and Fritz on a beautiful April afternoon. Ike, how you feeling?
Brother Spike, I'm doing pretty good. The most worthless day of the week. We've arrived here.
I forgot
again.
about that.
We've arrived here again. Every 7 days we're here. Yeah, so we arrived here again. I'm happy to be here. What a beautiful day it is outside today. No baseball last night, so I'm not so sure how much Jackie Baseball adds to the show today. But you know what? I'm here to listen to hear what he has. Holla at your boy.
I tell you what, we're monitoring the situation as we always do. Ike has increased his aggressiveness towards me in the last 24 hours. I think he's sick of me complaining about the parking garage, which I will complain about until the end of time. You know, I'm not going to complain about anything, guy. That's what me and Ike built this whole staple off of, our relationship. No complaining.
You complain all the time.
I do not complain all the time.
You complain.
About what?
Seltzer.
Yeah. He's always tired. Grow up. You've been on the show for 2.5 years. I don't want to hear how tired you are. We got a podcast to do, pal. I don't complain about squat.
All right.
First of all, I got to hear about your house problems every day.
Well, it's almost over. It's almost over. We move on Thursday. No more complaining. As of Thursday, you're going to be a new man on Thursday.
I don't know if he's going to be a new man.
I'm going to be a new man.
Well, he'll be complaining about parking for another month or two.
I won't be a new man.
I'm poor and I have kids at home, and we got it.
Where's the violin, man?
Yeah, hit the sad violin. Yeah.
You had to take me off the parking list? Why? It was perfectly fine. No one noticed. I get one nice new car, and everyone's like, "Oh, he makes too much money now."
Hold on, who's that driving that electric car?
You're not supposed to hear it coming.
Yeah.
Oh man.
There goes Jack.
Awesome. And you're not going to be a new man. You're going to be the same Spike, except with a new house.
I'm going to be new old Spike. I'm going to be the Spike that I was 3 months ago, as opposed to the Spike that I've been for the last 6 weeks.
And Rod didn't text me back when I asked for $375 a month for the parking. Looking for races over here.
All right,
let's do the show.
All right, big show. Baldy joins us at 4 to go over the Eagles draft. Tuesdays with Eliot happening at 3 o'clock. We know that'll end up in a fight one way or another. But I start off, we're going to do a Tell the Truth Tuesday because I am going to tell the truth. I don't think anybody will find this surprising, but I do think we are at a point in the Eagles offseason where you can say that largely the Eagles offseason is over. Right. I got a lot of people telling me just wait, during the free agency period and so on and so forth. And yes, we may see a player here or there this summer, but I think we can fairly say the Eagles offseason is over. And here, as we are taking stock of the Eagles offseason, I'm disappointed. I guess I would, if I'm being honest on Tell the Truth Tuesday, I'm just disappointed in the Eagles offseason because they got worse. And they just won the Super Bowl. And what I felt after winning the Super Bowl was here is an opportunity. Here's a team that is largely in their prime, just had the number one defense, has an offense that looks like it can get better, so on and so forth. Let's go in for the kill. Let's use this offseason to go in for the kill. Let's go get another one. And instead, it seems like they are taking a break almost this offseason or resetting. And while they'll be a contender, we ended the season last year sort of, way above everybody else. We look at this roster and say, this is by far the best team in the NFL. And I feel like with this offseason, we're still a good team, but we're with all the other contenders. So if I'm going to be honest on Tell the Truth Tuesday, I'm going to say that I'm just sort of disappointed in the offseason and the tack they decided to take.
Yeah, not surprised there.
Yes.
With you. I wouldn't say I'm disappointed. I'm content with what the offseason has been like. I knew there'd be some difficult decisions that would have to be made this offseason with personnel. So they had to make some difficult decisions there. They also made some good decisions by extending guys and bringing guys back like a Zach Bond. And then, you get out of the draft and I look at what they did with their first few picks of the draft. They had to replenish the talent they lost on the defensive side of the ball with younger guys with higher ceilings, and you hope that you can balance out. You may not be as strong on that side of the football as you were last year. Doesn't mean you have to be terrible on that side of the ball. Doesn't mean your offense has to carry a little bit more of the load this year versus what they did last year, although they were very good last year. Don't get me wrong. Very good last year, averaging 27 points a game, but they may have to do a little bit more this year. Here's the thing. When you are a defending champion, meaning you're just coming off of winning this thing, your roster is always going to get hit the hardest. And it's a difficult task to try to put together a roster that's comparable to what just won a championship. So that would be unfair for them to do, to put that expectation on them. But you have to ask yourself, are we good enough to go do it again? And if I'm looking at the personnel right now compared to the rest of the league, I think they are good enough. Now, it's going to be harder, tougher schedule, road tests, all of that. Inexperienced players that don't have championship sort of medal. I get that. But I look at the offensive side of the ball, and I'm like, man, there's so much talent on that side of the ball. That's just where I have to hang my hat at this year. So I'm content with what they've done. They haven't done – I'm not going to sit here and tell you I feel better about the team and they're better than they were last year. But there are not very many repeat champions. And the one thing I wouldn't have wanted, Spike, is the feeling of we've already passed on this season as far as trying to win a championship.
But don't you kind of feel like that's what they've done?
I don't feel that. That's why I was yelling to the top of my lungs at Eliot 2 weeks ago about trading A.J. Brown. Because to me, that's the type of stuff that would symbol or signify that you're not trying to win this year. They're coming back with a roster that you can still go out and win with.
Yeah, I guess
yeah,
I
can.
Yeah. But I think they went from, when you see the odds and see them as the favorite to win the Super Bowl, I don't know if they're the favorite to win the Super Bowl. I think they're right there with maybe 5 or 6 other teams. And at the end of last year, they felt way better than every other team. And for them to take a sort of a step back and maybe say, hey, we got to grow, we got to look toward the future when it just seems like it was right there to win another one, that's why I'm disappointed. I'm disappointed to see so many productive players gone. I'm not just disappointed to see productive players gone, but I'm disappointed to not see them replaced with players that I know can be productive almost immediately. Sure, could these draft picks, they could work out, but that's going to be years.
Young players, yeah.
Right?
Yeah. You got to have measured expectations with rookies.
Like everyone's saying, oh, Makuba, he's the CJGJ replacement.
Yeah.
It's like, okay, he was the last pick of the second round. Like, let's relax before we're saying that he's automatically replacing the guy who
the Pro Bowl level player.
Yeah.
I mean, that's what CJ, let's face it, that's what CJGJ was, a Pro Bowl level player.
So with Makuba placing him, maybe we have what? Keely Ringo replacing, Darius Slay.
Or Dory Jackson.
We have
Keely Ringo. We're not doing a Dory Jackson.
Okay. I'm just saying he's here.
Well, he's here. It's just like, I don't know.
You went to USC, that's why you like him?
What's that?
You went to USC, that's why you like him?
Who?
Dory Jackson.
I don't like him. He's just there. Yeah, he's fine. He wasn't even good enough to play all the time on the Giants. All right, it's Tell the Truth Tuesday, 215-592-9494. It is a safe space. Are you a little disappointed in the Eagles offseason? Are you disappointed we went from by far the best roster in the NFL to just another contender? It's okay to admit you're a little bit disappointed. It doesn't mean you don't like the players that are on the team. It doesn't make you not an Eagles fan, but you could be a little disappointed. Jack, are you a little disappointed in the Eagles?
No, because I made peace with it. Because I've already accepted that it's going to be a step back season, and I'm ready to give them a pass. Like, they just won the Super Bowl. I mean, why can't I give them a pass? I don't need this gung-ho, bang, bang, bang. Let's go back to back. The Eagles deserve a pass for next year. They're obviously getting younger on defense.
No one's really going to give them a pass next year. They lose the first game. They lose the first game to the Lions or the Rams or whoever it is. Nobody's giving them a pass. I can promise you
He's
that.
the last person that'll be giving out passes.
Well, yes. Yeah. This is the fakest pass I ever saw in my entire life.
Give him a nice pass.
They may get a pass at the end of the season when it's ultimately over.
When you guys are all saying how hard it is to go back to back.
Yes, exactly. Well, it is hard to go back to back.
And what the Eagles are doing now is they're trying to extend their window rather than closing their window. That's what they're doing, which is fine.
Okay.
It's a step back here. It's fine.
No, it's not. That's why I don't agree with you on a step back here.
Well, it's definitely a step back here.
Don't agree with the step back here. I certainly don't agree that they are intentionally taking a step back this year.
How are they not intentionally taking a step back? They let a bunch of good players go and replaced them with bargain bin.
They're about to let Dallas Goedert go.
No, because I don't know if that's going to happen yet, although it certainly has the feel that Goddard won't be here this year. No, they were always going to be stuck between a rock and a hard place as far as who they could keep and who they would have to let walk. There was no way they were going to be able to keep Zach Bond, whom everybody said was their number one free agent.
But they didn't keep anybody else.
No, because they couldn't afford to keep anybody else. I mean, they couldn't get Milton Williams. What did he get? $100 million? I don't even remember what he got.
Something like that.
And then certainly wasn't going to pay Sweat that amount of money.
It's a step back. I mean, it's a little bit of a step back here.
I mean, it may wind up being a step back here, but to me, that's no different than the last, I don't know how many Super Bowl champions. The Chiefs are the only ones who repeated. The Patriots.
I want to repeat. 215-592-9494. Yeah.
I believe the Chiefs did that after letting Tyreek Hill go.
They did.
So they had to make tough decisions with who they could pay and who they couldn't pay. And then it becomes on your coach and your organization and your quarterback. I mean, that's who it becomes. It comes on those guys.
All right, 215-592-9494. You're a little disappointed in the Eagles offseason. We do have a next question today. Happy birthday to Michelle Pfeiffer, who was born this day in 1958, which makes her what, 67 years old?
No, I think 60. I think 65.
No.
Well, she'd be 70 if it was.
Yes.
If it was
65.
2028.
Yeah. So he's 67 years old. Nice try, Jack. Nice try on the math.
I don't think you're right.
You didn't write a math book. Yes, you did. So for today's next question, give us your go-to blonde. Blonde could be a guy, girl, whatever. Could be a horse.
Go-to horse?
Yeah,
That's
I don't
blonde?
know. Well, who knows? Jack, who's your go-to blonde?
Big answer. Loved him in Wedding Crashers. Owen Wilson.
Owen Wilson?
That's a good blonde.
That's a dynamite blonde.
Yeah.
Good luck topping that.
Yep. Ike, go-to
No,
blonde.
Go-to blonde. I'm not.
You got to try to keep the delegation happy on this one?
Nah,
Okay. All right.
It's a blonde. How can I keep the delegation happy?
There's a couple
Beyonce's
options.
new album has she's
That's
a
not
blonde.
real blonde hair.
Lil' Kim. All right. Yep.
Yeah, that's not real blonde.
Okay,
Yeah,
all right,
You
all
want
right.
to give me a wig? Yeah, I know
Well,
what it all.
okay,
Yeah, a lot of
all
them.
right, all
Don't
right.
try to call me out with the delegation.
No, I'm not.
yeah,
I'm not. I'm
stop with
I'm
that.
just trying to,
No, I'm just.
Okay.
Blondes. I don't know who would be my go-to blonde. Not a big blonde person.
No.
Nah, not really. You know, man. Go ahead. You pick one.
All right.
Let me see if I can think of one.
So first of all, let me say my wife is a blonde.
What did you say, Michelle Pfeiffer?
Michelle Pfeiffer.
Hmm.
My wife is a blonde, and it's her
Happy
birthday
birthday,
today.
Val.
It's her birthday, so happy
Today's
birthday,
Val's
Valerie.
birthday?
It is her birthday.
Wow.
So happy birthday, Valerie.
Happy birthday,
A
Val.
blonde. My go-to blonde, however, is Kate Upton.
There it is.
Ooh, Kate Upton.
Yeah.
There you go.
Yeah. Because picking my wife would be cheating. That's the only reason I'm not picking Val. It'd be cheating.
Kate Upton. That's a good blonde.
Yeah, it is. Yep.
That's pretty good.
Yep. You have to think on this
I
one?
still can't think of one.
All
Yeah.
right. All right. 215.
Why can't I think of a blonde?
I
Because
don't know.
you use Michelle Pfeiffer. That's probably the one I would have used.
It's the only blonde, you know?
What do you say? Go to? I know
Yeah.
other blondes.
All right. All right. Well, you'll think of one.
Yeah, I'll think of
All
one.
right.
Might
215.
have
There's
to go
not
to
many
the-
blondes
I
out
might have
there.
to go to the delegation. Can I use Beyonce?
Good.
Sure. Yeah.
She's blonde hair, right?
Yes.
All right. Then, yeah, there you go.
All right. There you go.
The
Beyonce.
delegation is happy.
All right. 215-592-9494.
I was seriously stumped. I couldn't think of one.
I know. I was shocked, actually. Corey in Columbus leads us off. You're on WIP. What's up, Corey?
And we started the show with fireworks. Spike, hypocrisy. You a hypocrite right now, Spike.
How?
You a hypocrite. I'm gonna tell you how. Because you up here acting like the Eagles last year. You was looking at them like they was the greatest thing since sliced bread. You didn't think they was winning the Super Bowl till we actually was holding the trophy. Now all of a sudden we can't.
Well, okay. So, Corey, what do you want me to do? Do you want me to make my assessment based on what I thought in Week 3 last year, or what I thought after they won the Super Bowl?
Week 3? You ain't picked them to win the Super Bowl in Week 19, 20. Do you what? Week 3? Don't do that, Spike.
I picked them to win the NFC Championship game. I picked them to win every playoff game, and I picked them to win the Super Bowl.
After Detroit went down.
No, I picked, but wait a minute. I picked them to win every game that they played. Corey, we're talking about from the end of last season till now. Are you disappointed how the offseason went? They were the best team in football, clearly, at the end of last season. I do not think they are clearly the best team in football now.
All right, well, you see, we talking in matter of fact. You stood up here and you just said you don't know if they the favorite. First of all, the term favorite comes from betting. They literally the favorite. Not who we think. The term favorite comes from betting. They the favorite still to win, right? Right or wrong?
They are the betting favorite to win, yes.
Okay, so right.
But
so,
it doesn't make them the most likely.
So when you look at this, I mean, it's football. I'm just saying we using the term favorite. So when you look at the team, we getting the replacements raw. See, so a guy like Ty Robinson, we don't draft him to replace Milton Williams. You draft Ty Robinson to replace Moro Ojomo. It's Ojomo's job that we hoping that he gonna replace Milton Williams. Same thing with Keely Ringo. You know what I'm saying? That dude's job ain't supposed to be to replace Darius Slay. Darius Slay was CB1. Our job now is Quinyon Mitchell is CB1. We need Keely Ringo to replace what Quinyon Mitchell did at CB2.
Oh, should be easy. Should be easy to have him play as well as a guy that was like basically a Pro Bowl player last year, was Defensive Rookie of the Year.
Right. But what I'm saying is, hold on, let me finish. What OG said. Let me land my plane.
Land the plane.
Yeah.
Something Sam Hinkie could never do.
Yeah. Wasn't given the chance.
So look, like we still got a long off season left. I get it. The big parts is done. Like I get it. Free agency is done.
Oh, what else are they gonna do, Corey? You crazy?
It's done.
I mean, you can make a trade for a corner. I mean, we've seen them trade for Ronald Darby before the season started. We've seen them trade for C.J. Gardner-Johnson before the season started. I know Jahan Dotson didn't do much, but we've seen them make a trade like that. What I'm saying is we've seen this team make trades when they see deficiencies on the roster going into the season. As of right now, the only question I really have on the roster is at safety, because we don't know yet. We don't know if Sidney Brown can play.
Yep.
We don't know where Makuba going to play.
Yep.
And outside corner. Everywhere else, I ain't worried. I'm not worried about the defensive line. I'm not worried about the other two corners. I'm not worried about Reed. I'm not worried about the linebacker. So it's like the only two questions is really an outside corner and safety.
That's it, but that's not true.
We're not. Okay, worried about the linebacker? There's at least a question mark there at linebacker.
Well, see, my thing is with the linebackers is like, you got a guy like that. How many times have we went into the Eagles season where we don't even know who playing linebacker? We like, hey, we might have this guy, we might have that guy. You know, you got an all-pro linebacker starting at least in one position, right?
Sure, yeah.
But we're not comparing it to the beginning of last year. We're comparing it to the end of last year.
Right? But what I'm saying is it's a season. When you go into the season, we're not going to end like those guys left. So you're not going to go into a season where you left off. That's the point of a season.
Yeah, but for you to say you don't have any questions about the defensive line, where I hope Moro Ojomo is as good as Milton Williams. Milton Williams is good enough to just get paid $100 million. I hope like Jalix Hunt and Azeez Ojulari and whatever are as good enough to replace on edge. No, I can land my plane now. We lost Josh Sweat, we lost Brandon Graham, like we lost. Like debatably the guys that were two of the most important guys on the edge last year. I hope these new guys are fine, but to just say that we're picking out the wrong guys to replace, I don't. You can't be as confident in all of those things as you were in what happened the end of last year. It's okay, just say they're not going to be as good.
Nope, you don't have to say that.
Brandon, what I'm saying is Brandon Graham didn't play like the last 8 games. So we ain't gonna count Brandon Graham.
Yes,
right?
but he played, but he was their best edge for the first half of the season.
He did not play the last 8 games. So I'm not going to count Brandon Graham like we lost a big part of him. You know what I'm saying? Like, he wasn't on the field until the Super Bowl. He wasn't on them games. I ain't going to just say we lost him. Like, what I'm saying is I like what the replacements that they bought in. Are we saying they're going to be Josh Sweat and Milton Williams? I don't know. But if you look at the rotation, but we finished the season with last year, the starters are still here. Only one different is Milton Williams. Like, Jordan Davis is still here. Jalen Carter's still here. And the two edges, those starters
Sweat.
are still here.
Sweat is not here. Well, I feel like I'm going crazy.
Yeah.
Josh Sweat's not here.
Jalen Thompson was playing like what, 45, 50% of the time?
Either we're talking about starters or we're not. Like we did, it's okay to admit we lost important players.
Well, if nothing else, the depth was better last year.
Yes, it had to be.
Said we didn't lose players. Every team loses players, but what I'm saying is I'm not worried saying like, oh, woe is me, we're not that good anymore. I'm not going to say that because I got to see these dudes play first. Just like last year going into the season, people didn't think that the team was that good, and we saw we won the Super Bowl. I can't say that until I see these dudes play.
Okay, give us your go-to blonde.
All right, real quick too.
Yeah.
Hey, man. Y'all was talking about centers yesterday, yo. If I'm Josh Allen, yo, we going home. We having a good time. You know, me and Haley Steinfeld, you know, we going to play some, role plays in the room. You know what I'm saying? But look.
Wait. What'd you say? Oh, we're talking about sex scene?
Haley Steinfeld.
Yeah, I'm not sure I'd be able to deal with that, by the way, if I'm Josh Allen. Like,
Really? What would the issue be?
You mean the you didn't see the scene, buddy.
Oh, was it like?
Yeah, I mean, like, yeah.
Well, if you date an actress, man.
I know.
Yeah,
I just not sure I'd be able to deal with it. That's all.
Hey, listen, I get all that, but hey, listen, I'm gonna need you to be the girl in the scene for me. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Hey, but I got Scarlett Johansson.
That's a good one.
There you go.
That's a good one. Scarlett Johansson's a good one. Absolutely.
Plus, I had to go to my top blonde list. I don't know why Charlize Theron.
Charlize Theron, yeah. A+.
Why didn't she pop in my head?
I don't know.
Man.
She's in your head now.
Yep.
2 Days in the Valley. You remember that one? You remember that movie?
Yeah.
That was
What
her
is she
first
best known for? She in Pulp Fiction?
No.
No, that was Uma.
Yeah.
Uma.
Charlize Theron was in Mad Max.
Yeah.
Charlize Theron was in Monster.
It's also Uma Thurman's.
She was great in Monster.
Yep.
She was in Devil's Advocate.
Yes, she was in Devil's Advocate.
Yeah. That's probably the first time I was like, man, who the hell is that?
Yep.
I seen her in something else too. Oh, she was.
We're forgetting a big one.
She was in A Time to Kill.
Oh,
no, was that Ashley Judd?
There we are. 221.
That might have been Ashley Judd in A Time to Kill.
University of Kentucky's own.
Yeah.
All right.
I think that was Ashley Judd.
Coming up next.
Whose hair has been different colors.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. I was a big Ashley Judd fan.
Yeah.
It was Lost Ike.
She was in that double Jeopardy movie. Ashley Judd. That was a good one.
Yeah.
Double Jeopardy, the best premise of all time. She gets convicted of killing her husband, was it?
Mm-hmm.
And she gets out of prison somehow, but but he's not dead. So she goes to kill him anyway because she's already been convicted of it. And you can't be convicted twice of the same crime.
Who's the go-to? Who was the blonde of the 90s?
Ooh, the 90s.
Meg Ryan?
Hell no. Cindy Crawford?
Is Sharon Stone on that list?
Sharon
Stone.
Stone. Yeah.
Hell yeah. I just got too excited.
Wait, what did you just? Cindy Crawford's not blonde.
She's not. See?
Nah, redhead.
Cindy Crawford.
I thought she's a brunette.
But maybe brunette, but not blonde.
Okay.
215.
Yeah, 215. All right. All right. Are you disappointed in the Eagles offseason?
Let's lock back
It's
in.
Tell the Truth Tuesday.
Lock
I can imagine it's 5:42. We're still like, hey, you know who had a good
Still
year?
coming up with names.
You know who had a good year? Coming up next, another quote from Howie about whether there is a path, at least, to bringing their tight end, Dallas Goedert,
Come on,
back.
Howie.
Come on, Howie.
Come on, man.
Put away your pride.
DG back here.
It's the WIP Afternoon Show with Ike, Spike, and Fritz.
Man, you know me. You know I'm a mink man. And you know that the PGA Championship is coming back to the Philadelphia area at Arana Mink Golf Club in May of 2026. Be a part of history as the iconic Wanamaker Trophy is awarded in the city of brotherly love. Witness every thrilling moment as the world's best golfers compete to have their names amongst golf's elite champions. Register now at pgachampionship.com/register. Again, that's pgachampionship.com/register and secure your chance to purchase tickets.
The Phillies kick off a 3-game series against the Nationals. Tonight, leading off starts at 6. Sponsored by Nissan. Nissan makes cars that thrill. Shop NissanUSA.com. The first pitch is at 6:45. Then stick around for the final out on your exclusive home for Phillies baseball.
And that ball is gone into the basket. Max Kepler.
Sports Radio 94 WIP.
Going up. Prices keep going up these days. It feels like being on an elevator that only goes up. Going up. But not at Metro. We're pushing the down button. Going down. We've lowered prices. Get one line of 5G data for $40. Period. That's 20% lower. And you get a free 5G phone when you bring your number. Only at Metro.
5-year guarantee on eligible plans. Exclusions apply. See website for details. Not available at Metro with T-Mobile in the past 6 months. Tax applies.
BetMGM has an unreal deal for sports fans. Turn $10 into $150 if you win your first bet at BetMGM. Simply download the BetMGM app and sign up using bonus code Philly150. Then place a $10 bet on any sport. You'll receive $150 in bonus bets if you win. The fun doesn't stop there. The sportsbook that knows how to treat you right has plenty of surprises in store. Sign in to get instant access to a variety of parlay selection features like the new look same game parlays, live betting options, and more. Download the app today and get $150 in bonus bets if you win your first bet with bonus code Philly150. BetMGM and GameSense remind you to play responsibly. See BetMGM.com for terms. 21 plus only. Pennsylvania only. New customer offer subject to eligibility requirements. Rewards are non-withdrawable bonus bets that expire in 7 days. If you or someone you know has a gambling problem, help is available. Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Hey, Joe Cameron here. Tasty Cake has a treat for every John. Peanut butter fans have candy cakes, those chocolate-coated cakes with the creamy layer of peanut butter inside. There's crimpets, the light sponge cakes topped with rich icing for people who like the classics. Donut lovers have options for days. You've got frosted mini donuts, powdered mini donuts, and you can't forget about the delicious dip and sticks flavors. There's so many uniquely satisfying treats to choose from, but there's no surprise because it's Tasty Cake, except no substitutes.
Upgrade to a Carrier Infinity heat pump and enjoy reliable comfort, lower energy costs, and up to 38% reduced CO2 emissions over 15 years. Now through June 27th, save up to $2,000 in cool cash rebates and special financing on qualifying systems. Don't wait. Save energy and money today. Visit nopaycarrier.com to learn more and find a trusted contractor. Carrier. Turn to the experts.
Greetings, Boomtown. Ever since this neighborhood switched to Xfinity Internet,
The Wi-Fi is booming!
Xfinity combines the power of internet and mobile with one all-in plan.
So we've all got lightning-fast, secure Wi-Fi speeds at home and on the go with Wi-Fi Power Boost from Xfinity Mobile.
You get the most reliable Wi-Fi with our best in-class equipment and unlimited data included. Plus, add an unlimited mobile line.
All for only $40 a month for 1 year. To celebrate this combo, we're matching our shows together.
It's everything you need all in one plan. Plus, learn how to get a free 5G phone with a premium unlimited line. Now, sit back and relax with the smooth, relaxing sound
of face-melting acid metal!
Brilliant.
Visit Xfinity.com to learn more. Ends June 23rd with paperless billing and autopay to stored bank account. Restrictions apply. Xfinity Internet gateway required. Taxes, fees extra. After 1 year rate increases to $110 a month. After 2 years, regular rates apply. Actual Wi-Fi speeds vary. Most reliable Wi-Fi based on Open Signal Awards USA. Fixed broadband experience report August 2024.
Hey, Joe DeCamera here. Baseball fans love the long ball, and FanDuel Sportsbook in partnership with Valley Forge Casino is giving even more reasons to love home runs this year every Tuesday during the MLB season. Because with Dinger Tuesdays, all FanDuel customers get a home run profit boost. That means when you bet on moonshots, you can take your winnings to new heights. So whether it's an Oppo Boppo or a wall scraper, FanDuel's got all the home runs covered, and of course, your spot to bet the home runs. Visit FanDuel.com/hammer. That's FanDuel.com/hammer. Gear up to go yard all season long at FanDuel.com/hammer to claim your Dinger Tuesday profit boost. Make every moment more with FanDuel Sportsbook, America's #1 sportsbook, the official sports betting partner of Major League Baseball. FanDuel, the official partner of 94 WIP.
21 plus and present in Pennsylvania. Opt-in required. Bonus issued is now withdrawable profit boost token. Restrictions apply, including any token expiration and max wager amount. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
I'm Bob Burke, founder and chairman of Burke America Parts Group, a family of brands that includes RepairClinic.com, an appliance and HVAC parts solution company that's grown into an international brand. Before AmericanEagle.com, we partially launched a new technology platform developed by another firm. American Eagle helped take our technology to a whole new level with digital marketing, software development, and business insights into our key markets, appliances, HVAC, and outdoor power equipment, and did so both on time and on budget. AmericanEagle.com has the resources, experience, and talent needed to produce solutions. Our new technology platform, developed by AmericanEagle.com, has produced tremendous results with higher traffic, conversion, engagement, and online revenue. If you have any home repairs you need to take care of, check us out at RepairClinic.com. If you need a world-class website or technology project, then I would highly recommend AmericanEagle.com.
Call AmericanEagle.com at 773-NETWORK. That's AmericanEagle.com, 773-NETWORK.
The Broad Street Bombers play on the home of the Phillies.
Grand slam!
Sports Radio 94 WIP.
Eliot Shorr-Parks coming up at 3 o'clock for Tuesdays with Eliot.
A notable blonde.
He is a notable blonde. Will anyone name him as their go-to blonde is the question. Probably not. The Twitter question is brought to you by Mark's Jewelers. Show the mom in your life how much she means to you this Mother's Day with a special gift with your purchase. Details at marks-jewelers.com. Are you disappointed in this Eagles offseason? Yes or no? What do you think?
Hell no. And I'm going to say 80%.
89%. We have some liars here. You can't.
It's been an okay all season.
What's been okay great about it?
It's been okay.
Done anything.
What I heard was going into free agency, we can keep two.
Yeah.
We didn't keep two. We only kept one.
Right.
We replaced them with literally not one notable free agent. Not one.
Mm-hmm.
Every single one was a bargain bin guy. Some might work out. Some might not. Some might whatever. We didn't trade up in the draft. Didn't get anybody that anybody was talking about. Now, Jahad Campbell might end up being a really good player, but like, come on. It's like you could be a little disappointed in the offseason. That's all. Is you can be a little disappointed. Might end up working out, but you could be a little disappointed.
What?
Tell the truth Tuesday.
Well, why should we be disappointed? Because that's what I don't get. Like, if you think about the overall feeling of the team, I don't think people feel like we don't have a chance to go win the Super Bowl this year. This season is going to be a waste of season. We're not even trying to win. Like, I don't think that's the feeling around the team.
Do you think this, if I had said, when the offseason started, if I had said, okay, here's what we're going to do with the guys that we're losing.
Mm-hmm.
We're going to replace Josh Sweat with Josh Uche and Azeez Ojulari.
Right.
We're going to replace, Nakobe Dean with a draft pick.
Mm-hmm.
We're going to replace Darius Slay with Keely Ringo.
Mm-hmm.
We're going to replace, CJ GJ with a second-round pick and Sidney Brown.
Okay.
We're going to replace Mekhi Becton with Tyler Steen and a guy who was a bust somewhere else, maybe might end up being good here, whatever.
Mm-hmm. And
we're going to lose Dallas Goedert, and we're not going to replace him with anybody.
Like, I've not lost Dallas Goedert yet,
but it seems like it. And people would have been happy with all that. I just
happy is different than being content. So And maybe it is the same. Maybe it's a fine line between those two.
Right.
I don't think people would be jumping up and down for joy over it, as I am not from that standpoint. But I also look at the team. The only player that I can say, you know what, kind of caught me off guard is CJ. And like everyone else, we knew the Eagles were going to have difficulty spending money this offseason. So I didn't expect a star cornerback to come in and replace Slay. I didn't expect them to go out and get some big-name defensive end that would come in and replace Josh Sweat. We always felt that they were going to replace from within when it comes to Milton Williams as a rotational tackle. And even the Mekhi Becton situation, as much as I wanted him back, it's not like he was the linchpin to the offensive line. You still got 4 other Pro Bowl, all-pro caliber offensive linemen there. So we all feel like the O-line is going to be perfectly fine, right? I don't think anybody's worried about the offensive line.
No. I think the offensive line will likely be fine.
Going to be perfectly fine. Defensively, listen, we didn't get a lot of sacks last year. And I'll say this, as much as I love Slay as a player, and I did, I'm not going to crap on Slay because he's not here, as we'll do sometimes when players leave. I'm not going to do that with Slay because I think he earned respect for what he did and how he played here. But he wasn't necessarily a playmaker last year.
Slay, no, but he was good.
He didn't get his first interception until the Green Bay playoff game.
I would say that Slay was better than I thought he was going to be last year.
I understand that. He didn't shut down a top receiver. Like, we watched him play. He was good for a 30-plus-year-old corner. Would you say he played better than Quinyon Mitchell last year?
No.
Well, and he was a rookie.
But yes, but he was also maybe the defensive rookie of the year.
But he didn't have an interception either until at least we saw him.
Well, it's because CJ stole all of them from him. Here's part of my disappointment is I heard for so long that the cap doesn't exist for the Eagles.
Yeah.
And this entire offseason has been about managing the cap.
But then you heard that from people who don't know about the cap.
Well, even what's-his-face said it. Jake Rosenberg basically said if there's a way, they can figure out a way to keep everybody. They can keep, if they really want to keep a guy, there's a way they can figure out a way to keep a guy.
Not what Joe Banner said.
Well, that's what Jake Rosenberg said. He's been there more recently than Joe Banner has.
All I know is I'm saying Joe and Jake Rosenberg also is well, the proof is in the pudding of what they did.
Sure.
Like it's what they did. So they obviously don't have the flexibility to go out and sign a bunch of people. And quite frankly, if I were to look at, this is one thing we didn't do because we don't look back at it this way. Go look at the free agent signings. Tell me the players that the Eagles would have signed for the money that they got and would have been a difference maker here. I'd argue this is probably one of the weaker free agency classes when it comes to impact players. Anytime Milton Williams got the biggest contract in free agency, he's at the top of the list.
Yeah, but don't
no other defense. I don't know if any other dynamic defensive players moved around this offseason.
I guess what worries me is that we probably lost the 2 biggest defensive free agents in football, in Josh Sweat and Milton Williams.
We knew
in terms
that,
of money,
we anticipated that.
I guess, but
so if you keep Milton Williams, you can't keep Zach Bond.
You say we can't. Yeah. Well, they chose not to. I don't know if they couldn't have.
Well, here's the thing. They also paid Saquon.
They did, which was also a weird decision.
But the right decision.
I guess.
Oh, it was the right decision.
Well, I guess, yeah.
Fritz?
A weird decision.
All right, there we go. Thank you.
We're talking about the best player on the team.
Last year.
Yes.
Well, you pay players for future performance.
Won the Super Bowl.
You pay players for future performance. They gave him the biggest running back contract there was, and then they went and doubled down and gave him $40 more million.
Because imagine paying somebody $13 million and he's underpaid. Because you gave him a contract based on what they got, what running backs get paid last year in a market that shows a little bit of respect, or very little respect for running backs. And then after the season he is a $20 million a year player. Can we all agree with that?
Was a $20 million a year player last year?
Yes.
Well, I don't know if he's going to be that this year. You wouldn't make that bet, I don't think. Would you rather give Saquon that money or keep Milton Williams and Josh Sweat?
Saquon, without even thinking about it.
And remember, Saquon was under contract for the next 2 years.
Yes, I still would rather pay Saquon. First of all, Josh Sweat had a great contract year.
Sure, yes.
And it was 8.5 sacks.
Yep. I agree.
Wasn't all pro, wasn't a Pro Bowler.
Super Bowl MVP.
Okay. A lot of Super Bowl MVPs that played well for that one game. I can run them off to you. Larry Brown, Timmy Smith? Yeah, Timmy Smith had a great game for the Washington Redskins.
Nick Foles.
Jalen Hurts. 215-592-9494.
Well, you can even say Jalen Hurts.
Right.
I'm just saying.
Yeah.
At least Jalen Hurts has been a all-pro player.
Yes,
Josh
you're
Sweat
right. You're
has
right.
not. See, come on. Josh Sweat is not that great of a player.
No.
And they overpaid for him.
I agree.
They overpaid for him. So the Eagles know this, and they're not going to overpay for Josh Sweat.
But they overpaid for a guy they already had.
He's worth it.
Last year.
No, he's worth it, period.
Okay. 215-592-9494. Dave in New York. You're on WIP. What's up, Dave?
Hey, how's it going?
Hey, Dave.
First time calling into this show. I've been wanting to, but only now on my own paternity leave, so I was actually able to call in.
Oh, nice. Yeah, you and Jack, 2 peas in a pod.
Yep, just take all the time off.
Yeah.
Yeah, well, I think our kids were born around the same time because she is 2-0 as an Eagles fan, championship game and Super Bowl. So
okay,
yeah, sadly Sutton is too.
Yeah.
Sutton's 3-0, right? 4-0.
Sutton's never seen a loss. Yeah. Well, how long's your paternity leave? Hold on, I got a sympathy week.
You had 2 weeks.
Yeah, 2 weeks.
I have 1 week. Most of my wife's back at work, and this is my 1 week.
There you go. So you have 1 week.
Wife is back at work.
Wait a minute. You have 1 week, and Jack took 2. So Jack took 100% more leave than you did.
Well, I took 1 week originally and added the second week. Technically, still have 4 more weeks. It was good knowing you all for the month of July.
All right.
So my main point I want to make is, of course the team is worse. And I think that's no surprise, right? Just given the math around free agency. But I think what's disappointing is paying Saquon and also the draft. And I think for those reasons, it is a disappointing offseason. I think I totally hear Saquon being worth the money, but you didn't have to pay him. You had him under contract for 2 more years. And the draft, unlike last year where we quite clearly addressed the biggest hole in the roster with the 2 cornerbacks, it's not really clear to me how we address some of the bigger holes. Maybe Campbell is an edge rusher, but hasn't really played that and at all recently. And I think some of the other holes on defense, it's not obvious to me that the team's gotten a lot better there. So maybe some of these drafts just pan out. But I guess on the whole, I'd say, of course, the team was going to get worse. The only way that wasn't going to be the case is if Jalen Hurts is Patrick Mahomes or Tom Brady and can just carry a worse team as he gets better, which I don't think is likely.
Well, but by the way, let me say this about what Jalen has the opportunity to do. Ike brought up the Chiefs losing Tyreek Hill. Jalen hasn't really lost. He'll lose Goddard most likely, but Jalen will have every tool at his disposal to rise to the occasion next year. He's got 2 great wide receivers. He's got the best offensive line in football. He has Saquon. So if nothing's been really taken away from Jalen. So if there is a rise to the occasion opportunity, it is for that guy right there next year.
Yeah, and we'll see. I don't know if Jalen has that in him. I think if he plays like he did the last 3 games of the playoffs and does that throughout the entire year, then I think we'll definitely see that. And maybe the team, I think certainly the team will is a contender for the Super Bowl, even with the step down. But yeah, I'm pretty disappointed with the draft overall. I was hoping, I'm glad that they drafted defense. That's clearly where the holes were. But I didn't think it was a great draft. And the fact that we probably are going to lose Goddard, who I think is underrated in terms of the impact he has on the team when he's healthy, makes me think it's more of we're 1 out of maybe 6 different teams to have a shot at it, as opposed to being clearly the best.
Yeah, I think that's fair. They haven't, and Dave.
I wonder what their odds were last year before the season.
Were they were top
were they 1 of
3
6
or 4?
teams? Well, coming off the year they had.
Yeah.
Were they 1 of 6 teams that had a legitimate chance to win the Super Bowl, Dave?
They probably were.
I would say
but
no.
I think we all felt much better coming out of that draft. Like, I think we all knew Quignon and Coop were the real deal.
We definitely felt good coming out of the
How the
draft.
hell
last
could we know Quignon and Coop were the real deal? How many of y'all watched Iowa play? And that goes double for Toledo. No, we hope they were good.
Yeah, but Quignon was pretty much ranked the number one
I
cornerback.
understand. He
in the
still was
draft.
out of Toledo,
Yeah,
though.
for sure.
To say we knew it. It's like, I don't, how many people watch Toledo
The
play?
Eagles were plus 1,200 last year to win the Super Bowl.
Where was that in terms of they had to be like fifth or sixth?
Yeah,
right?
Chiefs were higher. Lions and Eagles were tied at plus 1,200.
Well, there you go. Well, that's
As the tops in the NFC?
The Ravens are plus 1,000, so they had better odds. And then I'm trying to see what the Niners were. The Niners are plus 600. So yeah, so like 5-6.
Okay,
well, they're the
there you
same.
go. Yeah. Going into last year, though. All right. The Dave. Next question. Give us your go-to blonde.
Legally blonde.
Reese Witherspoon. There you go. We had the ex-husband of Reese right here in the studio.
Ryan.
You guys did, Ryan
Yes.
Phillippe. Shout out, Ryan, if you're listening. You're more than just Reese
He's a
Witherspoon's
big
ex-husband.
Yeah, he's a big. Yes.
We love you, Ryan.
He's a big Eagles fan.
You are she's your ex-wife. That's the way we think about it here.
Yes,
That's the way we think about it here.
Hold on. Yeah, where's the brotherhood? At
Yes.
here,
So I don't even know her name. Ryan. I forgot about her. Be complete honest with you. 215-592-9494. Spring is here. As the guy said earlier, I'm moving into my new house on Thursday, and very soon, that house will have new windows from Goedert and a brand new front door from Goedert. I didn't have proper respect for the front door until I went over to Goedert and talked to Ron.
And now you're a doorsman.
Well, the front door is the centerpiece of the home. You look at the home, the first thing you see is the front door. Look, if you have to replace those windows like I did, yes. And I went in that house. I was like, oh, these windows need replacing. Now I'm excited to get that triple pane glass in there. That high efficiency, low E glass. Oh yeah. Call Goedert. You've had to replace those windows and maybe even the door as well. And it's a good time to do it. It's spring. That's when you get those little jobs you've been putting off all winter. Goedert's going to help you out. 20% off everything. So that's off 20% off of that insulated front entry doors, 20% off the sliding patio door, also which I'm getting, 20% off every expertly installed energy efficient window. You start your project with no money down, so you could walk into Goedert with no money in your pocket and interest-free financing for up to 3 years, 36 months. This is a limited time only. There are restrictions. So what I want you to do is call 877-GO-GODDET. Get all the details from them. They can set up your free, no obligation in-home estimate. Or go to gogodded.com. That's GoGuida.com. So we've been talking about whether they will or will not lose Dallas Goedert. There have been breadcrumbs from Howie all offseason that seem like they will lose him. He was asked the question directly. Here's how it went.
Do you see a path where Dallas can come back at this point? And is that the one place maybe you're still a little bit uncomfortable?
Dallas is a heck of a player, heck of a person. Certainly don't want to do anything publicly where we're discussing anyone's business, but have so much respect for him. Been to 2 Super Bowls together, and obviously would love him on this team. You always love having Dallas on this team, but we're not there right now on any of that. But love Dallas Goedert.
Yeah, I mean, this is, I think they definitely, my gut is they want him on the team, and it's a much lower number. But I just keep going back to, on the number part of it, if they're not, like they have 20, I don't know how much the draft is going to eat into the cap space. We'll get with Eliot on that. Yeah. I think they had about $20 million going into the draft. So of cap space, you figure maybe they lose 6 or 7 million of that,
to draft picks,
to draft picks. But then, like, what are you doing with that cap number? I guess is my question. I know you want to win the negotiation to some extent, but I guess if I'm the Eagles, and I know the Eagles always want to have a little bit of cap flexibility within the season in case something were to come up, but what is that cap space doing for you at this point? I guess that's my point. Yeah. I know you want him for a little less money because he misses games, so on and so, he's older, but what's the purpose here? Again, I think they're just better off having him. They're a better team if he's on the team.
Yeah. I mean, we've been saying that from the beginning. I think most fans want him here if it can work out. But this certainly feels like it's a money thing.
Yeah.
So, it really boils down to the Eagles not wanting to pay Dallas Goedert whatever it is he's due to make this year. Because if, let's say, Goddard wanted to get an extension, right? And they couldn't come to a deal. Okay, then he just plays out the final year of his deal.
That's my point. Is just play out the year, have him on the team.
What type of now they did this with Josh Sweat last year.
Yeah.
What type of pay cut did he take?
I think he made $9 million last year.
Yeah, and I don't know.
And maybe they guaranteed it or something.
I don't know what how much did it come down? I don't know if he went from 20 to 9.
Yeah,
or,
I have no idea.
You know what I mean? So
do you think that part of this from a cap standpoint, do you think there's another deal they want to make? Do you think there's a big deal?
No.
Is there a TJ Watt? Is there a Hendrickson? No.
Nope.
Now, I just can't figure out what they're doing with that cap number. Like why it's such a big deal. That's my
because
my question.
I don't and then I don't know what the ramifications are if they were to release him. Right? I mean, we're gonna ask Eliot. Like, I'm wondering if you could just release him, then you release him and move on from him. If he isn't willing to take a pay cut, you're gonna have to release him anyway. Right? If he's not gonna take a pay cut.
Well, if he's not going to, you either release him or he just plays on this year.
That's what I'm saying.
Yeah.
But it seems like the Eagles want him to take a pay cut.
It seems like he's not going to play on this year.
Yeah,
Here we go. Yeah. Well, if they cut him before, it's okay. So it makes it even more confounding when you look at it, right? So his cap number now is 11.7.
Okay.
If they release him before June 1st, his cap number is 21.3.
Okay, so they're not going to do that.
Right. If they release him after June 1st, his cap number is 9.5.
Oh, then they're going to wait out to June 1st.
Yeah, but then they only save $2 million on the cap.
Well, what I can't figure out about that is that they designated Slay as a post-June 1st cut when they cut him.
They did.
So
yeah, can they just do that?
They can do it. It's like you have to wait until June 1st. You can designate
Right, but I think
someone.
they knew that they weren't going to trade Slay, so it's really just let him go ahead and find something for him.
They think he has more value, right?
Yeah, they're actually trying to get something in return for Dallas.
But it's a 5th round pick or a 4th round pick. That's what makes it frustrating.
Right?
Like
just keep him.
Just keep him.
Dude, you got 20 picks over the next 2 years.
Yeah, you don't even need a pick.
How many? We don't have enough roster spots for all those.
Well,
picks.
here's the other
Also,
thing.
who's starting at tight end?
Well, here's the other thing.
Grant Calcaterra.
I don't know. You didn't make tight end a priority in this draft.
They didn't draft one, and there were a bunch of tight ends in this draft.
Then what's the plan if it's not Dallas Goedert?
That's what I'm saying.
And
they signed one bargain bin guy for tight end, didn't they? They said,
oh yeah, but it's like a blocker, I think.
Okay.
Not like they do need that, but still,
it's weird.
Yeah, I don't know. It's still not more valuable than having Goddard on the team. Yeah, I have no idea.
I can't figure it out.
Yeah,
and they tried it. You tried it. You tried bringing him into the draft, hoping somebody would trade for him. By the way, the one team that Eliot kept talking about as a potential trade partner just drafted the best tight end in the draft. So they don't need Dallas Goedert.
Yep.
You know, you're not going to trade him. You're not. Just keep him. And Dallas, take a little bit less. Make them feel like they won. You know, I also wonder too.
I don't know about that.
Well, I also wonder.
I don't know about that.
I also wonder this: if you're Dallas Goedert's agent, and you are now in this situation, and you look and you say, if you didn't want us, you could have designated me as a post-June 1st cut at the beginning of free agency and given my client a chance to go explore the market.
Yeah.
Now there's no room anywhere for him to make money.
Yeah.
So now they like if I'm Dallas Goedert and I'm Dallas Goedert's agent, I feel a little annoyed that you.
Well, that's why it's even less likely he takes the pay cut. You've already cost him money.
Right. You've already cost him money.
Yeah.
Just keep him. All right. We'll ask Eliot. I'm gonna drill down on Eliot here because Eliot insisted they were gonna trade him for something. You remember
They probably tried to.
Well, you know, he partly won Eagles Insider of the Year on his Dallas Goedert stuff. So this could hurt him. It could hurt him in 2026.
Yeah, as long as we can remember.
All right. 215-592-9494. It's okay to admit it. Tell the Truth Tuesday. Are you a little disappointed at the Eagles offseason? I sure am. And I'll tell you, speaking of disappointed, Eliot Shorr-Parks joins us next. This is the WIP Afternoon Show with Ike, Spike, and Fritz.
Baseball fans love the long ball, and FanDuel, in partnership with Valley Forge Casino, is giving you even more reasons to love home runs every Tuesday during the MLB season. Because with Dinger Tuesdays, all FanDuel customers get a home run profit boost. Now, that means when you bet on moonshots, you can take your winnings to new heights. So whether it's a big blast or an oppo boppo, FanDuel has your home for betting home runs. Betting home runs, yes. Just visit FanDuel.com/Ike and gear up to go yard all season long. What an E looks like an A. I thought it was batting. Now, that's FanDuel.com/Ike to claim your Dinger Tuesday profit boost. Make every moment more with FanDuel, America's #1 sportsbook, official sports betting partner of Major League Baseball. FanDuel Sportsbook is the official partner of 94 WIP.
21 plus and present in Pennsylvania. Opt-in required. Bonus issued is now withdrawable profit boost token. Restrictions apply, including any token expiration and max wager amount. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
May 5th is now BG Day.
Fly, Eagles, fly.
All day long, 94 WIP is honoring Brandon Graham with classic stories, special guests, and the best BG moments of all time.
Oh, was he walloped by Brandon Graham?
Live all day, May 5th.
I just want to thank everybody.
Then cap off the day with BG Live, a special one-time event with Brandon at the Colonial Theater in Phoenixville.
What up, Phillies?
Presented by Ashley Furniture. Feels good to be home. And sponsored by Mid-Penn Bank, supporting local communities since 1868.
Wawa's new $2 for $6 menu is here. Craft the order you want and save big while you're at it with your favorite options now priced at $2, $4, and $6. Grab a $4 smoothie and $6 classic turkey hoagie, or a $2 iced coffee and $4 roasted chicken sandwich. From built-to-order hoagies to snacks, drinks, and more, pick one deal or try them all. Wawa's $2 for $6 menu. Available now for a limited time. Gotta have a Wawa.
This spring, Christian Home Services is standing with our nation's heroes. Now, schedule a $29 cooling system tune-up, and we'll donate every dollar to the Wounded Warrior Project, up to $5,000. With Christian Home Services, it's more than a tune-up. It's a way to honor those who've sacrificed for our freedom. Stay cool, save energy, and give back to the brave men and women who served our country. Call 267-957-1989 and ask about our no breakdown guarantee, or visit ChristianHomeservices.com.
Legend has it, underneath the NJM insurance offices lies a room of rejected mascot memorabilia. Is it real? No one knows. But we do know NJM is proud to put policyholders first. No jingles or mascots, just great insurance.
Insurance underwritten by NJM Insurance Company and its subsidiaries.
This Mother's Day, skip the pretty candles and give her something pretty amazing. Rest a renewal at Hand & Stone Massage and Facial Spa. Get $20 off a massage or facial gift card, or $40 off when you gift both. Visit handandstone.com today.
Is today the day? The day you try something beyond your usual at Wawa? The day you decide to live a little closer to the edge? The day you put dill pickle ranch on your crispy chicken sandwich, or your panini, or your pizza? We dare you. We dill pickle dare you. Try Wawa's new lineup with dill pickle ranch and crispy pickles, now for a limited time. Gotta have a Wawa.
Success is picking up extra shifts for your family. Now you want to be the boss. Success is getting your foot in the door. Now you want to take the next step. Success looks different to everyone, and University of Maryland Global Campus can help you reach your goals. And there's never been a better time to get started on your future. Apply now and save with no application fee. Classes start May 14th. As an accredited state university, UMGC has been transforming lives for over 75 years. With more than 135 undergraduate and graduate degrees and certificates, online and hybrid courses, personalized support, financial resources, and lifetime career services, achieving your dreams is more possible than ever before. Choose the program that's right for your career goals and get started on your next success. Get your application fee waived now. Classes start May 14th. Learn more at umgc.edu. Certified to operate in Virginia by Chev.
It seems like just yesterday when I captured my son's first steps or when we recorded his soccer games on VHS tapes. Those moments are gone. But the old home movies and pictures don't need to be. That's why my son created Legacy Box.
That's right, Mom. Over 1 million families have used Legacy Box to digitally preserve their old home movies and photos.
Simply fill Legacy Box with your old camcorder tapes, film, and photos. They will professionally digitize and send them back on DVDs, thumb drive, or the cloud.
With Mother's Day around the corner, it's the perfect time to get your Legacy Box and save your family's history. After all, few things are as important as protecting your precious memories. Give your mom a Mother's Day present she'll never forget. Legacy Box is offering a 60% discount. Order yours today and take advantage of our best Mother's Day sale ever. Visit legacybox.com/value and for a limited time, get an incredible 60% off your order. That's legacybox.com/value for 60% off. legacybox.com/value.
Get one free set of brake pads when you buy 2 brake rotors. Visit O'Reilly Auto Parts. Offer in-store only. Restrictions apply. See store for details.
O'Reilly Auto Parts.
Some people just know they could save hundreds on car insurance by checking Allstate first. Like, to check you have your phone first, before the cab pulls away.
Hey, thanks, man. No, wait, my phone, come back. It's got my boarding pass, credit cards, phone numbers, my life, come back.
Checking first is smart. So check Allstate first for a quote that could save you hundreds. You're in good hands with Allstate.
Savings vary, subject to terms, conditions, and availability. Allstate Fire and Casualty Insurance Company and Affiliates, Northbrook, Illinois.
Check engine or ABS light on? Take the guesswork out of your warning lights with O'Reilly Veriscan. It's free. Ask for O'Reilly Veriscan.
O'Reilly Auto Parts.
This is Andrew Bogish with an Odyssey Sports Minute sponsored by Prevagen. Prevagen, made for your brain. All the heat culture mockery is warranted today, but I kind of wish there was actual punishment for Miami for losing back-to-back home playoff games by 37 and then 55 points. Maybe the Heat should lose a draft pick, or maybe next season they can't be rescued by the play-in again. I'm Andrew Bogish.
94 WIP HD1 Philadelphia. Live from the Tasty Cake Studios. An Odyssey Sports Station. This is the afternoon show. Sports Radio 94 WIP.
The WIP Afternoon Show with Ike, Spike, and Fritz. It's Tuesday at 3 o'clock. Back from the Capitol is our embedded DC reporter, Eliot Shorr-Parks. What up? Hey, how you doing, Elliot?
What up, E?
Interesting day yesterday.
Yeah, I bet.
Yeah.
Just a quick note. I saw you scrambling around for headphones. You're on the air enough.
I know. I was waiting for you to say this.
You need
Literally,
your own...
as I was plugging the other ones in, I knew you were going to say this.
You just... Real radio hosts have their own
I
headphones.
agree.
Yeah. Just get yourself a pair of headphones.
Okay.
You're not going to do it, though.
Well, honestly, I have my eye on a pair of nice headphones for the gym, but maybe I can justify the purchase for here.
Get some, because you're a hair guy.
I am a hair guy.
You got to get the in-ear ones, like Ike and I
you
wear.
guys do that, and I respect it, but for me, I feel like I need to have these in. But maybe once I did that, I would realize it's not that different.
Yeah, this is the first time I ever did it. I kind of like
it. Yeah,
I kind of like
feel
it.
like you are like a over the head guy.
So I was.
Nice haircut, by the way.
Thank you very much. Well, I'm
sure
always
the
wearing the
YouTubers
hat.
agree.
Well, yes. Oh, come on. Yeah, I thought about it as soon as we went on the air. I was like, I'm not wearing a hat. I'm not wearing a hat today.
As if
Here
this
we
guy
go.
could get uglier.
Yeah, there it is. Yeah, I'm sure.
Ooh, boy.
Yeah, Jack could tell you. So looking back on yesterday, it's quite an experience for you.
Yeah.
Right? I mean, you must look back and say, wow, I covered an event at the White House.
Yeah, I mean, I have a bunch of thoughts on it. The first I would say is I just think it's cool to have been there, and also when the Eagles win their next Super Bowl, like it'll have been cool to gone through this, so I can know what to expect the next time and all that. So I think it's a good experience. I also think yesterday ended up being like a win for everybody. Like if you didn't want them to go, guess what? Most of the roster didn't go. If you wanted them to go, they went. Like the team was there, Lurie and all that. And if you don't care the way and like you don't want the whole political thing, then you got to remember they won the Super Bowl. Like I think for all of it that it could have been yesterday, I think it probably was the best possible outcome for how it could have gone.
I agree. Because if one or two of them hadn't gone, it would have been a whole thing.
Right.
But the fact that everybody got what they wanted out of it, and we can just move on, and we have the pictures, we have the video, we have funny moments. Him bringing up Big Dom and calling him Dominic is funny. Is whatever. Yeah, it's over. I'm glad that it went the way that it did.
Yeah, I mean, and also there's only one more thing for this team. It's the ring ceremony, and that's it. Then it's officially on to next year.
Do we know when that is?
No.
Okay.
Well, I mean, they probably do. They haven't told us. We haven't even seen the ring. Haven't even seen the rings yet.
Oh no, yeah. It usually debuts on social media when the rings are finished.
Do you think they'll put?
They may not do it until.
No, they don't do it until it's revealed.
Yeah, until they give them out that night.
Because I think the players it's the first time.
It's the first time they get to see what they look like.
Do you think they'll put both Lombardis on there?
Yes.
Yeah.
So, but not all the players won both Lombardis. Okay. Okay, I'm just saying, not all players won both Lombardis.
Don't start this, man. Oh God, you made me explain this.
All right,
every team does this.
So the Patriots put 6 on there.
Yes.
See, I don't like that though, because
that's fine. You don't like it, but I'm just saying the Eagles aren't. They're doing what every team does,
right.
Because it's a representation of the organization. So if you happen to be on a team that won the 5th Super Bowl overall with the organization, to distinguish your ring from the other teams that won Super Bowls, yours have 5 on it.
But wouldn't the year do that? I get your point. You were right that it's the 5th ring they've won. That is a good point. But I'm just saying,
that's a good point, Ike.
It is a good point.
I like that he threw that in there.
Ike just gave me a look that he's never given me before. It was total exasperation.
I think it was a good point, but there's the other way that you can show the uniqueness of the ring compared to others.
Sure.
Is
the year is on there.
The year, yeah. That's what I'm saying.
It's on there.
Right. So
but let me ask you this. Let me just ask you this.
And then we can get to the top.
Well, just from an aesthetic. Just from an aesthetic.
Well, because I think it's a little ridiculous. They're bringing both trophies everywhere. It's celebrating one team.
But celebrate the organization.
But you're celebrating the organization.
But no. But they're celebrating the Super Bowl win. They are. They're celebrating the Super Bowl win. I look, it's cool they've won 2 Super Bowls, obviously. But we would make fun of the Cowboys if they brought 4 trophies, or how many they have everywhere they won. If they win another Super Bowl and they brought all the trophies everywhere, we'd be like, oh, well, those are, I think let the one stand on its own a little bit.
I hear that. But since it's only 2, it's okay. I would agree. I don't need to see 5 Super Bowl trophies at the White House.
Right.
But I don't know if Kansas City brought all of their Super Bowl trophies with them. I don't know that.
Maybe we'll find out. Apparently they might go. So
yeah.
I mean, you need another team to win who has multiple championships to show it. You don't have to worry about the Cowboys ever doing that.
There you go.
Not anytime soon.
Alive,
yeah. I mean, there was a Dallas sucks chant at the
which is also pretty awesome.
Yeah, that was awesome.
So we were talking about this before the show. Were there family members there? Were any of the players allowed to bring family members?
It's hard for me to say because I don't know what all their family members look like. But it did seem like there was a section.
You would know what the wives or significant others look like that are players' wives. Or significant others.
Yeah.
I'll say
they don't look like the coaches' wives.
Yeah, it was a lot of coaches. I'll say that. I mean, you look
that's
at the
just
picture.
Bill Belichick's girlfriend.
Well, that seems like that's a whole
other thing. Yeah.
I mean, if you look at the pictures from yesterday, in the moment when they first walked out, I thought there was maybe 20 or so players or 30. It looked like there was a decent showing. It was really mostly coaches up there. When you look at it, I think there ended up being 32 players of a possible 80 something. So, I mean, almost less than a fourth. That's not right. Less than a third went. Yeah.
It's less than a half.
It's more than a third.
Yes.
It's roughly more than a third.
Yes,
well, I'm trying to diminish it. I'm trying to,
yeah, it's definitely more than a third. Yeah. Okay.
Ooh, boy,
yeah.
And also only 8 of 22 starters, I think, were there.
Okay.
Now that was surprising.
So
5 was the offensive line and
it was offensive line, Saquon, and then Cooper and Blankenship.
There definitely were some funny social media moments.
Eli Ricks was there.
Eli Ricks tweeted.
I didn't see this until after, by the way. When you guys said on the air yesterday, Eli really had fun. I was like, I guess. I know what you were talking about.
Eli Ricks' first tweet, Donald Trump daughter is beautiful, man. And then beautiful damn. And then following it up with, by the way, she is married. After seeing her in person, Ivanka is exactly my type. That is a bold tweet, my
Here's
friend.
the funniest thing. Like I haven't looked at the timestamp, but based off the fact you guys knew, and
It was while they were there.
Yeah, they're
It was while
in
they
the
were there.
White
Yeah,
House.
yeah,
Like if I was Eli, I might have waited till I'm,
I would have waited on
outside the grounds
Yeah.
to maybe tweet that one
Yes.
out.
He
Yeah,
was excited though.
he was.
He took a picture of the him right next to the
Yeah.
bloody picture, and then
Yeah.
there was Mekhi Becton came fully decked out with his giant big
Yeah.
ticket chain
In the
as
White
well.
House.
Yeah.
I think him and Britton Covey were the only former players that showed up.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
No, and soon to be Dallas Goedert. Maybe we did.
Yeah.
And then you didn't get to ask any questions, so you didn't get to ask your tush push question, but
Neither
he
did
did.
Tim.
He did. Yes, Tim did not either.
Man,
But
rent-free.
Trump did comment on the tush push, and
Awesome.
Wow.
here's what he said.
The Eagles scored a touchdown on their signature play, the tush push. You know what that is? Or is I hope they keep that play, Coach. I don't know. What? You know, they're
Definitely playing to
talking
this
about,
crowd.
getting
Yes.
rid of that play. I understand they should keep. But what do you think, Saquon?
There you go. There you go. So
How long did he have to study all this before going out there?
Well, there's no way he. I
Well,
mean,
I know,
someone
that's why
wrote
I'm-
that.
that's why I'm laughing about it.
yeah,
He has no
they
idea
wrote
what the
it.
hell a tush push is.
Yeah.
Right. Although he did have a section in there about Jalen.
Yes. Yeah, it was very complimentary.
Yeah, well, no, it
Yeah.
was, but like when he talked about different players, it was like, oh, and Saquon Barkley, and here he is. I think he was very aware prior that Jalen was not
Was
there.
not
Like
there.
he didn't turn around and look for Jalen. That's what I'm saying.
Right. Oh yeah. They know. Well, yeah, because he's asking, where's the quarterback?
Right.
They probably told him. I wonder
Yes.
if in his notes he knew that.
Well, he saw the game.
Yes.
Wasn't he at the game?
He was at the game. Yeah,
He was at the
well,
game.
He mentioned it. Yeah,
He knows what Jalen looks like.
Actually, because
Well, they were behind him though.
No, I know. I'm saying
Yeah.
that he knows that he's not.
Oh, not there. Right.
at the Super Bowl, on my way into the thing, I went in the wrong door, and the Secret Service was like, "You need to leave immediately." And I had to turn around.
really?
Yeah.
Oh, would have been so cool if they threw you on the ground.
Yeah, that would have been awesome.
Who the hell are you?
Yeah. I'm in jail at the Super Bowl doing the pod. Like, yeah.
Well, I don't think you'd be doing the pod if you were in jail.
No,
Yeah.
you're right. I wouldn't check. You're right. Yeah.
Sounds
It
like
would have been you stepping in. Yeah, it would have been you stepping in.
It sounds like you got pushed out of the way by the Secret Service.
Hey,
Yeah. You would have been on the celebration
Tush
pod. Like
push.
Jalen actually wasn't that good.
Push.
Yeah, that's not true, Elliot. I did one post game the little Go Birds podcast. Didn't mention Jalen once the last 2 minutes. Said he was fine.
Yeah, that's right. The Ravens win.
Who could forget?
So, all right. Well, there it goes. It wraps up. The Eagles do their
Yes.
White House visit. Good job, Elliot.
Thank
well,
you.
Nice shot in the. What is that called? What is that? What's the? Were you in a rose garden?
Yeah, the picture online.
Yeah,
I crushed that. Yeah,
nice suit, too.
Thank you. Yeah.
nice.
I don't normally take good photos, so I was very
Good,
happy with
though.
that.
Well,
Thank
you didn't take it. Somebody else took it.
No, I meant like my eyes are closed
Oh,
or whatever,
okay,
so
yeah.
I was happy.
Well, you had glasses on.
Okay.
That's why I wear them.
Who took the photo?
Zach Berman at PHLY.
Ah,
Oh,
okay.
no wonder it was looking up.
Oh my god!
Got him! Got him!
Come on.
I love Zach. That was just right there.
That's why nobody likes us right now.
Yeah, this is like I'm not gonna be allowed in the media house soon because of you guys.
Well, I don't care if the beat writers like us. They can
man.
all.
I care a little bit.
Well, you know what? The difference between you and them is that you make news and they report what they're
All
told.
right, okay,
Yeah, all right. This is me saying it, not you.
yeah.
And by the way, I wouldn't be mean to them if they weren't mean to us.
That's a good point.
They started.
How much do you defend us when you're out there? in the
Yeah.
Oh,
streets?
trust me, I defend WIP.
Okay.
Yeah.
Because I know you get all of them. You and your guys over there. at
Yeah,
WIP.
exactly. This
Yeah.
will be a great WIP topic. Like, yes, it's
Like,
interesting.
shut up.
Yeah.
How about this? Every time you tweet, I'm talking to you, beat writer. Every time you tweet, so-and-so said on the radio station or something, out of here.
Yeah.
Out of here. 94.1 WIP.
Yeah,
Don't add us.
FM, yeah.
Get out of here.
Yeah.
I'm sorry, I have to write this article to the radio. Blah, 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 blah.
All right.
Yep. Out of here. Get out of here. Get out of here.
Anyway, it was
Okay.
a nice photo of
All
me,
right.
wasn't
There
it?
you go.
Yeah.
Moving on.
You can check it out on Instagram at Eliot Shorr-Parks.
All right. So we
Toss it a like.
all right, enough.
I mean, it's up over 700.
So all right, enough. We were just talking about Dallas Goedert.
Yes.
So you reported early on, this isn't a gotcha thing. You reported early on they were looking to trade him. Clearly they were looking to trade
Yeah.
him. They went in the draft clearly looking to trade him. I was very skeptical that they were going to be able to get anything from him. They end up not getting anything for him. And one of the teams that you had mentioned previously, the Colts, drafted a tight end. They don't seem interested right now. I guess my question now, and we're just looking at the cap thing, is his cap number on the team is 11.5. His cap number, if they cut him before June 1st, is 21. His cap number, if they cut him after June 1st, is 9.5. It does not seem as if there is any gain to not having Dallas Goedert on the team at this point.
Right.
So now they tried, and the other thing that we had mentioned is that if they had wanted to cut him early in free agency and designate him as a post-June 1st cut, at least he has a chance to go make money. There's no chance for him to go make money now.
Two things on that. One, I think both sides are probably a little surprised at the, I don't want to say lack of interest, but like the fact that, I mean, you saw the report, the Eagles are willing to take picks, and well, now we're after the draft, but at the time in next year's draft, everyone in the league knows Dallas is available. It's not like it's a secret. And I think at this point, the Eagles would probably take whatever they could get, like a 5th round pick for him that, you know, would have contingencies. So I think there's two things at play here as to why he's not traded. One, I understand looking at the cap number, but I think this isn't about the cap number. This is about the cash. This is another cash thing. So I think Dallas, I believe, if he plays out this year, has $14 million in non-guaranteed cash coming his way. Now, obviously, if he's on the Eagles roster, he's going to make that money. Like, they're not going to cut him in week 4. So in some ways it's guaranteed, but it's not fully guaranteed. Now, this ties back to like the Chauncey trade, right? Like when they traded Chauncey, it was, well, they did this because they save a lot of cash. Like they're saving cash as opposed to cap space. With Goedert, it's not about the cap number. It's about the cash. So why is he not traded? I think because teams don't want to pay him probably what he's looking for. And so now, like after, I mean, almost months of this, right? Like I guess 2 months, however, like
he's not going to get traded.
He might, but because what could happen now is the draft just happened. So a team could sit there and go, okay, we wanted to draft a tight end. We didn't get a tight end. Let's reconvene and talk about what we can do at this position. OTAs are happening. Teams could have OTAs and after, 2 weeks on the field of work being like, yeah, our tight ends aren't good enough. So I think he still could get traded, but the door that's starting to creep open is would he stay here at $5 million or $4 million? Like,
but what is so his motivation in that case would be, even if he gets cut, he's not guaranteed that money, whether it's on the cap or not.
That's my understanding of it, correct.
All right. So he would lose money if he were cut, even though they would have the cap number there.
I think in some ways, and this is maybe a bit of a stretch, but like you could almost look at Goedert as a free agent. Like he is going to play for whoever will pay him the most money for the most part. Now, obviously, there's a trade component to this. So let's say the Chargers say, we'll give you $8 million a year for 3 years, right? That's probably more than the Eagles are willing to pay him, but like the Chargers will then have to come up with compensation. I just don't think the Eagles are going to look for much compensation. So I think the bigger roadblock to him being traded now is the financial aspect of it, and probably him not being valued around the league the way he probably feels he should be.
Yeah, I just think they're a better team with him on the team at this point. Like, you didn't get anything for him. Like,
yeah. Goddard's an interesting player because I agree Goedert is a very good tight end. He made huge plays for them last year. I also think if you remove like the name and just look at like the production, what do you have? 400 yards last year, 450 yards. I mean, he's not a massive part of the offense. So if you look at their offseason, I know they didn't draft a tight end, but drafting the tight end for me would have been more about the future than this year. I think this year they're okay with Harrison Bryant, Kylan Granson, Cal Katera, and they'll just piece it together. I mean, you don't think the three of them, they are not the player Goedert, to be clear, but Dallas is not a big part of the offense. He's a big blocker for sure, but
I agree.
They can get a big blocking.
He made some really big plays.
He did
this
for
year.
sure.
His problem is,
but there's only a handful of plays for what it's worth.
His problem is A, staying healthy. B, his role in the offense isn't prominent.
Yep.
So he would almost need to be featured in the offense. So we look at George Kittle's contract he just got yesterday.
Right.
Well, he's the second biggest passing threat in the offense.
Yeah.
He's going to get the ball. And, he may have to even get it more with Christian McCaffrey being older. But other than Brandon Ayuk, who else are they going to get the ball to in San Francisco?
Yeah, for sure. And that's the other, like the Josh Sweat situation last year, people compare. It's like, well, why not just make it work like Josh did? Well, when Josh came back, he was basically guaranteed to be the starting edge rusher.
He's going to be the starter.
He's going to play a ton of snaps. He's going to be on a high-profile team. He's going to get a chance to earn more money. If I'm Goedert, like this is my time is now. The only thing that's going to happen for Dallas in a year is he's going to be a year older. That's it. Like Dallas, who you never know, he's not catching 1,000 yards next year. He just doesn't get enough targets.
He's not getting, I agree.
Not here, right?
Not here. Yeah. If he went somewhere else, I think he could do it. But with the Eagles, he's not going to do it. So if I'm him, I don't know. I think the only benefit come back to the Eagles if you're Dallas is like you live here already, you're comfortable, you'll have a chance to win, you know the offense. There's not like a change of lifestyle. But in terms of upping your value, he's not going to up his value in a year.
I tell you what, I don't know if I want to see him in New York now.
With the Giants, you're saying?
Yeah.
Well, the Giants apparently had interest and then lost interest. Now, if you had it initially, you could always circle back.
He'd be a good piece for them. Russ likes to
Russell
throw the
Wilson,
ball to the tight end. I'm watching these damn Giants. Sneaky.
Well, they're
sneaky.
We were saying on the post-draft show, their defensive front is formidable.
It's very good. Yeah.
They have a number one wide receiver. They have a good running back. The guy they drafted is a good Singletary, I think his last name is. A good.
Well, they brought him over from Buffalo.
Yeah, a good running back. They have a stable quarterback, at least. One would imagine Russell Wilson is at least passable this year.
He's
would
way
be
better
my
than
guess.
what they got last year, too.
Like
that's what I'm saying.
Their issues the offensive line.
I don't need them getting Dallas Goedert.
And that's the offensive line's been their issue now.
And if it's bad, like the rest of it doesn't really matter.
I agree. They lost their best offensive lineman 3 games into the season last year. So, but they could.
I'm just saying, I'm watching them. They're sneaky.
They're not going to be pathetic this year. I think they could be. They could be an 8-1.
I don't need to get them Goddard.
Yeah, well, look, they have a good defensive line for sure. And the other thing, not that this I think would like add to their win total, but if we were, let's say they had a radio station in New York that talked about sports, right? Like
barely exists.
That's what exactly.
For about a year ago, they were strong.
They've fallen off.
They've really fallen off.
Like I think Goddard's a smart acquisition from them purely from like a cultural standpoint. Too. I mean, he's coming from a winning organization. He's had big playoff games. Like they need guys in that locker room that have and now Russell brings that. Russell's won a Super Bowl, but guys that have won. So yeah, I mean, I think if Dallas stays, he will be happy enough. But like, I think it's probably hard after 2 months of, and Dallas has friends on the team. So, and
we're used to.
No, I mean, I think he's
Maddox is not here anymore.
Yeah, it's true. His boy's not here anymore. But
was Maddox his buddy?
Oh yeah.
Oh, you weren't here for all this.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
They were roommates for like 6 years.
For a few years.
Oh,
I didn't know that.
Who got married first? Goddard, right? Because one of them got married.
Is Goddard married? Are either of them married?
I think one of them.
I think they both have girlfriends, but
okay, maybe that's what it is.
But they don't live together anymore.
Yeah, they don't live together anymore.
Eliot, we started the show off like I said. I was disappointed in the Eagles offseason in that they're worse coming up this year. And after winning the Super Bowl, I was like, let's go get another one. Like in for the kill. Blah blah. Like the Eagles are. The roster definitely isn't as good as last year. Are you a little, forget about, I know you're not going to say disappointed. Are you a little surprised, I guess, looking now that the offseason is essentially over? They lost a lot of contributors. They didn't really add a for sure contributor. They added some chances. Are you a little surprised at the extent to which this offseason has been as extreme as it has?
Definitely. I'm very surprised at the longest view in the room approach they're using. I thought it would be much more we got a chance to win it next year. Let's go. And they will still have a chance to win it. But it is surprising to me that you hear a lot more about 2026 and 2025 when they make these moves. So that's surprising. And I think disappointed is probably a fair word. I would maybe use underwhelming more just because they didn't really do anything. I don't think there's not a move they made that I thought, why are they doing this? Right? I was fine not paying Josh Sweat, Milton Williams. I was never a huge Chauncey guy. I get that was the surprise move. So there hasn't been a move where I'm like, what in the world is going on here?
It's just been collectively.
But there also hasn't really been a move where you're like, this is really going to help the team next year. I like Azeez Ojulari. We'll see. I like the Campbell pick, but we'll see. I don't think there's been a move now Bryce didn't work out, obviously, but Bryce Huff and Saquon, you saw those moves and you were like, okay, these guys will be awesome for them next year.
Yeah, you guys.
And there hasn't been those moves.
You guys can't see the trees through the forest.
Been saying that for years. Yeah.
No.
The forest,
that's not correct.
The forest for the trees.
Yeah.
That's what I said.
Yeah.
I'm bad through the trees. That's what I said.
There's no difference. You're right. I agree with you.
The point that I'm making is they are going to win this year because of their offense. They have a high-powered, star-studded offense.
Mm-hmm.
Like, telling me that we lost Josh Sweat and Milton Williams and Slay and C.J. Gardner-Johnson is the reason why we're not going to win the Super Bowl this year. Had I told you they would be gone, you wouldn't say, well, this is the reason why we're not going to win the Super Bowl.
Yeah, I agree.
Like, they just aren't. They were, to me, a product of the system and a collection of talent here. We didn't lose an all-pro end. We didn't lose an all-pro corner. We didn't lose an all-pro defensive tackle. He was a rotational
I agree
tackle.
with you 100%. This is why when everyone keeps going, they've lost so much talent on defense. I just don't agree with that. But I think both things are true.
Had we lost AJ, then I would say there's no shot to win the Super Bowl.
Well, they might have Abdul Carter if they did that. But,
Well, it just next year is squarely on number one. It just is. Next year is on number one.
The prove it year.
But like last year was also on number one. And like you can say it wasn't, but
just won the damn Super Bowl. What are you talking about? Prove it.
Proved you could play two
What are you
games.
talking about?
Yeah.
Prove it year. You just won
Of
the
course
Super
it's a
Bowl.
prove
It's
it
of course
year.
the prove it year.
It's
Everyone's
not
saying
a
it.
prove it
You
year.
guys
It's
see the
not a
prove it
prove it
You
year.
guys see
It's
the
of
forest for the trees.
Yes, it's of course a prove it year. It's of course a prove it.
I-
We'll get to it next.
Yeah.
We can't do it right.
The
It's a
worst part
shame.
is I
It's-
actually thought about that before I said it and still said it wrong.
Yeah. Oh, the forest for the trees.
Yes, I actually thought about it. I was sitting over here listening to y'all, and I was like, is it forest?
Win some,
Trees
lose.
through the forest.
Sometimes you have the trees through the forest. Sometimes you have circus and pomp and
the,
stance.
the one I can never get is
I thought we
like
moved
in
past
the
that one.
dugout or like behind baseball, behind the scenes baseball. Like what do people say?
Inside baseball.
Inside
Inside
baseball.
baseball.
That's the one.
Seltzer's a big inside baseball.
I know he
Yeah,
says
yeah.
it all the time, and I can never get it.
215-592-9494. It is Tuesdays with Eliot. We'll fight with him about whether Jahad Campbell is an edge or a linebacker next. This is the WIP Afternoon Show with Ike Spike and Fritz.
Now at Verizon, they're locking in low prices for 3 years, guaranteed on my plan. And you can get a single line for just $45 per month when you switch and bring in your phone. Now, that's their best price ever on unlimited welcome with auto pay plus taxes and fees, guaranteed for 3 years, because at Verizon, they got you. Make sure you visit your local Verizon store today. $20 monthly promo credits applied over 36 months with a new line on unlimited welcome. In times of congestion, unlimited 5G and 4G LTE may be temporarily slower than other traffic. Domestic data roaming at 2G speeds. Price guarantee applies to then current base monthly rate. Additional terms and conditions apply.
From mock to reality.
The Philadelphia Eagles select Jahad Campbell.
Welcome to Philadelphia, Rook.
Philly, y'all know what's up. We got to win another freaking Super Bowl next year, man.
The Eagles play here. Sports Radio 94 WIP.
It's on.
Sports fans, listen up. It's the bottom of the ninth, and you don't want to find yourself dancing on your own. Get to Joseph Anthony and take care of your loved ones this Mother's Day with the gift of relaxation at Joseph Anthony Retreat Spa and Salon. With 3 locations, Glen Mills, Springfield, and Center City at the Lowe's Hotel. From specialty massages to lavish treatment suites, Joseph Anthony has everything you would expect from a spa and more. Stop by Joseph Anthony today to hit a home run or visit josephanthony.com where gift cards are available.
Going up. Prices keep going up these days. It feels like being on an elevator that only goes up. Going up. But not at Metro. We're pushing the down button. Going down. We've lowered prices. Get one line of 5G data for $40, period. That's 20% lower. And you get a free 5G phone when you bring your number. Only at Metro.
5-year guarantee on eligible plans. Exclusions apply. See website for details. Not available at Metro with T-Mobile in the past 6 months. Tax applies.
As America's leading business lender, Bank of America is on your corner and in your corner, right here in Greater Philadelphia. With $215 billion in business loans and over 3,700 business specialists across the nation, we help businesses thrive so communities prosper. What would you like the power to do? Learn more at bankofamerica.com/local business. Bank of America, official bank of FIFA Club World Cup 2025. Copyright 2025 Bank of America Corporation, all rights reserved.
1877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Donate today at carsforkids.org. That's cars with a K. Your car can be picked up as soon as the next day. Receive a tax deduction and vacation voucher.
1877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Now accepting donations of land, homes, buildings, or any kind of real estate.
BetMGM has an unreal deal for sports fans. Turn $10 into $150 if you win your first bet at BetMGM. Simply download the BetMGM app and sign up using bonus code Philly150. Then place a $10 bet on any sport. You'll receive $150 in bonus bets if you win. The fun doesn't stop there. The sportsbook that knows how to treat you right has plenty of surprises in store. Sign in to get instant access to a variety of parlay selection features like the new look same game parlays, live betting options, and more. Download the app today and get $150 in bonus bets if you win your first bet with bonus code Philly150. BetMGM and GameSense remind you to play responsibly. See BetMGM.com for terms. 21 plus only. Pennsylvania only. New customer offer subject to eligibility requirements. Rewards are non-withdrawable bonus bets that expire in 7 days. If you or someone you know has a gambling problem, help is available. Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
It's the Robin from Robin Ford back on the air. If you're looking to drive something exceptional this spring, I'm here to answer all your questions. Jamie from Aston, some bunny told us you're looking for a new car.
Hey, Robin. Sick of my minivan. I'm looking for something stylish and reliable.
Jamie, the hunt is over. Right now, Robin Ford is offering Ford employee pricing on all new Fords, including the Ford Explorer. There's no stopping the Robin. Call me now. 866-THE-ROBIN. Up next, Rob from Havertown. You're on the air.
Interested in a new truck and heard about the Ford employee pricing offer. What does this mean?
Ford employee pricing just hatched at Robin Ford. Pay same price as Ford employees. 5% under factory invoice on a brand new Ford. Hop in, trade up, and drive out. You're closer than you think to a better buying experience at Robin Ford. Online at robinford.com. Robin Ford, where cars and trucks are sold. Cheap, cheap.
Offers valid on select models. Excludes taxes, title, license, and dealer fees. Offers end 6/2/25. See dealer for more details.
Hey, Joe DeCamera here. Mother's Day is almost upon us. And whether you're shopping for your mom, your wife, your daughter, whomever it may be, Family and Company Jewelers is the place to go. No one comes close to their selection, their prices, and of course, their service. I've been in their showroom. You should be as well. It's awesome. A huge selection of gifts at every price point. This Mother's Day, make sure you show her the love by getting her a gift that she will love. A gift from Family and Company Jewelers, South Jersey's diamond destination.
Shopping with your parents can be embarrassing.
Why would they sell jeans with holes in them? I'm going to speak to the manager.
Mom!
That hoodie is giving. You should get it. YOLO.
Thanks to the Chase mobile app, your kid can shop independently while you keep an eye on their spending. So you can go from
We can be twinsies.
to
How was shopping? Saw you stayed on budget.
Thanks, Mom.
freedom for kids, control for parents. That's family banking from Chase.
Account subject to approval. Chase mobile app is available for select mobile devices. Message and data rates may apply. JP Morgan Chase Bank N.A. member FDIC.
Why'd I go to the doctor? One day at the firehouse, I was so lightheaded I could barely stand. Even my crew noticed. Getting checked out was the right call. Turns out I have atrial fibrillation, which increases the risk of stroke about 5 times.
Symptoms like irregular heartbeat, heart racing, chest pain, shortness of breath, fatigue, or lightheadedness can come and go. But if it's AFib, the risk of stroke remains. If you have symptoms, contact a doctor.
I'm so glad I did.
Visit NoTimeToWait.com, sponsored by Bristol-Myers Squibb and Pfizer.
Some people follow the rules, but where's the fun in that? I'm Soraya, and this is Rule Breakers, the podcast where we celebrate the rebels, the risk takers, and the ones who make their own way. Every week, I sit down with the boldest voices in sports, entertainment, and beyond to talk about breaking barriers, defying expectations, and rewriting the rules. No limits, no apologies, just real talk. Follow and listen to Rule Breakers with Soraya, an Odyssey podcast, available now for free on the Odyssey app and wherever you get your podcasts.
Where every moment of Phillies baseball happens.
And that is gone!
Sports Radio 94 WIP.
Stop all the circus and pomp and stances around you.
Grilling, it's a sizzler. In the kitchen, I go to Ramsay. They call me the Rizzler. And I just hit the Riz face.
Big ol' Major in the ring. I just swept them, grabbed the broom. Now I'm in the gym bench pressing. I give that lift 5 big boom. I got
Wash. Wash.
They thought it was an earthquake. Always gonna boom, 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 boom. Never gonna doom, doom, doom. Ohio.
I got to keep on rizzing. It's the WIP afternoon show with Ike, Spike, and Fritz.
They've stayed relevant.
It is Tuesdays with
Recently.
Eliot. They took a dip,
They
and
did.
then they came back.
Yeah.
They came back. They got to get rid of Big Justice, though.
Some would say they have risen.
They have risen.
That was a good Easter joke. I saw a lot of that.
Dynamite Easter
Yeah, a lot
joke.
of Twitter jokes with that.
Yeah. Val, my wife, and our sister-in-law Paige were in.
Happy birthday, by the way.
Happy birthday, Val. We're in New Orleans, and they saw a He Has Risen T-shirt.
Yes, I saw this post
as well.
Did they get it for you?
No.
So it's so funny because I was gonna message. I think it must have been Paige that posted it. Like, you need to get this for Spike. But
I would have worn it. I would have worn it.
I was expecting to see you in it.
So real quick, and I don't want to do this the whole time, but the idea of Jalen and prove it year next year, and you saying he proved it last year. You can debate whether he next year's a prove it year for him. I think it is. I think if the defense isn't going to be as good and the team's going to rely on the offense, it's going to rely on him to throw more. He's going to have to take more on his shoulders. There's not going to be as much Saquon. I think it's definitely that next season is on him in a lot of ways.
Mm-hmm.
You saying that he proved something last year. He certainly had a great NFC Championship game and a great Super Bowl, but his season did not prove anything.
Well, so obviously I disagree with that. So a couple of things. One, and I don't have the stats in front of me, but if you look it up, like, he wins a higher percentage of shootouts than most starting quarterbacks. And when he has to throw the ball 35 times or more, they have a better winning record than a lot of other starting quarterbacks. So in terms of him having to prove he can win shootouts,
But you always lead.
Can I finish?
But that's not what I'm saying. I'm not saying he has to prove he has to win a shootout.
But that is what you're saying. You're saying if the defense isn't good enough, can he carry them to wins consistently? That's what you're saying.
Right.
And I was just about to say, I acknowledge there's a difference having to do it 16 games as opposed to like 3 times a year, right?
Thank you.
So I agree with you that if he every week has to get this team in the 30s, like, that's going to be hard. I do think, though, that is setting a bar that most quarterbacks can't reach, for what it's worth.
Well,
a lot of quarterbacks, when they have to throw the ball 35 times or more.
But see, you're jumping again.
Why?
Nobody's saying he has to throw 35. They're saying
that's what.
No, what I'm saying is it's very clear. What I'm saying is what happened in the NFC Championship game and the Super Bowl was not him throwing it 35 times. It was him throwing it effectively 24, 25 times.
Mm-hmm.
There was a extended period of the season this year where he was throwing it 17 times, 18 times, taking a ton of sacks. And you saying him getting into the 30s is not realistic. Let me say, they scored 27 points a game last year. So if you don't think his increased value can mean 3 more points when the Detroit Lions are scoring more than 30 points a game, the Buffalo Bills are scoring 30 points a game, and the Buffalo Bills far fewer weapons than Jalen has.
I agree.
He absolutely can be worth a quarterback going from 17 passes a game to what he did in the NFC Championship and the Super Bowl can absolutely be worth 3 points a game and absolutely have them scoring 30 points a game.
I feel like what you're asking him to do, you're also in your thing referencing him doing it. He
Twice.
did it. Correct. But what games this year did they need him to do what you're talking? Now, I know you're doing what he doesn't need, right? But
they will need next year.
Okay, and we'll see if he can do it there.
Yes, so he'll have to prove it.
So that is.
So he'll have to prove it. There it is.
No.
Thank you.
No.
Discussion over.
No,
he'll have to prove it. We'll see if he can do it. So he will have proven it.
A prove it year is different.
Right, Jack? Am I wrong? Am I right? He'll have to prove it.
He has stuff he has to prove. That is not a prove it year. He is one of the top 5 quarterbacks in the league. I think he's number 2. He's Super Bowl MVP.
Can he have the year he had last year and then be as good as people think that they are?
Yes, of course.
There's no way.
Why?
Because you just said their defense is going to be worse.
Saquon's not going to be as good as he was last year, and the defense is not going to be as good.
We think. I agree they probably won't be. But
I'd be shocked if they are.
But again, and I know you guys hate when I bring this up, but like the things he did last year, he took care of the football. He was good against the blitz. Like those things.
He was not that good against the blitz.
He was 6 in the NFL against the blitz.
No. He when pressured.
But that's different than blitzing. It is, just for what it's worth. If you want to talk about
his sack rate when blitzing was like 28th in the NFL, and there are stats now that show that taking sacks is worse than throwing interceptions.
Okay, so last year Jalen had a passer rating of 115 against the blitz, which was 6 in the NFL.
Yes, but that is passer rating.
Yes,
it doesn't count sacks.
It does not count sacks. You're right. But he completed over 70% of his passes. He had like 12 touchdowns to 1 interception. So what I'm saying is going into next year, if Jalen takes care of the ball, is good against the blitz, those are massive things. So I'm not as concerned or interested in like him proving if he throws it, whatever number you want to pick, more times per game. Like last year, their passing offense definitely had stretches where it struggled. I agree with you on that for sure. But also every single time they had to pass the ball, they were good at it.
But
like
I think that is a false. Like that is a false claim.
But I don't think it is.
They're an NFL team. They always have to
But
pass
that's
the
like
ball.
saying to someone like, can you run a 10-minute mile? It's like, well, only when I have to. Well, that's the only thing. Like whenever I'm asked to do it, I can do it. Like what you're saying.
Wait, okay, all right. You want to take races? Do you think that a marathon runner goes into it and says, I only have to run 1 second ahead of the number 2 guy, or I have to run my best race?
Of course, it's run the best race.
Okay, so he has to play his best game. It's not about throwing it when he has to. It's about the best version of the Eagles offense is with him throwing the ball effectively.
Correct. But that same racer, if they win the race by 1 second or by a minute, they still won. So to your point about next year with Jalen, can he win a certain way? There's not a way in the NFL we have not seen Jalen win. Like, does that mean he can't do it? Like, we'll see if he can do it over longer stretches. Sure. But honestly, in 2022, he threw the ball a ton and they made it all the way to the Super Bowl. So we've seen him do it
3 years ago.
Right,
but he followed it up by leading the league in turnovers, and then for the first 4 games of last year, leading the league in turnovers, and the team instructed him to throw the ball.
So hold on, but when you say like a prove it year, that's implying he hasn't done it. Right. What you're asking him to do, you just said he did it. He did it in 2022, and
Max Kepler hit 25 home runs in 2022. Do you think Max Kepler is proving that he is a power hitter now? Or do you think this year Max Kepler has to prove what he did 3 years ago?
But it would sound foolish if I came up here and said Max Kepler cannot hit 25 home runs when he's already done it. Now, he might not do it next year, but obviously he can do it.
No. Obviously, he did it. It doesn't mean he can still do it.
But
all right, let me jump in here a little bit. Let me jump in here a little bit. Because I'm obviously leaning with Eliot on this. I don't think anything he's being asked to do is unattainable. These things he can do. In 2022, he threw the ball 30 times a game for 15 games. 416
is that what it is?
Attempts. It was 30,
there we go.
30 times a game in 2022. He had a completion percentage of 66%, over 66%. More impressively, his average per completion was 8 yards. That was one of the tops in the league that year, and he only threw 6 interceptions. Now, he's had the average completion be 8 yards or better twice.
And I think last year he had it.
So, I was just about to say one of them happened to be last year. So he threw the ball on average 31 times in 2023. So 2 years he's thrown the ball 30 or more times. Last year he threw the ball 24 times a game.
And if we look after the first 4 games, it was probably lower than that.
But here, you're right, it was.
Yeah.
But here's the thing. The key to all this is the turnovers.
Yes.
So it's really him taking care of the football.
Yes, because you would admit that last year when we were talking about him, you would reference 2022 and say, where is that guy? So the ability for him to do that again, clearly something happened. Whether it's defense is adjusting, whether it's something that happened with him, something happened between 2022 and 2023 that did not allow him to be as effective a player as he was in 2022. His best year, if we're talking about regular season, was by far 2022. Yeah. He had a better year in 2022 than he had in 2023. He had a better year in 2022 than he did in 2024.
So I will not fight you on 20.
But to me, in 23, it was the turnovers.
Yes,
but that's part of it.
I know. But if we think about it, like one point, Josh Allen led the league in turnovers for like a 3 or 4 year period there.
Yep.
Then he cut the turnovers out. And he wins the MVP.
Sure.
So if we get Jalen to take care of the ball, in other words, I'm saying from a physical standpoint, he has the ability to do it. It's more or less meaning some guys can't throw the ball as much because they aren't as good.
Right.
His job, his thing is going to be taking care of the football when he has to throw.
And I would even say coming into this year, people had questions about Josh Allen in a lot of ways. We talked about
some people, they voted him the most overrated
player in football.
So I think that
which is
like
ridiculous.
You say like there's something that happened, right? And I know you're not literally saying one thing, but I do think it's a lot of things. Like, so from 2022 to 2023, he went from his awesome year, right? And then the league adjusts. Like, so CJ Stroud's rookie year. After that, if you would have told me I could pick any quarterback in the NFL to start a team with, I would have made a strong argument for CJ Stroud. Last year, he took a step back. So I think 2023 was a combination of things. One, the Super Bowl hangover is very real. Two, I do think the league adjusted to the Eagles and they did not adjust well back, and that was in on Jalen. Three, I do think he got way more reckless with the football, and maybe that's because he was, I don't know, like feeling himself coming off 2022. Who knows? But the turnovers became a problem. But last year, you're right, the beginning of the year did not start out good, and that's part of it. But I think you lean too much on like this massive shift to the running game. They had Saquon Barkley in a great running game, and Jalen still had to make a lot of big throws, and he still took care of the football. And as good as Saquon could have been, if Jalen wasn't really good, they would not have won. That's the reality.
Well, he had to make throws against Cincinnati to win that game.
Correct. And the issue is also they were up big in a lot of these games. I know, like, it is just true when you're killing 9 minutes of the fourth quarter, your pass attempts are going to be down. But again,
that's not what happened.
That is what happened. It's literally what happened against Baltimore, and it happened against Pittsburgh.
Eliot, if I'm making too much of the shift in offense, you're not making enough of it.
So it's probably in the middle.
They write stories about their shift in the bye week.
Yes.
Like it is the most famous bye week in Philadelphia Eagles history.
You also only talk about the shift to the running game. Jalen also was much, much smarter with the football afterwards.
But he was, you're saying smarter. He was taking more sacks and he wasn't throwing the ball as much.
Correct.
That's just what happened.
He was throwing the ball less. I agree with that.
And taking sacks.
But when
sacks.
Yes, he was taking sacks. But also when the ball was being thrown, he was much smarter with it. And so as awesome as Saquon was and as awesome as the defense was, I think there's a strong argument to be made. The number one reason the Eagles were as good as they were last year is because they consistently won the turnover battle. And that begins with Jalen not turning the ball over.
Not throwing the ball. The Twitter question is brought to you by Mark's Jewelers. Show the mom in your life how much she means to you this Mother's Day with a special gift with your purchase. Details at marks-jewelers.com.
I'd be interested.
Can I read the poll?
I'm sorry. Go ahead.
All right. You don't even have your own headphones. You're trying to act like the host of this show.
Yeah.
All right. Are you disappointed in the Eagles offseason? 87.6% say no. Go ahead.
I forget what I was going to say.
All right.
No, this was it.
Right.
I'll look this up. I'd be curious to know where they ranked in passing attempts for the first half in a year. Like last season, where they ranked.
The first half of games.
Yeah, exactly.
First half post-bye.
Sure. Yeah, I'll do post-bye.
Okay.
Because I firmly do believe that they threw the ball less in the second half because they were up in these games. Now, other teams were up big too, right? But they had a running game to lean on other teams didn't have.
All right. So let me ask you this about the draft.
Yes.
Just so we can put this Jahad Campbell thing to bed, because I need you on the record.
Okay.
All right. So prior to the draft, you nor any of your beat reporter brethren, as they were slobbering over
your guys' friends,
Walter Nolan,
right?
Nobody mentioned Jahad Campbell.
Correct.
So they draft Jahad Campbell, and you say, I believe on your podcast, Go Birds, where you can get wherever you get your podcast, comes out every day, that you believe it was a great pick because they see him as an edge. So my question is, if he ends up primarily being an off-ball linebacker, is it still a great pick?
No. Okay. Unless look, if he's a great player, then you can argue any pick's a great player. Yeah. Like they could have drafted any position in the first round. If the guy's a Pro Bowl player, it's a great pick.
Yep.
But I firmly believe they drafted Jahad Campbell because of his edge potential. I think they believe he can be a good defensive piece and can play linebacker. And I think he will play linebacker next year for a decent amount of snaps. But he would not have been their pick if not for the edge potential that he has.
I agree with that.
Yeah.
Okay. And is that a failed evaluation if he doesn't end up playing mostly edge? All right.
Just like with Jordan, honestly, he doesn't. To me, it's not
if he's Roquan Smith. Or
if he's
Warner.
a great player, but to me, it's similar to the Jordan Davis pick in the way that when they drafted Jordan Davis, he had to be something that he wasn't in college.
Right.
Campbell in college was not a great edge rusher. They're hoping he can become a great edge rusher.
The other thing that I don't think we've heard much of. I don't know if you heard Mayock on the show yesterday, but we asked Mike about the injury thing because he made an interesting, not surprising, but when we first had him on Draft Time, he said that the deal with injury stuff is every team basically gets the same injury information and you have to decide how much it means to you. And I said Mike had Jahad Campbell going 9th to the Saints. And I said, okay, so he must have slipped because of the injury. Why would the Eagles look at the shoulder thing and think it's not a big deal? And he said the week prior to the draft, there was another knee thing that had gone on. Mm-hmm. Now, he had arthroscopic surgery on his knee in 2023. Apparently, it wasn't that big a deal. But Mayock said that there was another knee thing. Do you have any insight on that knee thing?
I don't have insight on the knee thing. Okay. The only information I know, and this is not from the Eagles, is that like I believe Jahad Campbell will be in training camp, and I don't think. Look,
What do you mean in training?
Like I think he will be
he
will be participating in training.
So
camp.
week one of the Eagles season, do you believe Jahad Campbell will be on
Barring
the active
a setback?
roster? Yeah.
Yes.
Okay. So
Yeah.
you think he'll be on the active
Yes.
roster?
And so real quick too on the injury. So I don't know if you guys talked about this, but Albert Breer wrote about it. Did you see this? He said
I saw.
he has
Yes, I saw the clip.
2 shoulder injuries and 2 knee injuries is how he framed it, right?
Right.
And he said, but the Eagles can take that chance because they don't need the pick to hit. I completely disagree with this, like as a luxury pick. For them to continue to keep being good, this has to hit. Like you can't just miss on picks because you have talented players on your roster.
Especially when you're banking on the draft to replenish the talent.
So
you
there's a lot of pressure on Jahad Campbell to be good. This is not like if it hits, it hits.
It's not.
The window can close quickly when you start missing on your picks. And Jahad Campbell has to hit.
Well,
he does.
Well,
You
no,
have to hit your first round.
I'm with you in a general sense. We all want him to hit, but you can't tell me somehow if he doesn't hit. Say the medical concerns come to fruition. Knock on wood. We don't want it to be there. The 2 shoulder injuries, 2 knee injuries, it's there. What do you think? The Eagles are going to crater because Jahad Campbell is a medical concern and he can't stay on the field?
So no, I don't think they're going to crater.
Then that's what Albert Breer is talking about.
No. But that to me, in what Albert Breer is saying, that's like 2025. But the Eagles to continue to be good,
and they got 30 picks where they can pick another linebacker
and
next
they
year.
have to hit on these picks. Is the point I'm making? Is the talent they have on their roster right now will only take them so far for so long.
That's like saying if they had taken a corner, you're going to tell me they had to hit on that pick or we're in trouble?
That's
not true.
But the biggest asset they had this offseason was this draft pick. The best chance they had to improve the team for next season and for the future was this draft pick. They didn't spend big in free agency.
No, they didn't. That's why they took a position that maybe or maybe not works out. We don't know if the
Well, no, I think it's a very Eagles pick. It's a high risk pick. I think Jahad Campbell is a high risk pick.
Yeah.
And I like that about it. I like taking a big swing, especially that late in the draft. But if that big swing misses, it sets the team back.
It's a low risk. It's only a high risk because he's a first round pick. And it's the second to last pick in the first round. So it's basically a high second round draft pick, which we would agree all these guys basically graded out as second round draft because these guys aren't franchise changing players. I didn't see a lot of those in the first round of this draft. I just didn't.
And I think Campbell actually could be one of them. Like, I think he is one of the guys that has a high enough ceiling.
Franchise changing player.
Yeah, I think if
he hasn't shown himself to be that.
I agree with you in that.
Player.
I think
he hasn't been Abdul Carter.
Yeah. I think because of his physical makeup and ignoring the injuries, I'm talking like when he's healthy, his game has a higher ceiling in my opinion. Because I agree with you, this draft was not filled with special players, right? Like Mason Taylor at 32 or 31 would have been such an underwhelming pick. Jahad Campbell to me has a high ceiling, but also has a very low floor.
It's a luxury pick.
But I don't think you can view it that way.
Keith in Clementon was Jahad Campbell's 6th grade teacher. Keith, you're on
There
WIP.
we go. Do you like the pick?
Hold on, let me turn you off the speakerphone.
Wow, power move by him.
What's going on, man?
What's up, Keith?
Doing well. Hold on. Sorry.
Okay, first of all, what subject did you teach?
I was his math and science teacher in 6th grade.
Oh, now those are the best classes.
He was a solid A.
Yeah,
B
right.
student,
Yeah. Wait, hold on. He was a what? Say again?
He was a solid A, B student.
Oh, we like that.
He was smart. He was articulate. He could always whenever he had a problem to solve, he was really good at it.
Now, when he was doing math and science, did you feel like he was more of an edge or a linebacker?
True answer would be edge.
Okay.
He probably was the biggest kid in the class, though, right?
He wasn't. He was tall, but he wasn't like big.
Okay,
was,
I got you.
Height.
Yeah,
it does seem like he has a big personality. Like, and even at just the 2 times
I was gonna say,
seen
how was his personality? Could you tell then?
He has, like, I think
Not
he has.
you. I'm talking to the teacher.
You're looking
You
right
don't
at
even
me.
know him.
My
Just
bad.
shut up,
Yeah,
Jesus.
Yeah, turn off his mic.
Shut up. He wasn't shy.
Okay,
we got you. Yeah.
He had a problem. He went for it. Like he was such a good kid, man.
Okay.
Like when I saw him, I actually had to talk to another teacher. She's like, "Do you know this guy that drafted last night was our student?" I'm like, "Oh my gosh, it was Jahad Campbell."
That's amazing. And what school is this?
This is Winslow Township School number 5. I was a 6th grade math teacher. If he's hearing this, hello, Jahad. This is Mr. K.
There you go. Awesome.
I lived maybe 10 minutes away from that school.
Oh, really?
Oh, yeah. I live down in Sicklerville. I live down in Wyndham Hill. Down there.
Yeah, we that's off Sicklerville Road.
Yep. Down there in Sicklerville. Well,
right.
Jihad played against Elijah in high school.
Oh,
he played against my son in high school.
Oh,
yeah.
I didn't know that.
Yeah.
Oh,
Did he stand
my
out
son
in the
played over
games
there.
you saw?
Yes, he was.
did? Okay.
Yes. Well, he and the other kid from Boston College.
Oh, Ezra Rocco.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
All right, Keith. All right, Mr. K, rather.
It was good talking to you guys.
All right, thanks,
I'm
Mr. K.
on ever one of your call shows, by the way, but I figured I had to today.
Well, we grade you as an A+ caller today.
Yeah,
I love
he's
hearing
an he's a solid AB student, like no joke.
I love it.
Every subject, math and science, and language arts too.
Wow.
I didn't teach him that stuff, but
All right, Mr. K. Appreciate you. Don't be a stranger.
I'll have to ask Jihad about this.
All
Do
right.
you remember Mr. K from
student.
school number 5, whatever the name of that school was?
Winslow.
Yeah.
Winslow School number
Winslow
5.
School
Yeah.
number 5 really rolls off the tongue.
What about
Is that-
Winslow School number 3?
Yeah, is that on the hoodies?
Well, Timber Creek is a pretty good high school over there.
Yeah.
Is that
Yeah.
Timber? Is that Winslow? Or is that different?
What's the
school?
high school?
Oh, okay.
Yeah, it's the high school. In
Good,
there, yeah.
good draft for South Jersey.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Unfortunately, like we got to get Southeastern PA back up.
All right, Elliot. Well, the Go Birds podcast, Go Birds
Hey.
Daily, every single
day.
day. You
Yep.
can get in your Odyssey app or wherever you get your podcast. Another excellent appearance by you.
Jihad will be a fantastic player, but if he's not,
No worries.
we'll get another one next year.
And he does have a big personality.
Your big personality,
He does.
AB student, solid AB student.
Love it.
Brian
There we
Baldinger joins us next. This is the WIP Afternoon Show with Ike, Spike, and Fritz.
It's me.
Surfside Invitational, Ike. Surfside Invitational, right?
Happy day, Rosanna.
May 13th.
You gonna let me start?
No, I was just trying to kill time. Get you going.
I'm
there.
ready. I'm
All right,
done.
okay.
I thought you had an act going on.
No,
over there.
no.
All right, golf season is back, which means I have to get my swing ready for the Surfside Invitational. You heard Spike just mention it. It's in a couple of weeks at Ramblewood Country Club. Now, there's no better drink to enjoy on the golf course than Surfside iced teas and lemonades plus vodka. It's light, refreshing, made with real premium vodka and real brewed tea. Only 100 calories, 2 grams of sugar, and 0 bubbles. That's right, no carbonation. Cheers to hitting the fairways, and cheers to Surfside, the official canned cocktail of Philly sports. Must be 21. Please drink responsibly.
May 5th is now BG Day.
Fly, Eagles, fly.
All day long, 94 WIP is honoring Brandon Graham with classic stories, special guests, and the best BG moments of all time.
Oh, was he walloped by Brandon Graham?
Live all day, May 5th.
I just want to thank everybody.
Then cap off the day with BG Live, a special one-time event with Brandon at the Colonial Theater in Phoenixville.
What up, Philly?
Presented by Ashley Furniture. Feels good to be home. And sponsored by Miller Lite. Cheers, BG. It's Miller time. Celebrate responsibly.
When it comes to Mother's Day gifts, pretty candles and mugs, she's seen them all. This year, rather than something pretty, give her something pretty amazing. A moment to relax and recharge at Hand & Stone. Right now, get $20 off a massage or facial gift card, or $40 off when you gift both. So no more mom gifts. Visit your local Hand & Stone or purchase at handandstone.com today. Offer valid at participating spas.
Tasty Cake has a treat for every John. Peanut butter fans have candy cakes, those chocolate-coated cakes with the creamy layer of peanut butter inside. There's Crimpets, the light sponge cakes topped with rich icing for people who like the classics. Donut lovers have options for days. You've got frosted mini donuts, powdered mini donuts, and you can't forget about the delicious Dippin' Sticks flavors. There's so many uniquely satisfying treats to choose from, but that's no surprise because it's Tasty Cake, except no substitutes.
Greetings, Boomtown. Ever since this neighborhood switched to Xfinity Internet,
The Wi-Fi is booming!
Xfinity combines the power of internet and mobile with one all-in plan.
So we've all got lightning fast, secure Wi-Fi speeds at home and on the go with Wi-Fi Power Boost from Xfinity Mobile.
You get the most reliable Wi-Fi with our best in-class equipment and unlimited data included. Plus, add an unlimited mobile line.
All for only $40 a month for 1 year. To celebrate this combo, we're mashing our shows together.
It's everything you need all in one plan. Plus, learn how to get a free 5G phone with a premium unlimited line. Now, sit back and relax with the smooth, relaxing sound.
Of face-melting acid metal!
Brilliant.
Visit Xfinity.com to learn more. Ends June 23rd with paperless billing and autopay stored bank account. Restrictions apply. Xfinity Internet cable required. Texas fees extra. After 1 year rate increases to $110 a month. After 2 years, regular rates apply. Actual Wi-Fi speeds vary. Most reliable Wi-Fi based on Open Signal Awards USA. Fixed Broadband Experience Report, August 2024.
And Doug.
Here we have the Limu Emu in its natural habitat, helping people customize their car insurance and save hundreds with Liberty Mutual. Fascinating. It's accompanied by his natural ally, Doug.
Limu, is that guy with the binoculars watching us?
Cut the camera. They see us.
Only pay for what you need at libertymutual.com.
Liberty, 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 liberty.
Savings vary. Underwritten by Liberty Mutual Insurance Company and affiliates. Excludes Massachusetts.
We finally switched to T-Mobile because with them, we can be connected here and there.
¡Listos todos! Estas son las mañanitas.
Now we just need to harmonize.
Switch today. Get 4 Samsung Galaxy S25 phones with Galaxy AI. Plus, get 4 lines for just $25 per line. Visit a store, T-Mobile.com, or call 1-800-T-Mobile. 1-800-T-Mobile. For well-qualified customers with autopay plus taxes and fees and $35 per line connection charge. Minimum 4 lines on plan. Contact us if canceling lines. Plus $5 per line without autopay. Debit or bank account required. Visit T-Mobile.com.
You ever try fixing your car and realize you're missing that one part? Yeah, been there. That's why eBay's my go-to. They've got millions of parts, guaranteed to fit. I'm talking brake pads for when yours have seen one too many miles of stop and go. Oil filters, because you don't mess around with your engine care. Even got this cold air intake on my watch list. I might just go for it. To keep the ride cool and your DIY streak high. Find all the parts you need at prices you'll love. Guaranteed to fit every time. eBay. Things people love. Eligible items only. Exclusions apply.
I'm Brian Tedesco, CEO of Blaupunkt Americas, the pioneers of the car stereo. Today, we're not just about sound systems. We are revolutionizing the e-bike scene with Blue Dot Bike. Thanks to AmericanEagle.com, our online presence now features a dynamic e-commerce website that showcases the quality and affordability of our foldable e-bikes. And our collegiate e-bikes, just perfect for the college fanatic. These e-bikes offer a new way to experience freedom on 2 wheels, no matter your age. When we needed a top-notch website to match our cutting-edge e-bikes, we turned to AmericanEagle.com. They made the impossible seem easy, tackling digital challenges like pros. Check out the Blue Dot Bike website to see AmericanEagle.com's amazing work in action. Need the best in website and digital marketing solutions? AmericanEagle.com is your go-to. They've been a game changer for us, and they can be for you too. Visit AmericanEagle.com or call 877-WEB-NOW-1. That's 877-WEB-NOW-1.
David is a real Prevagen user, and this is his story.
Nice to meet you. My name is David. I've been a pharmacist for 44 years, and I'm from Flowery Branch, Georgia. When I first started taking Prevagen, I noticed stuff just seemed to come together and fit like a jigsaw puzzle. When I have customers come in, I recommend Prevagen. Number one, because it's safe and effective, does not require a prescription. And I've been taking it quite a while myself, and I know it works. I wouldn't recommend something like Prevagen if I didn't think it was worth it because it works so good for me. And I love it when the customers come back in and tell me, David, that really works so good. Makes my day.
Prevagen, at stores everywhere without a prescription. This product is not intended to diagnose, treat, cure, or prevent any disease. Testimonialist was compensated for their time.
This is Bill Ryder with an Odyssey Sports Minute sponsored by Napa, the pros that know how to keep your business moving at full speed. Here come the Golden State Warriors. Yes, the Thunder are forces of nature, and so are the Celtics and the Cavs, but put Golden State on your could win an NBA championship list. Jimmy Butler's back, playing through the pain, scoring 14 points in the fourth quarter. This is a Golden State team with a top defense in the NBA, with an offense that's clicking and a history of championships. I'm Bill Ryder.
94 WIP HD1 Philadelphia. Live from the Tasty Cake Studios. An Odyssey Sports Station. This is the afternoon show. Sports Radio 94 WIP.
The WIP Afternoon Show. Ike, Spike, and Fritz joining us now. The Odyssey NFL insider Brian Baldinger, host of the Best Football Show podcast. You can check it out in the Odyssey app, wherever you get your podcasts. Baldy, thanks for joining us, my friend.
Good afternoon, Spike. Good to be with you, man. Thanks.
So, just I guess big picture, overall thoughts. How do you think the Eagles did over the weekend in the draft?
I think they did well. I mean, they got a lot of selections. They drafted, we haven't seen a linebacker drafted in the first round since 1979. Says something about the power that Vic Fangio has over there and the value of the player. They traded up to make sure that they got him, and nobody jumped in front of him. Jihad Campbell, but Kuba, I mean, they showed last year that they could integrate rookies, with talent right into the lineup and get immediate results. I think they could do the same thing here. And then look, they lost a couple of defensive linemen, and you go get Ty Robinson, who's just a beast inside. I think he's better than Milton Williams. So, I mean, I think they did well. They got 3 offensive linemen that, Stoutland could work with. And they got a local kid, a quarterback that I think has played well at 2 stops at both Ohio State and Notre Dame. So I think the Eagles did good. I mean, obviously they're a very talented team. And so you're not going to get a whole lot of guys that can contribute right away. There are not a lot of holes, but I think some of the guys they took can contribute right away.
We'll get to Jihad Campbell in a second. You think Ty Robinson's better than Milton Williams?
Yeah, heck yeah. Yeah, he's bigger, he's stronger. Milton Williams is a good player. I mean, he didn't start. He filled in because Jordan Davis doesn't play a lot of snaps. But I think Ty Robinson is a beast. And I know Matt Rule loved him at Nebraska. I mean, he's bigger than Milton Williams. I think he's going to be a good player for him. He's going to rotate right away. Whether he can become the pass rusher that Milton became, we'll wait and see because everybody has to learn pass rush. Nobody comes in and finished product. But he's got everything it takes to be a good one.
No, I agree, Baldy. He has some traits on him, man. You put him next to Jalen Carter, that could be pretty scary. Big man that can move, but really the most athletic and probably the best athlete of the D tackles in the draft.
Like I was there, like I was at the combine when he ran, when the whole defensive lineman. I mean, we knew it was going to be a loaded defensive line draft.
Yeah,
30 defensive tackles got taken, and so it's just a question of what did you want. But, for a guy that's 290 plus on a big, thick frame, like he's running in the 4.9s, I mean, that's a guy that can run, and he plays with great effort. He understands his job is to, stop the run, affect the quarterback, and get to the football. He did all those things at Nebraska. Mm-hmm. It showed up constantly. Just a relentless motor on a guy with a big body that, played in a good conference, went against good competition.
Yeah.
And I thought it showed up constantly. But he caught my eye at the combine, to be honest with you, the way that he competed and some of the things that he did there.
When you look at Jihad, right, and what he does as a player, what do you think he needs to get better at the NFL level? We're talking about him being a potential edge rusher. You're a former offensive lineman. What are some of the things you think he needs to improve upon to be a good edge rusher in the NFL?
Well, I mean, it starts with, first step quickness. He's got that. You can't win the 100-meter dash if you don't have a great first start and a great first step. He's got a good first step. I don't think he's a polished pass rusher. I mean, he kind of dipped and ripped and ghosted people because of his takeoff. That's not going to happen. He's going to have to develop pass rush if you're going to use him in that, in that role. We've seen Nolan Smith develop, so he's not as fast as Nolan Smith, but he certainly has size to his advantage. He's a pump kid, he's gained a lot of weight here over the last 2 years, to really play the linebacker spot. So, but, from just a linebacker standpoint, better than anybody. I mean, just what's going on behind you in this passing game of the NFL? Who's the crossers? Who's the bootleg? Who's coming?
Yeah.
Who's, what's going on behind you without looking? How you read route combinations as you drop in coverage? Because most guys, outside of the Fred Taylors and Roquans, I mean, they don't get good depth in their drops in the passing game to take things away and to affect the passing game. So those are things that you don't really have. I mean, I've seen him do it at Alabama. I'm not saying he can't. He's got an interception off a good drop, but last year. But I think that the passing game is always something. And then how you match up with running backs and the guys that you have to match up with, and then the tight ends that you have to cover when you're in man coverage.
Yeah, it'd be interesting to see how Coach Fangio uses him on that side of the football, because you mentioned a lot of things there that he may be asked to do that not a lot of linebackers can do. Give you a little bit in the rushing the passer game, and then also affect the passing game by either man coverage or dropping into coverage. You think he has that ability to be an all-around player?
I do. I thought he was the best linebacker in the draft. And I'm not saying that just because I'm on your show right now. I thought he was the best linebacker. I watched him at that combine. I watched him get ready to compete for all the different drills that he did. Like you can just tell that he is a meticulous kid. And he's a local kid and all that stuff. That's good. But, he looks meticulous in how he goes about his business. And I think going about his business is really what separates him. I think he thinks like a pro. He's got big time athletic ability. I mean, he can really run. I mean, he's faster than Zach Bond. We saw Zach Bond, get 150 tackles last year, but he's faster than Zach. Mm-hmm. We thought Zach had pass rush ability too. That's how he was used in New Orleans. And Vic said, well, we'll blitz him. And they did blitz him on occasion and rush him on occasion. But, he was a kid that was cross-trained at Wisconsin. And I feel like Jahai's been cross-trained too, but I think his natural position is off the ball inside linebacker.
Talking to our Odyssey NFL insider, Brian Baldinger. Baldy, what did you think of the Shedeur Sanders slide into the 5th round?
When you're taken with the 144th pick, I mean, the league is basically telling you that you're a backup quarterback. Go prove us, show us that you're more than that. No, we've seen guys taken later in the, Kirk Cousins or Brock Purdy or Tom Brady. We've seen a few get drafted late and become star players. But it doesn't happen often. I don't know that with his arm that he is going to compete in that division in Cincinnati and Cleveland and Baltimore, when the weather turns nasty like it does. And can he throw through those conditions the way Lamar can, Joe Flacco did, Joe Burrow does, Ben Roethlisberger did? I mean, that's asking a lot out of a guy who doesn't have a great arm. Now, he might beat you with speed of decision making and his accuracy, which was it got better the deeper the ball was, but he was the second quarterback drafted by him. I mean, they're basically telling him that compete for the backup spot right now.
Talking to Brian Baldinger. So, what was I going to ask about Shedeur? I had one. The rumor was that the Browns jumped and traded for that pick because they thought the Eagles were interested in taking him. Do you think the Eagles would have taken him, and do you think it would have been a mistake if they did?
Well, they took Kyle McCord, so they're going to, they're in the business of drafting quarterbacks and collecting quarterbacks and developing them. They just lost Kenny Pickett this year. He was the backup. We'll see what Tanner McKee becomes, but they have a strong history of drafting quarterbacks. Now, if they got wind of that and they decided to do it, okay, but why? You've already drafted Dylan Gabriel. You've already said that Dylan Gabriel, he was drafted 50 picks in front of Shedeur. You're already saying in a crowded quarterback room with Joe Flacco and Kenny Pickett that Dylan Gabriel is a guy that we want to develop. Now you're going to jump in front of the Eagles, potentially jump in front and take Shedeur because maybe the Eagles take him? That doesn't really make sense. Now, it might be true, Spike. I'm not saying it's not true, but it doesn't make a lot of sense. None of it really makes a lot of sense. But, look, the Eagles, they took McCord. Maybe they would have taken Shedeur.
Well, I'll tell you, it would have been a different radio station. WIP we'd have been talking about different stuff for the last couple of days if they'd taken Shedeur Sanders. I can tell you that much. All right, Baldy. Well, we appreciate.
Part of it, though.
Yeah.
Is Dylan Gabriel going to get a fair shot? Because the attention that Shedeur is going to get. Hopefully, Shedeur goes about his business here and learns the playbook and gets to meet his teammates and becomes a great, just the activity of becoming a pro. Hopefully, he does that.
Yeah.
The circus atmosphere. I was there when Manziel got drafted. It was a circus. So it's going to be a circus again. He's bringing it. That's not a reason not to take him. Believe me. Like, I want Shedeur to be successful. I want all these guys to be good. But it's going to be a crazy scenario up there in Cleveland right now.
Well, especially
it's a reason not to take him if the talent doesn't warrant it.
Right.
Yeah.
Right. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean that's what makes you wonder why they took him. I mean, there's the rumors out there that the owner wanted him to take him because, yeah, I mean, if you're the Browns and you think enough of Shedeur Sanders, you don't take Dylan Gabriel in the third round. Like,
I sell a lot more Sanders jerseys than Gabriel jerseys.
Well, not to me. You know, I love Dylan Gabriel, but to most Cleveland fans, yeah, I think so. All right, Baldy, we appreciate your time as always, brother.
Thank you, bro.
Yeah. All right, guys. You bet.
There he is, Brian Baldinger, Odyssey NFL Insider, host of the Best Football Show podcast, where you can get in the Odyssey app or wherever you get your podcast.
That Cleveland owner was like, hold on. What jersey are we putting in the pro shop this year?
Gabriel?
Can he pick it?
Pick it? That guy's got tiny hands. All right.
Let me say this real quick before we move on.
Yeah.
With Shedeur Sanders.
Yeah.
Deion has to take some of this blame.
100% he does.
Like, Deion has to take some of this blame. I love you, Prime, but come on, man. I know you want your son to do well and you want the best for him. I can understand that. But part of this, Spike, when I'm starting to, as the dust starts to settle and the smoke starts to clear, and I use that term purposely, the smoke starting to clear, this was a smoke screen. This was Deion doing his best to try to get his son drafted in the first round.
Right. Yes.
Like, Deion has watched enough talent to know
that his son is not at the same level.
Exactly.
Of Cam Ward. Or...
And you may have heard him by always being his coach. In other words, when you went to Colorado, you was like, you told the starting quarterback in Colorado, like, I'm bringing my quarterback with me.
Well,
like, has Shedeur ever had to compete for a starting job and beat out a player?
At the risk of bringing this on myself, I am in a situation where my father is very famous. Can you this job? But take that, right? So people say that all the time, but never once has he been on the air saying, my son should get that job. Now imagine I'm coming out of college and my dad is on the air going, I'll tell you who should be doing middays at WIP.
Or how about if he said this? Well, I know he won't be doing an overnight shift, or he won't be doing 7 to 10.
Right.
He's only going to do this shift or that. Like, Deion was doing some of this by implying you were going to try to control where Shedeur goes. He's not going to go to certain teams. Like, some of this is on Prime, man. Some of this is on Deion instead of. And here's what I think he should have done, Spike, real quick. He should have been preparing Shedeur to come into this thing as a put on your hard hat and be a worker. Like, Deion, you were good enough to do the flashy chains and do all that stuff when you came out. You were good enough for that. Your son was carrying it that way without the real game to back it up. And I agree with a lot of these experts to say, listen, the owners are selfish. So in other words, if they thought Shedeur Sanders could win a Super Bowl for them and he was that good, they wouldn't have cared about this. They would have drafted him anyway.
They want to win.
Yeah,
NFL teams want to win
more than anything else. They want to win. I think Deion didn't help Shedeur enough with, you don't do certain interviews with teams. Like, you're not working out for teams.
You didn't throw at the combine.
You didn't do that stuff at the combine.
He retired his number.
That's what I'm saying, man. Like, you do stuff like that, and now Shedeur has a warped perception of who he should really be coming into the NFL. He's coming into the NFL as if he's already an NFL player.
It was funny. People were saying, well, Johnny Manziel was a pain in the ass, but well, Johnny Manziel was way more awesome in college than Shedeur Sanders was.
Well, yeah, he won the Heisman and he played in the SEC.
In a real conference. Yeah,
and also it didn't work out in the NFL.
Yes, so that's another good point.
He wasn't worth all the headache.
Right. Yes. Yeah, and it didn't work. It didn't work.
Tim Tebow too, by the way.
Right. Yes.
Like.
And Tim Tebow eventually became a guy. Now, Tim Tebow, a different kind of that. There's almost nonsense around Tim Tebow where I don't even think Tim Tebow was a very weird combination of why it became as big. But Tim
Tebow was here less than a year, Spike.
Yes.
With the Eagles. I know the stories. about Tim Tebow
Oh, really?
and his PR team
Oh.
and how he had a separate thing that the Eagles had to get clearance from his PR team.
Well, and that's why he wasn't a backup quarterback
Yes.
anywhere, because you can't tell me Tim Tebow couldn't have been a backup somewhere. Of course he could have. There's 90 quarterbacks in the NFL. Tim Tebow could have been one of them, but eventually NFL teams are like, not worth the hassle.
Don't want to deal with it.
Not
Yeah.
worth the hassle.
I hope Shador does do well there, but it didn't come in the right way. You got to come in a little less. I was cracking on Cam Ward's outfit that night, draft night, because he had
I don't remember what he was wearing.
It's just a plain
right.
blazer, tan blazer, just it looked. And I'm like, man, that don't look like a number 1 overall pick.
Well,
but it was the business like suit
and I think he could even look at Shador and he's like, you know how I can paint
let me tell you the
myself?
worst thing,
I can
dude.
be the anti.
Have you seen some of those videos with Shador and Cam?
Oh yeah, where Cam's like, I want to be known as a football player. Cam said, "Don't you?" Was he asking if he wanted to do
a
music?
rap video? Did he want to do a rap song with him?
Right.
That's Shador Sanders. He wants to do rap songs.
Well, there's the one too where Shador's like out of breath in the workout, and Cam Ward's like, "It's the first rep."
Oh, I didn't see that.
Oh
one.
yeah, it's a couple of those videos where I'm like, oh god, this don't look good.
And Shador's like, "I'm sponsored by Gatorade, so I'm drinking Gatorade," and it was not a great video.
You could tell one was entitled and the other one was more or less, I'm a grinder. I'm putting in the work, and how's Shador? Go out there and prove him wrong, kid.
Well, he's gonna have his chance.
You notice Deion's been quiet.
Well, he learned a lesson
He's
there
been
too.
quiet.
Yeah.
He hasn't had anything to say about any
Right.
of this.
Yeah. 215
That's a good thing.
Yeah, and he's been around.
Yeah, you got to dial it back now
Yeah.
and let Shador be a pro.
Yeah. 215-592-9494. Clay in Kansas City, you're on WIP.
Hey, how you guys?
What's up, Clay?
What's up, Clay?
Hey, good. Hey, real quick. I actually think Shador went to a really good situation with 5 quarterbacks there.
I do
because if he
too.
gets on the
Yeah.
field, He's going to have to prove his way on that field now. And he's going to have to beat a guy that got drafted higher than him. I actually am rooting for him. Watched a lot of him here in the Big 12. Spike, I heard that Big 12 shade you threw about the no real conference. And I don't really appreciate that. And then
I mean, compared to the SEC
and the Big Ten
and the Big Ten.
Hey, I'm all on board with what the Eagles do, man. If you're going to shop at the best store. And they seem like they've decided that if there's no player on the board they want, they just go to the SEC. That's a good way to go about it. Hey, real quick on the DC thing, I don't know if you guys saw Mr. Lurie's statement yesterday. I thought the Eagles really handled that well. That's a tough situation based on what happened in 2018. And, man, we've got such a classy owner. I really liked what he said in his public statement. I don't know if you all got a chance.
Yeah, I saw it about being honored to go there, and then they went to.
It was the monument. They went over to who was it? Fritzy. Oh, we are terrible.
They went over to Arlington.
Yes.
Right. Yeah, I thought they.
Statement, I thought.
Well, and you know what? They handled it well. You said a tough situation. It's only a tough situation if you make it at this point. And I thought the Eagles handled it well in that they just acted like, this is an honor. This is what you do. We're going. If you don't want to go, you don't have to go. And they left all of the debate and argument out of it.
Yeah.
And they, Lurie, when he was at the owners' meetings, they basically were trying to bait him into arguing about it. And he's just like, he's not. You know what I'm saying? And I actually think it is healthy for all of us to treat things that way. If it's something that you're into, do it. If it's not, don't do it. But let's not they're a football team.
Right.
They're not running for office.
Maybe don't tweet about the president's daughter, but let's.
Yeah, multiple times. His married daughter.
Yeah, exactly. Real quick though, I don't know. I'm kind of with I don't know why you guys are all. There's really going into every season. There's really just 8 or 10 teams that can win the Super Bowl. It's always about health and depth. And if you look at the 2 years the Eagles won the Super Bowl, they were incredibly healthy. And then in 2018, they had a lot of injuries. Heck,
They did.
New Orleans, we were picking guys out of the crowd to play in the secondary. That was a game Maddox got hurt in the back of the end zone. I mean, so I like what we did. Is there a player outside of Isaiah Rodgers? And that's the one I thought hurt the most because we could have paid that salary. Everybody else, we weren't going to pay anywhere near what they got. Am I wrong?
No.
Well, I mean GJ didn't get paid anything. They gave extra money to Saquon, which could have made it less likely they held on to someone. I agree. Look, I agree. We weren't going to give $100 million to Milton Williams. We weren't going to give $80 million to Josh Sweat. But on the other side of that, if those two guys are the highest paid defensive free agents, you have to also agree we lost something. We didn't lose all pros there, but the New England Patriots thought enough of Milton Williams to make him the highest paid defensive player free agent that there was. So I think it's somewhere in the middle there, Clay, in that, yes, we couldn't have paid that, but then we also have to acknowledge that's not super easy production to replace.
I totally agree, but football is the ultimate team game. They win and backfilled with quality, talented young players who, by the way, may also stay healthy because they're young. It's nice to be young. And I just feel like
tell me about it.
You're throwing shade at them, and I just don't get, like, to me, they're still the most talented team in the league right now. They're still the most talented team in the league. Am I wrong?
Well, I don't know.
That's a fair argument. I don't know who I could say. I mean, because every team lost some players.
Yes, for sure. We lost. I don't know. And I'm not hating on them. I'm saying more than anything, I understand the strategy. I'm saying I'm disappointed in it, in that there were two ways to go this offseason. You could look at, you won the Super Bowl, everybody's in their prime, let's go get another one. Or they could say, hey, we won the Super Bowl. We have bought ourselves some leeway to try to reset for the next 5 years. And that's what they did. I wanted them to go try to win another Super Bowl right now. Well, sort of.
You're in good shape. And one last thing.
Yeah.
I remember the question from way back when. Hey, isn't it Carrie Underwood? I mean, is she blonde?
She's a blonde. She's a blonde.
Carrie Underwood, very underrated there, Clay.
Yeah,
Let me say something real quick. My buddies and I always say she is leave your wife and kids on Christmas Day high.
Whoa. All right. Okay. I think we're all going to disagree with anything like that. So next question today, because it's Michelle Pfeiffer's birthday, is your go-to
Christmas Day.
Your go-to blonde. Leave your wife and kids on Christmas Day?
That's pretty rough.
Come on, man.
I would think rougher than that is on a birthday.
Yeah. He said that was on the radio, Clay.
You guys all agree?
He said, yeah, he was like,
I'm glad he didn't say Ike knows what I'm talking about.
No, but he did indict all of his friends.
Yes.
Me and my friends always said we'd leave our wives and kids for her. Oh my God. All right. 215-592-9494.
Very underrated.
Point.
I mean, underrated.
She had a moment.
Well,
yeah.
I think she still looks pretty good.
Oh, she does.
Yeah,
she does.
She still looks pretty good.
Yeah, she was.
Still does Sunday night the theme, right? She still does music.
Still her?
Yeah, she does the Sunday night theme music, right?
Yeah.
Carrie Underwood. Yeah.
Come on, Spike.
I don't
Are you even a football guy? I mean,
guys doing podcasts on Sunday
doing
nights.
little basketball.
Wait a minute. He does more podcasts than I do.
What does that mean?
He was saying I'm doing my little podcast on Sunday.
I know
night.
that Carrie Underwood does the Sunday night
I
football.
just couldn't remember. I'm worried about football.
No,
I'm
you're worried
grinding
about your
tape.
house again.
You're worrying about the girls.
What girls?
You're talking about leaving your wife and kids for Carrie Underwood.
That's what
she's
Clay said.
Oh, all right.
Now, Marie Taylor, that's different.
All right. We're stopping. 215-592-9494. Coming up next, Phil's back in action tonight.
Let's get it back to the fighting.
At home against the Nationals. We'll catch up with the Phils with the High Hopes Jackie Baseball Report. And you're a little disappointed in the Eagles offseason. Tell the Truth Tuesday. It used to be Tell the Truth Thursday, right? That's what we did before. That's Tell the Truth Tuesday on the WIP afternoon show. I'm going to tell you the truth. Tell you the truth is that you should be calling Guida to replace your old drafty windows and your doors. And your windows are still there, right? There's still glass in them. If it rains, it hits the glass or whatever, but they're not doing the job that they could be doing. And when you go Guida and you upgrade to that triple pane glass for those, the high efficiency, low E glass, you're going to be making a huge difference because it's not just glass there. No. It's protection from the elements. It's keeping your energy bills lower. It's raising the value of your home and that comfort inside, knowing that you finally did it and you did it the right way when you go Guida. Same thing with your door, sliding patio door, insulated front entry door, Guida. 20% off everything. Every window, every door right now. And you start your project. These are big projects. You start with no cash, no money down. and interest-free for up to 36 months. That's 3 years of lower energy bills, interest-free payments, and the best doors and windows you can get. This is for a limited time, and there are restrictions. So what you should be doing is call 877-GO-GOTTA. You'll get all the details on the phone, and then you're going to set up a free, no-obligation in-home estimate. Or go to GoGotta.com. That's GoGUIDA.com.
The Phillies kick off a 3-game series against the Nationals tonight. Leading off starts at 6. Sponsored by Nissan. Nissan makes cars that thrill. Shop NissanUSA.com. The first pitch is at 6:45. Then stick around for the final out on your exclusive home for Phillies baseball.
And that ball is gone into the basket. Max Kepler.
Sports Radio 94 WIP.
Boston blowout? It could be. I'm Sammy Pete, here to help you beat the books with the BetMGM network. Celtics have a 3-1 series lead on the Orlando Magic, and while that number might look big for tonight's spread, I don't think it's big enough. Let's lay the 11.5. I think Boston wins it running away and advances to the next round. I'm Sammy Pete from the BetMGM network. Bet smarter and beat the books. Download the BetMGM app today, and please gamble responsibly.
You ever try fixing your car and realize you're missing that one part? Yeah, been there. That's why eBay's my go-to. They've got millions of parts, guaranteed to fit. I'm talking brake pads for when yours have seen one too many miles of stop and go. Oil filters, because you don't mess around with your engine care. Even got this cold air intake on my watch list. I might just go for it. To keep the ride cool and your DIY streak hot. Find all the parts you need at prices you love. Guaranteed to fit every time. eBay. Things. People. Love. Eligible items only. Exclusions apply.
Did you hear about that free Grubhub deal from Amazon? I'm talking about no Grubhub delivery fees for Prime members on eligible orders. Plus, members can get exclusive offers and lower service fees, and they can even order Grubhub on Amazon. Visit Amazon.com/Grubhub to learn more. Terms and additional fees apply.
I'm sure everyone says this, but my mom really deserves the world. This year, I finally found a Mother's Day gift that comes close. She loves Hellsberg, so I'm getting her these timeless gold earrings she can enjoy for years to come. They feel special enough to show how much I truly appreciate everything she does for me. And I mean everything. I even sent my dad a link to the Diamond Eternity band he'll be getting her, too.
Save up to 50% on Mother's Day gifts Mom will cherish forever. Visit Hellsberg.com or a store near you.
Comcast Business helps turn today's small businesses into engines of modern business. It's how restaurants become reliably up and running neighborhood favorites. How retailers become seamlessly restocking, cyber-securing, must-visit shops. And how healthcare offices become the data managing caregivers that we all depend on. With reliable connectivity, enhanced cybersecurity, advanced fiber solutions, and Wi-Fi backup, Comcast Business is powering the engine of modern business, powering possibilities.
Now through May 4th, new customers can get started with 150 megabit internet for $59.99 a month for 12 months with a 2-year agreement. Plus, ask how to get up to a $500 prepaid card on a qualifying gig bundle. Call today. Restrictions apply. Not available in all areas. Requires enrollment in paperless billing and automatic payments with bank account. Early termination fee applies. Equipment, taxes, and other fees extra and subject to change.
Hi, it's John Ashell, the Car Czar from Colonial Hyundai. As part of our grand reopening sales event, Hyundai has shipped us a special selection of additional brand new vehicles. Right now is your opportunity to purchase any new Hyundai in stock at the lowest possible price. No games, no hassle, just the best possible price on any new Hyundai. These vehicles with locked-in savings are available on a first-come, first-served basis. Here at Colonial, we want to prevent you from paying more than you have to. So now, through April 30th, don't miss out on the best financing in the business and drive off with 0% financing. Our brand new state-of-the-art dealership is built for savings, built for service. And every new Hyundai comes with 3-year complimentary maintenance and America's best warranty, a 10-year, 100,000-mile powertrain. Shop us online 24/7 at colonialhyundai.com. Colonial Hyundai, the faster, easier, better way to buy a Hyundai.
In stock vehicles only. Tax and tags additional. Offers cannot be combined. See dealer for full details. Offer expires April 30th.
If you're serious about what's under your hood, then you need the highest octane on the market. New 94 Octane. Available exclusively at Sunoco. Nothing else will match it. Go to Sunoco.com to find a participating station near you.
Hey, baseball fans, want to boost the odds on your next MLB same-game parlay? Take the field with the same-game parlay boost token from BetMGM, an official sports betting partner of Major League Baseball. We'll drop the token in your BetMGM account. No need to opt in. Just place a same-game parlay on any MLB game and apply the token. Make sure to bet up to the minimum stake, odds, and legs specified on the token. If your boosted SGP hits, you'll score a bigger payout. Claim your MLB same-game parlay boost token today. The action is always on deck at BetMGM. The players are ready for first pitch, so join the excitement all season long. Major League Baseball trademarks used with permission. BetMGM and GameSense remind you to play responsibly. See BetMGM.com for terms. 21 plus only. Pennsylvania only. Existing customer offers subject to eligibility requirements. Rewards vary and expire in 1 to 7 days. If you or somebody you know has a gambling problem, help is available. Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Buying a new car might make you say things like,
I can't believe it.
Seriously, it's ours?
Is this real life?
Move it.
Yeah, it's real life, all right.
But what you really need to say is something that can protect your new ride.
Like a good neighbor, State Farm is there.
Yep, we're here to help you choose the coverage you need. So just remember, like a good neighbor, State Farm is there.
State Farm, Bloomington, Illinois. This is a story of the one. As a maintenance specialist for university housing, he knows college students can major in wear and tear. Plus, housing so many students doesn't leave a lot of room to house all the supplies he needs. That's where Grainger comes in. With over 1 million industrial-grade products and fast, dependable delivery, Grainger carries the quality products he needs so he doesn't have to. From a new door hinge to a whole new faucet. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
94 WIP HD1 Philadelphia, live from the Tasty Cake Studios. An Odyssey sports station. This is the afternoon show. Brought to you by Guida Door and Window. Call 1-877-GO-GUIDA or visit GoGuida.com. Sports Radio 94 WIP.
The WIP afternoon show with Ike, Spike, and Fritz. Justin, our video guy, put the open stuff on Twitter, so that's great to look at, the comments.
I can't tell. You being
big sarcastic.
Yeah, I couldn't tell.
Get this guy off my feed.
Oh, God.
Yeah. The Twitter question is brought to you by Mark's Jewelers. Justin always checks with me first. And to be fair, I would have said yes, go ahead.
Yes.
But, brought to you by Mark's Jewelers. Show the mom in your life how much she means to you this Mother's Day with a special gift with your purchase. Details at marks-jewelers.com. Are you disappointed in the Eagles offseason? I speak for the 12.3% who said yes. I speak for you.
Yes.
I speak for the honest ones. I speak for you. I speak for you. And Jack speaks for the Phillies fans.
It's time for the High Hopes Jackie Baseball Report. Here's Jackie Baseball.
So a couple news and notes here. Chris Sanchez is starting tomorrow.
Oh, good.
So it looks like crisis averted with
Yeah.
the Chris Sanchez.
What happened there? I guess no UCL injury, huh?
It looks like he's fine. Rob Thompson also misspoke during his media availability today and said Andrew Painter was going to be pitching in Lehigh Valley. Turns out that's not true.
Holy cow.
Wow.
He's going to be
That's
staying.
that's a pretty big leap.
Oh, I was all ready to almost lead the Jackie Baseball Report. Then an hour later, Gelb tweets out he misspoke. He's still pitching in Clearwater.
That's a pretty big misspeak.
That's what I'm
Huge
saying. That's a
misspeak.
huge misspeak.
And DK, who we'll talk to in leading
Yeah, she
off.
tweeted it. I just saw it.
I know, and she said that Rob Thompson talked about how he needed to face higher competition and it's warmer in Lehigh Valley, and then bang, he's staying in Clearwater.
Well, there's something fishy there.
Something doesn't pass the smell test.
It doesn't. They obviously had a conversation about it.
Yeah, it's I don't know, why all of a sudden is he staying in Clearwater when he's waxing poetic about
Him going to Lehigh Valley.
and how he needs to face real competition, and he's
Huh.
staying.
Hmm.
So
Interesting.
File that one away
Yeah.
as things that make you go, Yeah. All right. So I tweeted this morning. It's caused a firestorm. I think the rest of the day.
What?
What happened?
So Kyle Schwarber, his numbers since protecting Harper in the lineup, he is down to 208. Now, 391 OBP, we love that, but a 283 slugging percentage out of the cleanups for cleanup not /3 hole protecting Bryce Harper. He is protecting.
Is that not good?
No, it's not. No, it's not very good. Rob Thompson talked about Schwarber and if he's thinking about making any changes to the lineup earlier today. Here's Rob Thompson.
A little bit bigger of a sample size with Kyle hitting behind Bryce. What have you made of Kyle's numbers since hitting behind Bryce? And do you feel like you're getting close to changing it maybe if Kyle doesn't hit like he usually hits?
Yeah, and Harp has kind of gone into a little bit of a lull here too. So always monitoring that, always thinking about, okay, how can we make it better? So, you never know. If I feel like we need a change, then we'll do it.
Well, okay. This is ridiculous. First of all, not every time somebody goes into a slump, it's because of where they're hitting in the lineup.
Yeah, I find it very hard to believe he cannot hit in the protecting Harper.
Yeah, like Schwarber was hot at the beginning of the year. Now he's cold now. We always say that he doesn't heat up until June anyway.
And by the way, he wasn't just batting leadoff when he was hot.
No, he hit well when he was hitting cleanup as well. And the other thing is, like, if you can only hit well when all the good hitters are behind you, then, like, how good are you? Do you know what I mean? Plenty of cleanup hitters hit well in the cleanup, spot without an all-star hitting behind them. Mm-hmm. So, look, the point of the lineup is to win ball games, not for Kyle Schwarber to
get his numbers.
Well, sure. But the point of the lineup is also, and I know that Giglio's already laying the groundwork. And listen, I'm a Kyle Schwarber leadoff truther. Sure, all things considered, he's good at it. It's fine. It's more important to have real protection behind Bryce. That's the thing that has sunk you in the postseason the last 2 years. So I want to see if it can work. Well, Giglio wants to pull the plug already. Like Giglio,
Stott is hitting the ball well at the top of the order,
and he's doing what he's supposed. He's seeing pitches,
yes,
which is what he's supposed to be doing. Look, and you know what the big problem here is? Nobody wants to say. The problem is not that Kyle Schwarber isn't hitting in the 4 spot. The problem I'm just being honest, is that with Kyle Schwarber hitting behind him, Bryce Harper is hitting worse than Kyle Schwarber is. And that is with protection behind him. The problem right now in the lineup, like, that is the question I want to be asking, is what is going on with Harper with Schwarber hitting behind him?
Yeah, I don't know. But versus fastballs this year, he's down to 215.
Well, that's not great.
No, it's not, because you want to know what his numbers are the last 6 years against fastballs?
What?
So in 2024, 319. 2023, 317, 2022, 307, 2021, 336, 2020, 309, 2019, 304. Currently 216. Now, other interesting stat about Bryce that I wanted to bring up that is very concerning, and this is courtesy of John Solness. So, since July 1st of last year, Bryce Harper has 15 home runs and 45 RBIs. That ranks 50th and 77th out of 140 qualified hitters. Nick Castellanos has a higher OPS during that time period than Bryce Harper.
And he had a bunch of injury issues last year. He had the back thing. He had whatever his arm thing was. Uh-oh.
Yeah, he had both of those things.
Well, maybe that's why he doesn't have the extension.
Well,
if his body is falling apart.
I really hope that he's not. I know you sound like giddy, but
I'm not giddy.
But I really obviously don't want that to happen.
I don't want it to happen either.
Very concerned about it. So
don't accuse me of sounding giddy.
You sound giddy in there.
No.
Now I know how the Jalen people feel.
I'm not giddy.
I'm not handling.
I know how the Jalen people feel.
Yeah. I agree with Twitter. But yeah, not like I need him to right the ship here. We do not need the back to be a thing, but I am growing more and more concerned about the back. I know Ike's going to tell me I'm crazy. And yes, I know. Yes. I know. That's what I do. Is I worry about this team constantly.
Big fella's all right.
You think?
Yeah.
All right.
Yeah. I don't worry about Bryce Harper.
Well, we eventually age catches up with everybody.
What is he, 31?
Yeah, but
32,
but he's been in the big leagues 14 years.
Yeah.
That's a violent swing.
Plays first base. Violent. Was he chopping trees?
The violent swing. Hold on. Tiger's body's broken down, and he has a violent swing too.
Well, I tell you, Tiger's body is broken down from other things besides the violent golf swing.
Well, Bryce has 4 kids.
That why his back is tight?
I don't think so. And Julio, by the way, conspiracy theory Joe,
what?
He was trying to mention me in between the breaks about Bryce's home OPS versus road OPS. Home OPS is like over 1,000 in the last year, and then road OPS is around like 800. He is conspiracy theorizing that it's because of his mattress at home. He needs he gets to sleep in his home bed.
Can I tell you, as somebody, all right, I'm going to say this as a bad back guy.
Yeah.
And I have a Tempur-Pedic bed. Yeah. It did change my life. It helped make my back in a better place. When I'm going for an Airbnb somewhere, I always send the person a message to ask what the bed is. I live in fear of hotel mattresses. Like hotel mattresses they're too soft.
Yeah. You're just a bundle of joy.
Diva. Aren't you starting to see more and more diva-ness out of him?
It's not diva.
Oh, the poor people that work on your house.
Are you kidding me? You ordering mattresses at the hotel?
No, I can't order mattresses at the hotel, but if I could, I would. If the hotel mattresses are too soft, they want to be too fluffy, it's not good for your back.
What a warrior.
I know Val looks at you when y'all at the check-in counter.
Oh, man.
And you go through your mattress stuff.
Look, man.
Like, you can't watch TV in the room.
No.
In the hotel rooms, is that allowed or no?
About that?
Yes, in the hotel room.
I just want to make sure. Yeah, I want to make
sure. I'm not going to sleep with the TV
on. Is she allowed outside the room?
Yeah.
When you guys go on vacation?
Yes.
Okay.
I'm not like that.
Hold on, you're one of those guys. The TV has to be off for you to go to sleep.
Well, I don't want the TV on while I'm sleeping.
Yeah, it's bad radiation. I agree.
Bad radiation.
Yep.
It's bad for your sleep. I need darkness. I need quiet.
Come on, close your eyes,
dude. Sometimes
you guys are gonna be sleeping in separate rooms. In like 5 years.
No. I know, not at all. I'm not into that, but I do. Sometimes I will put on headphones with some rain sounds.
Yes, I know exactly what you're saying.
On top of your 2 jackets and
my
pair of socks,
your sweat socks.
Yeah.
Man, you are a lot to deal with.
I am.
Piece of work. Happy birthday, Val.
I am. Happy birthday. I love you, Val.
Do you want to hear what Evan and Tiki had to say about the show?
About our show?
Shouldn't should you do National Appliance Warehouse for?
Yeah, let's do National Appliance Warehouse.
I hate to have to produce the show as well, but
is there anything you can't do?
Tax-free Delaware. Come on. Jack.
No, I know. And you know all about
I was doing my read the last segment.
Well, I'm just trying to get you guys.
Well, listen, Spike, you can talk about National Appliance Warehouse as well as I can.
I can.
Given that you are in the house almost.
Thursday. I was over there this morning.
Where you just walking in the kitchen and said, look at all these appliances.
Then I got a National Appliance Warehouse. The entire process of it was amazing.
I know.
Because I wanted to be in and out. If you want to look at all the brands they have, you can do it.
Well, because again, you silenced your wife's opinion.
I did.
And said only pick 2 products.
Yes. I called your own and I'm like, you need to whittle this down for us before we come in.
That's right.
And your own's like, I got you. Yeah. Dude, the smile on my face when he said, I have 2 options for you for a range. I was like, yes, he did it. And now they look beautiful.
That's industry leading professionals that you get in National Appliance
Sure
Warehouse.
Is.
Knowledgeable, smart. They treat you like family. Spike just got that done. Also, listen, contractors, we know you're out there. I mean, you know you're working on all these houses.
Yeah, my contractor was like, I usually go to National Appliance Warehouse.
And bang. That's what they do. Is he send them to National Appliance Warehouse and they take care of you. So, by the way, you're gonna get it's not just 2 appliances. Like I know Spike narrowed it down to 2. There's over 100 brands from Sub-Zero to budget in their 15,000 square foot showroom. So they have the right appliance, and of course the price that is guaranteed by Price Shore. You're going to get the lowest price possible. Price Shore is a piece of technology specific for National Appliance Warehouse that instantly updates price tags all throughout the store if it finds a lower price elsewhere. Tax-free Delaware helps, and of course they always have great savings events going on as well. Installation, delivery, a whole lot more. So visit nationalappliancewarehouse.com or their showroom in tax-free Wilmington or Middletown, Delaware today. And you can tell them Fritz sent you.
Yeah, that's what I did. I told them Fritz sent me. They looked at me like I was crazy, but
confetti fell from the ceiling. Yeah, all that good stuff.
Anyway, Evan and Tiki.
Yeah, so they
on WFAN.
On WFAN, a little radio station up in New York.
Much lower ratings than ours, but a good show nonetheless.
Right, and one member of the show definitely didn't call it the Mecca when he went and took a job up there.
City is the Mecca.
Would never do that.
Yep.
So they're mentioning the death of the Phillies franchise and when they knew that happened, and they brought the show to make the drive the point home.
I believe Philadelphia has turned on the Phillies, and I know the exact moment, it happened. When Francisco Lindor hit that grand slam against Carlos Estevez. Because last year, they loved that team. I was in the building for game 2. They are vicious, loving their own team, wanting to kill us kind of fans. And so it wasn't even during the series. It was as it was ending. I saw death in the eyes of, what's that guy who works with Eskin in Philadelphia? The tiny guy? What's his name?
Jack.
Jack Fritz. Jack Fritz. I don't know Jack Fritz.
Jack, not a fan of Positive Tommy.
No, he don't like you?
No.
Okay, so you want me to rip him then?
Yes.
I was going to say nice things about him, but I'll kill him.
I'm just giving you the facts.
Let me tell you about that little dip crap, Jack Fitz. I'm just kidding. No, I do. I liked him in this regard, and I'm using him as an example for this. Jack Fitz, who I don't know from a hole in the wall, is a Philly fan.
Well, you certainly don't because you keep saying his name wrong. It is Jack Fritz.
Fritz, okay.
Fritz.
I'm sorry.
F-R-I-T. Nice fellow. We've met him a few times.
Very nice fellow. And so we ended up standing next to Jack Fritz at the end of that game. And unlike Spike and his partner, who's his partner again?
That would be Ike Reese.
Ike Reese. Yeah. I think, with all due respect, I don't think Spike and Ike Reese gave a rat's ass about Phillies Mets. I think they're doing their job.
Oh, boy.
They're doing it. They do a great job, by the way, down there. They didn't actually care.
Right.
Wow. I can tell people who care because I care. Jack Fritz cares.
Oh, yeah.
Jack Fritz cares, and I respect him for that.
He wears it on his sleeves.
Yes. He is, I don't know if he'll take this as an insult, he's Philadelphia's me. We live it. We live it. We breathe it. It ain't just a job. It's a life. Okay?
Right. Wow.
When Francisco Lindor hit that grand slam, I saw the death of a franchise in his eyes. I looked over and I saw it. And he represented Philadelphia. They hate the Phillies.
Wow.
I mean, now,
did you guys give two craps about the?
Okay,
there's a lot going on in there.
Right.
There's a lot going on.
So, some context on Evan. Evan is a bigger Mets fan than I've ever seen anything. He scores every game, like hand scores every game. Goes to a lot of games every year. So to him, there's only like you're either a fan like him or you're everybody else.
Right.
So that's his judging on it.
Yeah.
So. I imagine what I wasn't looking at Jack when Lindor hit the home run, but I can imagine
it's always unpleasant to stand next to him watching the game.
Thank you. But his point about people turning on the team, I don't think they hate them. And I think they would cheer for them if they win. Mm-hmm. But we have compared it to the Sixers a lot in that the love affair with this Phillies team is over. Like there was, and partially it was because the expectations were so low in the beginning. And the best time in sports is when the team performs and your expectations are low because it's devil may care. It's nothing to lose. Nothing to lose.
Yep.
But then when expectations come, that is the danger. And when teams don't live up to expectations, even if they play well, that's when that friction happens. Yep. And the Phillies, I would say, not until they lost to the Diamondbacks did they meet expectations.
Mm-hmm.
So did they have to face expectations, rather? So then they come in with expectations, they win the 95 games, and they lose to the Mets. And I think at that moment, the sort of, I'm not saying that nobody likes the team, and I'm not saying they don't want them to win, but this unconditional love can do no wrong sort of relationship that fans had with that team, I think did die in that Mets series.
Yeah.
Because you'll remember all summer, people just expected it to come back.
Yeah. I was one of them.
And when it didn't come back, I think they were truly disappointed for the first time, disappointed in a different way than the Diamondbacks because they had true expectations. And I think it's different.
Yeah, it may not be to the level in which he described it. I'm with you. I think there is still some love for this Phillies team and a little bit of hope that they can do what we ultimately have hoped that they could do for the last 3 years. That's still there. But then there's also a part of us that's like, there is a little bit of fatigue there. And I wonder, the problem for baseball, especially in the moment during the season, is that it comes at a wonderful time of the year when people are trying to get outside, be active,
relax,
do
other stuff.
To do.
Yeah.
So you don't get the same level of anger at this time of the year for the baseball team. It's different from basketball because we don't get mad about the Sixers until the end. Like, nobody's angry all year long yelling about the Sixers. It's when the end result isn't there. The problem for the Phillies is we have all of our sports emotion and it's concentrated on them right now.
Mm-hmm.
Like they got the focus of the city on them right now. And it ain't looking pretty. And because of the way the season has ended the last 3 years, people are less inclined. It's worse than being angry. Angry is an emotion that shows that you still care to some degree. It's apathy that sets in where you don't get the emotion and the anger out of you. Like what he saw with Fritz was the ending of the season.
Yeah.
I don't know if people are carrying that level of passion right now through the season. Do you feel that? Like, I don't necessarily feel that. I feel frustration, but I don't feel that level right now with the team.
Yeah, I think there's more increased negativity, I think,
Yeah.
for April. But I also think that they've earned that.
Well, do you feel different about the core?
I mean, I think I've talked differently about this team this year because, like, I think we've seen them all. Like, it's hard to expect 30-plus-year-old guys to kind of change. And I think a lot of people have made up their mind about who these guys are as well. So I think that
I'm one of those people.
Yeah, like I think we just kind of know what they are.
Do you think people? I know Evan said hate them, but do you feel like people are more irritated than they are amused by the Phillies?
Yes.
Yeah, and that's a tough spot to be in.
Yeah,
being that you're more irritated because, to your point, there's a lot of other stuff to do right now.
Yeah,
especially as the weather warms up
but I think
and people
are
start
still
going,
watching though.
Yes,
consuming and wanting to talk about them.
Yeah,
but like I was at a birthday party over the weekend, and it was like, they're the same team. Like it was just I don't know if they watch every game, but it seems like that's the general feeling around the team.
Yeah. And when you're not hitting home runs, now you're not even as exciting.
It's not
as
the
you
fun
used to
part.
be. Yes, exactly.
Yeah. People say they want small ball. They want the home runs are more fun.
I always say it.
Yeah.
The chicks dig the long balls.
So long ball.
The long balls might be a problem. But you're getting older.
Sounds like a mess. What's coming up in the top 5 and 5? Whoa. What's coming up in the top 5 and 5?
My favorite internet debates of my lifetime.
Oh.
Big one currently ongoing that we will discuss.
Oh, yeah. I heard, I heard he was talking about it. Wrong. He wrong. All right. Top 5 and 5 is next. This is the WIP Afternoon Show with Ike, Spike, and Fritz.
All right, fellas. So you've got hair? Well, Glad Hair can help you keep it. And if you're losing it, don't worry. It's cool. They can help you out, too. Now, the team at Glad Hair has been defending hairlines for over 30-plus years, and they've mastered the Glad Hair technique. If you want more than just a treatment, if you want one-on-one customized care, follow-up check-ins, and ongoing maintenance treatments for optimal results, then they've got you covered. It's the reason they're Philadelphia's leading hair restoration destination. Give them a call, 610-980-4000, or visit gladhairmm.com.
May 5th is now BG Day. Fly, Eagles, fly. All day long, 94 WIP is honoring Brandon Graham with classic stories, special guests, and the best BG moments of all time.
Oh, was he walloped by Brandon Graham?
Live all day, May 5th.
I just want to thank everybody.
Then cap off the day with BG Live, a special one-time event with Brandon at the Colonial Theater in Phoenixville.
What up, Philly?
Presented by Ashley Furniture. Feels good to be home.
We finally switched to T-Mobile because with them, we could be connected here and there.
Let's watch a movie.
And we have Netflix included to enjoy our favorite shows and movies.
¿Qué tal esta? Bacanísima, pero ya la vi.
Now the hard part is getting them to agree on a movie.
Switch today and get a Samsung Galaxy S25 Plus with Galaxy AI. Plus, your plan price is guaranteed for 5 years. Save today, guaranteed for tomorrow. Visit a store, T-Mobile.com, or call 1-800-T-Mobile. 1-800-T-Mobile. Guarantees monthly price of talk, tax, and data. Exclusions like taxes and fees apply. See exclusions and details at T-Mobile.com. Receive Netflix and with ads on us with qualifying plans.
John is in a hot tub on his vacation. He earned 20,000 points by spending $2,000 with his Navy Federal Credit Union More Rewards card. To be clear, you don't have to vacation in a hot tub to redeem this offer. But John did, because the bubbles make him happy. Right now, you can earn 20,000 points when you spend $2,000 in the first 90 days. Offer ends January 1st, 2026. Navy Federal Credit Union. Our members are the mission. Navy Federal is insured by NCUA. Visit NavyFederal.org for details.
Breaking news, and this one is almost unbelievable.
Yeah, it's all about new customers at Bet365 because they get $150 in bonus bets when they bet $5, win or lose. And even better, bonus bets can be used on the spread, totals, and player props.
There you have it. Bet $5 to get $150 in bonus bets, win or lose. And see why it's never ordinary at Bet365. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. 21 plus only. Must be physically located in Pennsylvania. T&Cs apply.
Greetings, Boomtown. Ever since this neighborhood switched to Xfinity Internet,
the Wi-Fi is booming!
Xfinity combines the power of internet and mobile with one all-in plan.
So we've all got lightning-fast, secure Wi-Fi speeds at home and on the go with Wi-Fi Power Boost from Xfinity Mobile.
You get the most reliable Wi-Fi with our best in-class equipment and unlimited data included. Plus, add an unlimited mobile line.
All for only $40 a month for 1 year. To celebrate this combo, we're mashing our shows together.
It's everything you need all in one plan. Plus, learn how to get a free 5G phone with a premium unlimited line. Now, sit back and relax with the smooth, relaxing sound
of face-melting acid metal!
Brilliant.
Visit Xfinity.com to learn more. Ends June 23rd with paperless billing and autopay stored bank account. Restrictions apply. Xfinity Internet cable required. Taxes, fees extra. After 1 year rate increases to $110 a month. After 2 years, regular rates apply. Actual Wi-Fi speeds vary. Most reliable Wi-Fi based on Open Signal Awards USA. Fixed Broadband Experience Report, August 2024.
Still getting around to that fix on your car? You got this. On eBay, you'll find millions of parts guaranteed to fit. Doesn't matter if it's a major engine repair or your first time swapping your windshield wipers. eBay has that part you need, ready to click perfectly into place for changes big and small. Loud or quiet, find all the parts you need at prices you'll love, guaranteed to fit every time. But you already know that. eBay, things, people, love. Eligible items only. Exclusions apply.
Will new tariffs impact small businesses? Rising costs and economic uncertainty can hurt your bottom line. But with Swish Funding, your business can stay strong. We offer fast, flexible funding solutions from $10,000 to $2 million for working capital, cash flow, and more, and as little as 24 hours with no collateral needed. If your business earns at least $50,000 per month and has been around for over a year, you could qualify today. Go to swishradio.com and use code RADIO. Swishradio.com, code RADIO.
Have you tried hands-free Skechers slip-ins yet? Because if you haven't, you're missing out on technology that changes how you think about shoes. First, these are not just regular slip-on shoes. They're not just a pair of loafers without laces. But what makes them different is the technology inside that lets you just step into them. There's a built-in hidden shoehorn that slides your foot in, so they look, feel, and wear just like a pair of shoes you're used to. Except you don't have to bend down, struggle to put them on, or touch them. Try them at a Skechers store, Skechers.com, or wherever stylish footwear is sold.
Thanks for calling Discover. This is Nia.
Hi, Nia. It's Jennifer. Did you know that Discover automatically doubles all the cash back you've earned at the end of your first year?
Yeah, I work here.
Okay. I was just double checking. Get it?
Because Discover automatically doubles all the cash back you've earned at the end of your first year?
Oh, you get me, Nia.
You could say that I double get you.
I guess we've taken it too far.
You earn, we match. Discover Cashback Match. See terms at discover.com/creditcard.
Listen, Mom loves anything you give her for Mother's Day, but what she really wants is a call or a visit. Anything to feel close to you. And a digital picture frame from Aura will go a long way to making her feel closer to you. Help Mom miss you less by putting the power of technology to work. Aura Frames was named the best digital photo frame by Wirecutter and featured in 495 gift guides this past year. I absolutely love it. There's no doubt in my mind my wife Janet is getting one of these things. She loves pictures so much. I know she is going to love this product. So the next time you need to call your mom, you can also send her a new pic of you from that trip that you were telling her all about right from your phone. Aura has a great deal for Mother's Day. For a limited time, listeners can save on this perfect gift by visiting auraframes.com to get $35 off plus free shipping on their best-selling Carver matte frame. That's AURAFrames.com. Promo code ROAM. Support the station by mentioning us at checkout. Terms and conditions do apply.
This is Zach Gelb with Honesty Sports Minute, brought to you by Fisher Investments. Draymond Green last night had 6 points, 8 rebounds, 5 fouls, 1 technical foul, 1 flagrant foul. And yes, that's a farthest thing from a good stat line. But with the game on the line, Draymond made a game-winning defensive stop, and then obnoxiously yelled into the camera. The Warriors are now up 3-1, though, against the Rockets, and the polarizing Draymond Green is the perfect definition of a player you love if he's on your team, but hate him if he isn't. I'm Zach Gelb.
94 WIP HD1 Philadelphia. Live from the Tasty Cake Studios. Sports Radio 94 WIP. An Odyssey Sports Station. Stream the screams. Catch Phillies baseball with the Odyssey app on 94 WIP.
It's a WIP afternoon show with Ike, Spike, and Fritz, letting you know, by the way, you listen to the radio station on the radio and the free Odyssey app and stream it on YouTube. You can watch us on YouTube. Phillies baseball returns tonight, by the way. First pitch at 6:45. Phillies first of 3 against the Washington Nationals.
Excited about the game tonight.
Yeah, get a little baseball back.
I'll tell you, they take a night off, and I'm damn near lost as to what the hell I'm watching.
Yeah, well, they face Mackenzie Gore, no shadows, so maybe they won't strike out 19 times.
Ah, that'd be nice.
I mean,
you know what I do when there's no Phillies game? Yeah. I was in bed at 9:08 last night.
Dude, I mean, Cleveland and Miami might have been the worst last 2 games I've ever seen in my life in the NBA playoffs.
They're up like 80-30.
Yeah, it was the worst. And then I couldn't even stay up for Golden State Houston.
Oh, yeah. Who's
past
staying
the
up?
First quarter.
Who's staying up for West Coast games? What am I? What am I, younger than almost 50? I'm not. Let's do it, Jack.
It's the 5. Number 5. At 5. With Jack Fritz.
Beautiful 5.
Well, there's currently a big internet debate that we will discuss in this top 5, but it did get me thinking, what are my 5 favorite internet debates of my lifetime?
Of all time. Of
my
your
lifetime.
life. Okay.
Well,
I know. Go ahead.
Well, listen, we'll get to it.
Yeah.
We'll get to it.
Okay.
Number 5. Do you guys remember Yanni versus Laurel? You guys remember this at all?
No.
So it went viral.
Okay.
Wondering, because I guess it's an optical illusion, but you hear with
it's
your
the color
ears.
of a dress, right?
Well, we'll get to that one. We'll get to that
that's
one.
a different
This is one with your ears, though. Like some people hear Yanni and some people hear Laurel.
This is going to make me crazy. All right.
So which do you hear?
Okay.
Laurel.
Oh, Laurel.
Laurel.
Yeah, easy.
Yeah,
Laurel.
see, I hear Yanni. Like
you hear Yanni?
Yeah, like if you convince yourself you hear Yanni, you hear. Like, that's what I heard first was Yanni, and then if I said I hear Laurel, then I hear Laurel.
Okay, play it again. I'm going to try to hear Yanni.
Laurel.
No.
Laurel.
No. This sounds like a practical joke. It's Laurel.
I'm just telling you.
What did that say?
It said Laurel.
No, that said Yanni.
Yeah.
No.
Yeah, dude. Yeah.
No, that said Laurel.
No, it said Yanni.
No, it said Yanni. He said, if you concentrate on saying the word, that's what you're going to hear.
Okay.
And I just did it.
One more time. You know what I feel like this is? This is like in the joke in Mallrats. This is like one of those pictures. If you stare at it, you're like, ooh, you see a boat.
You see different,
yeah. I don't see it. So, all right, I'm going to try to hear Yanni.
Laurel. Laurel.
I just hear Laurel.
I heard Laurel that time.
Yeah.
It's weird.
I heard Yanni. That's
I
I
know.
know. The second time I heard Yanni.
I know. We'll see what the people say.
That's awesome.
We'll see what the people say. All right, number 4 was the Cincinnati Zoo right to kill Harambe? I mean,
I swear I hated when this was out.
Yeah.
Cincinnati. I mean, Harambe, R.I.P. It took over the summer.
Well, I have a picture.
It was like 2017. What was that?
Yeah, it was like 20. I think it might have been earlier. Like
16, 15, or 16.
Well,
yeah.
I have a picture of myself at the link with a guy who had Harambe on the back of an Eagles jersey.
It took over the summer.
Yeah.
Everyone had a thought on Harambe.
Yeah.
Yeah, I remember that.
Ike Zoo, yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah. We'll get to more gorilla stuff in a little bit,
right,
but
Laurel.
Yanni.
Yeah.
Laurel.
Heard Laurel that time. Yeah.
This is driving me crazy. All I hear is Laurel. I
know.
want to hear Yanni so bad.
I know.
All right.
That's why it's good. Second best internet debate of my lifetime. Do you see purple and black on the dress, or do you see white and gold on the dress?
So I always saw gold on the dress.
I always saw white and gold.
Yeah.
White and gold.
Yeah, I didn't understand
I
it.
do remember it.
I was so mad when people said they saw purple and black.
You would fight about it.
Yeah,
Right.
but I mean, it's an
You're
optical
there's
illusion.
no way you see purple.
Like, how
and
do you
black
see
there.
that?
Yeah.
That's
Yeah.
ridiculous. But that's the beauty of an optical illusion, I guess.
Yeah.
That took over the.
That was huge. That was the biggest one I can remember.
Well, I think
That's number 2.
I think there's that's number 3.
Oh.
I think there's a bigger one. The
current one?
No.
Oh.
Not the current one's not really number
Okay,
one. Just
all right.
to get there.
Okay.
You get the point.
Wait, wasn't that number 3 or number 2?
Listen, I might have messed up the top 5.
Okay, so
But-
that was 3.
You're on number.
I know, because I made a last second change
Yeah.
here and it got me
Okay.
all screwed up.
Oh my God, it's only 5 things. It's not even hard.
Counting stuff. I think the best internet debate, really, it's been going on. Now, it was really annoying by the end and it got played out. But is a hot dog a sandwich?
Oh yeah, that was the greatest.
It was the worst.
I was early on that one.
You were.
Yeah.
I think you kept it going a little bit too long.
We asked.
What, a hot dog been a sandwich?
Yeah, I remember
Clearly not.
we interviewed Brett Brown in 2013, like his first year with the Sixers, and we asked him that. So that was 2013. It's clearly a sandwich.
Wow, because it's between a bun.
It's 2 pieces of bread with meat in the middle. That's a sandwich.
No, but it's a hot dog though. That's the problem. Like,
Well,
it's
it's
a-
really not 2 pieces of bread. It's a bun that's sliced.
Okay.
It's a hot dog bun.
All right.
Yes, a hot
It's not
dog
2
bun.
pieces of bread. It's 1 piece of
All
bread.
right,
Yeah, it's
but
1 piece of
but a
bread.
cheesesteak is also a sandwich, and it's 1 piece of bread.
That's a good
A
point.
hoagie's also a sandwich, 1 piece of bread.
Is his cheeseburger a sandwich?
Well, no, that's
Yes.
us. Well, that's us saying that it's not. If you're saying because it's 2 slices of bread, that's what makes
Sure.
it a sandwich.
I'm just saying
Yeah.
the bread is split, whether it's 2 or 1 with the meat in the middle.
Well,
Sandwich.
no. What we're asking is why is it a sandwich? Because it's split
Yeah, I would say bread that is split,
with
or
something
split,
in
or
between it.
or yeah, with something in between it. Now people will come back and say, "Is a taco a sandwich?" And I will say no because it's not bread.
Same properties as bread.
It's not bread.
What about when it's tortilla?
Yeah, that's a tortilla. That's
Isn't that a form of bread?
well, no, bread is bread. It's not leavened. It's not bread.
Well, bun's a bread?
Yes, bun is bread.
What's the difference between a bun and a?
A cheeseburger is a sandwich.
Yeah, but it's a cheeseburger though.
A hot dog is a
It's a hot.
sandwich.
It's a hot dog.
It's a hot dog.
215.
Now, is that 2 or
Yeah, that's
1?
number 2. Number 1 is the
Okay.
one that's going on right now that took over the midday show. Who would win in a fight, 100 men versus 1 gorilla?
This is a dumb argument because 100 men would win, and
with no weapons.
No weapons. Here's the thing that people aren't concentrating on, and Hugh's argument on this is ridiculous. That when the gorilla ripped the arm off the first guy, they would all run away. That's not the question. So I'm going to say that they can't run away, and like they're in a fenced-in yard or something. The gorilla will get tired. The gorilla is an animal. It has. Like it's not a RoboCop or something. It's not a robot. It's an animal. Animals get tired. It will eventually get tired, even if it's beating the hell out of it wouldn't even take 50 men to beat a gorilla.
Really?
Yes, and they're not as big as people. They're like 300-400 pounds. It's not like a polar bear or something.
Or it depends on. All gorillas aren't the same size.
Yeah, but they don't get the.
What about a silverback?
Yes, between 300 and 400 pounds, a silverback.
How tall?
Unfortunately, I did some, reading about this.
Oh, you just put it in Chat GPT.
I ruined it, and no, there's like articles about it now. But the key part here is that the gorilla would get tired.
That's what GPT told you.
No, not GPT. There are like like zoologists writing about it last night. That the gorilla would get tired eventually.
Yeah.
That's the natural thing is the gorilla. If these men are actually fighting, they go in waves. They can't all go at once because 100 at once is too many. It's not doing you any. If you just send them like 10 at a time or 4 at a time,
I think that favors the gorilla.
But the gorilla's going to get tired.
Yeah. What do you think is going to be? Yeah. Even though he's getting tired, he's not going to be tired to the point of exhaustion that he doesn't do anything. It's a natural sort of defense mechanism that if people are trying to kill you, he's not just going to get tired. He's going to defend himself.
Let's think about it this way.
Yeah.
Think about I don't know. Think about Landon Dickerson versus 10-year-olds.
Yeah.
Eventually, the 10-year-olds will beat Landon Dickerson because Landon Dickerson's going to get tired.
I don't think so.
But he's going to get tired.
10-year-olds aren't strong enough to ultimately kill him, though.
But eventually they will.
I don't think so. I'm with the gorilla on this one.
You
I'm
think
with you
Gorilla's
on
going
this
to
one.
100 men?
Yeah.
100?
Yeah. How many of those men are going to be eager to run in there after they see three or four of them die?
But I'm going to say they're soldier men. Like they are. This is their mission: is to kill this gorilla. Well, it's like King Kong is like 40 stories high.
Well, exactly.
But they're real soldier men.
And King Kong is real.
We had a debate on the podcast once. Somebody wrote in, who would win, one tank or a billion babies?
That's
I'm gonna say one tank.
It's easily one tank.
But
babies can't do anything.
But eventually they will.
Eventually
No,
what?
Spike, they won't. Eventually they'll get killed.
No, eventually they'll get older.
Okay, but that's not the debate then.
Because it's a billion of them. It needs time to kill the billion babies.
That is so stupid.
I hate that you read up on this.
I'm sorry.
Well, isn't that what you asked HK? Something along those lines? Too?
I asked Harry Callis in one of his final interviews who would win in a fight, a bear or a shark.
What a way to go out.
Yes.
Yeah.
And unfortunately, we did not record it because our recording equipment was broken. So I don't have that. But he humored me and he answered.
Has John Brazier ever told that story?
John Brazier, unfortunately, has told that story 100 times. And John Brazier left his World Series ring in the bathroom.
He also wrote a song. I don't know if you heard that.
Yes, Roger. You, John Brazier, left your World Series room in the John. All right. This hour is sponsored by Guided Door and Window. Get 20% off all windows and doors with no money down up to 3 years to pay it off interest-free. Call Guided Door and Window today at 877-GO-GUIDA or visit GoGuida.com.
Rojas is out there heating up food again.
You can smell it.
Yeah.
There it is.
Johan Rojas?
Yeah.
Yes, Johan Rojas is out there. Herb in the Northeast, you're on WIP. What's up, Herb?
What's happening, boys? I'm just finished my game. Hour and 15 minutes, 16-1.
Okay.
Fastest game all year we had.
So you didn't take time off to go to the bathroom during this one?
Even yeah, right. Even Ike Reese probably could have got a home run in this game. Swing that bat, Ike, baby.
Swing
Let's
it, baby.
go.
I want you to whack that thing.
I just came over to Father Judge. I see it looks like they were practicing or something like that.
Nice.
So there's no gain or must, I guess. So,
You know what, Herb? Herb, can I ask you a question?
On the radio?
Huh?
I'm sorry. Go ahead.
I want to ask Herb a question. Like, we're doing a Fritz versus the camera sort of competition.
Allegedly, yeah.
And baseball is one of them. And I'm listening to the morning show this morning, Herb, and your name was brought up as a possible umpire for these guys. Now, I got to admit, Joe DeCamera dismissed you immediately.
Really?
He's like, no way, don't want Herb. Now, which automatically made me Herb, since you're an afternoon caller, and you're part of this show. We got to put our hat in the ringer for Herb to be the umpire.
It has to be Herb.
Right? It has to be Herb.
We need Herb for the baseball, Donahue for the basketball.
I told you
I really am in for the Donahue, the
I
basketball
do baseball.
Yes.
I want
Great
to do
idea.
that Devontae Smith.
Yeah, we got to work our way up to that, though, Herb. Yeah.
Here's the thing, Herb. What I think could happen is
Work our way up to that.
if you prove your mettle doing it like with the DeCamera versus Fritz thing, we can sell you to the Devontae Smith organization as like,
Yeah, I got
you know what I'm saying? So
Yeah,
would you be willing to do it?
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, absolutely.
All right.
Okay.
What are you actually trying this thing about Fritz and what
Fritz and the camera. Yeah, what is this?
Camerata.
Is this one-on-one? Like,
I don't know. I think I'm supposed to pitch to him maybe like 10 at bats or something.
but you can't strike him out, though. You're trying to strike him
Well,
out.
the last time I faced him, I had to only throw him fastballs, so I could change.
You
it
can't
up.
throw off-speed pitches?
Well, no, I think that could be a part of the rules this time.
Okay.
Yeah, you should be able to throw whatever you want.
Exactly.
I know.
Yeah.
Who's going to catch Fritz?
Well, we'll find someone.
I'd catch. I caught in Little League.
I'll get Ben Davis out
Yeah,
there.
put Spike. Hey, Ben Davis.
There you go. Ben
Yeah.
Davis was a catcher in Major League Baseball.
Finally, Ben's big break.
Yeah.
You know, Ben's son's got it's the one kid from Oregon last week had 19. He probably got more now. And Ben Davis's son, I think, has like 14 or 15 home runs.
Yeah, Taig's on fire.
I was going to say
good.
John Deere. Was that his name? I couldn't remember his name. Taig.
Yeah, Taig.
He's not named after the lumber company.
Okay.
Yeah, let me know what you want to do.
Okay.
No problem.
Sounds good.
All right.
Just, I mean, it's better to have this, like, though, after May 13th, because I got a playoff game on
It'll be after May 13th. That's
Yeah.
Okay.
like a week away.
Yeah, I'm hoping it is in
Yeah,
2025.
Jack Fritz, I'm going away June 2nd to the 11th.
That's good to know.
Okay.
All right.
All right. Okay. Any other dates?
Are we fitting this around?
I'm going to Columbia June 2nd to the 11th.
What are you doing in
That's a
Columbia?
long time to be in Columbia.
Yeah, too long. You there to pick up a bride?
Or pick up a package. Which one?
Couple, yeah, package and a couple brides. I'm looking at a threesome. I just met one today. When
Met what?
I was on the bases today at this game.
Okay.
She was taking. This girl had a big giant camera taking pictures of her son and the whole team. You know.
Yeah, you were creeping on her while she was taking pictures of her
This
son?
girl was about. She was about 32 years old. She got a son that's like a sophomore.
Okay.
You know what I'm saying, bro?
Yeah.
32, that's a little young for you, isn't it?
Mm-mm.
Come on, I go younger than that.
Oh,
Wow,
slow down.
yeah, you better
Ooh,
not.
boy, slow down.
That is weird.
About like 22.
No.
Okay.
22? What are you talking to a 22-year-old
Alright,
about?
so, let me
This
just
is a
say
Belichick
that-
I see
situation?
you and Shannon, y'all like the same. You,
Yeah.
you see what's going on with Shannon out there, don't you?
The Eagles draft, they did pretty good.
Oh,
Keep
there
it
it is.
moving, yeah.
Yep.
The defense should be pretty exciting this year, right? Right, Ike Reese?
Yeah, I'm expecting a very good defense this year. Not much
Yeah.
drop off.
A lot of blitzes.
Yep.
A lot of blitz
Oh, yeah.
packages. A lot of blitz packages. Oh, yeah.
Oh, yeah. What do you think about this Makuba guy?
Makuba.
Yeah, their second-round pick.
Safety out of Texas.
Oh, yeah. Well, I got to see him more. I seen him there was a couple games that I seen Texas, and he looks like he's solid. You know what I mean?
What do you think of this Ty Robinson? Your boy Baldy says he's better than who'd we lose?
Milton Williams.
Milton Williams.
Ty Robinson. He played for Matt Rule in Nebraska.
Yeah, what do you
That's
think of
right.
that guy?
They got them guys are tough, man. You know that they're eating steak and potatoes, just like
And corn.
Yeah.
just like what's his name likes to eat that. You
Ike
know,
Reese.
Ike, no, not Ike does. Yeah, but
Yeah.
what's his name?
Jalen?
Douglas loves steak and potatoes.
Yeah, he's
you
a
know?
meat and potatoes kind of guy.
Yeah.
Herb, do you hear Yanni or do you hear Laurel?
Laurel.
What's Laurel?
Well, you heard Laurel.
I hear Laurel. Okay.
All right.
All right.
That didn't hurt.
So, yeah, I'll be. I got games. I can still play. I got Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, and I'm doing limo work Saturday. I guess Sunday. You know.
Good to know. Thank you.
When you going to be down Chicky and Pete's?
Friday.
Every Friday.
Every
Oh,
Friday
you'll be
until
down there
football
Friday?
season, and then every
Yeah,
Monday.
All right.
Then after football season will be Friday again.
I've been doing this for 18
Oh,
years.
you're
Yeah.
going to be there Monday too?
No.
No.
No, during football season we'll be there Monday.
Oh yeah, I know that. That
Yeah.
I know.
Oh.
Yeah.
Yeah. Let's get together with Trotter, Ike Reese.
To do.
Let's get together.
Go out
with
on the
Trotter.
town.
Oh, you just want to hang out?
Hang out. Yeah. Let's.
Is it okay if we give him your number?
Of course.
All
Okay.
right. Okay.
Now you're
Yeah.
talking about senior or junior?
He knows me, boy.
You talking about senior or junior?
Both. I don't care.
Oh, okay.
It's just someone named Trotter.
There
All
you go.
right. Find someone.
Jack, Jack, give the Trotters Herb's number.
All right.
Okay.
All right, Herb. I'm going to holler at you, bro.
All right. Take care, brother.
All right.
There it is. Herb from the Northeast. Oh, it's the All-Stars. Chuck from Mount Airy. You're on
Hey.
WIP. What's up, Chuck?
Fellas, what up, fellas? What's going on?
What's up, Chuck?
Chuck. What's up, brother?
Hey, what up, Ike? Hey, listen, let me say this, right? First of all, I want to say this, right? The draft was an A+,
Mm.
okay?
Here we go.
Yeah,
Why?
Yeah, because they did what they could do with, what they could do with. You know what I mean?
Oh,
And
well,
they-
that's exactly what McShay wrote.
Yeah, well, they didn't get rid of A.J. Brown. I was hoping they wouldn't do that. You know what I mean? I was worried about that. And that was the biggest thing I took from the draft.
Okay.
Ty Campbell is a steal. And, that guy, that big grizzly bear, Ty Davis.
Ty Robinson, yeah.
Yeah, Ty Robinson. He's going to be a monster. Yeah,
Mhm.
I'm telling you, he's going to be a monster next to Jalen Carter. Oh, my God, man.
Yeah.
Wait till you see that.
Why do we
You know what I
think
mean?
if he's so guaranteed to be a monster, he was there in the 4th round?
Oh, Tom Brady
I
was
don't
picked in the
Yeah.
6th round.
Yeah. Well, yeah.
You know what I mean? Shador Sanders was picked in the 5th round. You know what I mean? That don't
Well.
mean nothing, Spike. You know what I mean?
Well, of course it means something, Chuck.
They don't have an eye for talent. You know what I mean?
The
Some people have an eye
NFL
for
teams,
talent.
every single one of them. Why didn't the Eagles pick him in the 2nd round?
Well, because we're smart. That's why. You know what I mean? We get him. Why would we waste a 2nd round pick on him? We get him in the 4th round. That's why I say Howie knows what he's doing, man.
Okay.
You know what I mean? He's willing and dealing. He knows
He's
got
playing
it in his
chess,
job.
Chuck. He's playing chess.
Yeah, not checkers, man. I mean, that's why we Super Bowl champions. We're gonna win again this year. You know what I mean?
Yep.
You know, this guy, let Howie do what he do, Spike. You know, don't keep questioning this guy.
Okay.
He's paid
All
millions
right.
of dollars.
All
He's doing
right.
a great job, man.
Okay. Well, I got to talk for 4 hours, not 3 minutes. So,
Yeah, let me say this real quick,
Yeah.
right, about Bryce Harper, man.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Bryce listens to me when I speak. You know
oh,
what I mean?
does he? Yeah.
I say this sincerely from the heart. Bryce is hurt. You know what I mean? Bryce is hurt, man. He don't even look like Bryce Harper. And here's the thing, right? If I'm Bryce Harper, Bryce, just cool it this year, man. You know, just
Play the
hang
sad
it up.
violin.
Yeah,
Well, he's
hang
right
it
on
up.
this. He's right on this.
Oh,
take,
yeah.
take a chill pill in there.
Okay.
Stop smiling.
Just
Okay.
go, if he goes on the IR this year, nobody's going to question him. He's done enough for the city.
Hmm.
Nobody's going to question him. Save your career, because the Phillies aren't worth a damn. This team stinks, and they keep putting all these garbage players around them. You know what I mean? Trey Turner. They don't care enough to pick good players around him. So I feel like he has to do everything. on
Well,
his
you know,
own.
he wanted
That's
them
a
to
lot
sign
on
Trey
his
Turner,
body.
right, Chuck? You know, he wanted them to sign Trey Turner and JT Realmuto.
Not this guy, not this Trey Turner. You
Well-
know what I mean? He thought he was getting Trey Turner from, Washington.
Well, you can't
when he
blame the
played years
team
ago.
if Bryce wanted them to sign the guy.
Well, what I'm saying is, come with new information
Mm.
comes new takes.
Okay.
What I'm saying
There
is
you go,
Bryce
Chuck.
Harper just
Yeah.
needs to sit back. Nobody's going to examine the back. The back is the hardest thing to detect where it hurts or not. And he could just go on the IR for the rest of the year, save his career. You don't want to be like that 7'2" loser over there at the Philadelphia
There
7'2",
it
your body's
is.
falling apart. You know what I mean? You
There,
wanna be-
he landed the plane.
I mean, you want to be a guy that still be able to play with your kids, and still be a great player late into your 40s. Not this. If you keep going this route, I'm telling you, he's gonna be a shell of himself because he's trying to do it all because these guys aren't good enough, man. And Dave Dombrowski, he should be ashamed of himself.
Well, what's going
he's
to change
done
between
nothing
now
since
and
he
next
got-
year, though, Chuck? That's the follow up to this.
He gets to get, he gets maybe some surgery. He gets to rest on that back. Because this year they're not doing nothing. You can forget about it. They'd be lucky to win 85 games this year. You know what I mean?
Damn.
If they win that'd be lucky to win that. Yeah, they're garbage, man. That team it's full of crap.
They
You know
win
what I mean?
85 games. We
It's full of
changing
crap.
managers after the season.
Well, they should have changed them last week.
Well,
They should have got rid of him last week.
Hey, took 2 or 3 from the Cubs.
You know what I mean? He's been the reason why he's been an assistant manager for 30 years because he's not good enough.
Oh, he's got a
He's
great
playing-
winning percentage.
He sucks. It's like
I know.
That was
I
Jack.
know, I know.
This guy stinks, man. You know what I mean? And the thing
Yeah.
about it is we keep wanting to, say, oh, he's a great manager and this, that, and the third. He's a nice guy. We don't care about being a nice guy. We got to get people that's in there that's going to hold these guys accountable. He doesn't do it. You know what I mean? He doesn't do it. So that's just the bottom line of it all. And as far as a gorilla beating a 100 men, I'm taking the gorilla all day long. You hear me? Gorillas fight to the death, Spike. They fight to the death, man. What do you think 100 men gonna do against a silverback? You ever seen Mighty Joe Young?
You know that's not real, right?
Well, Mighty Joe Young is real. Mighty
Pretty
Joe
close.
Young is real.
I don't know who it
He's
is.
pretty close to a real gorilla.
Yeah, he is. Yeah, he is.
Well,
Chuck.
I'll take the men. You can take the gorilla, Chuck.
Men with weapons. Men with weapons. What's going on, Crispy? Men with weapons. That's it.
No.
I'm not taking nobody else.
All right.
You know what
Well,
I mean?
you're going to
Listen,
lose.
listen.
I'm going to win. I choose humanity.
Give us a blonde, Chuck.
Yeah, give us your go-to blonde.
to keep doing go-to blinds. We go to a go-to sister, man. Let's do a go-to sister every once in a while.
Who's to say it can't be the same thing?
You know, I like sisters, man. Like,
All right, Whitney Houston. All right, good. There you go. Whitney Houston.
No. Whitney had a blind style one time. No, I'm not gonna go Whitney. I'm gonna go in the '80s. I'm gonna go Bridget Nelson.
Bridget Nielsen's a good one.
We can get some sisters next time.
Yeah, maybe tomorrow. Should that be a stock topic tomorrow?
Yeah. Who's your
interested.
favorite your go-to black woman?
Well, I'm interested in the hair color you guys would use or texture that you would describe.
What do you? Oh, for nope. Absolutely not. How about no? I absolutely will not do that. You can do it, and I'll abstain.
Oh man, I'm dying. I just want to see Fritz in the middle of that. Oh my God.
All right.
Okay.
All right.
We gotta laugh at this, man. It's how we get through life, man.
215-592-9494.
You gotta laugh a little bit.
Very soon, we'll get you ready for Phil's Nationals.
We will get the sisters texture.
Yep.
At some point.
Yeah.
Later in the summer.
We'll have to prepare Jack for that one. Give me an answer. Give me an answer early on.
Robin Givens.
There you go.
Yeah, we'll stick with that.
Yeah. All right. This is the WIP Afternoon Show with Ike, Spike, and Fritz.
All right. Want to stream all your favorite entertainment from the comfort of your couch? Switch to Fios TV Plus to watch the latest movies, binge your favorite shows, and game the night away with their fast, reliable 100% fiber optic network. Now enjoy 4K clarity and stream with the voice-activated remote. And when you get lightning fast Fios home internet, you can binge, game, and work in every room of your home. Plus, there are no annual contracts. Now, for a limited time, get a $200 Verizon gift card when you switch to most Fios TV and get a Samsung 43-inch class TV with Fios 1 gig or 2 gig internet plans. Now, pick the package that works for you and connect all your devices at once at the speed you need. Visit a Verizon store today to learn more. For Verizon gift card, must maintain most Fios TV plan in good standing for 65 days and then register gift card within 60 days or by 6/6/25, whichever is first. Samsung free TV offer valid through 4/30/25 while supplies last. Additional terms apply. See store for details.
May 5th is now BG Day.
Fly, Eagles, fly.
All day long, 94 WIP is honoring Brandon Graham with classic stories, special guests, and the best BG moments of all time.
Oh, was he walloped by Brandon Graham?
Live all day, May 5th.
I just want to thank everybody.
Then cap off the day with BG Live, a special one-time event with Brandon at the Colonial Theater in Phoenixville.
What up, Phillies?
Presented by Ashley Furniture. Feels good to be home. And sponsored by Auto Lenders, the smartest way to drive tariff-free. Hey, baseball fans, want to boost the odds on your next MLB same-game parlay? Take the field with the same-game parlay boost token from BetMGM, an official sports betting partner of Major League Baseball. We'll drop the token in your BetMGM account. No need to opt in. Just place a same-game parlay on any MLB game and apply the token. Make sure to bet up to the minimum stake, odds, and legs specified on the token. If your boosted SGP hits, you'll score a bigger payout. Claim your MLB same-game parlay boost token today. The action is always on deck at BetMGM. The players are ready for first pitch, so join the excitement all season long. Major League Baseball trademarks used with permission. BetMGM and GameSense remind you to play responsibly. See BetMGM.com for terms. 21 plus only. Pennsylvania only. Existing customer offers subject to eligibility requirements. Rewards vary and expire in 1 to 7 days. If you or somebody you know has a gambling problem, help is available. Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
As America's leading business lender, Bank of America is on your corner and in your corner, right here in Greater Philadelphia. With $215 billion in business loans and over 3,700 business specialists across the nation, we help businesses thrive so communities prosper. What would you like the power to do? Learn more at bankofamerica.com/local business. Bank of America, official bank of FIFA Club World Cup 2025. Copyright 2025 Bank of America Corporation, all rights reserved.
Going up. Prices keep going up these days. It feels like being on an elevator that only goes up. Going up. But not at Metro. We're pushing the down button. Going down. We've lowered prices. Get one line of 5G data for $40, period. That's 20% lower. And you get a free 5G phone when you bring your number. Only at Metro.
5-year guarantee on eligible plans. Exclusions apply. See website for details. Not available at Metro with T-Mobile in the past 6 months. Tax applies.
Nothing's worse than stepping into a hot shower and hot it's not. Over time, sediment builds up in your water heater, making it work harder, driving up energy costs, even affecting your water quality. For just $49, Christian Home Services will flush your water heater, inspect your plumbing, and test your water quality. That means cleaner water, proper flow, and reliable hot showers, all helping to prevent expensive breakdowns. Call Christian Home Services today at 267-957-1989 or visit ChristianHomeservices.com.
Hi, it's John Ashell, the Car Czar from Colonial Hyundai. As part of our grand reopening sales event, Hyundai has shipped us a special selection of additional brand new vehicles. Right now is your opportunity to purchase any new Hyundai in stock at the lowest possible price. No games, no hassle, just the best possible price on any new Hyundai. These vehicles with locked-in savings are available on a first-come, first-served basis. Here at Colonial, we want to prevent you from paying more than you have to. So now, through April 30th, don't miss out on the best financing in the business and drive off with 0% financing. Our brand new state-of-the-art dealership is built for savings, built for service. And every new Hyundai comes with 3-year complimentary maintenance and America's best warranty, a 10-year, 100,000-mile powertrain. Shop us online 24/7 at colonialhyundai.com. Colonial Hyundai, the faster, easier, better way to buy a Hyundai.
In stock vehicles only. Tax and tags additional. Offers cannot be combined. See dealer for full details. Offer expires April 30th.
I'm Bob Burke, founder and chairman of Burke America Parts Group, a family of brands that includes RepairClinic.com, an appliance and HVAC parts solution company that's grown into an international brand. Before AmericanEagle.com, we partially launched a new technology platform developed by another firm. American Eagle helped take our technology to a whole new level with digital marketing, software development, and business insights into our key markets, appliances, HVAC, and outdoor power equipment, and did so both on time and on budget. AmericanEagle.com has the resources, experience, and talent needed to produce solutions. Our new technology platform, developed by AmericanEagle.com, has produced tremendous results with higher traffic, conversion, engagement, and online revenue. If you have any home repairs you need to take care of, check us out at RepairClinic.com. If you need a world-class website or technology project, then I would highly recommend AmericanEagle.com.
Call AmericanEagle.com at 773-NETWORK. That's AmericanEagle.com, 773-NETWORK.
The best seats for baseball games are not in the bleachers. They're at Delilah's. Catch all the baseball action on Delilah's gigantic screens with the world's most beautiful showgirls on the runway and happy hour specials from 5 to 8 p.m. 7 days a week. Headed to the ballpark? Show your proof of attendance for free admission, pre or post game. Baseball games were made for Delilah's, the Gentleman's Club and Steakhouse with ample free parking and late night dining. Details at Delilah's.com. Delilah's, always on top.
WIP Worldwide. Just download the Odyssey app and stream Sports Radio 94 WIP.
Brian was loving it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Sounds like a listener to the show.
Yeah.
Hopefully get a free ticket.
The what's it called? The crowd loved it. The crowd loved it.
Yeah.
It's
He
Stagecoach.
can't hit that. Do you think he still hit those notes?
Yeah, that video wasn't the best thing. When I saw him, he was hitting the notes. So yeah, I think he can still hit
And when
the
it comes on with us, I mean, he's walking into a big show.
Yes.
You know what I mean?
Yes.
Not amateur hour like Stagecoach is.
No.
This is real.
Can you just the experience that we will be able to say that we sung that song with him? It's a big moment. That's a big moment. That video is
show?
going to do numbers. Let me tell you.
I'm gonna tell you.
Yeah.
I'm gonna need the payoff
Yes.
after doing this for an entire year.
Yes. I also need the payoff. I also need the payoff. Trust me. I know. Now, it's not the Twitter question. This will be the Twitter comment brought to you by Mark's Jewelers. I'm going to ask for permission from Mark's Jewelers to do this. Show the mom in your life how much she means to you this Mother's Day with a special gift with your purchase. Details at marks-jewelers.com. So the comment comes from a regular Twitter friend here, Ryan Spader. And Ryan says that Jack, during the top 5 of 5, when he was talking about the Laurel thing, said, it's an optical illusion, but you hear it with your ears.
Yeah, optical illusion for your ears. Yep.
That is not an optical illusion. That is an auditory illusion.
Didn't know how else to express it.
Really?
Yeah. So that one slipped out.
Yeah.
So it happened.
Optical illusion for your ears.
Well, that did not make sense when I said it. That's why you guys just went right past it.
Yeah, I didn't hear it. I didn't notice it. So, yeah.
No, I said it. I was like, that sounds dumb.
Yeah.
But they didn't say anything.
No,
so
it's dumb.
Now we just let it roll.
Seems like you guys picked it up.
It was definitely dumb.
And unlike you, pick up everything.
Yes.
Again, I don't know. I don't really know what you're talking about when you say something like that.
Stop all the circus and pomp and stances around
There
you.
it is.
Happy day, Taylor.
All right, Jack. Jack gets hit with one. All of a sudden, it's an
All of a sudden,
assault.
he's unloading a clip.
Yeah. Yoshi in Brewery Town, you're on WIP.
My man.
Yosh.
All right, Jackie, baby. What's poppin'?
Oh, listen, this is a good phone right here.
Hey, man, what's saying? I said I got to come in smooth. Like, OG, hey, everybody's saying it. I'm not saying what he said. I had to land the plane smoothly. You know what I'm saying? Brother?
Yes, sir.
Now, Spike, Chuck, I love you. Ike, I love you. But Spike would be correct. 100 coordinated men would beat a gorilla, but 20 to 25 of them gonna die.
Yeah. Yeah.
For real, 20 to 25 of them gonna die. What's saying? If they overwhelm him in a coordinated way, what's the name? Regular guys too. You got to get his limb.
Well, you're not a regular guy. What are you talking about? Can you tell me 100 spikes can go in there and win a beat a gorilla?
No shot.
Well, let me see. 99 spikes with one knee. Yeah, we can do it. We can get it done.
Let me tell you, 100 spikes have a better chance than 100 Fritzes.
I disagree.
I don't disagree.
Well, he's been in more fights than you.
That doesn't matter. That's because no one wanted to fight me. It's bigger than people.
Them 100, 200 push-ups gonna get you ready, and you know how to take a punch, so you good to go.
All right, thank you.
You know how to take a punch.
Yep. Shout out to Henny Boyle.
Hey man, I gotta ride with Ike though. I'm content in the off season, man. What's saying? I ain't mad at it at all.
Nothing. Yeah, everything's fine.
I'm in this off season as a Super Bowl champion as of February 9th, 2024. So why wouldn't I be content in the off season? I mean, we ain't hit no home runs in the off season, but I feel like we got on base, and when the season starts, we just got to drive the runs home. You like that little baseball thing right there, Jack? You like that?
Yeah,
right,
that's good
baby?
stuff. Yeah.
Hey, I did all right. I'm waiting on my book, baby. I'm waiting on my book.
You did order the book. Ringthebellbook.com, by the way.
Ring the bell book. The next 5 orders, free shipping.
Yoshi will sign the next 5 orders.
Yep.
Oh, I'm coming down there with I'm getting a picture with the man and everything, a video and everything. I'm gonna make it seem like it's Big Bang. Look, I like the Ty Robinson pick, man. What's saying? That's a violent dude. Yeah, he got picked late, but the dudes we crying about, daggone Sweat and Milton and everybody else, they went late. Zach Barnes, what's name, was nobody, but look at him. I like Makuba, what's name? He's small, but the dude hit. He a ball hawk, versatile. He fit the scheme. That Vic run, Jihad, first round grade. That's a guy they wanted. What's his name? He's versatile. He fit the scheme. The scheme. You know what I'm saying? Hey, look out for that undrafted free agent running back we got too. Daggone Montreal Johnson. That boy nice, Ike. I'm telling you.
I haven't seen the list.
Yeah, I haven't seen the
undrafted
undrafted guys. Yeah.
Man, I just looked at some of it today. I'm telling you, I was like, dang, he played at LSU, then he went to Florida.
Okay.
That boy, what's his name, man? Hey, he tiptoe in the hole. He followed that block just right. He run 4.4. He loved contact. He got good. I'm telling you, he was one of them dudes I liked in college. Watch out for him. Now let's get to the nitty gritty. Ike Reese in the beginning of the show, what's his name, when they asked him about a blonde, act like he didn't want to say a white woman's name. Well, once his white friends start reeling off names, he flooded. His memory flooded. Yellowstone. Oh my God, Yellowstone. Oh, Charlie Theron. Oh man, I remember when I saw this movie, and I was like, "Who?"
You should have heard him in the break. He kept going.
Oh, man. do everything. Man. He was scared at the delegation. Can I say Beyonce? He always got blonde.
Well, I couldn't think anybody else with blonde hair.
That boy was scared, man. I'm telling you, boy. It's all right. I like them in all shapes, sizes, and colors, bro. Ain't nothing wrong with it. Nothing wrong with it. Now I'm gonna give you my little list. I got a small list. I mean, I had
a list.
All right, do a Mount Rushmore. Do a Mount Rushmore.
Hey man, I felt like I could do a list because when Jack Fritz picked me up to say, "What's name? How long is your list?" That meant you could say some names.
I was wondering how long his list of blondes was.
Okay.
It was me a long one.
Bunch of them, but I had to narrow it down and had to give some scenarios. Now Jennifer Lawrence, she just seemed like a good time, good vibe, good times. I mean,
Okay.
She just seemed
All
like
right.
She's a natural brunette anyway. I mean,
Well, Val's a natural brunette. If you're blonde, you're blonde.
I think
Look at her
Jennifer Lawrence is more brunette than
Hunger
blonde.
Games, she just seems like good time.
All right, just say the names. Don't go too deep. Okay.
Hey, Margot Robbie as Harley Quinn with that blonde hair.
Big answer.
She's
Yeah,
crazy.
not my
Drive
style.
me crazy, boy. Good gracious of Scott. I love that woman right there. Hey, my wife got a hair color like it right now, so we might do some role playing.
Oh,
Jessica
hey, man.
Biel. My wife know how I talk. What's saying? You already asked her how she deal with it. She said, "What's saying? Hit the mouth with the top."
Now I'm awake.
All right, get to the next one.
Jessica Biel with the blonde hair, and I now pronounce you Chuck and Larry. When her and Adam Sandler came out of the rain, and she had the little panty set on, y'all seen that?
No.
No,
I've seen it.
You better YouTube it right now. I'm telling you, boy.
Summer Catch is better. Summer Catch is
She's been
better.
eating cabbages, collard greens, cornbread, and some yams on the side, brother. I'm not lying to you. Now, look, a true blonde in 1992, Anna Nicole Smith.
Yes.
I was so glad I had reached my point of maturation.
Yes.
Because a word that rhymes with it, we had a good time with that. How about that?
What was the
Come on,
name of the
come on.
guy she was married to?
I don't know. I just know her.
Anna Nicole Smith.
Oh, she's married to Howard something. Oh, you're talking about the old dude.
Howard Mudd.
Howard
Oh,
Mudd.
yeah, I can't remember his
Not
name.
Howard Mudd.
Not Howard Mudd.
You're an
Talk
idiot.
about a fine woman, and y'all want to know the dude that was.
No, because she was married to a real old dude. I was just trying to remember. All right, who's next?
Some of our wives aren't as understanding as your wife is,
Yeah.
as we keep fawning over
Yes.
the women.
One more.
Hey, what's that? One more. Well, I'm gonna tell you right now. My go-to when I had nobody to go to was Jenna Jameson.
Okay.
Jenna Jameson.
Woo.
He was whacking that thing.
Yeah, you daggone right I was.
All right.
Let's get to the text line.
Yoshi's gone. Text line. Did I tell my story, Jen Jameson story on the air at some point?
I think you did.
I think I did. All right. Not now. The text line is brought to you by Benari Jewelers. Don't say it's not that good. Don't text. Brought to you by Benari. There it is. Yeah.
That'd be better, Taylor.
Yep. The text line is brought to you by Benari Jewelers. Don't settle for ordinary. Choose extraordinary. Choose Benari Jewelers at Exton and Newtown Square. Online at benarijewelers.com.
Text line, text line, text line.
This is why you gotta love Tell the Truth Tuesdays, because it forces people to take controversial stances they would never take on any other day, like Spike doesn't believe in the Eagles. Mark and Mudko.
Yeah. You know, sometimes you just got to be yourself.
And tell the truth.
Got to lean in. What's next?
There are even more stats out now that say that taking sacks is actually worse than a loss. Spike next year, upping the ante.
It's ante.
Ante.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's battle.
Yeah.
And I'm going to tell you, I don't know what you saw, what stat you saw, whatever. Taking a sack
Yes.
is not worse than a turnover. I don't care what sack. I don't care what stat you saw.
I will explain it. What time tomorrow? I'll find it.
Oh, we still got your YouTube.
It's worse than a turnover.
Oh, I forgot the YouTube stuff too. We
How's
got
that
to do
even
that too.
possible that taking a sack is worse than a turnover?
I don't know. Safety should have counted as a turnover.
Safety should count as a turnover.
Yeah, 2 and 5.
What's next?
People keep blaming Dion or that Shador is arrogant, but my gut is telling me the team's had a real problem with the fact that he doesn't like Twix. Spike Kuiper Jr.
Now, what'd you do to Shador?
I didn't do anything to Shador.
No, I'm making fun of your
Oh,
candy
the candy thing.
Oh, you're still doing that?
Too late in the show for the candy jokes.
What's next?
Jack, can you dump that Carrie Underwood comment? Caller Clay after the call, not understanding how live radio works.
I'd leave my wife and kids for her.
Leave the wife and kids on Christmas Day.
On Christmas.
Yeah.
We're like, what?
Yeah, that's a little extreme.
Yes.
What's next?
Oh, wow. Exactly what I wanted. Limp Bizkit tickets. Great. Val opening her birthday present from Spike.
It's a gift for Spike.
Yeah. I asked her, I was like, hey, Metallica's playing with Limp Bizkit. Want to go? She's just like, huh.
Is she's that heavy metal?
Metallica? Yeah. What's next?
BG Live at a community theater? How creative, Spike. The WFAN morning show.
Wasn't my idea.
I was going to say,
guys.
was that your idea?
No, it was not my idea. They did ask my opinion, but it wasn't my idea. What's next?
It's just about expectations. People don't hate the team. Don't be ridiculous. Spike, a mere 5 minutes after he tried to run both Kyle Schwarber and Bryce Harper out of town.
Text line.
I'm not even going to address that. Let's get to leading off.
94 WIP HD1 Philadelphia, live from the Tasty Cake Studios. This is Leading Off, sponsored by Nissan. Nissan makes cars that thrill. Shop NissanUSA.com. Sports Radio 94 WIP, an Odyssey sports station.
It's the Thugger Ball.
Leading off, sponsored by Nissan. Nissan makes cars that thrill. Shop NissanUSA.com. Phillies in their first of a 3-game set with the Washington Nationals tonight at Citizens Bank Park. If you're on your way, keep it right here because we'll have the game for you as well as Phillies on deck. It is Mackenzie Gore versus Zach Wheeler. Phillies at a minus 190 favorite and an over-under of 8.5. As Jack mentioned earlier today, Nationals been a little frisky. But they've won 3 straight series, I think.
Well,
Jack?
they ended up splitting the Mets series. They took the first 2 of it, but they lost yesterday. Got smoked yesterday.
Got smoked yesterday. Well, that was the Brandon Nemo game.
Oh, yes.
Yeah, who could forget that? Spike?
Yeah.
He helped your fantasy team.
No, he didn't. Whoa, what was that?
Nothing. I thought the song was over.
Okay. No, he didn't help my fantasy team because I left him on the bench because I forgot to set my lineup yesterday. Real disappointing. The Cubs series win was a big series win, but means nothing if they do not follow it up with another series win. And we can say the Nationals are frisky all we want. They have a series at home against the Nationals, then a series at home against the Diamondbacks, and they got to win both series. They got to win both series. They have to start stringing together series wins at this point. Or the way the Mets are playing, the Phils are 4.5 behind the Mets, but they're closer to the last place in the division than they are to first place. And you don't want to wake up 9 games out. So got to start stringing some series wins together. Why don't we do the player to count on? The player to count on is sponsored by Barlow Buick GMC in Woodbury, New Jersey. Honest pricing, dedicated service every day. So, Jack's been doubting him for days now. And so I'm going with Bryce Harper as the player to count on against his former team.
Yep,
everyone's doubting him. And for this team to really go on a run here, they're going to need the big guy to start producing. So I think that starts tonight. And I'm going to go with Bryce Harper as my player to count on. Ike Reese.
Fritzy? Oh, you want me to go?
What do we think here?
Well, I'm going Schwarber.